Chapter 1. Unbelievable. I was merely speaking. The ultimate slash of the 5 elements of the Aurora sword. The bending of wood, the concealment of water, the fierce rock of fire and earth, the solemnity of metal. Wu He stood in his room, brandishing the battle-worn Aurora sword he had purchased with 9 hands. He shouted energetically in sync with the storyline playing on his computer. At the age of 26, he embodied the whimsical fantasies of a 5 or 6-year-old. This predicament was hardly surprising after all. He had just experienced a breakup, been laid off, and was an orphan, devoid of parents or siblings, a quintessential example of a young man with no prospects. Alone in his rented room, he unleashed his frustrations with unrestrained roars, pouring forth the emotions of his solitary existence. Simultaneously, he took a swig from a large green bottle, the flush on his face and the bravado in his mouth contrasting with the sword he wielded, which danced through the air like a gust of wind. Heaven, grant me an opportunity, one shall surely carve my path to divinity with the Emperor's armor in any realm. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu He, feeling drowsy, collapsed onto his bed, yet his grip on the sword remained unyielding. The blade pointed towards a poster on the wall, 2 moons in the sky. A rare phenomenon. 8 stars in alignment, a sight seldom witnessed, and a meteor from the sun illuminated the entire night of the Dragon Kingdom, striking a window directly. In that instant, the world lost 1 refugee, but gained a lifeless body. Wu He rubbed his bleary eyes, the piercing light breaking through the darkness. A breathtaking azure sky, unlike anything he had ever seen, unfolded before him. Doubtful, he rubbed his eyes again, only to be astonished to find his hands appeared remarkably youthful. Simultaneously, he pinched the inner thigh of his leg forcefully, a wave of sharp pain confirming a chilling reality. Oh heavens! I was merely jesting. How did I truly traverse realms? Wu He surveyed his surroundings and probed his mind for memories, utterly bewildered about his location. If I must have crossed over, at least inform me where I am. Though at a loss for words, he attempted various methods to summon his hidden potential, yet met with silence. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard the shouts of several children outside his small dwelling. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. Wu He mused inwardly. This is indeed a trigger-type memory. After a brief moment, he had digested most of the memories, which included a few companions, fundamental life knowledge, and a glimpse of the worldview. Wow! Oh heavens, you are truly benevolent to have brought me to the Douluo continent. Fortunately, my martial soul has yet to awaken, and the great war between the 2 empires and the martial soul hall has not commenced. I still have a chance. As Wu He reveled in his daydream, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang by a leading child. Hey, hurry up, Grandpa Village Chief wants us to gather at the square. The snot-nosed child, leading his peers, dashed into the room and called out to Wu He. Without hesitation, Wu He sprang from his bed and followed them outside. Dressing? A mere illusion. After all, as a member of a destitute household, I possess only 2 thin garments in truth, this village lacks even an official name, as the children here are all unfortunate souls without parents. Nonetheless, these little waifs are the progeny of the Soul Master Legion of the Tiando Empire. Each year, a number of children are brought here, all offspring of Soul Masters, and thus it is quite likely that they awaken with innate soul power. It is precisely for this reason that the Empire has designated this village to care for these war orphans. However, awakening as a Soul Master is not guaranteed after all. The parents of these orphans are mostly ordinary Soul Masters, with the most formidable among them merely holding the rank of a Soul Master Captain. Consequently, some children may awaken without any soul power, ultimately remaining in the village to care for their peers. Over time, this village has earned the endearing title of Brotherhood Village. Wu He trailed behind a group of young children as they arrived at the square, gazing out over the sea of people, a cacophony of noise enveloping the atmosphere. Although the crowd had yet to surpass 1,000, it was certainly packed with 400 to 500 individuals. According to the recollections of past narrations, during each awakening period, only 10 of the children lack soul power or possess pitifully low levels of it. Those with innate soul power below level 3 are categorically rejected by the primary Soul Master Academy. For Soul Masters of such low caliber, the pace of cultivation is as sluggish as a snail, requiring at least 40 years to advance to Soul Sovereign and the prospect of ever reaching Soul Commander in their lifetime is nothing short of a whimsical dream. Thus, it is more prudent to allocate resources towards those with slightly greater potential, who may one day join the Imperial Army and perhaps become part of the Core Legion. As this orphanage belongs to the Tiando Empire, it is no surprise that numerous Grand Soul Masters have come to assist the children in their awakening with their numbers. Exceeding a dozen, various types of soul masters dazzle the audience with remarkable displays, planting seeds of future aspirations in the hearts of many children and illuminating their paths forward. Before long, the awakening ceremony commenced in a fluid and orderly fashion. One by one, children resembling little turnips stepped forward to awaken their respective martial souls, subsequently proceeding to the crystal ball behind the Grand Soul Masters. To test their soul power, the children were systematically categorized and arranged according to the level of their innate soul power. However, despite their stationary postures, the children could not resist the urge to compare themselves with one another, engaging in playful antics. Particularly when they noticed someone with a lower soul power, a sense of pride would swell within them. Conversely, when they perceived another's martial soul as less impressive than their own, an uncontrollable urge to boast would emerge, rendering the scene lively and animated. Unbeknownst to them, the line eventually reached Wu Hei. At this moment, to claim that he was not anxious would be an outright falsehood. Just moments ago, he had witnessed several girls awaken their Chinka grass martial soul, with their innate soul power merely at level 1, immediately retreating to a corner of the line, weeping softly. For them, the aspiration to break through level 25 in this lifetime seemed an unattainable luxury, given the exceedingly low quality of their martial souls. Before Wu Hei stood a female soul master of the auxiliary system, whose martial soul was the ninefold resurrection grass. With each ring, she could add an additional life and enhance healing effects by 50%. Now, she had reached the third ring, and her healing capabilities were indeed remarkable, leaving Wu Hei momentarily dazed. Following the woman's steady instructions, Wu Hei slowly extended his left hand. Under the influence of the soul power guiding a ray, he vaguely sensed a force within him yearning to burst forth. Relax, do not resist, allow it to flow naturally. Her voice rang clear and steady, like a refreshing spring, gradually soothing Wu Hei's tension. Before long, a five-colored array slowly manifested above Wu Hei's left hand, and simultaneously, the name of this martial soul emerged in his mind. Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array, Chapter 2, Innate Full Soul Power. Chapter 3, Stringent Requirements for Soul Rings. Chapter 4, Millennium Green Wind Feathered Eagle. Chapter 5, Wind Eagle Armor. Fusion. The raging soul power surged within Wu Hei like a tumultuous tide. As time slipped away, a main vein eventually connected to Wu Hei's martial soul, resembling a bridge. However, at the moment of contact, the Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array surged forth wildly, like a runaway steed, with a torrent of soul power flooding into the martial soul. At this moment, Wu Hei's martial soul resembled an insatiable beast, greedily and swiftly devouring the soul power within his body. Concurrently, the core of the wood attribute within the martial soul began to glow like a brilliant star, charging and illuminating the surroundings. The martial soul array unfolded behind Wu Hei like a magnificent tapestry, and waves of overwhelming vitality, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloped him. The severed meridians rapidly healed at a visible pace, becoming increasingly resilient, as if forged from steel. That Wu Hei's previously flushed skin gradually regained its tranquility, akin to a lake caressed by the spring wind. A faint green light emanated from his entire being, resembling a vibrant spirit unleashed upon him. Even the soul master standing before Wu Hei felt the extraordinary vitality, as if years of ailments had dissipated in the presence of such formidable life force. This lad possesses immense fortune. No wonder he dares to absorb a 2.5 times limit soul ring. The challenge of absorbing a 2.5 times limit soul ring is far from simple, requiring 100-fold effort and necessitating the safeguarding of a healing sage at the soul saint level to achieve a mere 50% success rate. With the wood attribute's restorative influence, Wu Hei navigated the delicate process of his meridians being strained and then healed, akin to walking a tightrope on a cliff's edge. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Old Huang, it's been 3 days. Our provisions are nearly exhausted, and the academy's time is running short. Why hasn't this lad recovered yet? Old Liu, let's wait a little longer. This boy's life energy is extraordinarily vigorous and is stabilizing. It should be soon. Just a bit longer. Unbeknownst to Wu Hei, time had swiftly elapsed, while the other 6 had undeniably endured a protracted 3 days within the Soul Beast Forest. Despite being an imperial wildlife sanctuary, the peril harbored was akin to a lurking tiger, presenting considerable danger. As another half-day slipped by, Teacher Liu, with the swiftness of a tempest, devoured the last pair of eagle wings and could no longer contain himself, casting aside the bones. The soul power of Wu He erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, forming a formidable energy field that surged from his being at a purple soul ring, akin to a divine hand lifting the sun, elevated Wu He into the air, however. This ring did not radiate around his martial spirit like the stars encircling the moon, but rather specifically activated the focal point of the wood attribute. Yet these details were trivial. What truly mattered was that Wu He had narrowly escaped with his life, and the group could finally flee the oppressive clutches of the forest and return to the warm embrace of their academy's bed. The petite girl with the dragon and phoenix bound martial spirit bounded over like a jubilant fawn, shuddering at the immense waves of powerful soul energy emanating from Wu He. The large soul master surnamed Lu strode over, his greasy fist striking Wu He's chest like a hammer. You truly have audacity, daring to provoke a 1,000-year soul beast. Had it not been for old Huang's insistence on remaining to protect you, you would have long since become a meal for the old wolf. Teacher Lu raised an eyebrow, signaling Wu He to express his gratitude to the soul master, old Huang. Wu He understood the unspoken message. Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the situation, it was evident that the soul master had resolutely chosen to remain with the team amidst perilous circumstances to safeguard him, and thus a word of thanks was indeed warranted. Enough chit-chat, quickly unleash your soul skill for us to behold, as we prepare to return to the academy. Teacher Huang urged, his face flushed with excitement, prompting Wu He to hasten and test the newly acquired soul skill. After all, the first soul ring was a millennium-old and exceedingly rare occurrence. The effects of this soul skill were sure to be immensely powerful, and the anticipation among everyone was palpable. They all understood that Wu He's martial spirit was quite exceptional, classified by the Academy as a weapon martial spirit, which had released a vast amount of life energy upon absorbing the soul ring. Thus, everyone believed Wu He's martial spirit must be oriented toward support, and particularly potent at that. However, only Wu He himself comprehended that his martial spirit and soul skill effects were decidedly not supportive, if not categorized as a strong attack. They must surely be of the agile assault type. Under the watchful gaze of his companions, Wu He wasted no words and directly summoned his martial spirit. The wood attribute focal point immediately assumed dominance within his sea of consciousness. Concurrently, Wu He gained the option to materialize his soul skill. The first option would manifest a summoning watch resembling winged eagle armor upon himself. The second, a one-time use would attribute crystal, would grant a wood or wind attribute soul master a singular opportunity to summon the wind eagle armor. Both options would last for 5 minutes, after which they would consume a staggering 95 of Wu He's soul power, leaving him with a mere 5 to sustain basic movement. With each additional spirit ring acquired, the duration of effects will be extended by 5 minutes, while the soul power consumption will decrease by 10. However, each time a soul skill is unleashed, one must choose between affecting oneself or others. Naturally, during the initial fusion, one must first indulge in the experience oneself. Under the enhancement of the spirit ring, a bizarrely shaped watch emerged from the wood elemental core of the martial spirit. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. What on earth is this? 6 large question marks filled the minds of all present. In an instant, Wu He swiftly affixed the watch to his left wrist, and at that moment, the wood elemental core of his martial spirit transformed into a translucent emerald green orb. With utmost care, Wu He cradled the orb, scrutinizing it under the radiant sunlight. Before gently inserting it into the watch, he then shouted with fervor, "Wind eagle armor, merge!" In an instant, a brilliant blue armor descended as if from the heavens, enveloping Wu He's form. The silver accents glimmered like the Milky Way winding through the ocean, dazzling to behold, while the ruby-colored eye armor resembled a blazing flame, captivating all who gazed upon it. Most astonishing of all was the transformation of his height, which surged from a mere 1.3 meters to an impressive 1.8 meters, making him appear as a giant among his peers. Chapter 6. Unable to release the wind-piercing stab. "Oh my heavens, how extraordinarily cool!" exclaimed Master Huang, the soul master, as he lightly tapped the armor encasing Wu He. The muffled sound seemed to speak of the armor's impenetrable defense, and a gentle touch revealed a chilling sensation. And due to the fusion, Wu He was now half a head taller than Master Huang. Being looked down upon in such a manner imparted a strange sense of pressure upon the elder. However, being a seasoned 3-ring soul master, old Huang was not easily intimidated by a mere novice who had just attained his first ring. He led the way to an open space, signaling Wu He to engage in a sparring match. Wu He was acutely aware of the armor's capabilities, though he was uncertain of the formidable power it could display in this realm. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The two took their stances, readying themselves for combat. Old Huang, not daring to underestimate his opponent, summoned his martial spirit at a dry. Yellow leaf floated leisurely downwards, and without a word exchanged, in the blink of an eye, their fists collided with the speed of lightning. In that singular strike, both gained a rough understanding of Wu He's strength. Soul Master Huang found it hard to believe that Wu He's martial spirit, combined with the spirit ring, could withstand 90% of his force. It is worth noting that this strength was without any additional soul skills. If it had struck an ordinary soul master, they would have been sent flying like a cannonball, without pause. Even more astonishing was their speed. Both moved the same distance towards each other, indicating that their initial velocities were nearly identical. Wu He's ability to meet his fist indicated that his reaction speed was as swift as the wind. However, it is essential to recognize that Lao Huang is a formidable three-ring soul master specializing in speed. In contrast, Wu He possesses a unique weapon spirit and is merely a one-ring soul master. Yet through Wu He's perspective, the situation appeared entirely different. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the armor. Despite his uncertainty regarding his own strength, he was confident that its defensive capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. As soon as Wu He observed his teacher make a move, he swiftly sprang into action. Although he was slightly slower to initiate, he soon caught up, colliding his fist with his teacher's. Wu He exerted only a fraction of his strength, initially intending to assess the armor's defensive effectiveness. However, upon witnessing the gleam of surprise in Lao Huang's eyes, he immediately understood the depth of his teacher's astonishment. By the way, through this lackluster exchange of blows, Wu He had come to a realization. He estimated that his foundational punching power, after merging with his armor, had likely surpassed the limits of a basic soul master. Furthermore, considering that Lao Huang was an agility-focused attacker who had not employed any soul skills, Wu He was uncertain if he had genuinely exceeded the realm of soul masters. Nevertheless, Wu He was now filled with excitement. He understood that even if he had not truly surpassed a soul master, he had nonetheless achieved a remarkable leap of 20 levels. Such an extraordinary feat of surpassing levels was something he had never encountered in any anime. After their brief bout, the two quickly separated, and Lao Huang, eager to assist Wu He further, contemplated testing other aspects. Wu He quickly raised his hand to intervene. "Teacher, our sparring is far too inefficient. I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes, so I wish to unleash all my techniques. Please assist me in evaluating them." Wu He spoke candidly. Indeed, even when employing the same soul skill, the nuances differ from one soul master to another. Each soul master possesses the clearest understanding of the potency of their own soul skills. However, the power displayed by Wu He has transcended the conventional boundaries of a soul master's capabilities, necessitating the assistance of an outsider for a thorough evaluation. Old Huang, contemplating this notion, decided to gesture for everyone to step back, thus providing Wu He with a bit of space while ensuring that the group remained on high alert, ready to defend against a potential ambush from the formidable soul beast. He pointed toward a nearby grove, indicating that Wu He should unleash his abilities there for testing. Like Bruce Lee, Wu He warmed up with small, nimble jumps, the armor on his body clashing together, producing a crisp and melodious sound akin to a splendid symphony. First came the display of his martial prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 towering trees, which would require the embrace of at least 2 individuals, succumbed to the force of Wu He's fists and feet, resembling tender saplings ravaged by a tempest, and were instantaneously snapped asunder. The trio of children had yet to comprehend how Wu He had executed his strikes when the trees came crashing down. Even the 2 esteemed soul masters could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a fragmented motion. Even Lao Huang, a third-ring soul master of the agility class, could merely perceive the remnants of the punch and kick. Were he to attempt the same, even employing his third soul skill, he could never match such velocity. Nor could he achieve the feat of severing 2 trees with a single blow. Subsequently, Wu He gently twisted the knob on the right side of his belt, and a faint luminescent screen materialized before him like a dream. He raised his right hand and lightly touched the screen, which instantly shattered into emerald green particles, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. These particles reassembled with Wu He's breath and the winds, transforming at his wrist into a crossbow. An ethereal image of a majestic eagle hovered above it, exuding an aura of grandeur. Wu He then immediately aimed at a distant tree that could only be encircled by at least 5 individuals. He released 3 arrows in quick succession. They shot forth like meteors, striking in unison and effortlessly piercing through the heart of the great tree. In that instant, a century-old soul ring began to emerge, poised to dissipate at any moment. Amidst the astonishment of all, Wu Yi twisted the knob at his waist once more, and the bow's head transformed instantly into a long sword. Wu Yi, moving like a specter, swiftly transformed a massive tree that required 5 individuals to encircle into a neatly stacked pile of firewood in an instant. Each piece of firewood was uniform in length and width, with smooth, even cuts, as if they had been born in such a state, devoid of any jagged splinters. The onlookers hesitated for a moment, assuming Wu Yi's demonstration had concluded. However, he was merely ensnared in a fleeting moment of confusion. He was astonished to discover that the knob to his left had seemingly been enchanted, rendering it immovable, despite having reached this critical juncture. And with the steps for unleashing either the wind-piercing thorn or the wind eagle leg vividly etched in his mind, he found the lethal technique as if shackled, his thoughts ensnared. In desperation, Wu Yi sought alternative methods and attempted to wield other weapons. With a mere thought, the wind eagle sword in his grasp vanished without a trace, replaced by the wind eagle ring he retrieved from his shoulders. He forcefully hurled the wind eagle ring into the distance, and the 2 rings shot forth like arrows loosed from a bow, racing at breakneck speed. As they spun, they resembled ferocious circular saw blades, meticulously trimming the branches within a radius of 500 meters, as if a meticulous landscaping had been performed. The entire process unfolded with the swiftness of a tempest, and ultimately, the wind eagle rings obediently returned to Wu Yi's hand as if they were well-behaved children. Chapter 7. Returning to the academy for a grand feast with his weaponry prepared, Wu Yi silently counted down the time. In less than a minute, it felt as fleeting as a white steed passing through a narrow gap. In a moment of inspiration, Wu Yi conceived a remarkable technique and resolved to take a bold leap of faith to see if he could successfully manifest it. The instant he relinquished his weapon, the tension that had gripped everyone's hearts finally eased. Each individual's inner world was uniquely distinct. The 3 young children were a blend of envy and admiration, while the 2 esteemed soul masters regarded him with profound respect. Soul Master Lao Huang was predominantly astonished, and those who had not yet attained the status of Soul Master might have considered Wu Yi's capabilities to be merely at that level. However, Lao Huang's understanding had been completely transformed by Wu Yi. He firmly believed that Wu Yi's current prowess transcended the Soul Master realm, having already reached the pinnacle of the Soul Sect. Yet, as they reveled in their profound reflections, Wu Yi suddenly dispelled his armor fusion, rendering himself exceedingly frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Nevertheless, they all vividly recalled Wu Yi stating that the duration of his soul technique was 5 minutes. Yet it appeared that he had barely surpassed 4 minutes. The first to regain her composure was a young girl from Wu Yi's village, who, like a swift swallow, caught him before he fell to the ground. 5 seconds prior, Wu Yi gazed intently at the fleeting minute remaining, resolutely deciding to attempt the Zen seal. He gently placed his hands before his abdomen, palms pressed together in a rhythmic motion, softly reciting the Zen seal. In the blink of an eye, the world around Wu Yi plunged into an eerie silence. The whispers of the wind ceased, the songs of birds faded into oblivion, and the roars of beasts dissipated. Even the withering yellow leaves drifting through the air, along with the sweat and dust, appeared suspended in time. However, Wu Yi was abruptly struck by the realization that the energy of his armor had vanished in an instant. The Zen seal endured for a mere 3 seconds. He felt an overwhelming sense of impotence emanating from the ocean of souls, as if a vast reservoir of soul energy had been siphoned away in an instant. This sensation was not merely the weakness of drained soul power, but a simultaneous depletion of both mental and physical strength. Under the immense pressure of these threefold losses, an unbearable sense of helplessness engulfed Wu Yi. A few companions swiftly escorted Wu Yi back to the academy like a gust of wind, while the 3 teachers submitted reports on the students' soul ring acquisitions. Upon hearing that Wu Yi had remarkably harvested 1,000-year soul rings, the principal's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What did you say? You allowed a level 10 soul master to absorb 1,000-year soul ring? Are you out of your mind? The principal unleashed a tempest of fury upon the 3 teachers. You are in charge of the academy's 4 most exceptional students. If the students are reckless, must you 4 be so as well? The 3 teachers stood frozen, resembling statues, too intimidated to move or even breathe. Just as Soul Master Lao Huang prepared to explain, he was once again interrupted. Thus, they endured over an hour of scolding, the principal's voice hoarse from the tirade. After taking a hearty gulp from his water cup to soothe his throat, the vice principal observed the 3, now deflated like punctured balloons, and inquired, "Did you bring back the child's body?" Upon hearing this question, old Lu's face turned crimson with shame as he stammered, "And no, we didn't bring it back." The vice principal erupted in fury, shouting, "You wretches! How dare you? Watch as I don't have you court-martialed today." Rising to his feet, a formidable weapon appeared in his right hand like a flash of lightning, 5 soul rings shimmering around him like brilliant stars. The palpable pressure of his formidable soul power forced the 3 to instinctively retreat a few steps. "And no, what I meant was, he is not dead." Old Lu hastily waved his hands, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He successfully absorbed the soul ring. "What?" The principal instantly seized old Lu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Say that again." His face still etched with anger, his tone now laced with skepticism and derision. "Calm down," Liang Yuan interjected. "He truly isn't dead. He absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring and is now resting in the student dormitory." The only female teacher among the 3 hastily provided an explanation. Upon hearing her words, the dean's anger diminished slightly, and he released them. He commanded the trio to recount the details of the incident once more. They vividly articulated every nuance of the event, after which both deans fell into silence. The dean remained mute, and the 3, having finished their account, dared not speak further. After a moment of contemplation, the vice dean finally spoke. "You 3 may return now. Proceed to the military department to collect 300 military rods. And you are to serve a 3-month penalty. Bring that young man to see me tomorrow." Upon receiving the directive, the trio hurriedly departed, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in doubled punishment. As soon as they left, the 2 deans began to converse amongst themselves. Wu Yi lay in the dormitory, motionless for an entire day, and by now, his physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental fortitude had all nearly restored. However, his stomach was growling with hunger. In a flash, he dashed to the cafeteria and began to devour the food with an insatiable fervor. His appearance resembled that of a famished ghost reborn, and before long, 3 small mountains of empty plates had accumulated beside him. His stomach seemed an endless abyss. As food continuously disappeared within, yet his belly showed no signs of becoming round. It remained a mystery where all that food had vanished. His voracious eating style attracted many onlookers, including chefs from the culinary department, who couldn't resist coming out to witness the spectacle. Word had spread that a voracious soul beast had arrived at the cafeteria, ravenously consuming all the dishes. For 2 hours, Wu Yi indulged in a sumptuous feast at the buffet, devouring half of the ingredients in the dining hall. And only then did he pat his round belly in satisfaction before departing. Had it not been for his signing of the Empire's elite talent agreement, which afforded him complimentary meals and accommodation, this one meal would have cost him 500 to 600 gold soul coins, an expense he could not possibly afford. Remarkably, Wu Yi had consumed enough to deplete the dining hall's supplies for half a month. With a contented belly, he leisurely picked his teeth with a toothpick and sauntered out of the dining hall. At that moment, a messenger teacher rushed over to inform him that the dean was seeking his presence immediately in the dean's office. Upon hearing this, the satiated Wu Yi was momentarily stunned. What could it be? Was it because he had skipped evening self-study yesterday, or had he simply overindulged? Was the school truly summoning him over trivial matters? Although his mind was a muddled mess, he strode confidently towards the dean's office. For the Wind Eagle armor had emboldened him. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the dean's office, where he spotted 3 familiar figures standing askew, resembling students caught daydreaming in class and now penalized to stand in the corridor. Chapter 8. Forced to operate. Teacher Huang, what are the 3 of you doing here? Wu Yi, picking his teeth, approached the trio, among whom the female teacher blushed and was reluctant to speak. Stop the nonsense, hurry inside. With that, Lao Huang kicked Wu Yi, causing a sharp pain in the gaping wound on his posterior. Wu Yi swiftly entered the office, turning around to make a playful face at Lao Huang, yet missed the mark. Within the office, an energetic elderly gentleman sat upright in the main seat, while beside him rested another venerable figure exuding a commanding presence. Wu Yi was consumed by an unease that gnawed at his insides. Whether in his former life or the present, encountering an elderly gentleman whose visage bore the unmistakable marks of authority always sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had erred in some way. The door to the office, which he had closed himself, now felt like a portal to his regrets, with only the 2 deans and himself in the room. He lamented not having brought along the proud old Huang as a shield against this intimidating scenario. Before him were 2 elder gentlemen, one of whom he had met previously while processing his enrollment. That day, the head of the department had greeted him with a smile as bright as a blooming flower, charmingly persuading Wu Yi to sign the talent contract. The vice dean seated beside him, however, was a stranger to Wu He. "Ah, you must be Wu He. May I call you Little Wu?" The vice dean, perhaps sensing the tension in the air, took the initiative to speak. Wu He had no qualms about the initial address. But the term Little Wu grated on him. "That's fine, but please refrain from calling me Little Wu. Instead, you may call me Yi." The vice dean's face darkened at Wu He's exuberant smile, realizing that the young man was quite the clever one, despite his tender years. "Well then, Yi, I have heard that you successfully absorbed a millennium-old soul ring. Do showcase it for the Grandpa Dean." The vice dean's countenance was adorned with a warm and amiable smile. This old fellow was rather mischievous, Wu He thought to himself, silently ridiculing the notion of calling him Grandpa. Nevertheless, he found himself without any recourse but to comply. Extending his right hand, his martial spirit, akin to a slumbering behemoth, began to stir and manifest. What was astonishing, however, was that the 1,000-year purple soul ring floated above the elemental array like a solitary dancer, a rare and peculiar sight. Typically, once absorbed, a soul ring would cling to its martial spirit like a loyal sentinel. Vice Dean Liang swiftly entwined his hands with soul power, cautiously initiating contact with Wu He's martial spirit. This procedure resembled a mysterious ritual. Yet the act of directly touching another's martial spirit was undeniably a breach of decorum. However, such intimate contact was reserved for elders with deep regard for their juniors. Especially in the case of Wu He, who had absorbed a soul ring of such extraordinary age, necessitating a thorough examination of his martial spirit's foundational condition. After an hour of diligent scrutiny, the vice dean confirmed that Wu He's martial spirit exhibited no issues. Yet, the enigma of the soul ring merely adhering to the soul remained unresolved. Nevertheless, through their ongoing dialogue, the vice dean astutely discerned a detail. Wu He's soul eye, adorned with the soul ring, shimmered with a brilliance that rivaled the most resplendent stars in the night sky, radiating a luminosity far surpassing that of the other elements in the array. Moreover, it appears that the future additional soul rings will function akin to precise navigational instruments, accurately locking onto different soul orbs. Furthermore, these soul rings must correspond to the elemental types produced by their respective soul beasts. It seems that what Xiao Huang and the others have asserted is indeed true. The martial spirit has never encountered a state of fragmentation. Dean Liang felt a profound sense of relief regarding this matter. Subsequently, we shall proceed to the training arena to assess the strength of your soul skills and to see if they are as extraordinary as they have been described. Dean Liang, shedding his usual stern demeanor, allowed a hearty laugh to resonate throughout the entire office. With that, he tucked Wu He under his arm and prepared to step out. Wu He was suddenly taken aback, flailing his arms and legs in a state of panic, exclaiming, "No, please. I have no desire to engage in a fight." Wu He has developed a considerable understanding of his own capabilities, particularly regarding the passive feedback of soul skills from his martial spirit. More importantly, he is currently reluctant to endure the experience of overwhelming weakness once more. After all, that sensation is akin to being forsaken by the world, enveloped in solitude and helplessness, which breeds a profound despair. I am aware of your concerns, but there is no need to dwell on them. Our esteemed Dean Sin, a healing-type soul master, has already attained the impressive rank of Soul King at level 59, merely a step away from becoming a Soul Emperor. Dean Liang exudes confidence and bravado, as if he were the Soul Emperor himself. Wu He gazed in astonishment at Dean's son, astonished to learn for the first time that a support-type Soul Master, known for their healing capabilities, could ascend to the esteemed position of an Academy Dean. Moreover, the institution they attended was a hybrid academy, combining both primary and intermediate levels, where typically, the leadership was reserved for formidable offensive soul masters. The dean not only embodies the pinnacle of administrative authority within the academy, but also symbolizes its martial prowess. Thus, it was evident that Dean Sin's strength must surpass that of an ordinary combat-oriented soul master. In this manner, Wu He was swiftly escorted by Dean Liang to the training grounds amidst the astonished gazes of passing faculty and students. Observant onlookers noted with intrigue that the usually stern Vice Dean Liang appeared unusually jubilant, almost childlike in his excitement. However, the greater curiosity lay in the identity of Wu He, the enigmatic newcomer who had garnered such personal attention from the Vice Dean. As word of this unexpected event spread like wildfire, a hilariously exaggerated rumor took flight. Have you heard? The freshman Wu He is set to challenge the formidable Hammer King Liang. What? Liang is going to make Wu He regret ever stepping into the ring. All because his first soul ring is a millennium old. Impossible. Who would dare absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Surely that would lead to an explosive demise. A cacophony of bizarre speculations filled the air. And it was long before the training grounds became a veritable sea of spectators. Did these idlers have no classes to attend? Why were they all here? Dean Liang surveyed the throngs of students gathered to witness the spectacle. At that moment, someone even began to set up a betting pool, albeit with odds centered around how many moves Wu Yi could withstand under Liang's onslaught. Yet, there was one particularly audacious wager, odds of 1,000 to 1 on Wu Yi defeating Liang. It was utterly mad, a first-ring challenger against a fifth-ring master, and yet someone had actually placed a bet. A charming young girl, her back adorned with a dragon and phoenix bow, staked a golden soul coin on this improbable outcome. Wu Yi found himself at a loss, wondering how a perfectly fine situation had transformed into a combat competition. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to brace himself and proceed. Chapter 9. The Battle with Dean Liang, so let it be. Wu Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm his heart, which raced like a frightened deer. After all, he sought to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. It is worth noting that the combat techniques course was beyond the reach of someone in his grade, and the chance to have a Soul King as a sparring partner was as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dean Liang stood before him like an immovable mountain, positioned 10 meters away. Their gazes locked, and Dean Liang offered a slight smile. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a dragon-soaring hammer appeared in his grasp as if conjured by magic. His right foot lightly touched the ground, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, and 5 soul rings slowly emerged beneath him like layered lotus petals. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Particularly striking was the black soul ring, emanating a wave of soul power akin to a surging tsunami, causing the 80 spectators present to feel their hearts race with trepidation. The obsidian ring, adorned with faint black soul light, resembled a scattering of stars against the night sky. In close proximity, the pressure it exerted upon Wu Yi felt as if the very weight of Mount Tai bore down upon him. As Wu Yi transitioned from an air of calmness to a furrowed brow the instant the dark soul ring manifested, it felt as though an immensely heavy mountain had abruptly descended upon his shoulders. Wu Yi, akin to a monkey firmly constrained beneath the weight of Five-Finger Mountain, harbored a spirit of resistance, yet lacked the strength to oppose. In a fleeting moment, his martial soul unfurled behind him like a peacock displaying its magnificent plumage. Instantly, Wu Yi sensed a slight alleviation of the burden upon his shoulders, finally granted a precious opportunity to catch his breath. Wu Yi inwardly lamented the disparity between the Soul King and Soul Master, which was indeed as vast as heaven and earth. My martial soul is the Konglong Hammer, a powerful assault-type Soul King at level 58. The blunt weapon in Dean Liang's hand emitted a resonant clang, spinning like a mighty dragon emerging from the sea. The obsidian-colored weapon released a unique silver sheen as it revolved, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, showcasing its sharpness. Observing Dean Liang's self-introduction, Wu Yi could not remain indifferent. The purple soul ring, resembling a graceful purple butterfly, fluttered from the core of the wood elemental array, lightly hovering around Wu Yi. The appearance of the purple soul ring was like a brilliant meteor blazing through the night, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was truly a 1,000-year first ring, utterly remarkable. My martial soul is the Shadow and Light 5 Elements array, currently classified as a 16-level agility-type weapon master. Wu Yi paused for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. It is what it is not what it is not. What do you mean by currently? Dean Liang chided with a laugh. Never mind. Let me see what is special about your soul skills. All right, Wu Yi declared resolutely. Let's go. The wood elemental core of the Shadow and Light 5 Elements array behind him instantly took on the stance of a valiant warrior, with the purple soul ring resembling a resplendent cloak adorning it. At that moment, a finely crafted blue watch, akin to a shimmering sapphire, emerged from the core, landing steadily in Wu Yi's right hand. A soul-guiding device, Dean Liang exclaimed. Although Dean Liang was not particularly powerful in his youth, he had frequently traveled far and wide, gaining experiences that surpassed those of his peers. In regard to the 5-in-1 operation, Dean Liang has already made a remarkably accurate guess, approaching the truth with considerable certainty. The quintuple fusion soul technique predominantly involves the summoning of a conjurer, thereby rendering the conjurer the true manifestation of the martial soul. In essence, the quintuple fusion is not a soul master in the conventional sense, but rather a soul engineer. Wu Yi affixed the summoner to his left hand, and with a graceful motion of his right hand, the wood element formation's core transformed into a translucent crystal coin, resembling a mystical mirror. When illuminated by the sun, his entire being appeared enveloped in a radiant fluorescence. The crystal was loaded into the summoner, and sunlight streamed through the cover, cascading like a golden river, continuously infusing energy. The purple soul ring pulsated around Wu He, flickering with an ethereal rhythm, as if engaged in a mysterious dance. First soul skill, Wind Eagle Armor, Fusion. With a commanding utterance, the surrounding fluorescence swiftly morphed into a tangible form, akin to agile sprites. The armor, predominantly deep blue, evoked the vastness of the starry sky, embodying an aura of divine sanctity that captivated the eye. Upon witnessing Wu He's soul skill manifestation, Dean Liang beckoned him with a wave, exclaiming, "Come. Give it a try." "Very well, let us see what unfolds." Wu He replied, undaunted, his voice resonant and firm. In the presence of a Soul King-level powerhouse, he did not approach the encounter with the same caution he had shown with Old Huang, but instead summoned the Wind Eagle sword with unrestrained fervor. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous clash of metal, a rhythmic and relentless series of impacts reminiscent of a resounding war drum, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Everyone stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend that Wu He could match Dean Liang's prowess, even forcing him into a position of passive defense. Wind Eagle 100 strikes. The Wind Eagle sword wielded by Wu He exuded a torrent of blades, akin to a volcano erupting, as a relentless barrage of attacks wove an impenetrable net. Witnessing such ferocity from Wu He, Dean Liang felt a surge of astonishment within. He had come to believe in Teacher Huang's words. Recognizing the sheer terror of this onslaught, the rhythm and power of which had undeniably ascended to the level of a Soul King. Quickly regaining his composure from the shock, Dean Liang's soul power surged like a tumultuous tide as he brandished his dragon-s hammer with fervor, resembling a raging dragon that sent Wu He reeling. The fifth soul skill, Dragon's Hammer Hell. A square-like dueling arena manifested, impervious as a fortress, enveloping the two combatants entirely. For shadowy figures, wielding dragon-s hammers, emerged from the ground like specters, their eyes crimson as blood, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if they were messengers from the abyss. My heavens! He has unleashed his fifth soul skill right away. I fear Wu He is doomed. The four avatars surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Yet their targets diverged significantly, lunging towards Wu He's legs, abdomen, hands, and head with the ferocity of famished wolves. Meanwhile, Dean Liang's true form remained just outside the arena. The dark cloud that formed the battlefield barely grazed the space before him. In an instant, however, Wu He, wielding dual rings, darted out of that perilous zone like a startled rabbit. Just as the spectators were momentarily entranced, believing the outcome was sealed, Wu He executed a sleight of hand, seamlessly switching his weapon. The dual rings flew forth like meteors, while his hands, poised delicately before his abdomen, clapped together with a swift motion, unleashing the Zen seal. The shadowy avatars barely had a chance to reach him before being mercilessly obliterated. In a mere 2 seconds of control, the duration of Wu He's armor diminished by half a minute. Yet, to the onlookers, his speed appeared as swift as lightning, his attacks flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream, devoid of any dissonance. Chapter 10, The Fierce Battle. The test by Dean Liang had concluded. It was time to get serious. A mechanical voice, reminiscent of metal, resonated from within the armor. Before Dean Liang could react, the Wind Eagle ring in Wu He's grasp spun like a top, slicing toward Dean Liang's throat with the swiftness of lightning. Since Dean Liang was known as the Old Devil, it was evident that his teaching methods must be as terrifying as hell itself. Thus far, no student had managed to approach him as stealthily and skillfully as a specter. Dean Liang's form retreated with the speed of a fierce wind. Yet the dragon-s hammer remained anchored in place alongside his afterimage. When Wu He's strike only hit the afterimage, he realized he had missed, only to see Director Liang retreating several meters like a phantom. Wu He did not become enraged due to the missed strike. Instead, a subtle smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, graced the corners of his mouth. Indeed, one must not underestimate the soul masters of this world, for they are a group of fervent madmen akin to battle machines. Every formidable warrior has risen through relentless encounters akin to life and death duels, their cultivation, combat skills, and battle awareness forged in the crucible of real combat, much like the tempering of steel. Wu He now merely relies on his familiarity with the armor's capabilities and the combat prowess it compensates for. In simpler terms, He possesses a weapon as formidable as a Gatling gun, yet lacks the knowledge and ammunition to wield it effectively. Thus, he flails about like a child in combat, appearing vigorous and spirited, yet ultimately ridiculous and laughable. If one strike fails, he attempts several more, seizing the rare opportunity to fully unleash the potential of his armor's abilities. Wu Yi advanced with the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey, executing an upward thrust reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. A diagonal slash akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, a horizontal sweep like a tempestuous wind scattering leaves, and a throat-cutting strike as swift as a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. In stark contrast, Dean Liang exhibited an air of effortless composure, akin to a leisurely stroll in a serene garden, showing no inclination to employ his soul skills for defense. Even his martial soul remained motionless, akin to a statue firmly planted in the ground. Wu Hai felt utterly humiliated, akin to a mere buffoon, and could no longer charge forward recklessly like that formidable assault soul master. It was an egregious waste of the Wind Eagle armor's avian agility. He needed to feign an attack. If he could not provoke Dean Liang into action, he would remain exceedingly passive. Though he was merely a couple of punches away from reaching Dean Liang, that distance loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. With resolute determination, Wu Hai abandoned the pursuit, casting his dual rings like shooting stars, slicing through the air in an X-shaped trajectory. Wu Hai swiftly retreated, seeking to create distance from Dean Liang. The young boy intended to engage in a tactical game of kite fighting. Dean Liang, possessing the wisdom of age, was acutely aware that although Teacher Huang and the others had not disclosed the duration of Wu Hei's armor, his own experience suggested that such soul skills, which significantly enhance combat prowess, seldom last for long. Thus, Dean Liang consistently evaded Wu Hei's frontal assaults, while the latter, lacking in combat experience, failed to land another hit even after a minute of engagement. Realizing that Wu Hai had retreated, Dean Liang was determined not to allow the distance to truly widen, as he had already recognized Wu Hei's capability for precise ranged attacks. With his soul power enveloping his hands, Dean Liang effortlessly deflected Wu Hei's dual rings aside. Meanwhile, he concentrated his soul power at the tip of his right finger, causing the previously motionless dragon hammer to soar toward Wu Hei's back with a resounding whoosh. Upon reaching the rank of Soul King, Dean Liang's control over soul power and mental fortitude had achieved remarkable heights, rendering the manipulation of his martial soul at a distance a trivial task, particularly since the martial soul functioned as a third hand for a soul master. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Yi felt Dean Liang had underestimated him. The military strategies honed over 5 millennia in China far surpassed mere combat experience. The principle of retreating strategically, as outlined in the 36 stratagems, emphasizes the importance of a planned withdrawal in the face of overwhelming odds, allowing one to seek new opportunities for engagement. By retreating, one can lure the enemy into a vulnerable position and capitalize on the moment to counterattack. As Dean Liang employed his martial soul to obstruct Wu Hei's escape route, he had already fallen into a trap of his own making. At that moment, the Wind Eagle ring had circled back, concealed within Dean Liang's blind spot. The Wind Eagle armor was characterized not only by its swiftness but also by its opportunistic nature, akin to that of an eagle. Wu Yi feigned surprise upon realizing an ambush from behind, swiftly turning to shield himself with his arms, bracing himself to absorb a formidable blow. Utilizing the gliding capabilities of the Wind Eagle armor with an effortless grace, Wu Hai simulated the illusion of being struck and sent flying. However, braving such an impact required considerable courage, and fortunately, the armor's defensive prowess proved remarkably resilient. To the majority of the audience, Wu Hei's flailing after being hit appeared genuine, as though he had been caught off guard. Yet, for those with higher cultivation levels, his movements seemed rather clumsy, revealing a blatant intent. His desire to approach Dean Liang's heart had remained unchanged. Of course, the one embroiled in the situation often lacks clarity. And by the time Dean Liang realized what was occurring, Wu Hai had already closed in, sword in hand. Simultaneously, the Wind Eagle ring was in position, and Wu Hai was eager to discern whether Dean Liang would choose to advance or retreat in this critical moment. Little brat, Dean Liang's thoughts shifted. Summoning his martial spirit back to his grasp, while simultaneously unleashing his second soul skill, the dragon's flame barrier. A wall of fire arose, directly intercepting the approaching Wind Eagle ring. The moment the ring struck the fiery barrier, it emitted a resonant clang, akin to the sound of metal violently colliding and sparking. Although the ambush was thwarted, it did not signify the end of Wu Hei's frontal assault. With a swift motion, he lunged upward, For the first time in 3 minutes, Wu Yi had truly landed a hit on Dean Liang, albeit without inflicting any damage. Nevertheless, this moment elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, particularly from those who had attended the dean's lectures. With a quick twist of the Wind Eagle sword's hilt, it transformed into the Wind Eagle crossbow. "Old man Liang, can you evade again?" Wu Yi unleashed a wild shout, his hands ceaselessly in motion as he unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts, each striking the air above at Dean Liang. The ensuing explosion sent plumes of smoke swirling into the atmosphere. The rhythm of Wu Yi's attacks conveyed an unmistakable intent to keep him engaged. The first soul skill, big, big, big. Suddenly, a square object pierced through the smoke, appearing high above. "This is bad. Old Liang is getting serious." Deanson immediately rose to his feet, a colossal tree sprouting outside the arena, poised for rescue at a moment's notice. "How many years has it been? You are the first to dare call me Old Liang." As the smoke dissipated, Dean Liang was enveloped in a protective shield of soul power. Although each of Wu Yi's strikes was akin to a Soul King's level of damage, there exists a spectrum of strength among Soul Kings. What appeared to be a hit was merely a fade. The impact was illusory, causing no harm. The dragon hammer struck down with great force, but its slow speed allowed Wu Yi to evade effortlessly. Just as he began to revel in his success, the dragon hammer swept horizontally. Wu Yi attempted to dodge, barely leaping into the air, when a whip-like kick struck his armor, sending him flying without a moment to react. A feint to the east, a strike to the west. Quite an effective tactic. Chapter 11. Direct Transmission. "Old Liang, you do not uphold the virtues of martial ethics." Wu Yi sprang to his feet with the swiftness of a spring, assuming a defensive stance, inwardly lamenting the situation. This old rascal's capacity for learning was nothing short of lightning fast. It was entirely his own fault for being so inexperienced, allowing a mere trifling advantage to cloud his judgment. Yet, for reasons unknown, his ultimate technique felt as though it were sealed, unable to be unleashed. Wu Yi cast a reluctant glance at the remaining time of his armor, which was a mere minute. Just a moment ago. There had been a minute and a half left. He was momentarily taken aback by the startling realization. However, upon further contemplation, it began to make sense. The armor he had summoned possessed combat capabilities equivalent to that of a Soul King, and it was unreasonable to assume it would be devoid of limitations. Skills such as the Zen Seal, which transcended worldly rules, required considerable time to execute. Thus, it seemed only logical that his swift, offensive Wind Eagle armor would experience a reduction in fusion time after enduring excessive attacks in terms of defense. With scant time remaining, Wu Yi acutely recognized the disparity in strength, yet he was loath to concede defeat so easily. However, Old Liang had already taken precautions, and attempting to employ the same tactic once more would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Wu Yi, filled with reluctance, possessed nearly equal combat prowess yet lacked the corresponding strength and experience. In a moment of frustration, an idea seemed to dawn upon him. There once existed a mesmerizing technique in a certain classic anime that could momentarily halt time, accompanied by a corresponding offensive mode. Now, all he needed to do was to unleash the speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its fullest potential. Wu Yi stood firm once more, facing Dean Liang. And with a dramatic flair, he bellowed, "Self-created soul skill, flash time technique, pseudo, Wind Eagle 100. His voice abruptly ceased. Flash, before the final syllable could escape his lips. A potent sense of crisis surged like a tidal wave. Despite being 10 meters away, the impending assault was inescapable, shadowing him relentlessly. Dean Liang's reaction was as swift as lightning. His first and second soul skills erupted like two brilliant beams of light, instantly countering the onslaught of attacks from all directions. However, at that moment, his soul power was drained as if a dam had burst, flowing uncontrollably. After all, Wu Yi was exerting every ounce of his strength. Uncertain how much longer his armor could endure, each sword strike akin to a blazing meteor, representing the armor's utmost limits. 3 seconds later, Dean Liang gasped for breath, half kneeling upon the ground, as if a mountain had pressed down upon him. Had he not clutched the dragon hammer for support, he might have already collapsed. Over 100 slashes rained down upon him from every angle, a tempest of fury. Yet, Dean Liang was not a soul master renowned for his defenses. Most of his soul skills emphasized fierce offense. Now, forced into a defensive stance, not only was his soul power dissipating like water, but his physical stamina was also being relentlessly drained. "You little rascal," Dean Liang chuckled, scolding playfully. "If only I were a decade younger, huh?" His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the air. He waved his hand, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the warmth of spring. You have one. Wu Yi, clad in armor resembling a triumphant general, gracefully approached Dean Liang and took a seat before him. However, the moment he settled down, the armor disintegrated like shattered ice, causing him to tumble awkwardly to the ground. Old man, I didn't win. I merely took advantage of the situation. It's a draw. Although Wu Yi's voice was youthful, it rang out like a clear nightingale, imbued with profound weariness. Do you still need to be coddled? Dean Liang haughtily nudged Wu Yi, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Having lost, there is nothing left to explain. His voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating in the ears of all present. Gradually, Dean Liang rose to his feet, his silhouette akin to a towering mountain, and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I shall personally mentor Wu Yi. He shall be my direct disciple." Instantly, the room erupted in astonishment. Even Dean's son was so taken aback that he forgot to unleash his healing soul technique. My heavens! The old demon Liang has actually been defeated, someone exclaimed, disbelief saturating their voice. An unexpected turn. Another murmured, still enveloped in the shock of the moment. The student who had initiated the betting was left pale, having forgotten to close the wager, midway through. He was oblivious to someone raising the stakes with a bet of 1,000 soul coins on Wu Yi, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Once again, Wu Yi found himself utterly drained of spiritual energy, as if all vitality had been siphoned from his very being, leaving him submerged in a profound sense of emptiness and weakness. Before he could fully grasp the taste of helplessness, a gentle surge of soul energy enveloped him, akin to a spring breeze caressing his veins, reaching every part of his body. The mental strength within the sea of his soul began to recover gradually, much like a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. His physical vitality followed suit, albeit at a snail's pace. It was only then that Wu Yi slowly opened his eyes, discovering he had returned to the dean's office. Deanson, typically stern, wore an expression as warm and inviting as the sun. In stark contrast, old Liang maintained his usual grim demeanor, looking as though Wu Yi owed him a substantial debt. A glance at old Liang's battle-worn dean's attire revealed it to be tattered and worn, resembling that of a destitute beggar. From now on, you need not report to the classroom. Come here, and we will nurture you with great care. Upon hearing these words, it seemed he was to be groomed for special attention. Yet had it not been for old Liang's ominous gestures, which resembled the act of threatening to break his fingers, Wu Yi might have almost believed it. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and the years pass swiftly like arrows. Wu Yi joyfully spent 5 years at the academy, dedicating his mornings to the study of cultural knowledge and his afternoons to rigorous physical training. Upon reaching level 20, old Master Liang took Wu Yi to hunt a 2,000-year-old Silver River armored rhinoceros, unlocking the black rhinoceros armor in the process. This endeavor was fraught with peril, and with the assistance of Dean San, he forcefully absorbed a spirit ring, thereby shattering the established norms of spirit ring absorption. The appearance of the black rhinoceros armor was enhanced by silver crystalline patterns that resembled a starry sky, further augmenting its defensive capabilities. The only drawback was that the combat effectiveness of the black rhinoceros armor remained at the Spirit King level. Subsequently, Wu Yi embarked on an endless journey of guiding others to elevate their ranks. Having completed all the cultural courses taught by the dean, he could only resort to self-study at the library. Nevertheless, he diligently maintained his daily physical training, in addition to taking on the responsibility of leading hunting expeditions. The once diminutive girl who had followed him around had now blossomed into a graceful young lady, emanating an air of aloofness that deterred strangers from approaching. Yet, when she approached Wu Yi, she transformed back into the endearing neighborly girl. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Wu Yi could discern her feelings. But being unsteady himself, he chose not to dwell on such matters for the time being. Chapter 12. The Inaugural Friendship Exchange Competition. Mier, what brings you here? Wu Yi's gaze resembled that of an elder brother towards his sister as he gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Don't mess up my hair. It will hinder my growth. Mier's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. She quickly swatted Wu Yi's hand away, yet hesitated to let go of it. Dean Sun summoned me, apparently regarding the Junior Academy exchange competition. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi understood immediately, for he spent his days in the dean's office and was privy to various minor proposals. This exchange event seemed to involve all junior academies within the Tiando Empire. Wu Yi's academy, the Tiando Royal Academy, a merger of junior and intermediate institutions, naturally served as the host for this gathering. Each academy was required to send 3 students to participate, and as the hosting academy, Dinson hoped that Wu Hee would take Mi-er along with him. In truth, even Mi-er alone would suffice, as both she and Wu Hee had reached the pinnacle of the Great Soul Master at level 29, with only a few days of cultivation standing between them and a breakthrough to level 30. However, Wu Hee had deliberately restrained his cultivation from advancing, and Mi-er followed suit. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become the youngest soul Douluos in history. Initially, Wu Yi did not place much thought into this exchange event. Over the years, he had been both a student and a teacher, nurturing numerous talents. Within the academy, a small circle of prodigies had begun to form around him, almost exclusive to those of exceptional caliber, which led him to pay little heed to this particular event. However, when Dinson proclaimed that all junior soul master academies in Tiando were required to participate, Wu Yi could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This implied that that person might indeed make an appearance. What is the matter with you? Observing Wu Hee suddenly lost in thought and smiling foolishly, Mi-er hastily shook him to prevent him from daydreaming. Nonetheless, Wu Hee quickly regained his composure. It's nothing at all, just pondering over some intriguing matters. Wu Hee quietly explained to Mi-er, then turned to the quietly sipping tea, Dean Liang. Old man, have you been scheming to send me away all along? Why didn't you give me a heads up? In response to Wu Hee's inquiry, Dean Liang simply placed his teacup down with an air of nonchalance. Why should I inform you? You are not a faculty member of the academy. I am merely notifying you in advance. Dean Liang spoke with an air of righteousness. Yet both were subtly probing one another. Wu Hee wishes to inquire whether there are any prizes for the exchange competition. Yet it seems no one has ever mentioned this to him. After all, Wu Hee follows the 2 deans closely every day, and he is the first student to be aware of nearly all significant matters within the academy. Dean Liang is certainly aware that Wu Hee has long known about the upcoming friendly match. Inviting him to participate is tantamount to directly presenting him with an award. It appears that the affection has waned. Wu Hee turned his head, adopting a petulant demeanor. However, Dean Liang paid him no mind. After 5 years of companionship, they were already akin to 2 peas in a pod. Realizing there was little to discuss, he dismissed Wu Hee and his companion. Nevertheless, as the host, he had a wealth of informational resources readily available. As Wu Hee walked, he perused the details before him. This marked the inaugural exchange competition, a format that, while not overly intricate, proved to be exceedingly ruthless. With a perplexed expression, Mi-er turned her gaze toward Wu Hee. What does this mean? She inquired. The competition structure consists of 3 segments: the elimination round, the point-based contest, and the challenge match. Initially, there are 36 participating teams, however. The elimination rounds unfold simultaneously across 6 venues, each hosting 6 teams that plunge into the labyrinth for a chaotic battle. Ultimately, only 1 team from each venue may emerge victorious. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the cultivation of poisonous insects, where only the mightiest insect king can persevere. Following this is the point-based contest, where winning teams are awarded 1 point, losing teams incur a deduction of 2 points, and draws result in no penalties, with final rankings determined by total points accrued. While the first 2 rounds may seem straightforward, Mi-er discerned an underlying issue. Once the point rankings are established, wouldn't the outcomes be glaringly evident? Her cherubic and animated face was etched with confusion, resembling a bewildered fawn. Not so, the elimination round is fraught with uncertainties, and many formidable teams may falter within its trials. Wu Hee, drawing from his perspective as an adult from another world, provided an insightful analysis. Not all teams are as docile as sheep, for there will invariably be those who are unruly. In the labyrinth, should discord arise within a team, it is likely that members will part ways and fight independently. Consequently, the teams reaching the heart of the labyrinth will inevitably be incomplete. A fractured team may either be utterly vanquished or hastily cobbled together to challenge a more cohesive unit. Among those ultimately eliminated, there will surely be individuals who harbor grievances. Our academy's game rules resemble a lifeline, offering those eliminated teams a chance to challenge the victorious teams in the point-based contest. Yet, Mia hesitated, as if a fishbone were lodged in her throat. Are you suggesting that, while it appears fair, it does not resemble a competition but rather an examination? Wu Hee, akin to a master chef dissecting a carcass, articulated the unspoken dissonance that troubled Mir. Indeed, it is akin to granting those who fail an examination a chance for a retest. Upon hearing Wu Hee's words, Mir experienced a moment of enlightenment, promptly articulating the vague concerns that had plagued her. You are absolutely correct. This is not merely a trivial friendship exchange competition, it is an entrance examination. Wu Hai suddenly set down the documents in his hand, and in an instant, realization dawned upon him. The Empire orchestrated this endeavor to identify the hidden prodigies among the populace. Consequently, Wu Hai swiftly perused the materials and soon discovered the name of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. However, as he continued to sift through the pages, a frown creased his brow. "What troubles you, he?" The spirit of the Wuhuan team immediately tensed as they gazed in disbelief at the profiles of the competitors. To their astonishment, the representatives sent by the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu. Wu Yi murmured to himself, "This is impossible. Surely there must be some error. Logically speaking, Tang San and Xiao Wu should both be of the same cohort as me. Having ascended to the rank of Great Spirit Master, how could their academy possibly send 3 mere children of level 19 into battle?" Unbeknownst to Wu Yi, the crux of the issue lies in the calendar he observed upon awakening in the village. He had always presumed that he and Tang San were part of the same cohort of children awakening their martial souls. However, in reality, due to the fact that the brother village consisted solely of orphans, there were few to keep track of the calendar, and thus, they had been relying on the outdated calendar from the previous year. Upon careful calculation of time, it is likely that Tang San and Xiao Wu are already en route to Shrek Academy at this moment. Chapter 13. Establishing New Goals. Wu Yi meticulously combed through the historical tomes in the library, his heart brimming with conviction that he had indeed traversed back to the era of the Tang dynasty. He mused to himself, could it be that a single timeline can harbor only one time traveler? Wu Yi, in a fit of perplexity, could not fathom where the error lay, and thus found himself languishing in his dormitory, lost in contemplation. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of something. In a sudden burst of realization, he sprang from his bed, seized the calendar from his desk, and dashed outside. After a considerable time, he returned to his dormitory. His spirits deflated and collapsed onto his bed. I am truly a fool to have misjudged such crucial information. In truth, Wu Yi had long been aware of the existence of a friendly match and had been contemplating the opportunity to familiarize himself with that esteemed traveler from the past. Consequently, he had meticulously restrained his own cultivation, for the disparity between a soul sovereign and a grand soul master was profoundly evident. He yearned to engage Tang San in a duel brimming with strategy and fairness. Alas, due to a momentary lapse in attention, he had squandered this invaluable opportunity. Wu Yi swiftly adjusted his mindset. Having missed this opportunity, he resolved not to let the next one slip away. He must hasten to enhance his cultivation. For in 3 years, he would undoubtedly participate in the Grand Soul Master competition that spanned the entire continent. By then, he would not only have the chance to meet esteemed predecessors, but also to engage in a contest of skills with various formidable experts. Wu Yi gently patted his cheek and stepped outside once more, determined to head to the training grounds to diligently enhance his cultivation. As Wu Yi stepped out, Mier followed closely behind. Over the past 5 years, they had become inseparable, and Wu Yi had grown accustomed to Mier's constant presence. After a day of training, Wu Yi's cultivation had only seen a slight improvement, while Mier had already reached level 30. Originally, Mier had planned to wait for Wu Yi to also attain level 30 before embarking on their journey together. However, this year she had taken in a few prodigies who required their first soul ring, and thus, half a month prior, Mier had accepted a mission, leading her to hunt for soul rings alone. With her departure, Wu Yi indeed felt a sense of discomfort. The atmosphere around him had suddenly grown rather desolate. As dusk fell, Wu Yi, like a brilliant star, entered the martial arts arena. At that moment, the expansive arena had been ingeniously divided into 6 labyrinthine battlefields. Though referred to as mazes, they resembled 6 uniquely styled sanctuaries for cultivation. The academy had endowed each battlefield with the wondrous functionality of a simulated training ground. A magnificent display that undoubtedly revealed the institution's grand ambitions. Certainly, for those children who had yet to endure the trials of the world. Witnessing these battlefields would likely ignite a fervor within them, stirring their youthful spirits. Wu Yi pondered the 2 sets of armor adorning his form. While they augmented the duration of his fusion and curtailed the expenditure of his soul energy, they still rendered his aspiration of employing both sets consecutively unattainable. Ever since he acquired the Black Rhino armor, he had conducted personal experiments. It appeared that when his remaining soul energy dwindled below 50, summoning the subsequent set of armor became utterly impossible. By this calculation, if Wu Yi wished to utilize the armors in succession, he would need to attain the cultivation level of a soul emperor. However, by the time he reached such heights, what necessity would there be for a Soul Emperor to rely on armors that could only exhibit the prowess of a Soul King? Wu Yi could only manage a wry smile, yet he sensed that the armor possessed the potential for further enhancement. When he first acquired the Wind Eagle armor, its displayed combat power was approximately at the level of 51 or 52. However, upon obtaining the second set, the Black Rhino armor, his combat prowess skyrocketed by 2 levels, akin to a rocket's ascent. Following this pattern, it is reasonable to surmise that upon gathering all 5 sets of armor, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a Soul Emperor. Wu Yi strolled leisurely through the training grounds, ultimately discovering a relatively vacant area that had yet to be claimed by the gathering. Without hesitation, he summoned the Black Rhino armor. The armor resembled a war deity emerging from the depths of darkness, its overall hue a mysterious and profound black, adorned with dazzling blue and silver crystals reminiscent of a starry sky, creating an atmosphere that was both chillingly enigmatic and immensely powerful. The armor's contours flowed like a graceful dragon, exhibiting a unique beauty that was both resilient and alluring. The Black Rhino armor bore only 2 weapons, the invincible meteor spear and the versatile silver shield. The silver shield, strikingly different from the original water shield of the Black Rhino armor, was twice its size. Its design displayed a silver-black sheen, with the front featuring a formidable rhinoceros head. The horns of the rhinoceros, though of disparate sizes, both gleamed with a sharp luster. The smaller horn possessed a magical quality, capable of randomly unleashing currents of electricity and icy spikes. When the electric current struck, it would briefly paralyze the enemy for 2 seconds. If the icy spike hit, it would encase the foe in ice for the same duration. Both effects bore similarities in their attack potential. Yet when paired with the unique attributes of the Black Rhino armor, they transformed dramatically. The Black Rhino armor belonged to the water attribute, and regardless of the effect triggered during an attack, it could instantaneously convert single target damage into far more potent area damage, even enabling multiple control sequences. However, what truly captured Wu Yi's attention was the weapon compendium that old Liang procured for him. A dear old friend of his had a profound passion for various weapon spirits, and thus recorded a manual detailing the proper usage of an array of weapons, along with corresponding countermeasures. Though it was Liang's first time taking on a disciple, his expertise lay solely with the mace, leaving him somewhat lacking in knowledge of other weaponry. Hence, he sought out this tome for Wu Yi, which, despite merely being an introductory guide to the fundamental uses of 100 weapons, proved far more intricate and fluid than the innate knowledge of the armor when Wu Yi wielded the meteor spear. His combat prowess was significantly enhanced, no longer merely a vessel of potential without a means to manifest it. After practicing several rounds, Wu Yi set down the spear and erected 3 dummies nearby, preparing to hone some specialized skills. Observing Wu Yi's actions from above, old Liang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He had not been blind to Wu Yi's training, having clandestinely observed him on numerous occasions, and had often requested demonstrations of the techniques Wu Yi had employed to defeat him 5 years prior. Each time, Wu Yi showcased his skills while playfully reminding him, "Old man, don't be stubborn. Your cultivation level is too low for you to perceive it." Each utterance of these words invariably infuriated the old man Liang. However, he believed that the reason for his inability to perceive was due to the proximity. He could not fathom the existence of a special skill capable of exerting control over such vast expanses. Thus, Liang devoted 5 years to ascertain the observable range. Yet this time, he truly witnessed something extraordinary. The spiritual perception of the Soul King extended remarkably far. He stood 10 kilometers away from the place where Wu Yi was practicing, elevated in position, and from his vantage point, Wu Yi appeared no larger than an ant to the naked eye. Chapter 14. Mi-Er wept observing Wu Yi with his long spear firmly positioned beside him. His hands clasped together at his abdomen, a surge of energy erupted, expanding violently like tumultuous waves. Nonetheless, this time, Dean Liang found himself just outside the reach of this energy. Although this force was formless and intangible, making it elusive, the Soul King, Liang, could still faintly sense an unusual presence. With a swift turn, Wu Yi seized his long spear, executing a rapid iron mountain strike akin to a tempest, instantly advancing towards the 3 puppets. Following this, the spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a series of thrusts, sweeping motions, and upward jabs, culminating in a dazzling array of spear techniques. In the past, should a puppet have been struck by such a combination, it would undoubtedly have shattered into fragments. Yet, from a distance, The three puppets appeared utterly unscathed, provoking a sense of bewilderment. Was it the formidable defense of this armor, as solid as rock, that diminished his offensive prowess? Though Dean Liang murmured to himself. He had personally experienced the immense power of this armor and had not witnessed the anticipated decline in attack potency or strength. As confusion swirled in his mind, Wu Hui transitioned his weapon to the silver shield. Although this handheld shield appeared diminutive in his grasp, it transformed into an indomitable barrier. He unleashed his strikes with a fist-fighting technique, producing an unexpected effect. Lightning flickered from his hands, accompanied by glimmering ice blades that struck the three puppets like concealed projectiles. At that moment, Dean Liang suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Within a certain radius, others seemed to be ensnared by an immobilizing spell, halting all actions. This was particularly evident among the 6 principal workers of the special battlefield, who stood frozen like marionettes under command. If only 1 or 2 had been affected, it might have been dismissed as an isolated incident, but within the vast area centered around Wu Hui, all individuals, flora and fauna, even the drifting leaves in the air, had ceased movement. Dean Liang finally caught a whiff of an enigmatic aura related to time. As if hidden within the currents of time lay secrets unknown. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wu Hui regained his poised stance with the spear at his side. In an instant, that viscous, syrup-like energy dissipated like a phantom, and everything reverted to its original state. In mere moments, the surrounding clamor and everyone's actions resumed as if the fleeting passage of time had gone unnoticed, each individual methodically continuing their tasks. Indeed, a mere 10-second discrepancy would hardly raise an eyebrow. At last, Dean Liang comprehended the terrifying nature of Wu Hui's skill, crashing upon his psyche like a tumultuous wave. As he pondered, he beheld the grim fate of the 3 puppets, a veritable nightmare. Although these puppets were crafted from wood and foliage, they had endured repeated assaults of lightning and the relentless onslaught of frost, and this was far from over. Dean Liang had witnessed the sheer ferocity of the blade flashes each time he had requested Wu Hui to demonstrate his skills, rendering defense an arduous endeavor. This was no mere challenge. For the first time, the old man truly grasped the horror of this ability, feeling utterly lost, like a headless fly, unable to conceive a means of counteraction. If one cannot execute a swift response in passive defense, the ultimate outcome can only mirror that of the 3 puppets, reduced to ashes after a relentless barrage. The entire spectacle is utterly breathtaking. Initially, one might marvel at the release mechanism in ignorance, yet upon uncovering its workings, one is left with a chilling dread akin to plunging into an icy abyss, uncertain of how to respond. After the attempt with the 5-in-1 technique, a sense of discomfort lingered in Wu Hui's heart, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, sending chills down his spine. That singular endeavor had nearly exhausted the fusion time of his armor, and he had practiced various gun attacks, achieving an overall effect that was, at best, passable. However, Wu Hui felt that the effectiveness of these attacks paled in comparison to that of the Wind Eagle armor. Although the apparent damage was substantial, he had just exerted himself to the point of breathlessness, barely matching the prowess of the Wind Eagle armor. Fortunately, the Zen Seal proved to be usable with all 5 elemental armors, though its staggering consumption was truly astonishing. It was essentially a lifeline in dire straits, yet once invoked, it felt akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss, difficult to escape. Nevertheless, with circumstances as they were, there was little choice. With the demon sealing talisman unable to summon aid and lacking a formidable finishing move, victory necessitated the possession of a unique skill capable of delivering a decisive blow. Thus, Wu Hui resolved to adopt a cautious stance, deciding to minimize its use henceforth and to diligently study the various self-created soul techniques devised by his predecessors. Over the years of dedicated cultivation, Wu Hui had gained considerable mastery over his armor. The Wind Eagle armor, for instance, moved through the forest like a nimble bird, able to swiftly navigate between trees and even conceal itself within dense foliage for extended periods, thereby prolonging its duration. The Black Rhino armor, on the other hand, was elusive in aquatic environments. With a mere thought, Wu Hui could effortlessly blend into the water, appearing in any corner, and could even momentarily coalesce massive body parts or weapons. Given these circumstances, Wu Hui even harbored hopes that the Academy might bend the rules to place him in an area where the water element could interact with the wood element. Such an arrangement would allow him to astonish everyone. However, all of this remained suspended in the realm of his delightful fantasies, as time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. And 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Mier returned, her spirit utterly shattered. accompanied by a company that was notably diminished by 2 children. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she burst into tears like a dam that had broken. And no amount of consolation could assuage her grief. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault," she lamented. It turned out that 2 children had inadvertently provoked outsiders during a soul-hunting expedition. Mier had stepped forward to help, but her efforts were in vain, ultimately resulting in the shattering of the 2 children's martial souls, leaving them with little hope of ever becoming soul masters again. Even Mier's 3rd soul ring had been ruthlessly seized before her eyes. The adversary's martial soul was exceedingly peculiar, possessing the uncanny ability to directly snatch the soul rings of hunted soul beasts from others. Upon hearing this news, the high-ranking officials in the dean's office instantly adopted grave expressions. With the competition set to commence in less than a week, how could they possibly swallow the indignation of their students suffering such bullying right at the school gates? Wu He shared a similar sentiment and, without hesitation, swiftly assembled a formidable team of nearly 100 individuals. Those who dared to assault our Junior Royal Soul Master Academy would undoubtedly witness the formidable prowess of our institution. Chapter 15. The soul was consumed. Almost all of the core students from the Junior Academy surged forth like a tidal wave. Such a grand display would be impossible for the dean to overlook. However, it was too late to impede their advance. Although Wu He had not deliberately forged a faction over the past 2 years, those who had benefited from his small acts of kindness were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Most importantly, the academy had always upheld the principle of strength as paramount, and Wu Yi's martial prowess was unparalleled among his peers. Many held him in high esteem and were eager to follow him. Coupled with their tender age of merely 10 or 11, they were a group filled with youthful fervor and camaraderie. Thus, upon his call, they rallied to him without hesitation. "Boss Wu, Boss Wu, Boss Wu." Although Wu Yi did not become overly elated amidst the voices of his companions, he could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had only summoned a few acquaintances, all of whom possessed strength at the 25th or 26th level, capable of providing him with some support against the Great Spirit Master team. However, to his surprise, a multitude of individuals followed him closely right from the outset, leaving Wu Yi reluctant to reprimand them, leading him to accept their presence. At that moment, it dawned on Wu Yi to inquire with Mier about the events that had transpired, something he had completely overlooked in his previous anxiety. Yet, he failed to notice that he had not been so impulsive in the past. Mier began recounting the tale, stating that she had set out that day with 2 teachers and 3 junior students. In the Spirit Beast Forest, they discovered a 300-year-old blue-silver grasshopper and an emerald dragonfly. The age of these 2 spirit beasts was a perfect match for the 2 young boys, as not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent of Wu Yi, who could absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring with his first. Most individuals had to adhere to the limitations dictated by spirit rings. The 2 spirit beasts appeared as if they were tailor-made for them. Mier swiftly released 2 arrows, striking the creatures directly and shattering their wings, rendering them incapable of flight, just as the 2 boys absorbed their spirit rings. A tongue shot forth like lightning towards the spirit beasts that had just lost their rings, instantly startling everyone into a heightened state of alert. The attack was chilling. Despite the dragonfly and grasshopper being no larger than an adult's fist, the tongue moved with the speed and agility that belied a mere 100-year spirit beast. Fear gripped Mier, for this was her first encounter with such a situation, while her 2 teachers, possessing relatively more experience, remained composed. Numerous spirit beasts preyed upon grasshoppers and dragonflies, but only a scant few possessed long tongues: frogs, chameleons, salamanders, and giant salamanders. As they pondered the situation, the tongue struck again, swiftly snatching away another spirit beast's carcass. This time, Mier fixed her gaze intently in the direction from which the tongue had emerged and, at last, caught sight of its source. It was a fire bullfrog, its body ablaze with a fiery red hue, and although its tongue appeared pink, it left a burnt scent in the air. While the age of the spirit beast was indiscernible, Mier felt that its size suggested it was at least 1,000 years old, making it an ideal candidate for her 3rd spirit ring, especially since it had instilled fear in them. Without hesitation, Mier unleashed 3 arrows, augmenting them with her 1st and 2nd spirit techniques, enhancing both their penetrating power and speed. However, the arrows did not strike the spirit beast as anticipated. It did not evade, but rather displayed an expression of fear akin to that of a human. The arrows halted abruptly less than a meter from the beast as a figure gradually materialized. This person grasped Mier's arrows tightly and, in an instant, crushed them. "How dare you think you can harm my son? as the shadow emerged. A teacher beside Mir gasped in astonishment, exclaiming chameleon. The term not only referred to the individual's martial spirit but also served as their nickname. However, as the figure turned to regard the teacher's outburst, a sneer of disdain flickered across their face. Mir, filled with curiosity, glanced at the teacher. Realizing that they must be acquainted, yet the tone conveyed a palpable disdain. Chameleon, how dare you? A student expelled from the Intermediate Academy. Set foot in the sacred soul beast forest of our institution. The word expelled resonated like a thunderclap, instantly piquing the curiosity of several students. Enough of your prattle. That wretched person dared to harm my son. You shall pay the price. The chameleon's gaze swept over Mir's shoulder, locking onto the two boys who had just acquired their soul rings, their martial spirits at the ready. His eyes gleamed like a ravenous wolf, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, akin to a specter. While the others remained in stunned silence, Mir's senses sharpened, her ears attuned like radar. Be careful, she cried out, swiftly launching 2 arrows towards the boys. Startled and bewildered by the sudden attack from their senior, they hesitated, yet even knowing they were outmatched, they summoned their martial spirits. Mia sensed something was amiss. Despite having fired her arrows, the chameleon had yet to move. However, at the very moment the boys unleashed their martial spirits, he sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. It dawned on Mir that he was not afraid of her assault. Rather, his true target lay elsewhere. There was no time for defense. Her arrows had merely served as a feint, lacking any real power, intended solely to obstruct the boys' movements. The 2 young ones, filled with trepidation, jumped aside in unison, but before they could regain their balance, they felt as if they were kites severed from their strings, soaring helplessly upward. Suddenly, a tongue as hard as diamond shot forth like a released arrow, sweeping away their martial spirits in a single stroke. Within 3 seconds, both boys collapsed to their knees. Cradling their heads in agony, their faces twisted in torment as if subjected to unspeakable torture. What is happening? Mir rushed over to assess them. One boy, barely conscious, murmured before losing consciousness, my martial spirit. Shattered. How could this be? While martial spirits are not known for their resilience, she had only heard tales of them being destroyed by overextending soul rings, never of them being devoured. Before her eyes, the large frog reverted to human form. Yet it bore little resemblance to a true human, its head appearing particularly grotesque. My son is my magnum opus. His martial spirit is the mutated devouring frog, capable of consuming various adversaries to enhance its power. Those 2 pathetic boys' martial spirits are truly a splendid source of nourishment. The figure of the man emerged, one hand gently caressing his son's head while he laughed maniacally. Chapter 16. Half-Orc. Chapter 17. The death-defying counterattack. The chameleon flickered like a wraith, disappearing from sight in an instant. Wu He suddenly raised his voice, shouting, "Run! The threat is upon us." In an instant, everyone understood the urgency of the situation. The martial spirits manifested, and soul techniques erupted like brilliant fireworks. Had this been a performance at the academy, the spectacle of such soul techniques would have been breathtaking. However, at this moment, they were fleeing for their lives, facing an enemy capable of vanishing from sight, leaving them utterly unaware of the direction from which an attack would come. In a fleeting moment, nearly everyone fled like startled birds, yet Wu He and Mi-Er remained steadfast, for they understood that their adversaries had yet to make a move. Mi-Er relied on her keen hearing, while Wu He focused intently on the shifting air around them. Invisibility was not invincibility. After all, the essence of the enemy remained tangible, and even the swiftest movement would leave traces. The primary target of their foes remained unknown, and Wu He dared not hastily merge with Mi-Er, for a misjudgment could yield disastrous consequences. As the standoff continued, with neither side taking action, Wu He finally awaited the arrival of a dazzling signal, a firework he had meticulously prepared for his close companions. In a moment of dire urgency, should they successfully escape, he would launch this firework to signal safety to the others. Wu Yi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, began to ease slightly. "Mi-Er, why do you not depart?" Wu Yi inquired anxiously. "I wish to fight alongside you." Mi-Er replied with few words, her eyes scanning the surroundings with the keen precision of a hawk. At that moment, the chameleon was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. His martial spirit was not particularly adept in offensive capabilities. Thus, during his training, he had predominantly chosen soul skills aligned with the roles of an assassin or scout. Even the slightest movement on his part would draw the piercing gaze of Wu He, as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. The burst of fireworks, too, had not escaped his notice, and he could surmise its implications, stirring a mix of irritation and a tempered anger within him. For the two individuals before him appeared to possess a talent that seemed to eclipse that of all others combined. Having let my prey slip away, I shall take my frustrations out on you. As the chameleon made a move, both individuals sensed his intent immediately. Wu He's black rhinoceros armor melded together, transforming him into an impregnable fortress. Simultaneously, Mir drew her dragon and phoenix bow, preparing for a synchronized attack. Though she could discern the general direction of the threat by sound, the chameleon evaded with the ease of a cunning rabbit. Just as he lunged a dagger towards Wu He, a shield materialized before him like an impenetrable wall. Allow me to instruct you on the art of combat. A cheerful yet provocative voice emerged from behind the shield, resonating like thunder on a clear day. The obsidian armor of the 5-in-1 black rhinoceros gleams with a sinister radiance, exuding an imposing presence that evokes the very essence of a war deity, instilling a profound sense of dread. With a subtle tremor of the dagger embedded in his shield, Wu He sent it fluttering aside like a fallen leaf. Subsequently, his fist descended upon the chameleon's soul master with the weight of a hammer, revealing the once invisible opponent whose camouflage had faltered. In an instant, Wu He unleashed a powerful iron mountain strike, propelling his adversary as if a mountain were crushing an egg. At the same time, his hands moved with the swiftness of a tempest, seamlessly transitioning his weapon to the Lu Xing spear. In that fleeting moment, the chameleon's soul master, sent soaring high into the air, resembled a kite pinned in the sky, helpless under the point of Wu He's spear, with no chance of descent. It was not that Wu He wished to forsake him, rather, the inability to release his lethal strike resulted in this series of awkward continuations. Nonetheless, it was this seemingly trivial control that allowed him to dominate a once mighty soul master, illustrating the formidable prowess of Wu He. Meanwhile, Mir anxiously scanned her surroundings, for her son, with his frog-like head, was absent. That fellow possessed a tongue of remarkable prowess, not as sharp as a knife, yet undoubtedly akin to a whip. Just as they were poised to act, a colossal toad surged forward like an arrow, crashing into the black rhino armor, sending it staggering backward, even in its strongest shield form. The black rhino armor felt the impact of the gigantic toad, its arm tingling slightly, yet it quickly regained its defensive stance to withstand further assault. The toad's size was astonishing. In Mir's description, Wu He had not envisioned such a behemoth. As he pondered whether these two toads were indeed the same, the enormous creature abruptly transformed into human form. Although the figure appeared quite bizarre, it undeniably bore the semblance of a human. Comparing the toad's previous and current forms in her mind, Mir mused about how many souls it must have consumed to grow from a small, innocent creature into such a monstrous entity. The great toad turned its gaze towards Wu He, but, in an instant, exchanged a fleeting glance with Mir. This brief encounter permanently locked its attention upon her. Mir keenly sensed the toad's malevolent intent, perplexed as to why this grotesque being had chosen her as its target. Its head was covered in repulsive bumps resembling malignant tumors, provoking both anger and amusement within her. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, any misstep could lead to her demise. The dragon and phoenix bow in her hands felt as though it might spark with fire from her strain. Yet against the stealthy chameleon, it proved nearly useless. Yet the chameleon faced Wu He, whose every movement, even each breath, was indelibly etched into Wu He's mind, rendering any thought of evasion a mere fantasy. In this moment of a two-on-two confrontation, Wu He believed he could engage, despite Mir's apprehension of impending hardships. And the chameleon was no exception. Though lacking a decisive technique, Wu He felt assured that seizing a fleeting opportunity could lead them to their demise. And in a heartbeat, he captured that chance. After all, amidst the fervent chaos of battle, a momentary advantage is as ephemeral as a shooting star. Zenseal, let me enlighten you on the essence of true combat. May you find peace. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, this also signified a gruesome fate for the adversary. In mere seconds, a tempest of thunder cascaded between the two. And as they attempted to resist, an endless barrage of icy blades swept towards them like a tempest. Furthermore, the unavoidable 108 strikes launched from every direction with ferocious precision. When Wu He cast his gaze once more, the chameleon was already spewing black blood, teetering on the brink of death. However, until its final breath, it could not comprehend how, despite possessing the strength of a soul master and the toad-wielding near-soul master prowess, it met its demise at the hands of two mere youths who had yet to attain even the rank of soul respect. Chapter 18, Lin Bei. Upon witnessing the chameleon's defeat, the two felt an immense relief, the weariness washing over them like a tidal wave. Yet, in the next moment, A pressure akin to Mount Tai descending upon a fragile egg loomed from above. Wu Yi was taken aback, realizing that by eliminating the younger one, he had inadvertently attracted the elder. You two truly possessed the audacity akin to that of a bear and a leopard. A familiar voice, akin to a tranquilizing agent, allowed the two individuals, who were on high alert, to fully relax. It turned out that the core students of the academy, who had retreated, had encountered Dean Liang and gathered together. Therefore, the moment this signal was emitted, several deans of the academy arrived as if descending from the heavens. Before they could even comfort the students, Dean Liang sensed the temporal fluctuations emanating from Wu Yi. In that instant, he felt a sense of urgency, akin to an ant on a hot stove. He had already witnessed the full extent of Wu Yi's skill, and regrettably, this time he found himself ensnared within its range. Despite his desperate haste, he felt as if paralyzed. Thus, the moment the skill concluded, Dean Liang summoned all his strength and rushed forth with unparalleled speed. He could not bear the thought of his beloved disciple meeting an untimely demise in the next moment. However, as he had anticipated, the skill was nearly invincible against those below the soul sage level. After all, it was a formidable control soul technique capable of halting time within a certain radius. Those unfamiliar with its principles would find it impossible to counter. Even if one understood the underlying mechanics, lack of strength rendered them powerless. Who bestowed upon you two the authority to lead the charge against the enemy? Are you not aware that advancing without complete knowledge of the enemy is a cardinal sin in military strategy? If next time, the disparity in strength between you and your opponent is too great, or if reinforcements fail to arrive in time, can you envision the calamity that could ensue? Dean Liang unleashed a tempestuous reprimand upon Wu Yi, for in this regard, Wu Yi had indeed acted with reckless abandon. Once the matter was concluded, everyone returned to the academy like weary birds returning to their nests. Before heading back, Wu Yi personally assisted Mi-Er in acquiring her third soul ring. By a small riverbank, an unhatched frog egg lay, resembling a sleeping infant, quietly soaking in the mingling waters of yellow and blue blood. The subtle movements within the egg mirrored the rhythm of a heartbeat, brimming with the pulse of life. Upon returning to the academy, Mi-Er transformed, becoming the undisputed leader of the junior division. In the entire junior division, even the teachers struggled to match her prowess. Nevertheless, Mi-Er had yet to pass the entrance examination and was still advancing her studies in the junior division. With only 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, Mi-Er and Wu Yi exhibited seamless cooperation, but they still needed to further synchronize with the support soul master, Lin Bei. Originally, Lin Bei was considered the foremost prodigy in the junior academy, but since Wu Yi and Mi-Er's enrollment, his status had plummeted like a falling star. Lin Bei's martial soul was the 7-colored stone, a rare variant with distinctive support effects. His assistants aimed to compensate for deficiencies, such as his first soul skill, soul power. The effect is not merely to replenish soul power, but rather to restore a soul power bar in a percentage form based on the remaining soul power state of the recipient, returning it to its original state as if it had never been consumed. The second soul skill pertains to physical strength, and its effect is similarly remarkable. However, this is not the most unique aspect of his martial spirit. After each release of his soul skill, there is a subsequent stage, and it is this second stage that holds the key. The law of conservation of energy applies equally in the Douluo continent. While Lin Bei restores the physical and soul power of others, he too experiences a depletion of his own energy. Therefore, the secondary release of his soul skill proves to be particularly practical. Within a certain range, after augmenting his allies with soul skills, he can also impose a formidable debuff upon enemies within that vicinity. The soul skills and physical strength provided to his teammates are drawn from the foes, and Lin Bei must expend some of his own soul power to maintain the continuity of his skill. 3 years prior, when Wu Yi first heard of this individual, he was overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a surging tide. However, at that time, Lin Bei was proud and haughty, reminiscent of a peacock, steadfastly refusing to team up with Wu Yi. Now, the wheels of fate have intricately woven them together, and Lin Bei has matured significantly through the trials of time, his former arrogance having receded like the tide. Their collaboration naturally requires time to refine. The three of them articulated the utility of their respective soul skills and ultimately settled on 2 strategies. Within the labyrinth, Wu Yi boldly took the lead, striving to eliminate all adversaries in the shortest time possible. In the ensuing attrition battles, with Mi-Er as the focal point, Wu Yi must exert every effort to conceal his identity. This sudden change has significantly increased Wu Yi's responsibilities. Should there be a need for stealth, then Wu Yi's soul skill would be akin to a sealed sword, rendered useless, with his entire martial spirit reduced to a mere ornamental facade. Wu He was compelled to undergo a brief yet intensive training session, delving into the art of weaponry while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the immense power of his Grand Soul Master level. Furthermore, he and Lin Bei needed to develop a synergy, deeply understanding the unique characteristics of each other's soul techniques. However, who could have anticipated that, after less than an hour of this adjustment, all three would reach their limits? Lin Bei suddenly realized that after Wu He executed his soul technique, his soul power remained unyielding, akin to a mountain, showing no signs of decline, as if he were under a binding spell. Yet, his physical stamina plummeted precipitously, akin to a slide, in direct correlation with the intensity of the armor's abilities. Even more troubling was the fact that at the very moment the armor's duration ended, his mental acuity, physical strength, and soul power would all plummet sharply, resembling a flood breaching a dam. This scenario signified that Lin Bei must pay heightened attention to Wu He at the instant the armor's effect concluded. He needed to reinforce the soul technique's efficacy once again. Otherwise, the drastic withdrawal could potentially sever the bridge of their skills, leading to a catastrophic tactical blunder. Upon realizing this, they began a frenzied series of tests on the armor-switching technique, resulting in Mi-Er being the first to succumb. The sensation of having one's soul force, physical strength, and mental energy drained in an instant was a feeling that Wu He had never shared with anyone before. It was remarkably amicable. Soon, 2 days had swiftly passed, during which Wu He diligently practiced weaponry in the mornings, coordinated training in the afternoons, and succumbed to exhaustion by nightfall. For the first time in 5 years, he experienced a blend of tension and fatigue. Despite the fact that he was virtually assured of securing the top position in the competition, he applied himself with earnest dedication. Aside from their initial collaborative testing, Mi-Er participated solely in coordination training. When Lin Bei suggested practicing armor transitions with Wu He, Mi-Er promptly summoned the elderly Liang. This left Liang appearing rather listless during the opening ceremony of the exchange competition. Chapter 19. The competition begins as the curtain of the opening ceremony was about to rise. The entire academy was enveloped in an atmosphere charged with tension and excitement, akin to an invisible net ensnaring every individual. The students, clad in their immaculate uniforms, resembled warriors poised for battle, their faces radiant with anticipation and exhilaration, embodying a fervent desire for victory and a relentless pursuit of honor. With the dean's impassioned inaugural speech, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, the audience was instantaneously stirred into a frenzy of applause and cheers. The teams from the junior colleges entered the arena with heads held high, their strides vigorous and dignified, reminiscent of a ceremonial guard awaiting inspection, each exhibiting the unique charm of their respective institutions. Following this, the various colleges streamed in, taking their designated positions. Dressed in coordinated attire, they resembled a bouquet of blooming flowers, each vying for attention and showcasing the distinct personalities of their elite members. The entire opening ceremony radiated a grand ambience, reminiscent of a magnificent concert, allowing everyone to feel the vigor of youth and the passionate melodies of ambition. In the eyes of the students shimmered the light of confidence and the flames of pride, as if they had already envisioned the fierce sparks colliding on the competition field. Each individual was resolute in their pursuit of victory, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a delectable prey. Observing the pompous demeanor of those young brats, Wu He couldn't help but murmur to himself, honestly feeling a twinge of regret about the training sessions over the past few days, deeming them utterly futile. However, not everyone shared Wu He's sentiments. As they beheld the entering teams, Mi-Er and Lin Bei were as exhilarated as two jubilant little birds. For not everyone possessed the maturity of spirit that Wu He did, whose youthful body belied a soul well into its 20s. Especially when listening to the impassioned speeches from Old Sun and Old Liang, Wu He felt akin to a hypnotized little lamb, growing increasingly drowsy. After all, he had been inundated with such motivational platitudes in his past life that his ears were nearly calloused from it. Nonetheless, the competition soon transitioned to the crucial draw for the elimination rounds. What took Wu He by surprise was that everyone was to draw lots, with all arenas divided into 6 numbered zones. The team captain was responsible for selecting the arena, while the others would randomly draw one from the 6 numbered zones corresponding to that arena. This time, Wu He was utterly taken aback, as he looked up in search of Old Liang, only to find no trace of him anywhere. Wu He suddenly realized that he had been deceived. Much like a naive little monkey, spinning in circles, his original plan was flawless. At the outset, he charged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, swiftly sweeping away the other teams with him as the core. However, the reality proved contrary to his expectations. Each small team, comprised of 3 members, was randomly assigned to their respective zones, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, making it challenging for team members to achieve synergy in the short term. Ideally, each team should be equipped with either a support spirit master or a control spirit master. Yet, given the current circumstances, teams positioned in such a manner were undoubtedly in the most perilous situation. As he prepared to enter the battlefield, Wu Yi shared a tacit understanding with Mier. Disregarding all else as they surged toward the center of the arena, certain they would reunite, Lin Bei remained silent at this moment. His task was straightforward, to ensure his own safety until the very last moment. What appeared to be a simple endeavor was, in truth, a formidable challenge. To endure until the end, he must eliminate the other 2 members from his starting area. Otherwise, even if he attempted to flee, he would find himself trapped between a wolf ahead and a tiger behind. Before the trio could finalize their strategy, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and everyone transformed into a streak of light, teleported into the competition arena. Simultaneously, the voice of the referee echoed once more, assuring all students that they could engage in fierce combat without worry. Should a student sustain a fatal injury, they would be forcefully teleported out by the protective array, signifying their elimination. Upon hearing this proclamation, the students scattered across the arena felt their initial trepidation dissipate like clouds blown away by a spring breeze. Some became even more exhilarated, rolling up their sleeves like warriors set to march, eager to showcase their prowess. However, it must be noted that this simulated arena was akin to a double-edged sword for some, significantly accelerating their training speed by 2 or 3-fold. As Wu Hai descended, he assumed a combat stance, only to be astonished to find himself surrounded by an eerie emptiness within a 10-meter radius. It was then that he meticulously revisited the rules, suddenly realizing the insidious nature inherent within them. A total of 36 teams participated in this contest, ideally distributed across each arena with 6 teams apiece, each team comprising 3 members. This configuration would mean that in each of the 6 designated areas within the arena, precisely 3 individuals would be allocated. However, this was merely a theoretical scenario. It had never been asserted that the teams across the 6 arenas were evenly dispersed. It was merely stated that ultimately, only one team could emerge victorious from each arena. Furthermore, within each arena, the distribution of participants among the 6 zones was neither equal nor fixed. Thus, while Wu Hai found himself in solitude, others might be engulfed in throngs of competitors. Particularly in the area where Mier was located, the situation was utterly disheartening. There, she faced a staggering 12 opponents, none of whom belonged to the same team. Had Wu Hai been present, he would have exclaimed in awe at the matchmaking mechanism. For Mier was the sole possessor of a 3rd-ring spirit, while the strongest among the 11 adversaries was merely a 22nd level soul master who had just acquired their spirit ring. The others were predominantly 1st-ring soul masters, proving that a multitude of ants can indeed overwhelm an elephant. Their collective aim was to eliminate Mier as swiftly as possible. Yet, they underestimated the resolve of youth, as they hastily engaged in combat without uttering a single word. Upon witnessing this, Mier feigned vulnerability, quietly retreating an approach taught to her by Wu Hai. Emphasizing that there was no necessity for a brawl, it sufficed to bring down the strongest opponent. Once she had distanced herself adequately, Mier concealed herself behind a tree, drawing her bow to unleash arrows. Her 3rd soul skill, Frenzied Blood, derived from the spirit of a millennium-old fervent gorilla, carried a potent effect. Upon striking an opponent, it would unleash a toxic fervor that could manipulate adversaries into attacking their own allies. The dragon form of the skill would amplify one's soul power dramatically, though at the cost of significant stamina. Observing the unfolding chaos, Mier released a vast barrage of arrows, and what had initially been a tentative skirmish erupted into pandemonium, shattering the tenuous alliances formed moments prior. Chapter 20. Come on. Pull me back. Hey. Don't chase me. I don't have that life-saving syrup. Lin Bei sprinted like a rabbit, desperately fleeing as 11 soul masters, resembling ravenous wolves, pursued him relentlessly. The origins of this frantic chase could be traced back 10 minutes earlier. He had seen Wu Hai gesturing towards him with a 3, and in an instant, Lin Bei grasped the implication. During the teleportation, everyone was rendered voiceless, akin to silenced lambs, unable even to glimpse the numerical identifiers of their teammates' zones. The gesture of the 5 and 1 signifies to him that he is situated in Zone 3, urging him to seek him out immediately. However, who could have anticipated that upon landing and opening his eyes, he would be met with 11 pairs of ravenous eyes, fixed upon him like wolves? In that instant, his heart was a tumult of panic. It was unclear who spoke first. As a student of the Heavenly Royal Academy, he was undoubtedly the strongest and should be eliminated first. In a heartbeat, the previously tense atmosphere erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, with everyone revealing their martial spirits and soul rings. What sheer misfortune! There were 6 soul masters of the second ring, 2 of whom possessed beast martial spirits. Lin Bei felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. In a mere moment, he determined a direction and fled without a backward glance, unable to utter a word of advice or introduction. However, the terrain of the forest was intricate, akin to a labyrinth. Each step had to be taken with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to a fall, and his pursuers would be upon him. At this moment, aside from Lin Bei and Mier, who were somewhat preoccupied, the others seemed relatively at ease, either locked in a stalemate or in search of companions or prey. Lin Bei was quite astute. He understood that, using the signal tower at the center of the field as a reference, he was situated in Zone 4. The order for a typical person would be clockwise, and he merely needed to sprint along the map's edge to the upper right. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. This arena had been meticulously arranged by Old Master Liang, who would hardly neglect his own disciple. While standard layouts might follow sequences like 123,456 or 654,321, the 5-in-1 arenas arrangement was a leapfrogging 1-4-2-5-3-6. Had Lin Bei known this, he would have undoubtedly bestowed a great reprimand upon Old Master Liang. Why meddle with him when he was merely the disciple? Like an arrow released from its bow, Lin Bei discarded the apparent shortcut before him and resolutely charged towards the farthest point. The hounds behind him pursued relentlessly, united in their intent. With no thought of turning against one another, their sole aim was to capture Lin Bei. Yet, they were filled with confusion, wondering why Lin Bei seemed so full of energy while they felt utterly exhausted. To add to their frustration, that detestable fellow ahead would occasionally hurl stones back at them in provocation, stoking their ire. All believed that unless they eliminated him first, it would be impossible to swallow their indignation, and thus they pursued with fervor. Tina Junior Soul Master Academy's Nyowu was eliminated due to exhaustion. Tianqing Junior Soul Master Academy's Li Lele was eliminated due to exhaustion. Tianhui Junior Soul Master Academy's Han Shun was eliminated due to exhaustion. The resounding echoes of 3 announcements reverberated across the venue, and in an instant, 3 individuals were transported away, alleviating the pressure that had burdened Lin Bei. However, those behind him were left to ponder in silence. Could the figure ahead of them possibly be a monster? We are utterly exhausted after dealing with 3 individuals. Yet his stamina remains astonishingly robust. Nevertheless, Lin Bei remained oblivious to their grievances, relentlessly charging forward towards his chosen destination, with those trailing behind him serving as his mobile sources of energy. Chase, 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 until exhaustion claims you. Lin Bei laughed heartily as he sprinted. A clever tactic imparted to him by Wu Yi during their training over the past 2 days. Wu Yi remarked, "Have you truly only ever known how to assist others? That is a sheer waste of potential. Had you encountered me earlier, I would have enlightened you. Bestow the first segment of your soul technique upon yourself, while unleashing the second segment upon others with the ferocity of a tempest, allowing them to squander their stamina and soul power to their heart's content. The more one expends, the more one shall receive, particularly with the second segment's pebbles. Once they strike a target, the effect is sustained. In moments of anger, individuals often neglect to evade concealed projectiles. Most tend to deflect or catch them with their bodies or weapons. At that time, Wu Yi sensed that Lin Bei had not fully grasped this concept, and thus led him to the dean's office for an experiment. The experiment was undeniably exhilarating, yet the consequences were quite severe. As Wu Yi had noted, none of that group of disgruntled individuals managed to evade the stones. Upon catching them, the second segment of the soul technique was activated. Throughout the ongoing tug-of-war, where the enemy advanced as Lin Bei retreated, he gradually increased his speed while maintaining a careful distance, occasionally feigning near hits from the soul technique. Were it not for the current inability to halt, Lin Bei would have certainly wished to strike a few punches at the sky. Such exhilaration, yet reality dictated otherwise. Lin Bei continued to appear as a frantic figure, occasionally tossing a handful of gravel behind him, exclaiming, "I am but a mere support. Cease your pursuit." The arena slowly constricted towards its center, a sensation only perceived by the soul masters at the periphery, as they had been eliminated. Announcements echoed above each arena, observing the steady stream of students returning to their respective academies. Most faced reprimands from their supervising teachers, while a select few instructors, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, offered their students words of consolation, acknowledging the inevitability of their elimination. After walking for half an hour without encountering anyone, Wu Yi found himself engulfed in a profound sense of boredom. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted to his left, igniting excitement within him. He discreetly retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from his soul guide ring and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Ling Ling, wait for me. A petite serpent girl was in pursuit of a solitary girl clad in a school uniform that seemed to belong to a different academy. Despite the apparent divergence in their affiliations, no confrontation ensued. One was merely walking while the other was following. We are not from the same academy. You should not trail behind me. Although Yi Ling Ling maintained an icy demeanor, she felt exceedingly vulnerable, her heart racing with trepidation. Being a pure support type, she feared that she might be swiftly eliminated. The serpent girl, assigned to this area alongside her, had no initial intent to engage in battle. They had merely exchanged introductions with the intention of parting ways. However, upon catching a whiff of a delightful scent emanating from Yi Ling Ling, Douluo decided to follow her persistently. Well, two lovely maidens, where might you be headed? A boy, rotund as an elephant, blocked their path, his face brimming with an insatiable desire and an air of overconfidence. Ladies, would you care to see my elephant? The chubby boy referred to his martial spirit, the mammoth. But Douluo only felt repulsion. Scram. Douluo's martial spirit encircled both herself and Yi Ling Ling, hissing at the pudgy boy with its serpent tongue. Chapter 21. The lecherous chubby boy Douluo's serpent venom danced like a nimble sprite, seeping forth as her martial spirit swirled around her. Her eyes began to shimmer, transforming into two radiant gems. She resembled a resplendent flower, akin to a captivating and proud young girl. The sight left the chubby boy utterly enamored, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation to caress Douluo's scaly visage. However, the toxic mist formed an impenetrable barrier, halting his advance. Yet, he assessed the situation and deemed it manageable. A brilliant golden soul ring emerged from beneath him, akin to a dazzling pearl, while the formidable phantom of the mammoth materialized behind him like a towering mountain. Martial spirit manifestation, mammoth. Upon witnessing the chubby boy unleash his martial spirit, Yi Ling Ling, standing behind Douluo, felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat cascading down her brow, trembling in fear. Conversely, Douluo was filled with exhilaration. Although she was a control-type soul master, her combat prowess was by no means inferior. First soul skill, Mammoth Trample. In an instant, a cloud of dust surged forth like tumultuous waves, while a formidable force pierced through Douluo's toxic defenses like a sharp sword. Once again, Douluo and her companion were exposed before the plump adversary, as the faint circle of poison gradually receded like a tide. Douluo emitted a soft snort, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Instead, she propelled herself forward like a bird in flight, delivering a palm strike towards the plump opponent's chest with the urgency of a tempest. Her first soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison, harbored a trace of lethal venom within her palm. As if she were a harbinger of death, one hit would suffice to eliminate the plump adversary from the contest. The lascivious glint in the plump opponent's eyes resembled that of a hawk, and in that fleeting moment, his lecherous facade seemed merely a thin veneer. The rotund figure moved with surprising agility, evading her strike with the grace of an eel. Seizing the opportunity as Douluo missed her mark, he unleashed a swift kick towards her abdomen with the speed of lightning. Douluo, realizing her attack had failed, reacted with equal swiftness. Her palm struck the ground, and she deftly adjusted her stance, akin to a dancing serpent, effortlessly avoiding the plump adversary's assault. In just one exchange, both combatants gained a vague understanding of each other's prowess. This young woman possessed a remarkable combination of skill and physique, while the plump opponent's reflexes and agility were astonishing. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield, both akin to leopards poised to pounce upon the slightest opening. A withered yellow leaf floated gracefully before them, capturing their shared attention as they awaited its gentle descent. Nearby, Yi Ling Ling, a pure support-type soul master, perspired like pearls rolling down her skin, her meager practical experience evident, as a droplet of her glistening sweat met the ground alongside the falling leaf. Both figures vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the plump adversary shifted his focus, realizing that Yi Ling Ling, hidden behind appeared an easier target, an observation not lost on Douluo. However, due to their proximity, Douluo was able to strike first. She raised her palm like a shield to block the plump opponent's kick and, in a ghostly manner, sent him flying with a powerful thrust. Yet, for Douluo, the most adept form of combat was close-quarters brawling, though her ideal opponent would be a dashing young man. The thought of grappling with this rotund figure made her shudder involuntarily. The plump adversary, observing her fluid movements in both offense and defense, maneuvered with ease. Yet the pain from his own strike felt as though it were cutting through him like a knife. At this moment, Wu Yi leisurely sat on a small mound not far away, munching on sunflower seeds. Thoroughly engrossed in the splendid spectacle unfolding before him, the fierce battle between the little snake girl and the clumsy elephant. Both had only activated the first ring of their soul abilities, yet the clumsy elephant initially appeared rather dull-witted. The chubby boy rubbed his waist, feeling waves of pain crash over him like a relentless tide, accompanied by a sense of numbness and weakness. Instinctively, he reached to touch the area, hastily lifting his shirt, only to discover a deep imprint from a shoe on his waist, along with a web-like pattern indicative of poisoning. Dreadful, that venomous woman. How careless of her to neglect protection. Under normal circumstances, the purple toxin spread slowly, akin to a snail's crawl. However, once soul power was employed, the toxin surged forth like a wild stallion, galloping tenfold. Most critically, this poison erupted once every minute, akin to a demonic curse, randomly inducing states of weakness and intensified toxicity. The intensification of the poison was like adding fuel to the fire, shortening the intervals between toxic outbreaks and thus triggering more frequent poisoning effects. As time passes, the gravity of failure in the competition pales in comparison to the peril of life itself. The hefty individual, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, understood that delay was no longer an option. Swift action was imperative. If he could locate his teammates, their purifying abilities would surely rescue him from this dire predicament. With a flicker of energy, his second soul skill, elephant form, manifested, causing his physique to swell to twice its size. His muscles tightened significantly, substantially slowing the spread of Douluo's poison. Furthermore, the elephant form allowed for the transformation of any part of his body into that of a mammoth, enabling a variety of unique combat effects. Upon witnessing the release of a 500-year soul skill, Douluo was momentarily taken aback, though her astonishment quickly subsided. After all, not everyone possessed the foundation to obtain such high-aged soul rings. Refusing to be outdone, she summoned a deep yellow 600-year soul ring, enveloping her hands in a more potent miasma of poison. Her second soul skill, toxin erosion, instantaneously amplified the damage of her toxic attributes, simultaneously accelerating the spread of toxins in those afflicted and shortening the intervals of toxic detonation. The previously dissipated protective barrier of poison reasserted itself. Noticing the dire situation before him, the hefty individual wasted no time in utilizing the formidable traits of his elephant legs to unleash a powerful stomp, intending to clear a path through the noxious fumes. Following up with his other leg, he transformed it into a trunk, striking towards Douluo like a colossal whip. Douluo deftly evaded the assault by flipping backward, launching a counterattack, her poison striking true. However, the mammoth's thick hide rendered the infiltration of toxins agonizingly slow, and she soon sensed a significant drain on her soul power. Just as the standoff intensified, a lithe figure resembling a cheetah burst forth from the nearby foliage. His first soul skill, Shadow Claw, enveloped Douluo in a flurry of clawed shadows, allowing her to finally glimpse the identity of her assailant. Chapter 22. Didn't your mother teach you to cherish the delicate? The sudden onslaught struck like a tempest, leaving Douluo no opportunity to resist. She was left to endure the full brunt of the attack, resulting in severe injuries. However, the damage was irreversible, and she withstood it as a flower battered by a raging wind, the dust swirling around her like a shroud. Ah, you wretched elephant, hiding in such a corner, frolicking with two young ladies, and you didn't think to include me. A boy, clad in a uniform strikingly similar to the hefty individual emerged. However, this boy was notably slender, resembling a tall bamboo stalk in stark contrast to his portly counterpart. Leopard Pole, is that you? I never expected my first encounter with a teammate would be you. Unfortunately, you lack a supportive martial soul, so you cannot assist me in cleansing the toxins. At this moment, the stout figure appeared somewhat weakened, were it not for his second soul skill providing arduous support, slowing the spread of toxins. He would likely have already succumbed and been eliminated. The slender figure of the leopard rod moved with an elegance akin to a model on a catwalk, revealing the refinement of his upbringing. However, his coarse eyes, reminiscent of a vulture's, betrayed a personality strikingly similar to that of the stout figure. Since setting his gaze upon Yi Lingling, his eyes seemed magnetically drawn, never straying for even a moment. In the midst of the swirling dust, Douluo Yin endured a series of swift, venomous attacks, each strike sharp as a serpent's fang, ruthlessly tearing at her flesh. The pain surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her. Yet, fortunate for her, her opponent's soul power remained at the great soul master level, falling short of the terrifying intensity of 100 attacks. However, Douluo Yin soon discovered that her wounds were healing at an astonishing pace, faint glimmers of green light flickering at the sites of injury, reminiscent of tender spring shoots. The pain receded just as rapidly, and within mere seconds, she felt no trace of anguish upon her smooth, supple skin, as if she had never been harmed at all. Seeing her wounds healed, Douluo Yin harbored no suspicions. Like a light and agile swallow, she soared beyond the confines of the dust-laden air. In a swift, tempestuous motion, she landed a powerful blow upon the leopard rod's horse-like visage, a surge of purple toxin spreading like a spider's web from the imprint of her fist. In that instant, the leopard rod was sent flying, akin to a struck top, fortunately cushioned by the sturdy figure of Xiangqiu behind him, preventing a collision with nearby trees and sparing the flora from devastation, thus earning a measure of virtue. In that moment, both Xiangqiu and the leopard rod found themselves afflicted by the toxin, particularly the latter, as the poison encroached perilously close to his eye sockets. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood that Douluo Yin was no ordinary adversary. Crucially, she was a poison-type control soul master. If they did not resolve the confrontation swiftly, the likelihood of their defeat would only increase with time. In a moment of unspoken agreement, they simultaneously launched their assaults. Xiangqiu's target remained Douluo Yin. He noted that while her martial spirit was that of a snake, suggesting a preference for close combat, she appeared decidedly averse to engaging him at close quarters. This suited his strategy perfectly. If she shunned proximity, he would attack from afar. A slight smirk graced Xiangqiu's lips as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, each strike reminiscent of an elephant's trunk, extending far and delivering tremendous force. Although Douluo Yin, as a woman, was not lacking in strength, this forced her to relinquish a combat style that was ideally suited to her. Her mind was solely focused on how to expedite the diffusion of her toxin throughout her opponent's body, incapacitating him. Yet, in her concentration on countering Xiangqiu, she momentarily forgot about the stealthy assault from the agile soul master, Leopard Rod. In truth, the moment Leopard Rod revealed himself, Yi Lingling had not hesitated for an instant. It was clear to her that Douluo Yin, relying solely on her own strength, would find it nearly impossible to defend against both adversaries simultaneously. Moreover, with Douluo Yin already battered and bruised, she promptly activated her soul skill for healing. A pristine, snow-white 9-heart begonia blossomed in her hands. Its gentle yet potent healing effects akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth, swiftly mending Douluo Yin's wounds. As a support soul master, she had been taught by both her academy instructors and her family's legacy to excel in her designated role. However, owing to her auxiliary abilities, she is often the one who is most thoroughly protected in typical combat situations. Thus, when confronted with the realities of battle, she becomes the sole vulnerability, the crucial point through which the enemy can exploit a breach. At this moment, from the corner of her eye, she glimpses a figure as slender as a bamboo pole, racing towards her like an arrow released from a bow. Although she possesses the ability to maneuver, the opponent's speed exceeds her own. The individual's martial spirit is a shadow leopard, renowned for its astonishing swiftness, so rapid that it can only be perceived as a fleeting shadow, akin to a phantasm. Upon becoming a martial spirit, the wielder perfectly inherits this characteristic of speed. Moreover, the claws of this being are extraordinarily sharp. The shadow leopard's 100 claws martial technique serves as the finest testament to this fact. Yi Lingling is acutely aware that she has no avenue for retreat and nowhere to evade, her anxiety rendering her nearly incapable of maintaining her martial spirit. Her very being trembling on the brink of collapse. Deprived of Yi Lingling's martial enhancements, Douluo Yin, in the instant of colliding fist with Xiangqiu, distinctly feels excruciating pain radiating from her arm. This is no ordinary muscle strain, but a grievous injury that has likely reached the bone. It is only at this juncture that she comprehends the source of that restorative power. Yet, wishing to turn back and rescue is now too late. Even if her speed were unparalleled, it could never outpace a purely agile assault-type soul master. In an instant, both find themselves plummeting into a chasm of passivity. A singular thought echoing in their minds. Is this truly the end? Zenseal. A subtle voice resonates. Has anyone ever told you to cherish the delicate and the beautiful? A dark figure stands protectively before Yi Lingling, his shield radiating like the dawn of hope, piercing through to her very heart. Yi Lingling gazes in disbelief at the armor before her. She is unaware of the identity of her savior. But it must be a student from a rival academy in this arena. Why does he wish to save me? This singular question occupies her mind. Chapter 23. A hook. To bully a girl. How could you bear such a wicked hand? Wu Hei abruptly raises his shield, like an indomitable fortress, deflecting the leopard's attack, and then follows through with a punch, akin to a cannonball being fired, striking fiercely against the opponent's abdomen. This seemingly simple blow, however, bears the weight of a mountain, causing the leopard to cry out in agony, nearly expelling his bile. He gazes up at Wu Hei, clad in black rhino armor, clutching his painfully throbbing belly, gasping for breath. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Upon seeing his comrade struck, Xiang Qiu ceases his entanglement with Douluo Yin, darting swiftly to the leopard's side. Leopard, are you all right? I won't die? Baogan spat vehemently to one side, wiping the corner of his mouth afterward. Although Wu Yi's previous punch had not been delivered with full force, the power unleashed was still formidable, given the armored protection he wore. At this moment, Wu Hei stood before Yi Lingling like a majestic mountain, his towering figure instilling a sense of calm within her. The martial soul in her hand once again radiated brilliance, casting a healing soul technique upon Douluo Yin, akin to a gentle spring breeze. As the warmth of healing enveloped her, Douluo Yin lightly shook her hand, and the excruciating pain that had felt like a knife cutting through her vanished without a trace, her arm's muscle strain miraculously restored. Douluo Yin also noted the imposing black rhinoceros armor, her heart brimming with curiosity, eager to uncover the origins of this hero. However, this was not the moment for such inquiries, as Wu Hei's brave intervention thwarted Baogan's assault, disrupting the plans of both adversaries, who instantly redirected their focus onto Wu Hei. Second Soul Technique, Swift Shadow Thrust. Second Soul Technique, Elephant Body. Simultaneously, Baogan and Xiang Qiu unleashed their attacks. Yet Wu Hei remained as immovable as a statue, exhibiting no intention of defense. Prior to their onslaught, he had instructed Douluo Yin to swiftly retreat with Yi Lingling, ensuring they would not be caught in the crossfire. Xiang Qiu's palms appeared as if transformed into easily wielded ivory, his hands robust like pillars, adorned with sharp tusks, each punch struck with the ferocity of a charging mammoth. Exuding tremendous power, Baogan soared into the air like a bird, channeling all his strength into his hands. Leveraging the speed enhancement of the soul technique Swift Shadow Thrust to dart around Wu Hei like lightning, seeking every vulnerable angle to launch a fierce assault. Yet, Wu Hei remained steadfast, his gaze towards the two adversaries as cold and indifferent as ice, as if looking down upon two insignificant ants. 3 minutes elapsed, and both opponents had expended more than half of their soul power, panting heavily as they stood aside, ready to mock Wu Hei as an inconsequential jester. However, upon glancing up, they beheld Wu Hei's black rhinoceros armor, still resembling an indomitable black iron tower, firmly anchored in place, having not shifted an inch. In that instant, all scornful words lodged in their throats, leaving them utterly impotent. Is this truly all the strength they possessed? With a tone as tranquil as stagnant water and as indifferent as cold ice, Wu Hei uttered those words laden with sarcasm. You two had better learn how to fight properly. In an instant, Wu Hei materialized before the two like a specter, propelled by an overwhelming inertia, his palm striking their chest with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. In that fleeting moment, the two were sent spiraling backward, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing violently to the ground. They felt as though their posteriors had been shattered into 4 pieces, and the pressure on their sternums was so intense it seemed their chests might burst apart. The already frail Baogan coughed up a mouthful of blood, laced with wisps of toxic gas. You scoundrel! Baogan weakly exclaimed. If it weren't for the poison afflicting my brother and me, who knows what we would have done to you? As Baogan struggled to articulate his thoughts, Xiang Qiu, clutching his chest, seethed with indignation. Is that so? Wu Yi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. So you mean to imply that I am taking advantage of your delicate physiques? Upon hearing Wu Hei's words, Xiang Qiu and Baogan shamefully nodded in agreement. their expressions clearly conveying their unspoken admission. Indeed, that is precisely the case. With a slight smile, Wu Yi was genuinely astonished by the audacity of these two individuals, whose faces were as impenetrable as fortress walls. Very well, he elegantly turned, addressing the two beautiful women behind him. Du Guyan, extract the poison from their bodies. Yi Ling Ling, you will be responsible for healing their injuries. Upon hearing Wu Yi's command, the two women were momentarily rendered speechless. Wait, how can you trust the words of these shameless scoundrels? Du Guyan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, within the community of soul masters, honorable and fair duels were held in high esteem. It matters not, just do as I say. These two clowns cannot stir up any trouble. Wu Yi's nonchalant demeanor was akin to a resounding slap across the faces of the two. Du Guyan, though fuming and stamping her feet in frustration, ultimately complied with Wu Yi's instructions and began to alleviate the poison from the two men. Observing Du Guyan's actions instilled in Yi Ling Ling a peculiar intuition to unconditionally trust Wu Yi. Two beams of healing light cascaded upon Bao Gan and Xiang Qiu, resembling the warming rays of the sun. In but a fleeting moment, the two slowly rose to their feet. Although they had suffered some depletion of strength and vitality, they could not help but marvel at the efficacy of Yi Ling Ling's healing. Their wounds were entirely healed. Even the internal injuries inflicted by Du Guyan's poison restored to their original state, as if they had never been harmed at all. Instantly, the lascivious smiles returned to their faces, as if mocking. Never have we encountered someone so foolish. You won't even wait for us to regain our strength. This is a fair fight now, isn't it? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, although they cursed him inwardly as a fool, they begrudgingly acknowledged his mercy. Fairness it is. Let us begin. Very well, then allow me to conclude this swiftly. With that, Wu Yi summoned the meteor spear, performing a series of impressive maneuvers, and charged directly at the two. As they witnessed him conjuring the meteor spear, they were left dumbfounded, their minds echoing a singular thought. Wasn't he using a shield? How could he possibly wield a long weapon? Wu Yi paid no heed to the thoughts of the two individuals. The meteoric spear struck them directly, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. The duo had no opportunity to react and was swiftly sent flying from the arena. At the Tianyi Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiang Qiu and Bao Gan were automatically disqualified from the competition. Though they found themselves relatively unscathed, the pain from the fall was considerable, causing them, being mere children, to burst into tears. Ah, Mama, I'm hurt. Chapter 24. Ambush. Chapter 25. Let us go. It's my turn. Chapter 26. Witness how I dominate you. The trio's gazes darted towards the source of the chilling female voice, only to discover that Mi-air, previously immobilized beneath the tree, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, an onslaught of icy arrows rained down upon them from all directions like a tempest. Instinctively, they evaded with the agility of cunning hares. Yet, whether it was their lightning-fast reflexes or their ethereal movements, every arrow seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, landing precisely 0.5 meters in front of and behind them, creating an illusion that their adversary was feeble while they themselves were invincible warriors. It was only when a fan-shaped deluge of arrows appeared simultaneously from 3 directions that they snapped back to reality, scrambling to evade the incoming assault. In their panic, they collided with one another, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. At that moment, Mi-air resembled a shadowy archer, methodically driving her prey toward an inescapable abyss. Following their collision, the fan of arrows descended upon them like raindrops. Although the impact did not inflict severe damage, the passive effects rendered them as if plunged into an ice cellar. Each individual was struck by 5 to 10 arrows. Being control-type soul masters, their defenses were inherently weak, allowing the arrows to penetrate their flesh with ease. Instantly, they were burdened with an environmental gravitational suppression of 3 to 5 units. Already fatigued, they now faced additional adversity. The wounds from the arrows, coupled with the oppressive weight of the environment, left them in a state of utter despair. Their faces turned pale as parchment, as if death were imminent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mi-air would not permit them such an easy elimination. The rate of environmental gravity escalated, and a serpentine surge of numbing electricity enveloped the trio. Even Lin Bei, who was nearby, narrowly escaped the effects, having leapt away with the swiftness of a bird. Mi-air's second soul skill, the Dragon Soul and Phoenix Soul, was utterly terrifying. The heightened environmental gravity merely complicated their movements and slowed their speed, while the lightning chain was a formidable control technique that inspired dread. The three were rendered as listless as frostbitten eggplants, exhaling white mist, as they felt as though they were reliving the bittersweet memories of their past. All they desired was to flee this terrifying place, yet they dared not act rashly, remaining paralyzed in indecision for a full 10 minutes. Only when they realized that no one was obstructing their path did they cautiously tread forward, akin to walking on thin ice. However, Mir was like a cheetah lying in wait on a branch, having anticipated this moment for quite some time. The three, oblivious to the peril, ambled towards what they believed to be safety, yet they had merely taken a single step. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to the ground as if struck by the weight of Mount Tai. The oppressive gravity bore down upon him like a heavy mountain, rendering him nearly breathless and voiceless. This individual was the third member of their group. His soul technique acted as an indomitable barrier, obstructing the flow of other soul power and even usurping a portion of their autonomy. Consequently, Mir became a mere bait for that ignoble act. Her cries for help stifled as if a hand had seized her throat, leaving her unable to utter a sound. The other two dared not assist him, forced to seek an alternate route. Yet, merely 3 steps later, they found themselves akin to kites with severed strings, soaring helplessly into the air, unable to find solid ground. This individual was the one who had employed the capture soul technique against Mir, and she wished for him to experience the same sense of helplessness she had felt. After all, those who have endured the rain often seek to tear apart the umbrellas held by others. Lastly, their leader, the one Mir most desired to confront. Not only had he leered at her with a lecherous gaze, but, more critically, his mind was as cunning and venomous as a serpent. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly pose a substantial obstacle for Wu Heye. Observing that his 2 subordinates were ensnared in dire straits, the leader dared not move about, remaining like a startled bird, paralyzed in the spot where he had been struck. He had come to realize that those seemingly harmless attacks were, in fact, invisible traps with specialized hunting attributes. The moment one stepped into their vicinity, they would be irrevocably ensnared. Those of excessive intelligence can be quite troublesome. At last, Mir emerged from the depths of darkness, her visage etched with fierce disdain and contempt. As a third-ring Great Soul Master, she had been humiliated by 3 Great Soul Masters, and she could not simply swallow this affront without retribution. Mir retracted her martial soul and, like a delicate swallow, glided gracefully towards her target. At this moment, under Lin Bei's supportive enhancement, Mir's physical and spiritual strength surged back to a robust state, much like seedlings nourished by spring rain. Even the stamina recently depleted from rapid movement and the soul power expended in unleashing skills was replenished, thanks to those 3 individuals. It is no exaggeration to assert that Mir triumphed over them using their own vitality and spirit. The leader, sporting a mustache, despite harboring thoughts of combat, found himself devoid of the strength to engage. Not to mention his nearly exhausted reservoir of soul power, he struggled even to release soul techniques, feeling a profound scarcity of energy. Presently, only his physical strength barely sustained him. After all, the disparity in soul power reserves between a soul master and a grand soul master was vast, leading to their energies being nearly siphoned dry. Although the leader retained some stamina, he dared not act rashly, thus providing Mir with an excellent opportunity for offense. He advanced with swift strides, akin to a tempest, and delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's chin. Although Mir's strength was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to send the man hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing squarely within the confines Mir had predetermined. The moment he touched the ground, the trap erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. In that instant, the mustachioed leader felt an overwhelming weakness, as if his very soul had been extracted. He could not hear, see, or even smell anything, as if all senses were fading. The only certainty he clung to was that he was still alive. For the absence of sound and the lack of air movement rendered him oblivious even to Mir's approach. 5 seconds later, the man's senses gradually returned. Yet both his soul power and physical stamina had reached their limits. Aware of his impending doom, he lay sprawled on the ground in a star shape, hoping for a benevolent soul to eliminate him swiftly. "Have mercy on me." A phrase reminiscent of past encounters echoed from afar. The two lifted their heads to behold a robust, dark figure charging recklessly through the forest, his formidable defenses rendering even a tree requiring 3 individuals to encircle utterly powerless against his onslaught. Chapter 27, The Core Zone of Tenfold Soul Power. Chapter 28, You Capture Him, Why Should We Cease? Chapter 29, United Front. Chapter 30, A Tipping Point. Poison. Yu Tianheng stared in horror at the toxic mist gradually enveloping the area, instinctively retreating a few steps. The blue electricity in his hand flickered amidst the toxic haze. Resembling stars scattered across the night sky, crackling and popping. Yet, this blue electricity was as ineffective against the poisonous fog as an ant attempting to shake a tree. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he had anticipated everything. Indeed, those who remained were all formidable. As a proud scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Tianheng naturally exudes an innate arrogance, perceiving ordinary soul masters as mere insects beneath his notice. Only those equally gifted and extraordinary are deemed worthy of competing against him. Observing the ethereal dispersal of toxic mist, a delicate web of electricity slowly envelopes him, forming an impenetrable armor that shields him entirely, preventing any poison from seeping through. Simultaneously, within the noxious haze, he catches a glimpse of a chilling glimmer, hurtling toward him like a shooting star. A spear, swift as lightning, with its tip seemingly ablaze, lunges directly at his face. Unfazed, Yu Tianheng remains composed as the spear halts abruptly at his brow, showing no inclination to advance further. With a serene smile, he locks eyes with Wu He. The two stand facing each other. What appears to be a simple test is, in fact, a subtle exchange between masters. Wu He retracted his long spear. Yet in the next instant, his figure vanished like a wraith. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng shadowed Wu Yi's movements with unwavering precision. Amidst the toxic mist, the two engaged in a dance of feints and fierce assaults, their actions a blend of deception and raw power. The claws of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clashed with Wu Yi's spear, each collision erupting like fireworks, casting vibrant sparks into the air. With every separation and convergence, a promise of even more ferocious encounters loomed ahead. Remarkably, despite the intensity of their exchanges, neither combatant exhibited any signs of discomfort. Rather, they reveled in the exhilaration of the confrontation. Lin Bei observed the evenly matched duo with astonishment, realizing that these two anomalies were grinning, while he himself found it impossible to share in their mirth. At this moment, Wu He relied solely on his physical strength in battle. However, soon he would no longer need to endure alone. Under the cover of the toxic mist, he stealthily approached the Stone brothers like a wraith. "Hey, you two simpletons," Lin Bei exclaimed, lightly tapping their shoulders, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Simultaneously, the few crystals concealed in his palms struck them with the swiftness of lightning. Startled by his voice, the Stone brothers turned abruptly, their impenetrable Xuanjia shields standing firm before them, forcefully pushing Lin Bei away, a flicker of anger crossing their faces. Yet, almost immediately, they sensed their stamina dissipating as if a dam had burst. Even their soul power seemed to evaporate like mist. Bewildered, they could only speculate on the extraordinary toxicity of the fog. Gradually, the clash between Wu He and Yu Tianheng escalated to a fervent intensity. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, Wu He unexpectedly revealed a flaw at an inopportune moment. His head slightly tilted, creating an opening. Seizing the rare opportunity, Yu Tianheng felt a tinge of unease stir within him. As anticipated, 3 arrows surged forth like venomous serpents from that gap. Yu Tianheng quickly raised his dragon claws to shield his face, initially believing the arrows were merely trifling disturbances. To his astonishment, he discovered that their force exceeded even that of a typical soul master's iron fist. Moreover, the arrows were not a disorganized trio but 9, arranged in perfect formation like well-trained soldiers, advancing towards him in an orderly manner. The power of the 9 arrows was overwhelming, akin to a torrent, sending Yu Tianheng hurtling backward. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary opponent. Executing a graceful somersault in midair, he landed deftly, half-kneeling as he stared into the depths of the toxic mist. "You despicable cowards, resorting to ambushes in a one-on-one battle." Yu Tianheng's dragon claws struck the ground in fury, as if he wished to shatter the earth beneath him. "Ridiculous. Who said anything about a fair duel? Do not be so naive." The shameless laughter of Wu He echoed in Yu Tianheng's ears, akin to an insidious melody ensnaring his senses. Just as he was consumed by frustration and on the verge of movement, he suddenly found himself subjected to a gravity 5 times greater than normal. This abrupt increase in weight bore down upon his internal organs with immense pressure. At the tender age of 11 or 12, being a prodigy, his training primarily focused on soul power, and despite being aware of his formidable beast martial spirit, he seldom engaged in physical conditioning at such a young age. As a result, the instant the quintupled gravity manifested, he nearly lost control over his martial spirit. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, intensifying his resentment towards Wu He. Very well, Yu Lot wished to engage in underhanded tactics. In an instant, Yu Tianheng was enveloped in a brilliant blue lightning, his furious visage reminiscent of a rampaging divine beast. Attention everyone, this fellow is about to unleash his full power. Before Wu He could finish his words, Yu Tianheng's figure had already vanished from his sight. In an instant, a claw lunged towards Du Guyan. During his tussle with Wu He, Yu Tianheng had not been idle. Through swift movements, he had managed to grasp the positions and intentions of everyone except his teammates. Although he had yet to detect Mier's whereabouts, he was acutely aware of the positions of others and their roles in the current scenario. His immediate concern was Du Guyan, for her toxic mist was not only lethal but also obstructed visibility, hindering his combat effectiveness. However, Control-type Soul Masters were notoriously fragile, easily dispatched with a single skill. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, the healing light that had been upon Wu He suddenly shifted to Du Guyan. Du Guyan was no fool. With deft maneuvers, she evaded Yu Tianheng's assault, and as her martial spirit manifested, her legs transformed into elongated serpentine tails. With a powerful sweep, she struck Yu Tianheng at the waist. At that moment, he found himself in a precarious position at the center of Wu He's temporary team, flanked by Du Guyan in front, Mier behind, Wu He to the left, and Lin Bei to the right. Such a central position was not one that an ordinary person could maintain. A moment's carelessness would result in catastrophic consequences. Yu Tianheng then noticed that the Shi family brothers, who had been resisting moments before, were now sprawled on the ground, having fallen swiftly, turning what he had anticipated as a test into a dire 5-on-1 confrontation. In Chapter 31, the first encounter with good fortune, Yu Tianheng still harbored hopes of resistance. Yet, the moment he stepped forward with his right foot, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surged through him, as if he were in an environment with only 1/10 of normal gravity. A moment's inattention caused his body to float like a drifting reed. However, with any movement, others followed suit like shadows. Before he could adjust his stance, Wu He's spear came at him with the ferocity of a tempest. Simultaneously, Du Guyan's fist struck like a thunderclap. In an instant, Yu Tianheng was sent sprawling, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. Disheveled and covered in dirt, transforming from a furious little wolf pup into a pitifully defeated chick, Wu He initially intended to dissuade Yu Tianheng from proceeding. Yet the obstinacy of a soul master, once ignited, is akin to an unstoppable force. Yu Tianheng simultaneously unleashed his first and second rings, desperately striving to exhaust his soul power, determined that even in defeat, he would take someone down with him. His sights were set squarely on Wu He, whom he deemed the strongest in the temporary team. He believed that if he could eliminate Wu He, the ensuing 2-on-2 battle would yield unpredictable results. However, fate often unfolds contrary to one's desires. As Yu Tianheng shakily rose once more, Wu He wasted no time, pouncing upon him like a hungry tiger, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Within a mere 3 minutes, Yu Tianheng, utterly resigned, raised the flag of surrender. It was not a matter of his inadequacy in strength, but rather a misfortune of encountering an assembly of extraordinary talents. Following Yu Tianheng's departure, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, the toxic miasma released by Du Guyan spread like a plague. The 5 individuals, seemingly in perfect harmony, stepped outside the occupied zone. Now, only we remain. Will you uphold your promises? Their expressions conveyed a silent threat. Should you dare to break your word, I shall unleash the poison. Among the 3 of Wu He, only Mier felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Wu He remained steadfast in his verbal agreement and decided to engage in a 1-on-1 duel. To everyone's astonishment, Du Guyan unexpectedly sent Yi Lingling into the arena. In an instant, both Lin Bei and Mier were left speechless. What on earth is happening? Lin Bei suddenly speculated that perhaps this was a charitable gesture. Knowing they could not win, the opponent sent forth a mere healer, too embarrassed to admit defeat. Lin Bei's wild imaginings nearly crafted a complete narrative, and given a bit more time, he might have even conjured names for future children. Despite the absurdity of his thoughts, and the fact that the opponent had sent a support character, Mier still insisted on entering the fray. However, Wu Yi firmly restrained her. What are you doing? They have already given up. Let me go. I promise I'll show mercy. Mier exclaimed, her fierce demeanor contrasting with the most endearing words. Yet, Wu Yi replied, you two stand aside and watch. You cannot defeat her. Upon hearing Wu Hi's words, Lin Bei was filled with confusion, while Mi-er seethed with anger. Mi-er was genuinely infuriated that Wu Hi claimed she, a soul sovereign, could not best a great soul master's support, especially one whose frosty demeanor seemed to harbor a touch of pitiable fragility. This seemingly delicate woman always evoked an inexplicable sense of crisis within Mi-er. Be good, listen, and wait over there. Wu Yi gently stroked Mi-er's head and said, "This is a mess of my own making, and I must resolve it myself." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was even more bewildered. What on earth was happening? How could the mere presence of a support character turn into Wu Hi's fault? Had he perhaps incurred some romantic debts in private? If Wu Hi were aware of Lin Bei's current thoughts, he would be tempted to pry open his head to understand how such a multitude of reflections could arise, and yet they bore a semblance of reason. Ultimately, Lin Bei and his companion could not resist Wu Hi's insistence and slowly stepped aside, granting the two combatants ample space to engage. Douluo Yin instinctively moved to the side, for regardless of which side emerged victorious, it bore little relevance to her. Considering she and Yi Ling were from entirely different academies, she had allowed Yi Ling to step into the fray for two main reasons. First, since the commencement of the competition, Yi Ling had rescued her from peril on multiple occasions without her healing. Douluo Yin would likely have been forced to withdraw due to injury long ago. Second, and most importantly, Yi Ling possessed a trump card, a mysterious suit of armor bestowed upon her by a legendary hero, said to unleash the power of a Soul King for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Given this factor, even if Wu Hi deployed his strongest Soul Master, Mi-er, it would undoubtedly be in vain. Thus, she had decisively relinquished her opportunity for a one-on-one duel. However, to her astonishment, the opponent chosen for the duel was none other than Wu Hi, a boy who had hardly unleashed any soul abilities throughout the contest, relying solely on conventional weaponry and martial techniques in battle. Though his tactical approach was remarkably fierce, it was still not derived from his martial soul. And without the support of a soul master, his combat prowess might not exceed that of an ordinary support character. Douluo Yin was genuinely perplexed as to why they did not allow the soul master to take the stage. Did they truly underestimate a great soul master? As Yi Ling regarded Wu Hi before her, her beautiful features grew somewhat frosty. She had seen his martial soul, which resembled a peculiar array, and it had shown no special function during combat. His soul rings had never been activated. She felt a sense of being belittled. Despite the claims of his status as a soul master, there was something inherently discomforting about the situation. Wu Hi stood awkwardly as the signal tower indicated that only 5 minutes remained. The arena shrank once more. The energy emanating from the signal tower instantly replenished the stamina of several participants, and for the first time in this arena, Wu Hi released his soul rings. His elemental light and shadow array manifested slowly behind him, and 2 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, one purple and one black. The emergence of these soul rings genuinely startled Douluo Yin and Yi Ling, for the ages of the soul rings surpassed their understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stifled a laugh, reveling in the fact that someone else was as stunned as he was at that moment. How could such a person exist? The first 2 soul rings were not merely a century old, but one was a millennium and the other a myriad of years. Douluo Yin gasped in astonishment. "You have all seen my soul rings. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first." The voice of Wu Hi was light and feeble, yet each word struck their hearts like heavy hammers. In that fleeting moment, Yi Ling felt as though her heartbeat had ceased. She slowly retrieved a vibrant green crystal from her chest, its core intricately carved with the character for wood. Upon seeing the crystal in Yi Ling's hand, Mi-er turned to Wu Hi in astonishment, suddenly grasping the meaning behind his words. Simultaneously, her anger intensified. How could he bestow such a precious first gift upon another girl? Yi Ling raised the crystal above her head, allowing sunlight to filter through it, and boldly uttered an incantation. Wind Eagle Armor, unite. Chapter 32. Wind Eagle Black Rhino. As Yi Ling proclaimed the command, the crystal in her hand shimmered like a brilliant gem, ascending gently towards the sun. In that instant, Wu Hi's first soul ring burst forth like a wild stallion, swiftly detaching and, with precision, encircling the wooden crystal before Yi Ling's astonished gaze. What was happening? Not only was Yi Ling left speechless, but even Douluo Yin was rendered dumbfounded by this unexpected scene. It was the first time he had witnessed his soul ring autonomously aiding another. Truth be told, both Lin Bei and Mi-er were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Although they had previously heard Wu Hi speak of his soul skill's alternative usage, granting another the opportunity to wield armor. This fortunate occurrence had never been experienced even by Mier, who was closest to him. Instead, it was Yi Ling who reaped the immense benefit. The purple soul ring encircling the wooden crystal resembled a sinuous python, gradually tightening. With a crisp sound of shattering, the purple ring merged seamlessly into the character for wood, akin to droplets merging with the ocean. In an instant, a massive azure eagle soared around the area like lightning, releasing a resounding cry as it landed gracefully upon Yi Ling's forehead. Soon after, a beam of sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, enveloping Yi Ling's form. The shattered crystal, as if enchanted, reassembled itself into a unique set of armor, perfectly adhering to Wu Yi's body. As the sunlight faded and the eagle's call echoed, a deep blue silhouette materialized before Wu Yi like a specter. For the first time, Wu Yi experienced the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg when facing the wind eagle armor. In the fleeting moment that the Aoki Great Eagle made contact with Yi Ling's forehead, an influx of memories not belonging to her surged into her mind like a tumultuous tide. The skills of combat, the operation of the armor, the utilization of weapons, and even the intricate details of the Wind Eagle armor coalesced within her instantaneously. It felt as though this armor had been meticulously tailored for her from the very beginning. Most notably, the use of the armor did not deplete her soul power in the slightest. The only cost was a negligible expenditure of physical strength. Simultaneously, her martial soul functioned normally, as if everything unfolded so naturally and harmoniously. Upon completing the fusion with the Wind Eagle armor, a flash of blood-red light flickered in Yi Ling's eyes, and she moved with the swiftness of a tempest. A force reminiscent of a hurricane gathered in her legs, the energy pulsating and solidifying, adorned with a delicate green luminescence as resplendent as jade. Wind God leg. Her figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, only to reappear at an elevated angle before Wu Yi. Her movements were as graceful as a dancing fairy, yet imbued with an aura of chilling intimidation. Merely gazing at the soles of the Wind Eagle armor evokes an almost palpable sense of the formidable power encapsulated within that foot. As the onlookers observed Wu Yi standing there, seemingly paralyzed and unresponsive, they were left perplexed, unable to discern his intentions. However, in the eyes of Du Guyan, Wu Yi appeared to be thoroughly terrified, his spirit shattered. Yet she could not fathom why his first soul ring had detached from him like a bird leaving its nest. In that fleeting moment, his Millennium soul ring streaked past like a meteor, and a peculiar radiance enveloped him. He gently raised his right foot and stomped lightly on the ground, causing clouds of dust to surge forth like tumultuous waves, obscuring the scene from view. Yi Ling, fixated on the swirling dust, found that it did nothing to hinder her vision. She merely perceived Wu Yi as indulging in theatrics. But in the next heartbeat, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes as she beheld an object she had long coveted. Amidst the haze, a prestigious black rhino horn gleamed with silver light, its aura radiating an indomitable will, appearing before her like a miraculous vision. Yet, at that moment, her offensive was already unleashed, as unstoppable as an arrow shot from a bow. Consequently, the Wind God leg landed firmly upon Wu Yi, and the solid impact that resonated through Yi Ling was no longer the warmth of a hero but rather the chilling glare of ice. Her form, agile as a cunning hare, executed a graceful leap, escaping the shroud of dust. Clad in the weighty Wind Eagle armor, she moved with the grace of a delicate swallow, landing securely before gently releasing her wood-based energy, akin to a lively wind disk that dispersed the dust in the arena. Du Guyan had anticipated witnessing Wu Yi collapse, for Yi Ling's strike, even without full force, was a casual blow from a five-ringed Soul King. Such power was beyond the endurance of a mere third-level Soul Master lacking a third Soul Ring. Yet, to her astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, leaving her equally dumbfounded. The black rhinoceros armor worn by Wu Yi resembled a colossal hammer imbued with the power to inflict grievous wounds, shattering all her pride with but a single strike. Not long ago, that very armor had instilled in her a robust sense of hope in her eyes. Even if the black rhinoceros armor possessed merely the strength of a Soul King, it was an invincible entity. In this moment of realization, she comprehended why Wu Yi had refrained from employing her skills throughout their encounter. She suddenly understood the profound depth of the foundational strength possessed by the Tiando Empire's Junior Soul Master Academy. To her, Wu Yi's decision to forego using soul techniques seemed a mere display of disdain towards them. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Wu Yi had intervened to aid them earlier. Naturally, these questions would never escape the lips of the proud little princess, Du Guyan. Although she was astonished, she recognized that both sets of armor exhibited the prowess of a Soul King. And she believed that Yi Ling was not entirely devoid of the chance to triumph over Wu He. Yi Ling's heart trembled. She was unwilling to confront the hero she idolized. However, compelled by the circumstances, it felt as if an arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. For a fleeting moment, she perceived Wu He as an illusion, convinced that there must be some flaw in Wu He's soul technique. In that instant, she was almost entirely certain that Wu He was not the hero she had envisioned. Surely, there was some peculiar hallucinatory effect inherent in Wu He's soul technique, capable of manifesting a unique phantasm by tapping into the deepest aspirations of others, especially after Wu He remained utterly unmoved upon receiving an attack. This singular detail seemed to align perfectly with her suspicions. After all, phantoms are mere illusions that could dissipate with the slightest movement. Chapter 33, Black Rhinoceros versus Wind Eagle. Wu He remained as still as a statue, not for any other reason, but due to Yi Ling's fierce flying kick, which landed lightly upon the impenetrable black rhinoceros armor as if it were but a feather brushing against a surface. It seemed as though the kick stirred not the slightest ripple, requiring no effort to shake off any dust. Not to mention, the defensive and offensive capabilities of the black rhinoceros armor are unrivaled among the 5 elemental armors, particularly its unparalleled defense, which only the Flame Dragon and Snow Mastiff armors might leave a mark upon. The Wind Eagle armor, designed for support and speed, undoubtedly excels in ambush and aiding allies, showcasing exceptional penetration under specific circumstances. However, when these two armors stand side by side, their respective strengths and weaknesses become glaringly apparent. In comparison to the Wind Eagle armor, the Black Rhinoceros armor appears increasingly cumbersome and slow. While its defense is as solid as rock, it may struggle to even graze the Wind Eagle armor. Conversely, the Wind Eagle armor is exceedingly fragile, vulnerable to a single strike should it falter and be captured, resulting in potentially grave injury. Yet, these conclusions exist solely within Wu He's understanding. No one else possesses such profound insight into the characteristics of these 5 armors. Yi Ling moved with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing Wu He from various angles. The luster emanating from his black rhinoceros armor was flawless. Yet it was precisely this perfection that ignited a fierce hatred within her. She would not permit anyone to desecrate the sacred light within her heart. As she continued to shift, her internal conjectures were validated. Wu Yi's soul technique must indeed be a unique illusion, allowing him to wield certain special attributes while remaining motionless. The black rhinoceros armor he manifested surely possessed invulnerable defensive qualities. Thus, her immediate objective was to compel Wu He into motion, firmly believing that once he acted, everything would unravel effortlessly. With the grace of a butterfly, Yi Ling removed the Wind Eagle rings from her shoulders, elegantly casting them forth with a dancer's finesse. The 2 Wind Eagle rings whirled through the arena like lightning, slicing through the air with a resounding crack, as if announcing their sharpness to the world. In an instant, a Wind Eagle crossbow appeared in her right hand as if by magic. Yet, rather than unleashing the crossbow from her stationary position, she adopted a circular stance, akin to a flower in full bloom, releasing crossbow bolts from all directions towards Wu He. Each bolt struck the surface of the black rhinoceros armor like raindrops, leaving only faint traces behind. However, the tremors from each impact erupted into clouds of dust, akin to a volcanic eruption, emphasizing the might of each shot. Amidst the swirling dust, the Wind Eagle rings behaved like hidden assassins, stealthily launching surprise attacks on Wu He under her precise control. This left Wu He in awe. Yi Ling was merely an ordinary support-type soul master, lacking any experience in agile or powerful combat. Yet, due to the inherent proficiency of the Wind Eagle armor, she had developed its offensive capabilities to an exquisite level, much like an artist meticulously crafting a rare masterpiece. Even the original summon of the Wind Eagle armor merely utilized it for sporadic ambushes and skill deployment, never achieving the unique rhythm of attack that Yi Ling commanded. Akin to a conductor orchestrating a grand symphony, Wu He felt compelled to applaud her brilliance. Although her rhythm of attack was indeed remarkable against the black rhinoceros armor, it felt akin to a mere scraping. Had she employed the Earth Tiger armor or Flame Dragon armor, she might have inflicted actual damage. Just as Yi Ling seized the moment of billowing smoke to obscure vision, her Wind Eagle crossbow transformed, unbeknownst to her, into the Wind Eagle sword. Under the relentless assault of the Wind Eagle rings, she gathered her strength like a cheetah, launching a lethal strike with the swiftness of an arrow. Just as the sword's tip was about to pierce Wu Yi, he finally moved, raising his hand shield before him like a steadfast barrier. In that instant, the two weapons collided with a thunderous clash, echoing like two ferocious beasts in a violent encounter. At that moment, Yi Ling was taken aback. She never imagined Wu Yi would move, and even more astonishingly, in defense. In that fleeting moment, she experienced a profound epiphany, silently acknowledging a truth she had long been reluctant to accept. Yet, within the luminous gaze of Wu Yi's obsidian armor, a radiant glow emerged. As his hand shield descended like a meteor, striking the chest of the Wind Eagle armor. After all your blows, it is now my turn. The force of the punch sent Yi Ling retreating rapidly, akin to a kite severed from its string. Despite the Wind Eagle armor absorbing a significant portion of the damage, she still felt as if her sternum might shatter. Typically, Wu Yi was a dashing young man, utterly unlikely to strike a girl. However, in that moment, as he beheld the Wind Eagle armor, an instinctive reaction prompted him to engage in both defensive and offensive maneuvers. Immediately after throwing the punch, regret washed over him, for before him stood not an ordinary warrior, but a delicate girl encased in armor. The impact of his fist had sparked against the chest of the Wind Eagle armor, and he could only imagine the pain it caused her, causing a wave of remorse to surge within him. The intense pain severed Yi Ling's mistaken perceptions like a sharp blade, pulling her back into the realm of reality. At last, she was willing to believe in Wu Yi's authenticity. However, following that punch, she distinctly felt her injuries manifesting, and suddenly, a magnificent nine-heart begonia, resembling a radiant pearl, appeared behind the Wind Eagle armor. A pure healing beam cascaded upon the Wind Eagle armor like warm sunlight. Well, I didn't realize it could be played this way. His martial soul can summon itself, and even when injured, it can restore health. How utterly unfair. Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation that his armor retained the ability to wield his martial soul and soul skills even when used by another. Yet, upon further reflection, he began to comprehend the underlying reasons. Wu Yi suddenly realized that such gameplay significantly enhanced the element of playability by lending his armor to others. The scope of strategic options expanded considerably. Upon returning to the battlefield, Wu Yi resolved to launch a counterattack, even if he could not strike decisively. A victor must emerge from this conflict. Yi Ling could still replenish her health, rendering the situation exceedingly unfavorable for him. He decided that a swift resolution was imperative. Chapter 34, Activating the Cheat. Wu Yi brandished the meteor spear, its length exceeding 2 meters, resembling a formidable dragon, exuding an aura of immense power. At that moment, Du Guyan and Yi Ling suddenly comprehended why Wu Yi had opted for a long spear as his weapon during their temporary alliance. It was evidently intertwined with the armor he donned. With the meteor spear in hand, Wu Yi executed a dazzling display of spear techniques, the tip shimmering with a cold brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Yet, amidst this icy radiance, there was a distinct absence of lethal intent, a detail that Yi Ling astutely discerned. The only weapon at her disposal, apart from the Wind Eagle rings, was not readily interchangeable. Nevertheless, Wu Yi's stance clearly indicated his intent to launch an attack. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ling swiftly devised a strategy to counteract his advance. With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth 2 Wind Eagle rings, as if they were bolts of lightning, hurtling toward him in a most peculiar manner. Observing the 2 rapidly approaching rings, Wu Yi's expression turned momentarily awkward. After all, employing the same tactic against him twice would be an affront to his prowess. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance and dismissed it, for with his formidable defense, the Wind Eagle rings posed little threat. Moreover, wielding the meteor spear, which grew more potent with each inch, he could effortlessly counter any ordinary ambush with the natural motion of his consciousness. Wu Yi, wielding the meteor gun like a ferocious beast, charged towards Yi Ling. The gun's tip scraped against the ground, emitting a piercing sound accompanied by sparks, as if the meteor gun bore an inexhaustible weight. Soon, Yi Ling perceived a robust object descending upon her with the force of Mount Tai. And without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retreated, only to realize the object in question was indeed the meteor gun. While others showcased their prowess with the weapon through intricate maneuvers, Wu Yi's approach could be succinctly summarized by a single act of smashing. It evoked a sensation as though a fine instrument was being wielded with reckless abandon. Nevertheless, this act of smashing unleashed an extraordinary sense of power. The typical thrusts, jabs, and slashes paled in comparison to the force of a smash, exuding an unrivaled destructive energy that was utterly intoxicating. Yiling's evasive movements were as graceful as a wraith, maximizing the agility and speed of her Wind Eagle armor. Yet, mere evasion was not a sound strategy for combat. As the sages of ancient China proclaimed, the best defense is a robust offense. Whether this principle was known in the world of Douluo continent remains uncertain. After retreating to a safe distance, she deftly switched her Wind Eagle sword into the Wind Eagle crossbow. Each time Wu Yi prepared to strike, she acted with the precision of a master huntress, accurately targeting the joints of Wu Yi's hands with her projectiles. This promptly disrupted Wu Yi's rhythm of attack, and after several such instances, he realized that his offensive tempo had been firmly seized by his opponent, prompting him to adjust his strategy. With smashing proving ineffective, he resorted to a flurry of thrusts, followed by sweeping attacks, and then upward jabs and downward slashes. Wu Yi executed various stances of the long spear, while Yiling frequently employed the Wind Eagle ring to create disturbances. This incessant style of harassment was akin to an irksome fly, perhaps tolerable once or twice, but increasingly vexing with repetition. Thus, the fierce exchange continued for 6 or 7 minutes. Wasn't Wu Yi aiming for a swift resolution? Initially, he had planned for such, but Yiling's mastery of the Wind Eagle armor had grown increasingly adept, allowing her to evade direct confrontation with Wu Yi flawlessly. Even the eager Wu Yi found it impossible to touch the agile Wind Eagle armor. This sensation of being toyed with brought forth a strange familiarity for Wu Yi, as if he had experienced it somewhere before. Suddenly, as if caught in a binding spell, Wu Yi halted his assault, and in that fleeting moment, an epiphany seemed to dawn upon him. Yiling, witnessing his cessation of pursuit, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. In the present day, she has become increasingly adept at wielding the Wind Eagle armor, as if she has melded with the very essence of the armor itself. With her astute intellect, she has even devised a unique offensive strategy that harmonizes with the Wind Eagle armor. To speak candidly, her innate talent is extraordinary, for in a mere few minutes, she successfully drew Wu Yi, who is intimately familiar with the armor, into her own rhythm. Thus, his astonishment is understandable. The sensation of controlling the tempo is something that most cannot easily escape, and she truly cannot comprehend how Wu Yi achieved such mastery. In the next moment, to her utter disbelief, she witnessed Wu Yi's figure, originally 5 meters away, suddenly appear a mere 0.3 meters in front of her, like a wraith. His weapon instantly transformed into a hand shield, leaving her defenseless. There was no time to shield herself or evade, and Yiling was sent flying like a kite with its string severed. Before she could even touch the ground, she saw that the figure who had struck her down vanished like smoke. This time, he materialized right beneath her falling trajectory, and once again, his weapon morphed, this time into a meteor spear, leading to a series of fluid, seamless strikes that sent her hurtling away once more. Yiling was baffled. What hidden abilities had Wu Yi's defensive armor triggered to enable such a dramatic increase in speed? She sensed that if she did not retaliate soon, she would be left with no choice but to accept defeat. As she attempted to adjust her stance using the characteristics of the Wind Eagle armor, a figure loomed behind her like a mountain pressing down on an egg. Wu Yi, resembling a colossal rhinoceros imbued with immense strength, charged her with unstoppable force, crashing her back to the ground. Upon landing, her armor dissipated instantaneously, revealing various abrasions on her waist, abdomen, hands, and face, reminiscent of a delicate flower ravaged by a tempest. However, the gravest injury lay hidden deep within her heart. For Wu Yi's armor had sown the seeds of a demon in her soul, bringing forth an endless expanse of uncertainty and dread. How could she, who once soared like an eagle in the firmament, plummet so suddenly like a bird with severed wings? She longed to cry out, to unleash her frustration and defiance. Yet she suddenly realized that she was merely an ordinary support-type spirit master. Even the prowess she had just displayed as an agile assault-type spirit king was but an illusory shadow bestowed by another, despite the turmoil and struggle within her. Akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants, she gradually raised her right hand and, with a trembling voice, uttered, "I concede." Upon hearing Yiling's words, Wu Yi did not respond. Instead, he cast a profound and meaningful gaze towards Lin Bei, who stood nearby, and then proceeded with heavy and deliberate steps toward the occupied zone. As he stepped into the territory, Lin Bei's soul technique descended like a resplendent rainbow, simultaneously enveloping him, while his sturdy form acted as an unwavering shield, safeguarding Wu Yi from the frailty that followed his disbanded fusion. Chapter 35. Encountering old friends after the Speedy Points competition, with Wu Hai successfully claiming the signal tower, Douluo Yin swiftly departed with the battered Yi Lingling, akin to a mother hen protecting her chicks. As they left, Lin Bei stood like an indomitable mountain, his resolute figure completely obstructing their line of sight. At that moment, Wu Hei's soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude seemed utterly drained, resembling a withered sugarcane, pitifully shriveled. Thankfully, Lin Bei's soul technique descended like a timely rain, preventing Wu Hei from succumbing to unconsciousness at that critical juncture. Indeed, it was also due to the bond forged between the two over the past few days. The unspoken understanding between them was palpable, as sometimes a mere glance sufficed for mutual comprehension. At the moment when Wu Wei disengaged from his fusion, Lin Bei fortuitously stepped into the signal tower's dominion, where the surging soul force and mental energy, tenfold that of the surrounding area, could be absorbed at will like a tidal wave. This was precisely why, after sharing his soul force and physical strength with Wu Wei, Lin Bei remained composed and steadfast, standing protectively before him. Time seemed to flit by like a fleeting shadow. In less than 40 minutes, Wu Wei and his companions witnessed the entire arena gradually descend as if by magic, as though it had never existed at all. Once the outermost walls of the arena fell like a curtain, all buffs within the grounds dissipated instantaneously, as if swept away by a gust of wind. Although Wu Wei had yet to regain his peak condition, he was already capable of summoning his armor once more, possessing sufficient strength for battle. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that all the walls of the arena had collapsed, revealing a luminous veil overhead that slowly unfurled like gossamer. At that moment, the remaining teams within the arena, as if awakening from a dream, realized that their recent match had been broadcasted live to the outside world. Furthermore, none had anticipated that once the entire arena descended, all signal tower territories would converge like pieces of a puzzle into the central area, ultimately forming a grand stage. Surrounding this stage, layers of spectator seating emerged, reminiscent of stars encircling the moon. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wu Wei could not help but disdainfully spit. Was this not an unabashed Colosseum? Ahem. Let us extend our congratulations to the 6 teams that have successfully advanced into the points competition. Liang Laotu's impassioned voice resonated through the arena like a resounding bell, reaching every corner. Almost everyone listened intently to his exhortations, save for Wu Wei, who, appearing somewhat fatigued, absent-mindedly dug at his earwax, indifferent to Liang Laotu standing atop the platform. Once Liang Laotu's fervent speech concluded, he requested Dean Sun to unleash his martial spirit and soul skills. In an instant, a gentle green light enveloped everyone present, swiftly restoring all fatigue and exhaustion. Even Wu Wei, who had consumed energy proportionately, felt a rapid resurgence of vitality and mental acuity. Now, allow me to elucidate the mechanics of the points competition. Dean Sin began to elucidate the second part of this exchange competition while simultaneously releasing his soul skills. Points competition. We currently have 6 teams remaining, and the score threshold we have temporarily recorded for all teams is scores of 6, 5, and 4 were initially bestowed upon each team. However, the team that received the dismal score of 1 was rife with grievances. Why did the other teams manage to secure 5 or 6 points while theirs languished at a mere 1? It is understandable that doubts lingered regarding the initial points allocation. To clarify, these scores were assigned based on the order of victory in the elimination rounds. Consequently, the team that completed the elimination last was destined to receive the lowest score. Yet, not everyone in the venue held a clear perspective. They could hardly fathom that their own team ranked below the others. Surprisingly, the team known as Wu He achieved an initial score of 6 points. In an unexpected turn of events, amidst the fierce competition that resembled a battlefield, Wu He swiftly emerged as the first to conclude their contest. Following this was the subsequent scoring round. Winning a match granted 2 points, while a loss resulted in a deduction of 1 point. A tie left scores unchanged, akin to the serene surface of a tranquil lake. All teams were interwoven in the intricate machinery of fate, each facing the opportunity to battle against the other 5 teams, with the format of these encounters to be revealed through a lottery, like a mysterious veil being lifted. In truth, there were only 2 formats for the competition. The first resembled the valorous warriors of a wheel battle, where each side would send forth a member for each round. The losing side, akin to fallen soldiers, would then dispatch the next contender until 3 members from one side lay defeated like wilting flowers, at which point the victorious outcome would be declared like the dawn of triumph. Alternatively, there was the Team PK format, a A fierce 3-on-3 contest where victory or defeat could be determined in the blink of an eye, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky. Upon hearing of these additional competition formats, the corners of the three participants' mouths lifted slightly, as if every remaining match in the scoring series had been tailored to their strengths. Each contest unfolded with the swiftness of a tempest, and before long, Mi-Er, like a goddess of victory, returned adorned with the glory of 5 consecutive wins. Wu Hee remained oblivious to the gazes of other teams, as in this fleeting score match, he once again transformed into a debauched scion, exuding an air of disdain as frigid as the biting wind. However, any soul master with even a modicum of understanding of Wu Hee and his team structure would be struck by the realization that he resembled a cheetah concealed in the shadows of the night. The extremity of his prowess and strength leaving one astounded. Regrettably, not everyone possesses the insight to discern the true essence of Wu Hee. They merely noted that Dugu Yin and Yu Lingling had inexplicably allied themselves with Yu Tianheng. The three appeared as a brand new team, their uniforms impeccably coordinated, and their resources remarkably homogeneous. This clearly illustrated the substantial financial backing of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family behind Yu Tianheng, which had audaciously amalgamated several schools. Had it not been for the exceptional quality and power held by Wu Hee's school, it is likely that no one would have ever heard of a successful acquisition. Naturally, such matters are not within the purview of ordinary students. Nevertheless, when these three reappeared before Wu Hee, it indeed startled him greatly. Despite his painstaking efforts to separate them, they still managed to come together, reminiscent of their portrayal in the original text. Wu Hee could only sincerely lament the exquisite artistry of nature. Chapter 36, The Opening of the Challenge Match. All teams entering the scoring match ascended the final arena like valiant warriors. The ultimate scores of each team shone on the stage like brilliant stars, with Wu Hee's team triumphantly claiming 10 points, combined with the 6 points from the elimination round, resulting in a remarkable total of 16 points, drawing everyone's attention. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the thrilling exchange match segment was finally upon us, known as the Resurrection Match or the Winner-S Challenge. With a grand gesture, Dean Sun orchestrated the event like a conductor, as the rules were magically projected onto the large screen beside him. Any team that had been eliminated possessed a golden key to challenge the victorious team. Success would allow them to seize the stage, while failure would lead to merciless elimination. The guardians of each arena stood resolute like warriors protecting treasure, accepting challenges based on the remaining points on the platform. When the points reached 0, it signified the emergence of the final champion of that arena. However, if no one continued to challenge a particular arena for over an hour, the current champion would ascend to the throne of victory, becoming the ultimate champion. Every 2 points burned like flames, necessitating a challenge until the points were depleted. When the remaining points fell to 1 or less, they would vanish like meteors in an instant. Once all challengers successfully defeated the champion, they would automatically inherit the remaining points from the moment they stepped onto the platform, and like a gentle spring breeze, their score would increase by 6 points. At that moment, all competitors who had reviewed the challenge match rules cast their intense gazes toward the first team's arena. The individual standing on that platform, enveloped in golden light, appeared towering and majestic. Yet in the eyes of others, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, creating a deceptive illusion. The two colossal numbers, 16, emblazoned on the first platform resembled twin towering peaks, narrating their victory while also foretelling that this arena would need to withstand at least 8 challenges. Those who had previously faced the individual on this platform understood the formidable strength of the team. No one was willing to be the first to challenge them. Yet, all harbored the desire to be the one who ultimately savored the fruit of victory. With a sweeping gesture from Dean Sin, signaling the commencement of the selection, all that was required was to raise a hand and boldly declare the arena to challenge. The spectators remained motionless, akin to wooden figures, although whispers circulated among a few. However, no one dared to raise their hand like a warrior to select the team to challenge. This hesitation did not stem from fear of the champions occupying the first and second positions, but rather from a disdain for those ranked below the first position. They were a group of individuals with lofty aspirations, all yearning to claim the top spot, yet most were timid as mice. Acutely aware of their own capabilities and recognizing that to seize the crown, one must possess extraordinary strength as a foundation. Minutes passed, and still no one stepped forward to challenge. Dean Sin and Dean Liang exchanged glances, momentarily feeling as helpless as ants on a hot pan. At that moment, an individual from the fourth arena raised their hand, standing out like a crane among chickens. Surely, we are also qualified to challenge others, right? Upon hearing the inquiries from the arena, Dean Liang did not reprimand. Instead, he rose gracefully, akin to a gentle spring breeze, and spoke. In the challenge match, all teams were permitted to contest against others on the stage, yet the teams on the platform could only challenge those ranked above them. And each team was granted merely one opportunity to challenge. After listening to Dean Liang's words, the student nodded affirmatively, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and then raised his hand once more to declare, "We wish to challenge the team on the second platform." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with some appearing utterly bewildered, while others joined in the uproar. The declaration from the fourth platform struck the ears of all present like a sharp blade, clearly announcing that although they could not best the first platform, they were nonetheless unwilling to concede to the prowess of the second platform's team. Then, at the referee's command, the contestants from the fourth platform surged towards the second platform like arrows released from a bow, each introducing themselves and manifesting their martial spirits, preparing for a breathtaking duel. With the first challenge made, others felt compelled to follow suit, akin to a swarm of fish seeking out platforms to contest. However, a rather intriguing scene unfolded. After the rules were announced, everyone fixated on the first platform with the intensity of hungry tigers. Yet not a single team dared to challenge the champion upon it. This left Wu Hai feeling rather disenchanted. He had anticipated a leisurely battle, but found himself without opponents. After waiting for more than half an hour without a challenger, he even contemplated pulling out a deck of cards to teach Mir and Lin Bei how to play landlord. Just then, a familiar yet jarring voice pierced the air. "Our team challenges the first platform." Upon hearing this, Wu Hai sprang to his feet like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, gazing at the individual raising their hand below the platform. As expected, it was indeed the team represented by Douluo Yin participating in the vote. Originally, the three belonged to different teams, but each had sustained varying degrees of injuries, leading some of the more fragile-hearted individuals to forfeit their subsequent matches, while others, burdened by severe injuries, chose to withdraw even after treatment could not guarantee full recovery. Ultimately, the three sought out the dean to request a reformation of their team and effortlessly received their team formation notices. Unbeknownst to them, the seasoned veterans of the academy had long been eyeing the three with keen interest. Through the preceding matches, they discerned that these individuals, when operating independently, were no match for Wu Hei. However, should they unite, they might just become a litmus test for Wu Hei's extraordinary potential. Indeed, the academy had no expectations that the trio could vanquish Wu Hei. Rather, they hoped to awaken the latter's latent abilities. Douluo Yin, leading Yi Lingling, followed closely behind Yu Tianheng as they ascended to the first arena with an air of buoyancy. A glimmer of determination flickered in their eyes, a fierce spirit that, while not born of a desire to annihilate one another, nonetheless reflected a disdainful pride. Each harbored the ambition to conquer their adversary, and thus, when they converged, they inadvertently forged a formidable force. Yu Tianheng's gaze was fixed intently on Mi Air. His elimination had stemmed not from Wu Hei, but rather from the relentless torment inflicted by Mi Air's soul skills. In contrast, Douluo Yin's focus was unwaveringly directed at Wu Hei, recognizing the latter's unique prowess and deeming his soul skills somewhat lacking. Yi Lingling, while not harboring intense animosity toward Shan Ren, felt a sense of revulsion emanating from Lin Bei. Chapter 37. The challenge begins as the trio strolled leisurely onto the first arena. The ongoing battles on the surrounding platforms came to an abrupt halt, as if a spell of paralysis had been cast upon the combatants. Even as the referees signaled for the matches to continue, they remained frozen, akin to statues, captivated by the astonishing spectacle unfolding before them. Truly, there existed brave souls. What could their strength possibly be? This was no jest. How audacious they were to challenge the foremost arena. Had they consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? In an instant, a flurry of whispers cascaded through the air like snowflakes, invoking not merely shock but an ineffable emotion akin to being enveloped in mist. Upon witnessing the trio ascend the platform, Wu Yi brushed off the dust from his attire, swiftly transforming from a debauched youth into a vigilant and cautious scholar, prepared for the impending confrontation. "So, it is you three, is it?" Upon hearing Wu Hei's inquiry, Yi Lingling, rather inopportunely, seized the moment to retort, "With just the three of us, we could make you scatter your essence like celestial maidens dispersing flowers." Yi Lingling had never anticipated employing such coarse language to express herself. Her carefully cultivated persona of aloofness and pride rendered her sudden outburst feel as awkward as a bashful maiden. Observing her demeanor, Dugu Yin sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly interjected. What my Lingling says is true. Brace yourself for a thorough drubbing that will leave you in utter disarray. Upon finishing her words, although Dugu Yan's face remained unflushed, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. She was acutely aware that her bravado was merely a fade, lacking any genuine strength. In contrast, among the trio, Yu Tianheng, the most composed, exhibited no inclination for mere verbal sparring. Instead, he fixated on Mir with a predatory intensity. As if poised to pounce upon this woman, he utterly despised at the slightest provocation. Witnessing Yu Tianheng's gaze directed at Mir, devoid of the tender glances reminiscent of Lin Bei, Wu Yi swiftly deduced that he was intent on confrontation. However, Wu Yi refrained from interrupting their silent exchange, fully cognizant that such a gaze resembled a blazing torch, igniting Mir's combative spirit. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to interject. For disrupting another's incantation is akin to striking a discordant note upon the strings of one's heart, a profoundly unsettling psychological tactic. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered such a charming, beautiful, and captivating girl? You resemble a lovesick fool, utterly bringing disgrace to your school. As Wu Hiyi's words resonated, Yu Tianheng exhibited little reaction, for he comprehended that Wu Hiyi's utterances were merely a diversion to shift his focus. In stark contrast, Lin Bei's response was profoundly intense. He felt as though every word spoken by Wu Hiyi was alien, as if hailing from another realm. Yet, when these words coalesced, it was as if each syllable transformed into a piercing arrow, aimed directly at his heart, evoking a sensation that was almost inconceivable. Ah, you must be referring to that fool beside you, Dugu Yin remarked, gesturing towards Lin Bei. Without even turning his head, Wu Hiyi comprehended the meaning behind Dugu Yan's words. In an instant, he felt as though the very air around him had solidified, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. What was initially intended as a provocation swiftly shattered his teammates' psychological defenses. However, Mir astutely interjected, enough of the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let us engage without further ado. Come forth, unleash your martial soul. In that moment, a magnificent bow materialized in Mir's right hand, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns, resembling two resplendent stars. The accompanying soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, dangled like a string of dazzling pearls, fully on display. Observant members of the team quickly noted that the hue of each yellow soul ring was deeper than usual, akin to ripened fruit, emanating an alluring luster. This indicated that Mir's 3 soul rings were derived from soul beasts remarkably close to the threshold of absorbable limits, underscoring their extraordinary rarity. Instantly, the crowd beneath the arena gasped in astonishment, marveling at Mir's unfathomable prowess. Yet, it was not enough for Mir to showcase her strength alone. Yu Tianheng and the other two were equally eager to reveal their martial souls and corresponding soul rings. When it came time for Wu Yi, he smirked and remarked, "Given our familiarity, is it truly necessary for me to introduce myself?" Despite his playful demeanor, Wu Yi harbored a desire to conceal his vulnerabilities. Once the fusion time concluded, he would become exceedingly weak, his actual combat ability potentially inferior to that of a level 20 soul master. Hence, Wu Yi was reluctant to summon his armor in front of so many, only to have it concluded hastily within a mere 10 minutes. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Wu Yi resolutely stepped forward, swiftly summoning a nearly 2-meter-long iron sword from his storage soul guide. However, the 2 soul rings of the Grand Soul Master radiated like brilliant stars, blinding all onlookers. One was purple, and the other black. The manifestation of a Millennium Soul Ring alongside a 10,000-year Soul Ring was akin to a tempestuous wave, shaking the very core of everyone present, leaving them unable to comprehend how Wu Yi had transcended the laws of the soul world. Yet, this astonishing phenomenon occurred with undeniable reality, while Lin Bei, standing beside Wu Yi, seemed to lose all radiance, rendered insignificant in comparison. In truth, his martial soul was equally impressive, a vibrant 7-colored stone. And his soul ring configuration also stemmed from 2 yellow extreme soul beasts, but when juxtaposed with Wu Yi, it appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities. Both martial souls had been laid bare, and upon the referee's command, Wu Yi and Mir, as a formidable attack system soul master and a swift attack system soul master respectively, surged towards their adversaries with lightning speed, probing the strength of their opponents. In this regard, Yu Tianheng and his companions were not as quick to react. However, upon observing the enemy adopting an offensive posture, he immediately conveyed a significant glance to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, understanding instantly, enveloped Yu Tianhing in a green light of healing. Feeling the effects of the healing soul skill, Yu Tianhing erupted with vigor, his hands transforming into dragon claws infused with electric elements, propelled forward by his soul power to intercept Mi-Er's path. Yet, with considerable battle experience, Mi-Er decisively abandoned her feigned assault, swiftly increasing the distance between herself and Yu Tianhing. Fully aware that confronting a powerful attack system Soul Master head-on would likely result in her inevitable defeat. Chapter 38, A Silver Gun. Chapter 39, At last. I have awaited you. The scene shifts to another corner of the arena. Little girl, do not attempt to flee. The whip-like kick of Douluo Yin struck with the ferocity of a tempest, and although Wu Hei and Mi-Er initiated their assault with a momentary advantage, Douluo Yin displayed a brief lapse in her reaction speed. However, this did not imply a deficiency in her capabilities during team combat. At the instant Mi-Er evaded Yu Tianhing's frontal strike, Douluo Yin had already taken decisive action, successfully intercepting Mi-Er's opportunity to assist Wu Hei. Reflecting on her experiences fighting alongside Wu Hei, she gleaned invaluable insights into the combat dynamics of the Wind Eagle armor from Yi Lingling. Her journey had been rich with lessons, and through numerous fierce battles, her fighting style experienced subtle yet significant transformations. Her leg strikes, seemingly short and frail, unleashed a force augmented by her martial spirit. In an instant, a 2-meter-long serpentine tail surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an undeniable pressure. Mi-Er, a seasoned combatant well-versed in the ways of formidable soul beasts, possessed a keen, eagle-like gaze. As a hunter, she understood that only by thoroughly comprehending her adversaries could she avert unnecessary and lethal injuries. Gifted with an exceptional aptitude for battle, Mi-Er's training regimen, meticulously tailored by Wu Hei over the years, diverged significantly from that of ordinary soul masters. The academy lacked instructors specializing in archery, and adhering strictly to conventional methods would have surely stifled the emergence of a remarkable warrior. Ultimately, Mi-Er's path in combat would inevitably lead her to mastery of penetration and accuracy, thereby transforming her into an extraordinary marksman, rather than merely a talented soul master. Wu Hei sought out a hunter as a mentor for her. This hunter, though lacking in spiritual power and destined never to become a soul master, possessed nearly 50 years of invaluable experience in hunting. Throughout numerous expeditions, he played a pivotal role, amassing a wealth of knowledge in the art of the hunt. Mi-Er's combat prowess was nothing short of exceptional. She meticulously absorbed every lesson imparted by her teacher and seamlessly transformed them into soul master techniques. Before confronting an adversary, one must gain a profound understanding of the foe. If any signs of insurmountable strength are detected, it is imperative to retreat without hesitation. However, should both parties possess comparable power, one must thoroughly dissect all possible attacks of the enemy to ensure absolute safety. As she witnessed the approaching serpent-like tail, Mi-Er remained composed, akin to a leisurely stroll, and swiftly notched an arrow. The projectile appeared feeble and lackluster, yet concealed within it was a hidden marvel, the dragon's roar effect of her third soul skill, capable of bestowing either a gravitational crush or a state of weightlessness as a unique buff. Although the buff was deemed negative, with perfect timing it could yield a fortuitous outcome. Mi-Er's fortune was remarkable. The effect triggered a tripling of weightlessness, and in that fleeting moment, she soared into the air, the two forces intertwining to produce an extraordinary sensation of comfort. Simultaneously, this significantly heightened her agility, instantaneously expanding her operational space. Suspended in mid-air, Mi-Er aimed directly above her and unleashed the dragon's roar effect of her second soul skill. 10 arrows shot forth like bolts from a bow, racing skyward with breathtaking speed. The resultant airflow coiled upward like a great dragon, the powerful suction reminiscent of a hurricane, swiftly dispersing the toxic mist within a 20-square-meter radius. The weightlessness effect lasted a mere 2 seconds, and Mi-Er descended like a leaf returning to the earth. As she landed, she was greeted by a fierce gust of wind. A needle of condensed poison, formed from soul power, shot towards her like a bolt of lightning. With a swift roll, Mi-Er evaded the attack, leaving behind a gaping, bowl-sized corrosive crater in her former position, a sight both alarming and revealing. This showcased the terrifying nature of Douluo Yin's self-created soul skill. From Mi-Er's observations, it was evident that this skill had only recently been devised. Whether in terms of condensation, charging, or quantity, it demanded immense energy, allowing for only a single shot in a short span. Nevertheless, its potency was not to be underestimated. As a means of surprise attack, it was nothing short of exquisite. Since you have shot your needle at me, I shall return the favor with an arrow. Meyer's movements were as swift as lightning. With a mere tug on the bowstring, she unleashed a charged arrow. This singular shot possessed a might surpassing that of 5 arrows combined, augmented by the dragon roar effect, capable of suppressing an opponent's strength by tenfold. Indeed, a display of astonishing power. The arrow in Meyer's grasp shot forth like a bolt of lightning, racing through the air like a meteor, stirring the currents around it. Reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom akin to a dragon's roar. It carved a vacuum of 0.5 meter in diameter in its wake. Simultaneously, the arrow grazed past Douluo Yan's earlobe like a specter. Though it did not inflict physical harm, the affront pierced her pride like a sharp blade. As Douluo Yan prepared to unleash her fury, the gasps from the crowd outside pierced through her anger like a sword, drawing her gaze. In the distance, atop the 5th arena, an arrow composed of condensed soul power stood resolutely, while the ground beneath it collapsed outward in a spiderweb-like pattern spanning 3 meters. One could only imagine the sheer ferocity of the power contained within that single arrow, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world. Douluo Yan abruptly turned to see Meyer standing still, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips, an expression as sharp as a dagger, piercing straight into Douluo Yan's heart. At that moment, a piercing sound of rushing air filled the sky once more. It was the second soul skill Meyer had just released into the air. Upon striking an enemy, each arrow would impose a gravitational effect of 1, slowing their movements akin to the crushing weight of Mount Tai, rendering rapid attacks nearly impossible. Douluo Yan attempted to evade, but as she took a step, her feet felt as though they were mired in cotton. And an overwhelming force of tenfold gravity erupted instantaneously like a tidal wave. 2 thoughts flashed through Douluo Yan's mind. When was this trap laid? It was over. The trap had been set by Meyer during her tumble, albeit with a slight deviation affecting her aim. Fortunately, Douluo Yan had moved in surprise after turning back, or she would have been unable to stand near that spot at all. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. 10 arrows struck true, some even piercing her body and drawing forth a significant amount of blood. The 11-fold gravitational pressure was a functional control that ignored levels, rendering her motionless. Aware that the hunting effect lasted only 2 seconds, Meyer seized this critical opportunity without hesitation. However, before she could close the distance, a verdant soul power enveloped Douluo Yan, visibly healing her injuries at an astonishing rate. At last, the moment had arrived. A particularly sinister and chilling voice emerged from behind Yi Lingling. Your healing is as fleeting as a shooting star. Surely it cannot shield you now. That sinister and deceitful voice, akin to a wraith, emanated from the blind spot behind Yi Lingling. The source of the voice felt oddly familiar yet strikingly foreign, sending a shiver down her spine and causing her to feel a chill. Indeed, Yi Lingling possessed only 2 rings, thus limiting her ability to treat only 2 individuals simultaneously. While she could still manage the dosage and pace of treatment for different patients, once she exhausted all her treatment quotas, she would find herself immobilized and defenseless, placing her in a perilous predicament. Whether within her family or at school, all the mentors had instilled in her the imperative to safeguard the strong. As long as they remained unharmed, there would invariably be someone to watch over her. Growing up in such an environment, regardless of the type of soul master in her vicinity, those who had received her assistance would invariably protect her fiercely. Each battle had culminated in an undeniable and crushing victory. Yet today, everything was turned on its head. Her teammates were fiercely suppressed by the enemy. And even with her support, rising was an arduous task. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no one with the leisure to protect her, while she was required to maintain supportive effects for everyone continuously. This resulted in her being ambushed. When Lin Bei struck her and sent her flying, she was filled with confusion, questioning why Lin Bei, also a support, dared to venture out alone to ambush members of other teams, completely disregarding his role. In that fleeting moment of daze, Yi Lingling suddenly grasped the meaning of a term previously mentioned by Wu He, support and roaming. Although their functions were largely similar, she now understood that support was merely pure assistance, while roaming was fundamentally different. Roaming involved agile positioning, providing support to teammates while seeking opportunities to breach the enemy's defenses. Lin Bei's strike not only sent Yi Lingling flying, but also struck a profound realization into her mind. Of course, that blow interrupted her spellcasting, and the healing spell that had been desperately sustaining Yu Tianheng was abruptly cut off, revealing the internal injuries that had previously been concealed. Douluo Yan, whose body had been penetrated by arrows, was on the verge of healing, but blood began to seep from her wounds once more. They had both been ready to rise. Yet the sudden interruption of the healing spell caused them to collapse back to the ground. They turned their gazes towards Yi Lingling, particularly Yu Tianheng, whose eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. He had heard Du Guyan extolling the virtues of the healing abilities, only for it to falter at a critical moment. His initial fury burned brightly, but upon seeing Yi Lingling, who lay defeated, half of his anger was extinguished. He noticed that the assailant was a boy, whom he vaguely recalled as Lin Bei, another support. He could hardly fathom the audacity of this individual to ambush a girl. It was precisely because of Lin Bei's strike that the healing spell ceased, and Yu Tianheng's internal injuries erupted like a volcano. His rage surged like a torrential river, and he yearned to unleash all his fury upon Lin Bei. However, without the healing effects, his combat capability had significantly diminished. Regret washed over him. He had been so engrossed in the fight that he had neglected to protect his back line, and his own culpability was undeniable. In stark contrast, Du Guyan was not as feeble as Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing her dear friend being struck, she was instantly consumed by rage, disregarding her own injuries as she unleashed her poison attribute with full force. In an instant, half of the arena was enveloped in a toxic mist, resembling a vast green net that swiftly engulfed Mi-Er and Lin Bei. Mi-Er had no opportunity to escape, ensnared tightly by the poisonous fog. This mist not only exuded lethal toxins, but was even more terrifying than smog. It formed a thick veil that obscured the vision of most spectators. Wu Yi attempted to rush in for a rescue, but it was already too late. Moments later, he heard Lin Bei's anguished cries, and simultaneously, the supportive effects surrounding him dissipated like melting ice and snow. Wu Yi clenched his fists tightly, silently exclaiming in alarm. How careless! Although Du Guyan was a control-type soul master, her primary method of control relied heavily on poison. During her battle with Mi-Er, she had held back. Throughout the confrontation, she had predominantly employed close combat techniques enhanced by her martial spirit, which led the others to overlook her control abilities. Once the toxin infiltrated Mi-Er's body, her eyes grew hazy, as if viewing the world through layers of illusions. The poison spread rapidly across her youthful visage like tiny insects, leaving behind crimson trails. Lin Bei was suddenly struck by Du Guyan, who had transformed after invoking her martial spirit, the tail of a colossal python lashing against him, causing him to cry out in agony and inhale an excessive amount of poison. In mere moments, he collapsed, as if all strength had been drained from his body, while Du Guyan's toxin spread through him like a plague. Du Guyan herself was akin to a hunter enveloped in mist, acutely aware of the existence of every living being that had inhaled her poison. Through the subtle vibrations of life, she possessed an almost clairvoyant ability, accurately discerning the identities of her targets and deciding whether the poison within them should erupt. It was unexpected that Yi Lingling would be ambushed and fall, provoking such a volcanic response from Du Guyan. Simultaneously, she grasped a remarkable application of her martial spirit, akin to the thermal vision of a serpent, allowing her to perceive her opponent's positioning through thermal imaging. The fusion of these abilities enabled her to release her soul skills with precision amidst the toxic haze, even allowing for targeted detonation. In that moment, Du Guyan seemed to reclaim the initiative. After enduring a barrage of attacks, Yi Lingling rose once more, resilient as a tenacious blade of grass. As a support type, her spiritual prowess surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, granting her the ability to perceive those nearby. Instantly, she spotted Du Guyan standing before her, and her healing soul technique washed over Du Guyan like a warm spring breeze, accelerating the recovery of wounds that had already begun to mend. How infuriating! They were so close. Although Mi-Er's vision was clouded, shrouded in a veil of mist due to the poison, the fact that she could still maintain a half-kneeling stance was already quite commendable. At this moment, her desire to employ her martial spirit seemed utterly fanciful. Any slight movement on her part would accelerate the invasion of toxins, akin to a relentless flood breaching a dam. At that juncture, she would likely find herself devoid of any opportunity to resist. Currently, she was merely poisoned, and there still existed a chance for antidote. Hence, Mi-Er chose to maintain her composure, steadfast as a mountain. Simultaneously, she harnessed a portion of her soul power that had yet to be tainted by the poison to erect an impregnable barrier around her organs capable of absorbing toxins. Of course, all of this was merely a desperate struggle for survival, and Wu Yi could only watch helplessly as the toxic mist spread throughout the arena. Surging like a tumultuous tide, he was compelled to retreat continuously, for he was the sole remaining member of the team untouched by the poison. Chapter 41. Oh dear. If you cannot be moved, it must be due to insufficient power. Chapter 42. A flawed plan. Gazing at the solitary figure of Douluo, who had just rescued him from the brink of death, Yu Tianheng gradually regained a semblance of calm. At that moment, the two seemed to awaken from a dream. Resembling two parallel lines, devoid of any harmonious synergy, their combat was fraught with glaring flaws. One might even say that they are each fighting their own battles. In such dire circumstances, their own support has tragically been eliminated. Previously, no one had ever alerted him to this, and he had never perceived it, merely attributing it to a lack of skill among the group. The reason Du Guyan harbored such thoughts was primarily due to her past collaboration with Wu Hei and others, where she had experienced the exquisite feeling of mutual support and teamwork. Although it was their first time forming a team, she felt an extraordinary comfort, as if the small group were an indomitable whole, moving seamlessly like flowing water, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. However, now, the few who had teamed up did so merely to redeem themselves, lacking the semblance of a cohesive unit, resembling nothing more than scattered sand. Furthermore, some individuals were overly obstinate, causing their combat abilities to be diminished and swiftly depleted. Du Guyan, an exceedingly competitive girl, would never permit herself to lose without clarity. Thus, she resolved to seize the leadership from Yu Tianheng, aspiring to become the soul of the team who could command everyone's actions. It was at this moment that Yu Tianheng realized he had been outmaneuvered. The opponent had exploited his stubborn nature to exhaust his stamina. After receiving guidance, he seemed to rediscover a new direction in battle. Looking towards Wu Hei, he did not perceive the relinquishing of control as a detrimental act. However, the first command Du Guyan issued upon obtaining control was to instruct Yu Tianheng to avoid direct confrontation with Wu Hei. The primary reason being the disparity in strength should a direct clash occur with Wu Hei's capabilities. A mere moment of encounter would likely lead to their mutual elimination. After succinctly establishing their combat strategy, the two resumed their actions, particularly Yu Tianheng. Even though the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was an aggressive type, he could, however, leverage the speed advantage of his internal elements to effortlessly evade Wu Hei's assaults like a specter. Observing their strategy, Wu Hei couldn't help but chuckle, especially since this decision stemmed from Du Guyan. He had witnessed Yi Ling in her Wind Eagle armor, and yet they dared to attempt to evade a direct confrontation through agile maneuvers. However, upon further reflection, he could understand. After all, only Yi Ling had personally experienced the marvelous utility of the armor, while to others, all armors likely appeared similar. Even if Yi Ling were to explain it in detail, he would probably struggle to remember. Gaining insight into the general thoughts of the two, Wu Hei stowed his Wind Eagle crossbow and removed the dual rings from his shoulders. Then, using Du Guyan's toxic mist as cover, he launched the Wind Eagle dual rings into the blind spot beyond their sight, where the rings spiraled around the outer blind area like agile birds. Wu Hei skillfully maneuvered, compelling Yu Tianheng into a peculiar trajectory. Yu Tianheng, with an air of arrogant confidence, mistakenly believed that Wu Hei's speed and strength rendered him powerless, unaware that Wu Hei had cunningly set a trap for him. Just as Yu Tianheng indulged in his own pride, having just mocked Wu Hei with a taunting grimace, he turned to behold a series of circular rings hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity, like a bolt of lightning. Attempting to evade, he discovered Wu Hei steadfastly standing not far away. Any lateral movement on his part would inevitably reveal a flaw, providing Wu Hei with an opportunity to strike. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was convinced that, with his own prowess, he could effortlessly repel this surprise attack. He transformed his hands and feet into dragon claws, with crackling blue arcs of electricity coiling around them like venomous serpents. Just as he prepared to unleash his assault, the voice of Du Guyan rang out sharply. "Don't approach me." Yet, in his peripheral vision, Wu Hei remained rooted in place. Should he draw near Du Guyan, both would be left vulnerable to attack. He cursed inwardly, lamenting the treachery of this tactic, as insidious as a snake, catching one off guard. Arrogant as he was, Yu Tianheng ultimately chose not to heed his teammates' warning, charging forward recklessly as he always did. However, the force generated by the Wind Eagle rings far exceeded his expectations. Certainly, had there been only one Wind Eagle ring, he might have had a chance to contend with it, but the reality was that two were in play. The second Wind Eagle ring surged towards him from behind, both rings spinning rapidly in divergent directions. Were he to engage with just one, it might only feel slightly more powerful than anticipated. Yet, When two wind eagle rings approached in close proximity and at such high velocity, Yu Tianheng naively extended his hands to intercept them, resembling fragile components in a machine. All it would take was a moment's lapse, and he would be mercilessly propelled away like a cannonball by the swiftly rotating gears. That moment was provided by Du Guyan's hand. Du Guyan had hoped to save Yu Tianheng, but in extending her hand, she inadvertently sent him hurtling away. Confronted by Yu Tianheng's incredulous gaze, Du Guyan suddenly realized her grave mistake, becoming flustered and alarmed. At that instant, a powerful arrow shot forth like lightning, striking Du Guyan in the back. Lacking a tip and with a wooden plank at its front, the arrow's force was staggering. The moment it struck, Du Guyan felt as though her limbs had abruptly lost a portion of their strength. It was then that Du Guyan recalled that, aside from Wu Hiyi, there was also the barely conscious archer, Mi on the arena. However, at this juncture, regret came too late, as the arrow's might, akin to that of a ferocious beast, forcibly thrust Du Guyan to the very spot where Yu Tianheng had just stood. The dual rings unleashed by Wu Hiyi function like a formidable accelerator, propelling individuals forth with the force of a cannonball in a specific direction. In but a fleeting moment, the arena is left with only Wu Hiyi and Mi. Wu Hiyi subtly gestured, prompting the referee to announce the results. The news of the successful defense of the arena spread like wildfire, leaving all spectators in awe of the extraordinary battle. It was astonishing that a student possessing the strength of a Soul King could conceal themselves among the crowd. Both contenders emerged from the clash battered and bruised. Yet the defender, endowed with the power of a Soul King, managed to uphold their position. This crucial detail resonated deeply within the minds of the onlookers. Despite their grievous injuries, none dared to issue a challenge. As the match on Arena 1 concluded, Dean Sun appeared before the 6 participants as if by teleportation, a world tree manifesting behind him. His soul rings materialized in full display, and in an instant, ailments from poison and internal injuries were eradicated, restoring even the most grievously wounded, Lin Bei, to his former state. Chapter 43. The Elderly Monster. Dear students, the exchange competition has successfully concluded, he proclaimed. Now, I shall announce the top 3 teams of this tournament. Champion, Team Yi. Upon hearing the name of the victors, nearly everyone felt it was well-deserved. Although some harbored ulterior motives and muttered in secret, isn't it simply because he has a powerful father? How else could an 11-year-old possess the strength of a Soul King? Such sentiments spread like a contagion among many in hushed tones. Wu Yi remained unfazed, for within the confines of this Academy-S circle, such rumors were as ephemeral as dandelion fluff. Everyone was acutely aware that Wu Yi hailed from a village comprised entirely of imperial orphans. Everything he possessed was the fruit of his own relentless efforts. Yet, gazing at Wu Hiyi's radiant smile upon the stage, Yu Tianheng felt a lump in his throat, vowing that in any future competition, he would ensure Wu Hiyi was thoroughly trampled underfoot. Standing on the podium, Wu Hiyi immediately caught sight of Yu Tianheng's defiant gaze, sensing the intense jealousy burning within him and surmising his thoughts. Alas, he could not stand beside him to douse his unrealistic fantasies with cold reality, informing him that his aspirations were destined to evaporate without a trace. Runner-up, Team Lilu. This team resembled a group of fortunate scavengers, as their proximity to Arena 1 allowed them to witness Wu Hiyi's breathtaking challenge. In its aftermath, most teams felt trepidation towards this side. Only 1 or 2 weaker teams, recognizing the futility of challenging any formidable opponent, resolved instead to take a gamble and strive for second place. After just a few rounds, the points of the second-place team dwindled to nothing. Thus, the Lila squad effortlessly ascended to the runner-up position. Similarly, the scenario for the third-place team was largely akin, while fierce battles raged on in other arenas. These 2 teams, ranked relatively high, cleverly seized victory in the competition due to their proximity to Wu Hiyi, psychologically benefiting from the situation. However, a famous saying once proclaimed that sometimes, luck is indeed a manifestation of strength. Once all the awards had been distributed, the true essence of the matter began. At this juncture, the students, having received their accolades, felt a stir of restlessness as the exchange competition had yet to conclude. After all, some were eager to return home and flaunt their achievements to their families. Dean Liang observed the eager expressions of the crowd and, with a calm demeanor, articulated, all present are elite students from various academies, and it is time for you to advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. One of the primary objectives of this exchange competition is to attract more exceptional and talented individuals for our empire, fostering stronger and more capable cultivators. Dean Liang fervently embellished the purpose of the competition and its future prospects. In reality, he struggled to articulate any substantial reasoning behind it. The entirety of this speech had been penned by Wu Hiyi, and it was quite a sight to behold Dean Liang on the podium. Exuding an air of authority and eloquence, Wu Yi involuntarily distanced himself from the chairman's position, wary of the shameless spittle that might splatter upon him. Amidst a myriad of causative factors, future aspirations, and a tapestry of lamentations and sorrow, the team leaders, reluctant to release their prodigious students, were rendered tearful by the fervent discourse. What should have been a most embarrassing act of poaching was articulated by the venerable elder Liang with such righteous fervor that those who hesitated to relinquish their pupils appeared as if they would bear the sins of the empire for their intransigence. With all preliminaries set, elder Liang commenced a solemn roll call, summoning his favored students as if he were a grim reaper announcing names. Of course, for the sake of appearances, Wu Hiyi and his companions were included among them. Subsequently, students such as Du Guiyin, Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, and the Shijia brothers were likewise called forth. Elder Liang was not an autocrat. He afforded each student the autonomy to choose, allowing them to determine whether they wished to attend the Imperial Academy. Those who consented could immediately commence their enrollment procedures, while those who declined would be sent back post-haste. Ultimately, from the cohort of 108 students, fewer than 40 chose to advance, including the 3 who merely filled the ranks. Time, like a fleeting steed, raced past, and it had been 7 or 8 days since the exchange competition. Wu Hiyi had once again fortified his abilities, achieving the pinnacle of level 30. Without acquiring a new soul ring, further advancement seemed improbable. After transitioning from the primary to the intermediate academy, Wu Yi found himself in a more spacious single dormitory, providing him with ample privacy to document his plans through writing and sketching. This included not only his considerations regarding the forthcoming soul ring requirements, but also the training regimens for all members of the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy's reserve team. Wu Yi spent a full 4 days meticulously completing both his own plans and those of the team. It was truly a matter of resignation. Old Liang had taken on the role of a disengaged overseer, stating emphatically, with less than 5 years remaining, "Our academy must assemble a team to represent the Tiando Royal Academy in the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. Of course, you are well aware of my usual busyness, so this small squad shall be entrusted to your leadership. You must fulfill your responsibilities as captain." With those words, the captain's badge was placed into his hands. While he was still in a daze, old Liang had already ushered him out of the dean's office. One might wonder what serious matters could occupy the minds of these 2 esteemed deans. Surprisingly, there were indeed significant concerns. Their cultivation levels resembled a frozen lake, nearly solidified. However, Wu Hiyi's intervention acted like a gentle spring breeze, melting the ice, as both of their cultivations approached perfection, necessitating the hunting of new soul rings to ascend further. Yet, their ages loomed like mountains in their path, requiring some adaptation before embarking on the quest for soul rings. Thus, the mission of the team felt akin to a hot potato thrust into their hands. After some contemplation, Wu Hiyi realized he too required soul rings, and thus devised a detailed plan of requirements, which he presented to the dean's office. Today, an imposing figure akin to a mountain entered the office, causing both deans to feel as though they were blades of grass in a tempest, nearly gasping for breath. "Your Highness, we truly did not compel your granddaughter to enroll." Old Liang, now anxious, spoke. For despite the individual being merely a level 92, a newly minted title Douluo, their status was undeniable, and their strength dwarfed that of old Liang, akin to the vast difference between the full moon and a firefly. Just then, Wu Yi happened to push open the door, witnessing Liang and Sin, kneeling in a sycophantic manner before an elderly man clad in green leather pants, their obsequiousness leading one to think they harbored some peculiar inclinations. At that moment, the old man in the snug green attire turned his gaze towards them. "Old poison," he remarked. Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 44, Oppression. "Oh, little fellow, you recognize this old man." Douluo turned around, his hawk-like gaze piercing directly at Wu Yi, his imposing aura surging toward Wu Yi like a tidal wave. Initially, Wu Yi's face bore a hint of astonishment, but in the blink of an eye, it was swiftly supplanted by anguish. A colossal weight descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down upon a fragile egg, and the plans he held in his hands scattered like petals caught in a tempest, tumbling to the ground. With both hands pressed against the ground, at that moment, Douluo resembled a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, rendering him unable to rise, struggling to catch his breath. My goodness, he is but a child. Just as old Liang intended to intervene, he was met with a sudden glare from Douluo, whose eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, bore into him with fierce intensity. A chilling purple light emanated from Douluo's gaze, as if it were ignited by an inferno of wrath, simultaneously imposing pressure on the two deans. As mere ants, they should embody the form of ants. How dare they audaciously invoke my moniker? You wretched old monster! I do not know you, but I am well acquainted with your grandson. As Wu Yi's words lingered unfinished, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a tempestuous storm, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. You, Yin Yin. I have discerned your identity. Douluo suddenly erupted in a hearty laughter, yet the weight upon him intensified, crashing over him like relentless tidal waves. Wu Yi. It is you, the scoundrel who has injured my beloved Yin Yin. At this moment, Wu Yi's arms trembled, bending slightly, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, rendering him unable to utter a word. However, the laughter of Douluo grew increasingly resounding, amplifying the pressure he felt. The quintessence of Wu Yi's internal organs seemed to gradually detach from this realm, while his five senses began to fade into obscurity. At that moment, Wu Yi's martial spirit was compelled to manifest, in two soul rings, like resplendent stars, radiated brilliance from his being, safeguarding his corporeal form. Old monster, if you possess the capability, then end my life and see if your granddaughter still has a chance of salvation. After experiencing a fleeting moment of relief, Wu Yi exerted every ounce of strength to unleash words that could counterbalance the formidable Douluo, much like cannonballs fired in rapid succession. In the original narrative, Douluo's martial spirit bore a flaw akin to a cursed magical box. The more one cultivated it, the greater the poison accumulated within the body, ultimately leading to a backlash once a certain threshold was reached. His son fell victim to this malignant toxin, which claimed his life. As for Douluo himself, he merely ascended to the rank of title Douluo through a stroke of fortune. Yet, this very poison extinguished his potential, rendering him akin to a majestic eagle with broken wings, unable to soar across the vast expanse of the skies. Victory bore the same toxic nature as defeat. Donggu Yin represented Douluo's Achilles heel. He was reluctant to see her repeat his tragic fate, yet felt powerless to impede her cultivation, leaving him to exhaust his intellect in attempts to resolve her dilemmas. However, after all these years, he remained helpless. Yet now, before him stood Wu Yi, who audaciously exploited this matter, like a sharp blade piercing directly into his heart. What did you say? Douluo grasped at the air, and Wu Yi seemed to transform into a marionette, instantly ensnared within Douluo's grip. What right do you have to declare that Yin Yin is beyond salvation? Though filled with fury, Douluo restrained himself just enough to afford Wu Yi an opportunity to explain. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory rationale, he would swiftly meet his demise. Wu Hui bore a smile upon his face. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he had wagered correctly. Let us set aside the matter of Douluo Yin and speak of you instead. You find yourself teetering on the precipice of life and death, yet remain blissfully unaware. Wu Yi smiled grimly, yet that smile resembled a sharp needle, piercing deeply into Douluo's heart. Douluo's hand tightened suddenly. He longed to crush this audacious insect immediately, as a warning to others, to deter anyone from daring to mock him thus. However, in his impulsiveness, he squandered the singular opportunity to eliminate Wu Yi once and for all. A flash of black light appeared beside Wu Yi, as the crystal stone descended upon him like a bolt of lightning, eliminating the need for a summoner's invocation. In an instant, he merged, relying on the formidable defense of the black rhino to preserve his life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the armor crumbled to dust, and both his physical and spiritual strength vanished like a deluge breaching its dam. Remarkably, Wu Yi unlocked an entirely new application of the armor once more. Douluo could scarcely fathom that this seemingly frail ant possessed any capacity for resistance. Although it was but a fleeting glance, Douluo was nonetheless taken aback. However, to strike again would be beneath his dignity. He could not bear the shame of having to expend effort twice to eliminate a mere great soul master. Such a loss of face was unacceptable to him. After narrowly escaping a calamity, Wu Yi gazed into the seemingly devouring eyes of Douluo, swallowed hard, and then recounted Douluo's hidden ailment in meticulous detail, echoing Tang San's exact words. Do you see? I have not erred in the slightest. After Wu Yi concluded his discourse, he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Douluo was rendered utterly speechless. astonished by every word uttered by Wu He as he recounted Du Gubo's circumstances in meticulous detail, details that he had never shared with anyone. Not even with Du Guyin, who was intimately familiar with him. In that moment, he was so taken aback that he forgot to exert his formidable presence. Elder Sun hurriedly attended to Wu He's treatment. Du Gubo abruptly lifted Wu He, demanding, "How on earth did you come to know this? Speak." At this moment, Wu He showed no inclination to indulge him, merely offering a faint smile without uttering a word. It could be said that Wu He had seized the upper hand, for Du Gubo was now flustered and believed. Gazing at Wu He's silent smile, Du Gubo was instantly beset by a sense of panic. He surmised that Wu He must have gained some understanding of his physical condition, especially since Wu He had stated that without him, Du Guyin would be doomed. At that moment, Du Gubo was convinced that Wu He surely knew how to rectify the flaw in his martial soul. Yet, he felt that he had gravely offended Wu He, and regardless of how he inquired or pressed, Wu He resolutely kept his lips sealed, unwilling to reveal a single word. It was then that he became acutely aware of the impending crisis. In the midst of his frenzied thoughts, he involuntarily took a few steps back, stepping upon the meticulously arranged plan crafted by Wu He. As he glanced down, his eyes fell upon three characters. As if struck by lightning, his pupils widening in astonishment. Du Guyin. That was the name of his granddaughter. How could he be so foolish as to think that Wu He harbored any affection for her, boldly inscribing her name upon a formal plan? In a hurry, he picked it up to examine, only to find it contained all the data regarding Du Guyin, including her soul skills, every detail laid bare like an intricate scroll. Of course, it also indicated the flaws in her martial soul, yet the subsequent section on solutions appeared obscured by an invisible hand, for in his panic, he had inadvertently stepped into ink, completely blackening that portion. Chapter 45. Method. Faced with such comprehensive data, Du Gubo couldn't resist picking up a few more sheets, each resembling a finely detailed portrait of a different character's entire data set. Each document encompassed the unique traits and characteristics of their martial souls, the application of soul skills, variations of those skills, and insights into the flaws of the martial souls alongside their prospective developments. With each sheet he collected, it was as if he had unlocked a wondrous new realm. The seemingly mundane data in developmental directions, when viewed in isolation, appeared unremarkable, yet when woven together, left Du Gubo somewhat dazzled. After all, in the original narrative, Du Gubo was a titled Douluo with a skewed skill tree. Some common knowledge had become an unfamiliar domain to him, although he was well versed in the cultivation of flowers and plants. It was only when he picked up a sheet detailing Wu He's personal data and current requirements that Du Gubo's gaze suddenly sparkled like the stars. He mused inwardly. "Ah, young lad, have I not just discovered your Achilles heel?" At this moment, it dawned upon him that Wu He's soul power level had astonishingly reached level 30, appearing robust and abundant. It seemed he had attained this level quite some time ago, yet had yet to find a suitable soul ring. Originally, his primary objective for this expedition was to hunt soul beasts in order to acquire a soul ring. Coincidentally, both deans had also reached level 60 and were in need of a brand new soul ring. He had intended to approach the two deans to team up for this endeavor. However, this paper now lay in the hands of Du Gubo. He crumpled the paper in his grasp, as if shattering a fleeting dream, and laughed heartily. "Young man, I shall procure for you the soul ring you so fervently desire, in exchange for your assistance in resolving Yin Yan's martial soul dilemma." Upon hearing these words, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for he had already intended to address Du Guyan's martial soul issues. After all, they would be teammates for the next 3 to 4 years, and any persistent problems with her martial soul would significantly impact the competition he eagerly anticipated. Yet, here was a fortunate opportunity presented, a soul ring gifted in exchange for assistance with a problem he was already planning to tackle. Such serendipity is rare indeed. Who could possibly remain indifferent to such a proposition? Nevertheless, who among us would disdain an abundance of benefits? Thus, Wu Yi decisively shook his head, indicating that the terms were inequitable, especially since Du Gubo had previously sought his life, yet now made no mention of it. Consequently, Wu Yi declined, shaking his head while rubbing his thumb and index finger together, resembling a miser clinging to his wealth. Having lived for such a long time, Du Gubo was an old fox, and upon witnessing Wu Yi's gestures, he could hardly fail to comprehend the young man's intentions. He then retrieved a small vial from his pocket and, as if presenting a treasure, placed it in Wu Yi's hand. Inside was a Xin Shui Dan, a potion capable of aiding soul masters below level 20 in advancing their soul power by 1 level. However, since its emergence, this elixir had become exceedingly rare. Akin to a phoenix feather, the ingredients required for its creation were sourced from oceanic soul beasts, which were far more ferocious and difficult to capture than their terrestrial counterparts, rendering this potion exceptionally precious. Wu Yi is certainly not a naive country bumpkin. He possesses a profound understanding of the properties of the Xian Shui Dan. However, for him in the present moment, this pill holds no practical utility, its worth far exceeding its actual effectiveness. Nevertheless, Wu Yi does not disdain it. He eagerly accepts it, treating it as a precious treasure that he carefully stows away in his pocket. He muses that even if he cannot utilize it himself, it could fetch a handsome price in the future, given its rarity in the marketplace. After securing the Xian Shui Dan, Wu Yi speaks. Currently, the resolution to Du Gu Yan's predicament is not yet ripe. We must await your cultivation to surpass level 95 for any possibility of a solution. At this moment, Wu Yi feels as if a bucket of icy water has been poured over him. Who among them is unaware of Du Gu Bo's plight? The sheer volume of toxins has begun to retaliate against his own body, depleting his fundamental essence, which has rendered him incapable of advancing beyond the pinnacle of a level 92 title Douluo. Du Gu Bo is acutely aware of his circumstances, and a wave of despondency washes over him, as if countless ants are gnawing at his heart. He feels the bitter sting of having labored arduously only to suffer losses, including the precious Xian Shui Dan. A sensation akin to wanting to spit blood surges within him. At this juncture, Wu Yi has finally recovered from his bodily injuries. He rises slowly and, with an air of calmness, states, "Thus, our immediate priority must be to address the issues afflicting you." Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Du Gu Bo felt as though struck by lightning, standing motionless in place. How could a mere 30-level Great Soul Master possibly assist him in resolving the issue of toxic backlash? Realizing this, a hint of awkwardness crept onto Du Gu Bo's face. Before addressing your concerns, one must first comprehend the crux of the problem. Noticing Du Gu Bo's lack of enthusiasm, Wu Yi understood that he was questioning his abilities. Your martial soul is the phosphorescent serpent, a soul of moderately high potential. Yet, your family seems utterly perplexed, failing to consider a fatal and crucial issue during your cultivation with such a martial soul. Wu Yi paused momentarily, while Du Gu Bo was filled with an intense desire to devour him alive. This led to the question, why is it that a venomous serpent is not harmed by its own poison? Wu Yi paused once more, causing the 3 leaders present to momentarily plunge into contemplation. However, among them, Du Gu Bo was nearly driven to madness by this halt. The serpent possesses a gallbladder that can neutralize its own venom, and throughout its growth, the detoxifying capability of this gallbladder increases significantly. Yet, when you possess such a martial spirit, you solely focus on enhancing your poisonous attributes or control abilities, which is akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, completely neglecting your fatal weakness of being vulnerable to toxins. Consequently, after every hunt for venomous soul beasts, while your combat prowess may have improved, your body's detoxification ability has been steadily declining, ultimately leading to a backlash from the very toxins you sought to harness. Upon Wu Yi's elucidation, Du Gu Bo experienced a profound awakening, yet soon his brow furrowed, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. How then can one enhance their resistance to toxins? Merely augmenting one's own toxicity resistance would render one akin to self-sabotage, forsaking their combat capabilities. Indeed, Du Gu Bo's reasoning held merit. Yet matters of the world often defy the pursuit of perfection on both fronts. But the solution is rather simple. One need only acquire a soul bone that resonates harmoniously with oneself. By transforming that soul bone into a toxin pouch, all toxins can be effectively contained within. The notion articulated by Wu Yi appears deceptively simple. Soul bones, being exceedingly rare treasures, are serendipitously encountered yet seldom obtained. Those fortunate enough to acquire them regard them as invaluable, cherishing them for personal utilization. Such a precious artifact, even after years of cultivation, was attained by Du Gu Bo only once. However, the methodology proposed by Wu Yi is specifically tailored for Du Gu Bo. After all, employing such a superficial remedy, akin to merely halting the boil without addressing the root cause, would hardly befit Wu Yi to present to his own team members. Chapter 46, A Fire Attribute Soul Beast from 3 Millennia? Following Wu Yi's line of reasoning, Du Gu Bo delved deeper with meticulous precision, akin to unraveling threads from a skein. The feasibility of this discovery shone as brilliantly as the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. How could this method possibly fail? In the original narrative, it was precisely through this approach that Tang San successfully subdued Douluo Wu Hei, though seemingly casual. Was acutely aware of his own limitations compared to Tang San's profound background, and thus refrained from divulging further details. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo resolutely decided to experiment with Wu Hei's proposed method, while also intending to honor his own commitments. After all, as a titled Douluo, Douluo was a paragon among soul masters. Once he had promised to bestow something upon another, he would never go back on his word. Therefore, Douluo, like an eagle seizing a chick, tucked Wu Hei under his arm, preparing to soar away. Upon witnessing this, Dean Liang hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. For Wu Hei was not only his prized student but also a pivotal figure for the academy. However, Douluo merely cast a disdainful glance over his shoulder, rendering Dean Liang and Dean Sun as motionless as if under a spell, too apprehensive to act further. With a sneer, Douluo flung open the door and soared away like a bird in flight. For a soul master of titled Douluo caliber, to traverse the skies was as effortless as breathing. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hei found himself transported to a soul beast forest whose name even he could not articulate. Wu Hei was placed under a tree by Douluo, who simply inquired, "What type of soul beast soul ring do you desire?" In Douluo's eyes, Wu Hei was merely a trifling three-ringed soul master, utterly unremarkable. Procuring a third soul ring for him would be as effortless as child's play. However, when Wu Hei spoke, Douluo realized the magnitude of the task at hand. "I require a soul ring from a fire attribute soul beast with dragon lineage, aged at least 30,000 years. What? Please repeat that." Douluo was momentarily taken aback, stunned as if struck by a thunderbolt. His astonishment stemmed not only from the soul ring's age, but also from the rarity of its attributes. Soul beasts with dragon lineage are indeed present in abundance within the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, a realm that resembles an endless green ocean. An extraordinary world rich in diversity for soul beasts. There are at least 100 or 200 types of soul beasts bearing dragon lineage. Yet those of the fire attribute are exceedingly rare. Certain attributes of soul beasts exhibit specific preferences for their habitats and environments outside their comfort zones. They either struggle to survive or face insurmountable challenges. Fire attribute soul beasts predominantly inhabit areas near volcanic forests, where the atmosphere is saturated with fiery essence. However, few soul masters dare to venture into such zones, as they function like a potent magnetic field that exerts significant suppression on a soul master's prowess. Then there is the matter of the soul ring's age, 30,000 years. Ordinary soul beasts reaching this age are typically found near the forest core, in the volcanic forest. Seeking a soul beast of such age would require a soul master to endure a suppression of at least 6 to 8 levels. Even a titled Douluo level expert would experience a reduction of at least 5 levels in strength. This implies that if Douluo were to assist Wu Hei in hunting a fire attribute soul beast with dragon lineage aged 30,000 years, his actual combat capability would plummet to that of a soul Douluo. Yet, this was not entirely unacceptable. It was simply difficult for him to fathom that a level 30 soul master could absorb a soul ring of such antiquity. Typically, a level 30 soul master could only absorb a 1,000-year soul ring at most, and a particularly exceptional one might manage up to 5,000 years. Nevertheless, Wu Hei boldly requested a 30,000-year ring, prompting Douluo's disbelief, leading him to suspect that Wu Hei was deliberately challenging him, perhaps as a form of retribution for his earlier actions. Perceiving the unfriendly glint in Douluo's eyes, Wu Hei understood his thoughts and chose to refrain from further trivialities, instantly releasing his own soul ring. Upon witnessing the color of Wu Hei's soul ring, Douluo was momentarily stunned, as Wu Hei had indeed unleashed his martial soul and soul ring to counter Douluo's soul pressure earlier that day. Yet, in his fury, he had paid little heed to it. How can this be possible? Even upon witnessing it once more, Douluo found it difficult to believe that an ordinary soul master could possess a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first and a 10,000-year spirit ring as their second. It was utterly astonishing. Douluo, having cultivated for many years, had encountered numerous prodigies, yet never had he witnessed a being as extraordinary as Wu Hei. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, he recognized the necessity of fulfilling his promise. He inquired of Wu Hei regarding the specific requirements for the soul beast. Yet the creature he described was entirely unfamiliar to Douluo's memory. It was a soul beast that embodied the features of a snake's body, deer antlers, cow ears, goat whiskers, eagle claws, and fish scales, while also possessing a fire attribute. Douluo could not help but lament his limited knowledge, for despite his extensive years of cultivation, he had spent most of his time tending to his flowers and plants, seldom seeking out those peculiar soul beasts. However, he recalled having encountered soul beasts that matched some of the characteristics described, such as those with serpentine bodies, horns upon their heads, and scales covering their forms. Upon hearing Douluo's description, Wu Yi paused to reflect, and the image of a flood dragon immediately materialized in his mind. Such soul beasts were indeed formidable. Wu Yi naturally hopes to discover a genuine fire attribute divine dragon. However, if such a creature proves elusive, a dragon of lesser stature would also be a commendable alternative. After confirming the general form with Douluo once again lifted him, preparing to soar into the sky. Wu Yi hastily exclaimed, "Hey, old monster, can't you just take me flying properly? Must you clutch me under your armpit like a chick?" Upon hearing these words, Douluo was not the least bit angered. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh and replied, "I find this way of carrying you quite convenient." Wu Yi, upon hearing his explanation, was left speechless. Though his reasoning was sound, it was irrefutable. After 2 days and nights of flight, the duo finally arrived at the volcanic forest imbued with fire attributes. As they stepped into this realm, they were immediately enveloped by an intense heat. It was not long before they were drenched in sweat, and with each step forward, Wu Yi sensed a diminishing control over his soul power. Before even reaching the core zone, he felt that his available soul power had dropped to below level 11. Just as he was about to summon the black rhino armor, Douluo enveloped him in a layer of soul power barrier, instantly transporting him from the sweltering environment to the comfort of an air-conditioned room. Chapter 47, The Transformation of the Fire Serpent. The two of them ambled along, akin to treasure seekers, in search of suitable soul beasts. At this moment, they had already entered the realm of soul beasts of 10,000-year rank, and not a single beast in sight was below that age. Due to their proximity to the volcanic region, the surrounding trees were exceedingly sparse. Most of the terrain comprised of rocky landscapes, resembling a desolate wasteland. Although soul beasts possess a certain territorial awareness, they are not so distant that one can encounter others. Thus, within a certain area, they could still observe a dozen soul beasts of comparable cultivation. However, after an extensive search, none caught Wu Yi's eye. "Hey, kid, have you spotted any that you like? You've already missed several with dragon lineage." This was a refrain that Douluo had repeated to Wu Yi more than once. Yet, each time, Wu Yi would retort, "Not enough in 30,000 years. Useless." Though Douluo was exasperated, puffing his cheeks in frustration, he found himself powerless, for he had promised to accompany Wu Yi in his continued search. Nonetheless, the pursuit was undeniably tedious, and Douluo endeavored to find topics of conversation, hoping to extract more useful information from Wu Yi. This included discussing how Wu Yi intended to assist Du Guyan in overcoming the challenges posed by her martial soul deficiency. Du Guyan was currently just above level 20, and all I could suggest for now was to enhance her soul power without adding any soul rings. Douluo had suspected this for some time, yet he understood that soul power cultivation inevitably reaches a peak. Once that pinnacle is attained without the addition of soul rings, further progress in cultivation would become impossible. The answer provided by Wu Yi is to refine the physical form using soul power in preparation for subsequent plans. However, regardless of how Douluo subtly probes, Wu Yi remains tight-lipped about these future strategies, leaving Douluo with no alternative. He assumes that Wu Yi intends to reveal his intentions only after acquiring the soul rings. In truth, Wu Yi's reticence stems from a concern over Douluo's capacity to endure the truth. The inherent flaw of their martial soul is glaringly apparent upon awakening. The Soul Master's body is unable to self-evolve two critically essential organs. The first is the snake's gallbladder, a core organ that serves to protect oneself, akin to an impregnable fortress. The second is the venom sac, a repository for venom, reminiscent of a mysterious treasure trove. These two organs are arguably the most vital points of any venomous serpent. Lacking either renders the creature hardly worthy of being called a venomous serpent, and survival becomes exceedingly precarious. Yet, this particular snake, upon becoming a martial soul, inexplicably fails to endow its host with these two organs, thus resulting in a significant deficiency. To rectify this flaw, the most straightforward approach would be to augment the host with substitute organs. These substitute organs refer to additional soul bones, however, regardless of the type. Utilizing soul bones as replacement organs carries a considerable upper limit. Once this limit is reached, the anticipated backlash will inevitably ensue. It can only be described as a mere stopgap measure. Therefore, to fundamentally address the issue, What course of action should be taken? The only viable pathway lies in martial soul evolution. By facilitating the evolution of the martial soul, the inherent deficiencies within the body can be specifically repaired during this transformative process. It is well known that the upper limit of the biphosphorus snake is merely the biphosphorus snake king. Evolving into the biphosphorus snake king is not particularly challenging, which implies that such an evolution may not yield the desired outcomes. To achieve the expected results, it is imperative to push Du Gu Yan's martial soul beyond the confines of the ordinary biphosphorus snake king, advancing further. There are two potential developmental trajectories. One is to progress towards the realm of the dragon or the dragon's transformation, and the other is to evolve into a more formidable species of serpent. In the extraordinary tome known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Wu Yi encountered a peculiar serpent species named Xianglu. More intriguingly, similar serpentine creatures have also appeared in various mythological texts. Consequently, when Wu Yi contemplated this serpent, he immediately delved into a vast array of ancient soul beast records. To his delight, within the enchanting realm of Douluo continent, he indeed discovered a soul beast that bore a striking resemblance to it. The nine-headed dragon serpent, a naturally occurring nine-headed serpent, possesses a dragon-like body and 9 distinct heads, each endowed with independent thought and unique attributes, all exuding potent venom. Wherever this dragon serpent traverses, it leaves behind a toxic marshland, securing its position as one of the most formidable entities among venomous serpents. Wu Yi directed his gaze towards this particular direction for a significant reason. The serpentine soul beast undergoes a metamorphosis every 10,000 years. With each transformation, its combat prowess experiences a staggering increase, yet during this process, it becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Notably, ancient texts chronicling this dragon serpent meticulously recorded the approximate length and height observed by the soul masters of that era. A simple calculation leads to the conclusion that, thus far, the dragon serpent has undergone at least 3 transformations, with the possibility of a 4th occurring within the next few years. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter it, there lies an opportunity for a successful capture. While Wu Yi was still deeply contemplating how to articulate his plans to do Gubo, a dragon, accompanied by a resounding roar, shot upwards like an arrow, droplets of blood cascading from its form. Upon closer inspection, these pearl-sized droplets were not mere blood, but rather searing magma, emanating a thick vapor of heat. Fortunately, the distance between the two was not great, and Du Gubo hastily took Wu Yi along as they sped towards the spectacle. From their aerial vantage point, they beheld a dragon whose appearance closely matched Wu Yi's description. Serendipitously, this dragon was at a critical juncture of transformation, its cultivation level hovering between 30 and 40,000 years. Once it completed its metamorphosis, its power would undoubtedly approach the 80,000-year mark, with a strong possibility of breaking through the 100,000-year threshold. Beneath it churned a torrent of magma, appearing as if it might engulf the creature. However, in reality, the dragon was utilizing the molten rock for its final physical refinement. Once this refining was complete, it would enter the final stage of transformation. Witnessing this scene, Du Gubo was left speechless, having never encountered such a vivid hue of red in his lifetime. Conversely, Wu Yi, tucked under Du Gubo's arm, was filled with exhilaration. That's it. I want it. At that very moment, the dragon raised its head, and their eyes locked, each discerning the other's intentions. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, a declaration of dominance. Old monster, should you assist me in capturing it, I shall reveal to you the essence of Du Gu Yan's martial soul evolution. What? Martial soul evolution? Du Gubo's heart jolted, but he swiftly regained composure. He finally grasped Wu Yi's intention, though he remained unaware of how Wu Yi planned to facilitate the evolution of Du Gu Yan's martial soul. Nevertheless, in his eyes, Wu Yi would not dare to deceive him. After all, even the strongest of soul venerates remained merely soul venerates, capable of being dispatched in mere moments by his prowess. Thus, he turned his attention back to the dragon in the valley, undergoing its grand transformation. He had never witnessed such a peculiar soul beast, yet judging by its cultivation, subduing it would not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 48. The Crimson Python. The aroma was simply exquisite. A streak of black lightning flashed across the sky. After confirming there was no danger, it reappeared, methodically devouring the remnants of an unconsumed eggshell. A slender, reddish serpent slithered gracefully along the winding mountain path, resembling a delicate ribbon in motion. Aimlessly it advanced, unaware of the countless rivals it had consumed in its journey of growth. Unbeknownst to itself, it had transformed into a small python over 3 meters long, its scales having undergone 3 or 4 molts, transitioning from an initial dark red to a striking crimson upon its first emergence. In this moment, it finally grasped a clear objective. It came to realize within itself a mysterious force known as soul power. If harnessed properly, upon reaching maturity, it would wield formidable strength. Yet, growth demands sacrifice. Each advancement meant encountering a soul beast with an insatiable desire for dominance. To thrive and outlive others, each battle left it scarred, with some scales shattered beyond repair. Thus, it grew slowly but surely, eventually becoming a ruler within the volcanic forest, its length nearing 60 meters. So robust that it required at least 5 adults clasping hands to encircle it. However, despite its colossal frame, it had only attained a cultivation of around 8 to 10,000 years, which it deemed insufficient, still yearning for further growth. For a red-banded python, reaching a cultivation of 10,000 years was already the pinnacle. Any breakthrough would necessitate the assistance of rare treasures. Perhaps fate smiled upon it. Or perhaps it was truly favored, for in less than a week, it discovered a wild fruit, resembling a wall-mounted treasure, at the heart of the volcanic forest crater. This fruit exuded a mysterious allure, continuously radiating intense heat. With each breath of warmth it released, the corresponding plant seemed infused with vibrant life, rapidly expanding in size. This miraculous creation captivated its heart, especially when caught by chance in a glance. The fruit resembled a captivating enchantress, emanating an indescribable brilliance, casting a spell that incessantly tempted it. Deep within, it yearned, believing that consuming it would yield unforeseen enhancements. From that day forth, it racked its brain daily, pondering how it could possibly reach that fruit. After all, the crater sporadically erupted with searing magma, while it did not threaten the plant. There were no footholds within the crater itself. Its only hope rested upon that solitary plant. After hesitating for nearly 2 weeks, lingering at the edge of the volcano, he finally resolved to take the plunge. He decided to gamble. For each day he beheld that fruit, swelling like an inflated balloon, its radiant colors shimmering more brilliantly, seemingly beckoning him with a tantalizing invitation. He resolved to shape his body into a rounded form, allowing a portion to dangle like a rope into the volcano's mouth. As long as he could bite into that fruit, he would immediately ascend. However, aspirations are often grand while reality is starkly challenging. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. But as he ventured deeper, the parts of his body required for the task multiplied. Ultimately, after considerable effort, he managed to make contact with the fruit. Yet, by this time, his lower body could no longer bear the strain, with 3/4 of him standing vertically within the volcano's maw. In this critical moment, he bit down on the entire plant, swallowing it whole along with the fruit and stem. Immediately, his body began to tremble violently in the air, leaving no possibility of climbing back up. Instead, he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. He had intended to savor the fruit after escaping the volcano. But to his dismay, the tail end of his lower body had already fallen away. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and instinctively, his throat made a swallowing motion, causing the fruit in his mouth to burst open, flooding his entire being with a torrent. In an instant, he was engulfed in an unprecedented wave of searing heat, as if every cell within him was ablaze. Then, the colossal serpent fell into the magma of the volcano, utterly defenseless. In stark contrast to the colossal volcano, the corpulent body appeared diminutive. Upon plummeting into the molten lava, it did not instantaneously engulf him. Rather, a peculiar liquid emerged from his scales, resembling a mysterious shield that offered a degree of protection to his form, while it ensured he was not consumed by the lava. The searing heat still clawed at him like the talons of a malevolent demon, inflicting relentless torment upon his being. Yet, the energy unleashed by the fruit surged through him like a torrential flood, and the agony of physical transformation it wrought was far more intense than the burning of the lava, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, rendering it nearly unbearable. Although both sensations were excruciatingly compounded, the moment he fell, he was overwhelmed by the shock of the energy's explosive force, losing all sense of self. In the fleeting second before his descent, he contemplated the irony of having consumed the fruit only to meet his demise. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself still within the volcano's crater, yet he had carved out a substantial platform amidst the chaos, akin to an abandoned orphan lying in solitude. Beside him lay a pool of fiery red, seemingly tranquil yet capable of dissolving all matter, like a slumbering behemoth poised to unleash its voracious maw. On his other side rested a massive exoskeleton, reminiscent of a monumental tribute. He was astonished to discover that he had miraculously survived, and even more so that he had not only slimmed down, but had also grown stronger. His once blood-red scales had transformed into a vibrant crimson, interlaced with delicate golden patterns akin to enigmatic runes. Simultaneously, he realized to his astonishment that limbs had sprouted from his body, with two small fleshy protrusions atop his head, which were tender to the touch. Following this evolution, he felt considerably lighter and discovered he could perform movements previously beyond his reach, even achieving fleeting moments of flight. However, with this transformation came an unprecedented hunger. That very day, he consumed every ancient soul beast within a 5-mile radius, barely satiating his body's need for energy. Chapter 49. The Flame-Scaled Serpent. After 4 to 5 months of stabilization, my post-evolution mindset resembled a placid lake, and I joyfully recognized that my cultivation limit had surged once more, allowing me to effortlessly attain a cultivation level of 30,000 years. Concurrently, my mind brimmed with newfound knowledge akin to a treasure trove, encompassing not only techniques for harnessing soul power but also mysterious legacies derived from ancient bloodlines. I realized that my current state mirrored that of the flame-scaled serpent. With calm and diligent practice, after enduring a harrowing thunder tribulation, I could aspire to evolve into a flame serpent dragon. Furthermore, should I acquire some rare resources in the future, I might ascend to the status of a true fire divine dragon, soaring across the heavens. As time flowed gently onward, I increasingly sensed the surging energy of the fire element within me, and my soul power approached a new pinnacle. Each day, I diligently tempered my physical form through the dual approach of lava and soul power, ensuring I could withstand the severe trials that awaited during the thunder tribulation. Moreover, my formidable physique stood as an indomitable fortress, even during the vulnerable phase of metamorphosis, unmatched by ordinary soul beasts. Only through such preparations could I safeguard my path to evolution. Thus, after a prolonged period of anticipation, I finally sensed an anxious flutter in my heart, as though an earth-shattering event was imminent. It was not until I witnessed the rare spectacle of the volcanic forest, occurring once every century, that the formerly azure sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. A cacophony of thunderous roars converged above the volcanic forest, and I understood that this might very well be the thunder tribulation mentioned in ancient memories. A small serpent must endure 3 thunder tribulations to transform into a flood dragon. A small flood dragon requires 6 tribulations to become a true dragon, and when the flood dragon successfully evolves into a genuine dragon, it must endure 9 tribulations. Only by overcoming these treacherous thresholds might one have a faint chance to transcend from an ordinary serpent soul beast to a dragon soul beast, soaring triumphantly across the skies. The gathering storm clouds loomed like an impenetrable net, evidently descending upon me in overwhelming force. He was acutely aware that he must summon every ounce of his soul power to engage in a comprehensive struggle against the impending thunder tribulation. Should he successfully endure this trial, he would transcend the first hurdle and truly become a dragon. The blazing-scaled dragon ascended to the summit of the volcano, bellowing defiantly at the storm of lightning above. At this moment, he was on the verge of completing his transformation into a dragon. The serpentine form that once could not emit a roar now hinted at the nascent development of vocal cords. His furious roar towards the thunder was not born of fear, but rather a fearless defiance stemming from ignorance of the tribulation, brimming with the spirit of challenge. The thunder did not disappoint him. A crimson bolt descended like a sword, effortlessly piercing through his once proud scales, inflicting excruciating pain that caused him to bleed a pale golden-red ichor. His cherished scales, so proud in their resilience, proved woefully fragile before the might of the tribulation. According to ancient records, he had learned that each successive bolt of lightning was more formidable and terrifying than the last. Now, merely facing the first bolt had already drawn blood. The subsequent 2 would undoubtedly inflict even greater harm. He had no choice but to exert every bit of his strength, mobilizing all his soul power to resist. A moment's lapse could spell his obliteration on the path of evolution. Before he could catch his breath, another even redder bolt of lightning descended like a fire dragon. This strike further tore at his flesh, shattering his scales, yet his spirit remained unyielding. After years of arduous training, how could he allow himself to perish here? With all his might, he surged forth like a blazing meteor, launching himself from the volcano's edge, resolutely charging towards the final bolt of calamity. His battered body, reminiscent of a ravaged earth, showered the vicinity with blood and magma in a torrential downpour, while the magma threatened to consume the surrounding flora like a ferocious beast. The mingling of his blood acted as a miraculous nutrient, causing the drenched vegetation to flourish with even greater vitality. After the Yanlin Jiao soared into the sky, confronting its own fears, the rolling thunderclouds seemed to express a hint of solace. The final bolt of lightning appeared less formidable than the preceding two, which resembled thick pillars. Yet, only the one struck understood that this lightning was akin to a wild stallion, now even more potent. Once struck, he plummeted like a kite severed from its string, falling straight back into the caldera. Enveloped in the embrace of electricity, he distinctly felt that the lightning, rather than inflicting harm, acted like a gentle mother, continuously fortifying his body and mending his injuries. However, his physique was severely compromised, requiring at least 3 to 4 months to regain its peak condition. By then, he would also undergo a shedding, transforming into a true Yanlin Jiao. At that moment, he caught sight of a pair of humans suspended in the air. The instant he locked eyes with the human child, he discerned the fervent excitement and greed burning in its gaze. Based on his knowledge of humanity, they would never undertake arduous endeavors without reason, especially venturing into a volcano that suppresses cultivation. Their primary motive for coming here was undoubtedly to procure a soul ring from a soul beast for themselves or their progeny. It was evident that the human child had set its sights on him, prompting an enraged roar from the Yanlin Jiao directed at the juvenile. I have just endured the tribulation. How could I allow you to succeed? Through the restoration granted by the third lightning strike, he felt his cultivation limit surge once again like a rocket. If given but a moment's respite, he would swiftly elevate his prowess to 60,000 years. Achieving this level of strength would render his combat abilities nearly comparable to those of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, in his current weakened state, he was resolute in refusing to become a mere meal for others. That would be an unfathomable tragedy. Old monster, he is mine. The 5 combined fingers resembled a sharp sword, pointing directly at the fiery maw of the Yanskali serpent. It was evident to him that this serpentine creature had recently endured a thunderous tribulation, transforming from an unremarkable fire attribute snake into a soul beast imbued with both fire essence and dragon lineage. At this moment, the creature was severely weakened due to its recent trials, its combat prowess diminished to a mere flicker. Should it regain even a modicum of vitality, it would likely prove formidable enough that even 2 powerful soul masters might struggle to subdue it. Thus, if not now to hunt it for its soul ring, then when? Douluo gazed intently at the serpent-like soul beast within the volcanic crater, a flicker of ruthlessness passing through his mind. In the blink of an eye, a massive emerald-green python rose behind him, resembling a towering mountain. 7th soul skill, true martial spirit. The 2 entities stood poised against one another, akin to 2 celestial bodies on the brink of collision, their impending clash imminent. Douluo transformed into an enormous serpent, propelling himself towards the Yanskali serpent like a bolt from a crossbow. The Yanskali serpent, still reeling from the recent lightning strike, found itself utterly defenseless. In an instant, Douluo ensnared it with a triple-layered binding, as though it were crushed beneath a great mountain. Once secured, Douluo began to constrict his form slowly, the Yanskali serpent gradually succumbing to the weighty pressure akin to that of a mountain. At this juncture, any attempt at resistance from the Yanskali serpent was rendered futile. The force exerted by the solitary master, Douluo, intensified, causing the scales in the contracted area to visibly distort and shatter, emitting a disquieting sound. Even the wounds on his body, previously inflicted during the lightning tribulation and nearly healed, began to ooze blood anew due to Douluo's binding. The reopening of old injuries, the emergence of new ones, coupled with the soul's thunderous strikes, converged into a triad of torment that surged like a tide. The Yanlin Jiao let out a pained roar, a sound that seemed to pierce the heavens. From a distance, Wu Hai could discern a hint of dragon's howl within that anguished cry, a resonance filled with boundless fury and resentment. Douluo contracted his form once more, approaching the limits of his capacity. Observing that the Yanlin Jiao had lost all will to resist, he gradually loosened his grip, reverting to his human form. Just as he prepared to summon Wu Hai to take over, the previously lethargic gaze of the Yanlin Jiao suddenly ignited with a blood-like crimson brilliance. Its incomplete body writhed unnaturally, and a tail as thick as a barrel struck like a colossal hammer against Douluo, catching him utterly off guard. The impact drove him into the mountainside, as if he had been forcibly nailed into the rock. Witnessing this, Wu Hai felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure on Douluo, the collision billowed a thick cloud of dust, resembling a massive mushroom cloud that obscured the view between Douluo and the Yanlin Jiao. However, both had long adapted to the serpent's nature. employing thermal imaging to gauge their opponent's condition. The Yanlin Jiao understood that it could not inflict substantive harm on this formidable human. Yet, having ensnared him within the mountainside, escape would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, its gaze shifted towards Wu He, who was observing from the volcano's edge, filled with cunning and ferocity. Almost immediately, the constricted body of the Yanlin Jiao began to reinflate, regaining its form after a single breath. At this moment, the Yanlin Jiao had yet to acclimate to its newfound serpentine combat style and still exhibited a serpent's offensive posture, its elongated body coiling over a rock, appearing from a distance like a foul-smelling mass. Nevertheless, in this state, its explosive power reached a zenith. In the blink of an eye, the Yanlin Jiao surged forth like an arrow shot from a bow, achieving eye-level equilibrium with Wu He. In Wu Hei's sight, he perceived the creature's smile, a sly grin of a dragon, filled with cunning, resentment, and fury. It seemed to be brewing something within its maw, and Wu He, not being a fool, quickly reacted by summoning his device. Just as the Yanlin Jiao opened its cavernous mouth, Wu Hei's black rhinoceros armor seamlessly merged into one. From the maw of the flame-scaled serpent erupted a torrent of venomous flames, as searing as molten lava. This infernal liquid resembled the saliva of a demon. Once it touched the skin, not even the purest water could extinguish its blaze. Moreover, it harbored an abundance of fiery toxins that, upon contact, not only scorched the surface but also gnawed at the very core of one's being, akin to maggots devouring flesh. Fortunately, Wu Yi's reflexes were as swift as lightning, and in an instant, he completed his transformation. The silver river water shield in his grasp, a paragon of water attributes, stood in stark opposition to the lethal fire venom. Just as the flame-scaled serpent raged with its fiery expulsion, a deafening roar resonated from the volcanic crater, followed by the resounding impact of Douluo's ascending dragon fist, striking fiercely at the serpent's jaw. Douluo had anticipated that his full-force strike would pierce through the soul beast's jaw like a bolt of thunder. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that it merely prompted the creature to clamp its jaws shut. The serpent's jaw, as solid as a fortress, imparted a profound lesson to Douluo. After sending the flame-scaled serpent flying, he did not pause for a moment. He transformed into a verdant phosphorus serpent emperor, akin to a flash of lightning, and pursued with relentless speed. With a powerful bite, he sank his fangs into the top of the serpent's head, his venomous teeth piercing through its scales, leaving a shattered impression upon its skull. This unexpected resilience took Douluo by surprise. He had not anticipated such hardness, as his full bite failed to penetrate. However, unlike characters in turn-based games, he did not withdraw after a single attack. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a furious barrage upon the serpent's body, as if to repay the vengeance of the earlier assault that had nearly crushed him into the mountainside. Before long, the flame-scaled serpent appeared to succumb to a state of lethargy, yet Wu He discerned an unwillingness reflected in its gaze, soon followed by a glimmer of ferocity. After Douluo's assault, he observed the serpent lying in a volcanic hollow, its bones thoroughly shattered, akin to a creature stripped of its spine, rendered powerless to move. The flame-scaled serpent, feeling a deep sense of grievance, lifted its massive head, gazing at Douluo with a pitiful, pleading expression. Yet Douluo remained as unyielding as flint, unmoved by its plight. Subsequently, the serpent laboriously turned its head, casting a beseeching glance toward Wu He, before lowering its great head in silent submission. "Young one, come quickly and take over." Wu He stood motionless, akin to a statue, firmly believing that he had just glimpsed a fierce glint in the creature's eyes. "Did you not repeatedly declare your desire for him? Why at this moment do you exhibit such trepidation?" The taunts of Douluo struck like arrows. Yet Wu He merely shook his head, resolutely advancing towards the Yanlin Jiao. As he approached the creature, it abruptly raised its head, fixating on him with the intensity of a ravenous wolf, then slightly parted its gaping maw. A crimson jiaodan, as vivid as blood and reminiscent of brilliant stars against the night sky, slowly emerged from its mouth. Suddenly, a fierce and menacing light erupted from its eyes. In that instant, the jiaodan unleashed a dazzling brilliance, and without the need for Douluo's admonition, Wu He comprehended the creature's intent. Chapter 51, The Explosion Run. It is going to self-destruct. Although Douluo was close at hand, the Yanlin Jiao had resolutely decided to detonate itself. Unless one intervened to slay it, the impending explosion would not abate on its own. However, even with intervention, there was a risk of premature detonation. Wu He found himself in such close proximity that escape seemed utterly impossible. Wu Yi understood clearly that his friendship with Douluo was but a fleeting few days, insufficiently profound to compel the latter to risk his life for him. In such circumstances, even if Douluo were to wield his martial spirit with utmost fervor, he would likely emerge gravely injured in the attempt to save him. Thus, Wu Yi firmly believed that Douluo would not sacrifice himself for the sake of their brief camaraderie. However, the fiery scaled serpent before him resonated too deeply with his very essence, even if he were to narrowly evade this calamity. Encountering such a fitting soul beast again would be akin to scaling the heavens. Consequently, he ultimately resolved to make a bold decision. Old monster, swiftly, propel me to the skies. Upon hearing these words, Douluo felt as though struck by a thunderclap. What did it mean to send him to the heavens? Did he truly intend to watch him march to his demise? Should Wu Yi perish, how could he ever explain it to Yin Yan? Yet, as he observed Wu Yi poised to leap, the meaning of ascending to the heavens dawned upon him. Regardless, the fiery-scaled serpent was already preparing for self-detonation. At this moment, soaring into the sky might not guarantee escape from the ensuing explosion, but since Wu Yi had spoken thus, Douluo had no choice but to treat the dying horse as if it were alive. He unleashed his martial spirit once more, and at the instant Wu Yi leapt, a serpent's tail, as thick as a water barrel, struck with the force of a mountain crashing down upon his feet. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi ascended with the velocity of a rocket, soaring into the heavens at an astonishing pace. Seizing the opportunity, Douluo followed suit, darting away like an arrow released from its bow, desperate to evade the repercussions of the impending explosion. As the human offspring soared into the sky, the flame-scaled dragon found itself momentarily bewildered, yet it would not allow this little creature to escape so easily. The primary aim of the formidable human's pursuit was to capture it in order to provide the offspring with a soul ring. If it were to slip away unscathed, the creature's self-detonation would be rendered futile. Although its bones were already fractured, it was well known that serpents relied not solely on their skeletal structure for explosive leaps, but rather on their musculature. Even with shattered bones, the sheer force of its flesh could propel it to a certain height, just as it prepared to unleash its power. A spear descended like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the fractures in its skull, shattering its brain and beast core. The tremendous impact drove through its jawbone, pinning it to the ground in an uncanny manner. Confusion enveloped it. Its unwillingness, fury, and bewilderment evaporated in that instant, along with its self-detonation. As its consciousness dissipated into the ether, even Douluo, who was intent on fleeing, stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Yi firmly planted his right foot upon the tip of the meteor gun, striking the ground with a heavy stomp, his grip steadfast upon the gun barrel. In that moment, the posture evoked in Douluo a singular poem and a distinguished lineage. Time seemed to reverse. Just moments ago, Wu Yi, aided by Douluo, soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters in an instant. However, at the moment of this borrowed momentum, Wu Yi unleashed the Zen seal. This skill, as described in the original text, could suspend time within a certain radius, immobilizing everything except for the user. Thus, in this extraordinary circumstance, Wu Yi resolved to gamble everything, ultimately achieving success. As time came to an abrupt halt, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by the fleeting force, ascending into the sky like a bird. A classic principle of physics states that once a target is aimed at, gravitational acceleration becomes an unstoppable arrow, capable of penetrating all. Despite soaring high above, surveying the ground below, everything appeared diminutive as ants, even the head of the great head serpent reduced to an inconsequential black dot. Yet, this did not deter Wu Yi from his plan. He adjusted the dial at his waist, holding a card delicately between his index and middle fingers, letting it drift downwards like a feather towards the serpent's head. Subsequently, under the influence of gravity, his body plummeted rapidly and just 5 meters beneath him. The summoning card of the meteor gun unfolded like a mysterious portal. Upon passing through this gateway, he found himself wielding a meteor gun, its barrel spinning swiftly between his hands, the tip conjuring a whirlwind of ferocious spiraling air. Though unable to unleash the torrential strike on level ground, he could harness the power of atmospheric pressure in the air to unleash an extraordinary special skill. The pseudo-torrential strike shattered the surface, as if Mount Tai had pierced the heavens. This earth-shattering blow transcended mere gravitational attacks at the moment of release. The soul power in his hands surged forth like a raging torrent. All of this transpired within 3 seconds. In the final second, Wu Yi released the Zen seal, fully aware that the flame-scale serpent would not allow his escape, thus making a retaliatory leap highly probable. He tilted his head slightly upwards, revealing a gaping wound where the serpent's fangs had pierced through. its scales shattered. In that instant, the meteor gun, enveloped in a cataclysmic rush of air, pierced through, instantly obliterating his skull. In that fleeting moment, his brain was pulverized, along with the beast core prepared for self-destruction, turning to ashes. With a grip as firm as iron pincers, Wu Yi forcefully extracted the meteor spear, then gently descended from the dragon's head like a falling leaf. It must be noted that the sensation of plummeting from such heights left his feet feeling as though they were being gnawed upon by countless ants, rendering them somewhat numb. A soul ring, as dark as ink, slowly materialized from the body of the Yinlin Jiao, resembling a mysterious star in the night sky. However, the hue of this soul ring was not the profoundly deep black one might expect. Wu Yi furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. Hadn't this individual successfully transcended the tribulation? Logically, he should possess an accumulation of cultivation spanning 4 to 5 millennia. How could his soul ring be of such a delicate, inky hue? Douluo approached, instantly discerning Wu Yi's perplexity. Gently, he placed a hand on Wu Yi's shoulder, akin to a sage guiding a wayward youth. My young friend, consider yourself fortunate. This formidable creature was on the verge of self-destruction, its entire cultivation coalescing like a tide into its beast core. Although you averted the explosion, the remaining cultivation it possesses still amounts to a remarkable 2 millennia. That is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At this moment, Wu Yi suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of regret within. If only he had been more resolute then, had met its fierce gaze head-on, and had erupted in that crucial instant, perhaps he could have thwarted its suicidal intent. However, contemplating this now serves no purpose. The adversary has already perished, and the opportunity for redemption has irrevocably vanished. With a sense of resignation, Wu Yi removed his armor, drawing the black soul ring, over 19,000 years old, to himself as if it were a magnet. In just a few short hours, without any trace of suffering, the absorption was complete. The position representing the fire element was now adorned with an obsidian black soul ring, reminiscent of ink jade. Wu Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, kicked the Yinlin Jiao twice. To his astonishment, a clear, melodious sound of metal clashing resonated. Both were taken aback, and from each other's expressions, they deduced the nature of the occurrence. A complimentary small gift equates to a mere 10 cents. 10 of these gifts amount to $1. It would take 1 million such complimentary gifts to purchase a vehicle, and several million to acquire a house. So why not bestow some complimentary small gifts? Chapter 52, Soul Bone Absorption. Wu Yi is acutely aware that there exists something in this world more precious than life itself. He gazes at Douluo, his heart brimming with trepidation, reluctant to grasp that which lies before him, for he fears to probe the depths of human nature. As long as he refrains from touching it, he can pretend as though nothing has transpired. Crucially, prior to this moment, he had narrated to Douluo a method that could only alleviate the affliction of Douluo Yin, but could not cure it entirely. Now, however, the key object to realize this method has indeed come into being. Douluo is momentarily taken aback, as if he comprehends Wu Yi's thoughts. He observes the dark green soul power in his hand, resembling a blazing flame, coalescing before him, and then he clenches it tightly. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He watched, wide-eyed, as Douluo concentrated his soul power, gripped by fear so profound that he instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Enough, young man, cease your pretense. Douluo's fingertip, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, lightly tapped Wu Yi's forehead. Wu Yi, in a playful manner, opened one eye while closing the other, gazing at Douluo. This could be described as a harrowing test of humanity, a high-stakes gamble between the two, with Wu Yi ultimately emerging as the victor. The Yinlin Jiao, a fire attribute soul beast, resembled a blazing dragon, its essence rooted in serpentine evolution. For soul masters of the snake lineage, the soul bone it produced would undoubtedly serve as a potent boon. However, the Bai Lin Shu belongs to the frigid category of soul beasts. And given that Douluo Yin is a girl with an inherently cool demeanor, the absorption of a soul bone possessing extreme fire attributes could be counterproductive. It might not only fail to enhance her cultivation but could indeed pose a danger to her very well-being. Wu Yi is not wagering on Douluo's vast reservoir of knowledge, but rather on whether Douluo, upon encountering such a precious soul bone, would claim it for himself and leave him to perish. To speak frankly, after acquiring his third soul ring, Wu Yi's cultivation has indeed seen a remarkable enhancement, reaching level 33, which marks a substantial breakthrough for him. Yet, in the presence of a titled Douluo, he remains but an insignificant insect. Thus, he is gambling on whether Douluo will show him no mercy. The moment Douluo picked up the soul bone, It was as if enlightenment dawned upon him. He perceived everything clearly. Consequently, he resolutely handed the soul bone to Wu Yi, for he harbored no inclination to seize the belongings of the younger generation. "Are you truly disinterested?" Wu Yi asked candidly, cradling the soul bone in his palm. It was evidently not an ordinary soul bone, but a genuine external soul bone. Despite its relatively recent origin, its worth far surpassed that of any typical soul bone. Douluo was well aware of this. The instant he grasped the soul bone, he recognized its invaluable nature. However, he also understood that if a soul bone and soul ring derived from the same soul beast were absorbed by the same individual, the effects would be significantly amplified. He was not one to feign modesty. More importantly, his daughter Yin Yin had frequently brought up Wu Yi, imploring him to look after him. For over a decade, Douluo Yin had never beseeched him to extend such kindness to anyone else, and given his appreciation for talent, coupled with the fact that Wu Yi possessed the means to alter the fate of his entire family, he felt compelled to assist. Enough of the pleasantries. Hurry and absorb it. With that, Douluo turned away, remaining vigilant. Observing Douluo's demeanor, Wu Yi refrained from further conversation. Taking the soul bone in hand and examining it closely to ascertain which part of the body it corresponded to. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that dragons possess reverse scales, also known as heart-protecting scales, which are among the most crucial of their scales. In this world, when a small serpent transforms into a flood dragon, a reverse scale will develop in the heart region. As the flood dragon ascends to a true dragon, another reverse scale emerges. Finally, when it fully transforms into a dragon, yet another reverse scale will form upon its chest. At that point, these three reverse scales will coalesce into the hardest and most vital dragon scales. Interestingly, the Yin Lin Jiao at this moment bore such a reverse scale. Even as it ended its life with grievances and hatred, its beast core was destroyed. However, during the release of a vast amount of energy, akin to a phoenix's rebirth, this scale transformed into an external soul bone. Given its origin as a heart-protecting reverse scale, it rightfully belongs embedded above the heart on the left side of the chest. Wu Yi swiftly shed his garments, his right hand firmly grasping the external soul bone. With utmost care, he positioned the soul bone near his heart and summoned all his soul power to guide it. At the very moment the soul bone approached his chest, ethereal tendrils of soul energy emerged from it, akin to delicate filaments. Before Wu Yi could fully comprehend the situation, these tendrils lunged at him with the ferocity of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Immediately, he was engulfed by an excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The soul bone did not merely rest against his chest, rather, it functioned like a vampire, incessantly siphoning his soul power while burrowing deeper into his body like an eel. The agony transcended mere skin discomfort, surging through his muscles, tendons, and veins like a relentless tide. Yet, this torment paled in comparison to what was to come. Just as Wu Yi believed he had endured the worst, the soul bone inexplicably penetrated his heart. In that instant, he experienced a sudden cardiac arrest, as if gripped tightly by an iron vice. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the specter of the deceased Yin Lin Jiao, its fearsome dragon claws gripping his heart with an iron grip. At this juncture, Wu Yi was engaged in a final struggle for survival against the remnants of Yin Lin Jiao's spirit, marking the latter's desperate and ultimate resistance. Wu Yi swiftly discerned the nature of the predicament. He recognized that the anguish did not stem from the corporeal realm, but rather emerged from a profound torment within the depths of his soul. The gaze of the blazing scaled serpent before him was solely fixated on vengeance. Devoid of any trace of sentience, Wu Yi became resolute in his conviction that this was an indispensable trial in the absorption of the soul bone, a dramatic confrontation with the lingering essence of the soul beast. Having reached this juncture, he opened his mind to engage it directly, both parties akin to famished specters, ravenously devouring each other's spiritual energy. Only the one who ultimately survived could claim victory. As he endeavored to absorb the essence of the soul bone, Wu Yi's complexion fluctuated between pallor and a ghastly hue, intermittently manifesting bursts of fiery energy, while beads of sweat, no larger than mung beans, evaporated before they could traverse his cheeks upon encountering the flames. After more than 6 hours of relentless struggle, the sky above him transformed into a tapestry of twinkling stars. And it was only then that he gradually opened his weary yet exhilarated eyes, affirming that he had successfully absorbed the soul bone. It must be acknowledged that this particular soul bone indeed exhibited remarkably efficacious properties. Chapter 53. The Might of the Dragon. Chapter 54. The the viral check-in spot, the eye of ice and fire upon gaining a clear understanding of his circumstances. Wu Yi gradually rose to his feet with the support of Du Guyan. This valley, embraced by towering mountains, resembled a bashful maiden, deeply concealing herself, possessing an inherent capacity for stealth. Furthermore, Du Gubo had meticulously cultivated a ring of highly toxic plants around its periphery, rendering this precious land all the more enigmatic. Akin to a celestial palace shrouded in mist, gazing at the myriad of extraordinary flowers and grasses blanketing the mountains, Wu Yi felt an exuberance akin to that of a child, eagerly yearning to explore and ascertain whether this valley truly brimmed with various ethereal flora. As Tang Sen had claimed, after brushing off the dust from his clothes, Wu Yi galloped through the valley like an unbridled stallion, filled with curiosity, as if he aspired to behold every nook and cranny of this enchanting realm. Alas, Wu Yi, do not run about recklessly, Du Guyan cried out in alarm. For most of the flora in this valley resembled hidden scorpions lurking in the shadows, each harboring unknown toxins. It was these poisonous celestial flowers and herbs that enabled Du Gubo to expedite his cultivation. However, due to the uncertain medicinal properties of many plants, even Du Gubo had to exercise utmost caution in their care, refraining from their indiscriminate use. Should Wu Yi inadvertently come into contact with any of the toxic flora unknown to Du Gubo, the repercussions could be dire, leaving even Du Gubo powerless to assist. Hence, Du Guyan's anxiety was palpable, compounded by the fact that this valley was her grandfather's treasured medicinal garden. If Wu Yi were to inadvertently harm any of the plants, even his multiple lives would not suffice to shield him from her grandfather's wrath. Yet, Wu Yi remained blissfully unaware, behaving like a naive child, careening through the valley in reckless abandon. The diversity of flora within the valley was as plentiful as stars in the night sky, yet Wu Yi was not entirely ignorant of the plant world. Having visited botanical gardens in his previous life and possessing some knowledge of various species, even if the mutated plants in this world were abundant like the stars, their medicinal properties likely bore similarities, with differences only manifesting as slight mutations or enhancements. Indeed, Wu Yi soon encountered a small pond adorned with lotus flowers, which, contrary to the season's expectations, had already blossomed into vibrant blooms, resembling bashful maidens in full display. This pond was not only home to lotus flowers but also lotus seed pods, some of which appeared from a distance like polished jade, exuding a captivating luster. Observing this scene, Wu Yi could surmise that beneath the pond's surface, a bountiful supply of lotus roots likely lay hidden. He could only wonder about their quality and whether they would be as translucent and exquisite as white jade. Upon witnessing Wu Yi standing motionless, a glimmer of drool escaping the corner of her mouth, she momentarily speculated whether he had fallen victim to some hallucinogenic herb, as if enchanted by an unseen spell. However, as she approached him, he hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve and scurried away like a startled rabbit. It was then that she beheld the extraordinary spiritual plant that Wu Yi had discovered by the pond. To speak candidly, although she could not name the variety of lotus flowers adorning the water, she had observed this particular cluster for several years. Despite their exquisite beauty, they hardly warranted such a reaction of drooling, did they? As Wu Yi meandered through the area, he soon arrived at the heart of the valley. This was a most spectacular landscape, one side enveloped in a wintry chill, resembling the realm of the Ice Queen, the other side ablaze with fire, akin to the abode of the god of flames. A spring of divine essence flowed, embodying the harmonious interplay of opposites, much like the yin and yang of the Taiji diagram. Indeed, it was as Tang San had remarked, one of the three great treasure troves. Wu Yi could not help but exclaim. This spring, with its waters, manifested two distinctly different attributes, which, though opposing, also nurtured one another. Centered around these attributes, the surrounding flora exhibited conflicting characteristics. The closer one approached this spring, the more intense the soul force became, resembling a vast whirlpool of spiritual energy that captivated everything in its vicinity. The plants thrived in remarkably short spans of time, as if infused with an extraordinary power. In the heart of the valley, all the spiritual plants grew at an astonishing pace, 10 times faster than usual, even along the valley's periphery. The growth rate reached 5 to 8 times the norm. After Wu Yi leisurely explored the medicinal valley, Du Gubo had already brewed fragrant tea in his seemingly ethereal abode. Observing that Wu Yi had not gathered any of the spiritual flowers or herbs, Du Gubo felt a flicker of curiosity. He could hardly believe that someone capable of discerning his own ailments would lack knowledge of even basic pharmacology. Yet, Wu Yi had indeed refrained from collecting from his treasure-like medicinal garden. At that moment, he found himself pondering whether Wu Yi was simply oblivious to the value of such treasures or possessed a noble character. Without a care for the puzzled gaze of Douluo, Wu Yi boldly took a seat and greedily drank from Douluo's tea as if it were mere water. Old monster, your medicinal garden is truly astonishing in its vastness. After wandering about for just 2 laps, I am utterly exhausted. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Wu Yi feigned an appearance of utter exhaustion and spoke. Observing Wu Yi's wanton disregard for the precious tea produced by his century-old tea trees, Douluo momentarily found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to admonish him. Just then, he witnessed his granddaughter, breathless and fatigued, entering the cave like a delicate flower battered by storm and rain. "Grandfather, this fellow is simply a monster. I can barely keep up with him," Douluo lamented. Visibly distressed, for she was the one truly on the brink of collapse. She could hardly fathom how Wu Yi could move so swiftly and possess such remarkable stamina. As Douluo regarded Wu Yi with a look of skepticism, Wu Yi, with great fervor, inscribed vigorously upon the paper, subsequently handing one sheet to himself. Douluo could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he first glanced at the contents inscribed on the paper. Immediately thereafter, a look of astonishment washed over him as he abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "Young man, is what you have written truly authentic?" Wu Yi poured himself another cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. "There are only these 2 options. You may choose one for yourself." Wu Yi did not directly respond to Douluo's inquiry, instead tossing the choice back to him like a tossed ball. Douluo once again glanced at the plan inscribed on the paper, sinking into a profound silence, as if lost in a death-like contemplation. Douluo, observing the 2 individuals engaged in riddles, felt a wave of exasperation, as if she had been rendered invisible to them. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she was not yet at the point of collapse. She swiftly approached and seized the paper from Douluo's hands to examine it. Chapter 55, Jade and Emerald Bone Broth Plan 1. To consume the water immortal jade skin bone and the heavenly mushroom in successive doses, akin to 2 surging torrents, fortifying her physique, nourishing her meridians, and enhancing her skeletal structure, thereby invigorating her limbs and circulating blood throughout her body, as if striving to forge an indestructible body. This undoubtedly lays a solid foundation for the subsequent evolution of her martial soul. The advantages are glaringly apparent. Her physical strength would see a tremendous increase, and her cultivation speed would escalate exponentially. However, the drawbacks loom like a shadow. The toxins within her would, at the same moment of invigorating her limbs and circulating her blood, flood her system like a breached dam, making future detoxification a daunting challenge. Plan 2. To simultaneously ingest the star anise ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, supplemented by the waters of the ice and fire duality, I for body refinement. Resembling a grand feast of ice and fire, its benefits are nothing short of sublime. It is impervious to all toxins, immune to both ice and fire, and would further strengthen her physique. Even without the evolution of her martial soul, she need not fear the backlash of martial soul toxins. Yet, the disadvantages are equally alarming. First, the star anise ice grass, a rare and frigid poisonous herb, is akin to a blade piercing the heart with its icy essence. Prolonged exposure may lead to irreversible harm. Secondly, the fiery apricot blossom, a rare fire-toxic herb, glows with a vivid red hue, reminiscent of blazing flames, standing in stark contrast to the ice grass. A slight misstep could result in fatal consequences. Douluo meticulously evaluated both plans, a chill creeping down her spine. The first plan, appearing conservative, in reality, demanded the user to complete the evolution of their martial soul within a short time after consuming both herbs. Otherwise, the soul master would become a mere vessel for poison. In some future day, either the soul poison would retaliate, wreaking havoc like a demon, or the vessel would shatter, unleashing a toxic miasma upon the surroundings. The second plan resembled a life and death gamble, with survival hinging solely on the roll of fate's dice. Strangely, Douluo felt an intense conviction that this plan seemed tailor-made for her. With her head raised, their gazes locked, time appeared to freeze in that moment. Amidst this delicate and awkward atmosphere, Wu Yi broke the silence first. Douluo, if you were to choose, what would be your decision? Before Wu Yi could finish his words, he was seized by Douluo, who effortlessly tossed him out of the cave dwelling as if he were a mere chick by its scruff. Wu Yi, rubbing his behind, which was on the verge of being split into four, cast a glance filled with grievances over his shoulder. After a considerable time, Douluo, accompanied by Du Guyan, slowly emerged from their abode, both secretly pondering that he was likely hiding in some corner, weeping softly. However, to their surprise, he had already forged his own path, discovering an open space where he had commenced brewing a soup. If one were to inquire about the nature of this soup, it would be the exquisite jade-like broth simmered with a millennium-old red pig bone. The slightly murky soup base resembled a delicate veil, floating with a faint sheen of oil, while the air was suffused with a rich aroma. As if an invisible hand was gently beckoning the diner's appetites, Yi sprinkled a delicate layer of fine salt into the soup, gently stirring it with a ladle. As if painting a magnificent masterpiece, he then carefully ladled a small portion into a bowl and took a cautious sip. Marvelous. Douluo gazed at the chaos strewn across the empty ground. Although the soul beast had been dismembered with the precision of an artistic virtuoso by Yi, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure, a unique fire of rage blazed within Douluo's heart. What have you done to my medicinal garden, young man? Upon hearing a sound, he turned to see the two individuals had emerged, observing the expression on Du Guyan's face. It was evident that Douluo had divulged everything to her. As for the particulars of his account, Yi deemed it inappropriate to speculate. Noticing the irate Douluo, Yi instinctively prepared a large bowl of jade-green delicacy, braised red pig bones, and respectfully presented it to Douluo. Rest assured, old monster, I am not one to indulge selfishly. See, I have reserved a portion for you. With a mischievous grin plastered across his face, Yi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the bowl in his hand, but the sight of the plant within, the root of some ethereal herb, held him back. Were it not for that, he might have already fused his martial soul. After serving a bowl to Douluo, he proceeded to offer another to Guyan. Noticing that Douluo remained silent, Yi pondered whether he lacked chopsticks, rendering the act of eating inconvenient. Thus, like a gust of wind, he dashed to a nearby bamboo grove, effortlessly snapping off several slender bamboo shoots from the few crystalline jade bamboos, as if breaking fragile willow branches, and handed them to the two with a nonchalant remark, "Given the limited surroundings, let us make do with this." Observing the makeshift bamboo chopsticks in her hands, Guyan muttered, "With such constraints, I suppose we must adapt." Yet, glancing at her grandfather's countenance, which appeared so grim it seemed capable of dripping water, she found herself unable to eat. Her appetite utterly vanquished. Although the bamboo was not a celestial herb, it was nonetheless a cherished treasure, tenderly nurtured by her grandfather within the valley. To have them repurposed as chopsticks was akin to brushing against Douluo's most sensitive nerve. Particularly that phrase, "make do with this," had already shattered the bowl we had previously held in Douluo's imagination. Suddenly, Douluo's heart quaked at the sight of the bowl. Was that not the Millennium Ice Crystal of his ice and fire duality eye? That Millennium Ice Crystal was notoriously resilient. How had this lad managed to fashion it into a bowl? Although fury surged within him, Douluo was not one to be petty. He needed to ascertain the contents of the bowl before risking a bite that could lead to a deadly poison, one that he might not be able to neutralize. "Young man, enlighten me. What is this exquisite jade delicacy? I have never encountered it in my medicinal garden." Upon hearing the question, Yi turned around, his mouth currently occupied with chewing a morsel, resembling a hamster in its act. After chewing for a considerable time, he swallowed and remarked, "The wild boar cannot digest fine chaff." Yi wore a visage of disdain, as if to say, in a pond teeming with treasures, "You do not even know how to partake. The object you refer to is none other than the root of the water fairy, a veritable bounty of nature, lamentably unappreciated by your ignorance of its virtues. This exquisite flower, known as the water fairy, boasts petals reminiscent of celestial nectar, which, when consumed, can fortify one against the insidious temptations of inner demons during cultivation, and serves as a remarkable antidote against hallucinogenic toxins. Its fluffy core resembles a miraculous elixir, ideal for medicinal baths, offering extraordinary benefits to someone of your age, enhancing physical strength and sharpening memory. The jade-like beads, typically numbering in threes, each resemble a potent herbal pill, capable of reinforcing bones and sinews. However, beware, for among every trio, two conceal lethal toxins. Its root, which graces your bowl as jade-like delicacies, can elevate one's comprehension and nourish the essence, all the while possessing a sweet flavor that, when simmered with bone, creates an unparalleled gastronomic delight. As Wu He spoke, he eagerly picked up a large piece and savored it with delight. Observing Wu He's mischievous expression, Du Guyan was taken aback, initially expecting Du Gubo to erupt in anger. Yet, to her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, Du Gubo had joined Wu He by the large pot, indulging in the feast with gusto. In Chapter 56, Refining the Body, the three devoured the jade-like delicacies in their bowls with the ferocity of starving tigers, finishing every last bite. Gazing at the now empty cauldron, each of them appeared unsatisfied, yearning for more. The effects of the jade delicacies were remarkably gentle, akin to a meandering clear spring, softly cleansing the impurities from their bodies. Simultaneously, their minds were illuminated as if clouds had parted, significantly enhancing their clarity of thought and cultivation. Wu He, if I were to choose the second option, how should I withstand the fiery intensity of the blazing earth fire almond? Du Guyan inquired, voicing her most pressing concern. After all, her martial soul was of the cold and sinister serpent variety. Though she too dabbled in toxins, the fire poison was in direct conflict with her cold attributes, and a moment's carelessness could lead her astray. This was also a question that Du Gubo had pondered deeply. Wu Yi waved his hand lightly and remarked, "This is merely a trifling matter. First, you must ingest the 8-pointed ice grass. Its frosty venom will swiftly envelop your entire body like a tempest. However, your martial soul should possess a degree of resistance to this chill toxin." Du Guyan nodded slightly, and then Wu He continued, "Before the venom invades your heart and lungs, you must promptly consume the fiery apricot blossom. In doing so, these two celestial herbs will engage in a delicate equilibrium, akin to the harmonious interplay of ice and fire, leading to a subtle state of refinement." As Wu He spoke, he gestured with his hands to create a vivid metaphor. However, he soon raised a finger, adopting a solemn expression, and said, "Yet, there is one point that warrants particular attention. After consuming these two miraculous herbs, your body will endure the relentless torment of searing flames and biting frost, a suffering akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at your very soul." Wu He's hands tightly gripped his own neck, his face contorted into a grotesque expression of terror. However, prior to that, all one needed to do was consume the two celestial herbs, thereby evading the perils of the ice and fire duality. Even if one were to leap into its depths and swim, they would emerge unscathed, experiencing perfect refinement. After listening to Wu He's explanation, Du Guyan expressed no further doubts. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly opt for the more advantageous second option. In truth, Wu He's eloquence stemmed from the successful case of Tang San in the original narrative. Yet, internally, Wu He's heart roiled like a tumultuous sea, far from tranquil. Nevertheless, now that Du Guyan had made her choice, he was determined to devote his utmost efforts. He whispered a few words into Du Gubo's ear, who nodded slightly before departing from the medicinal valley. "Where is my grandfather headed?" Du Guyan pondered with curiosity, uncertain of what Wu He had conveyed to her grandfather that allowed him to leave them here, confident in their safety. After tidying up their dishes, they cast the surplus items into the ice and fire duality. The blazing red pool resembled a gluttonous beast, slowly consuming and melting everything that was cast into its depths. Witnessing this, Du Guyan felt a flicker of trepidation arise within her. After all, that inferno-like pool was undeniably terrifying. Before long, Du Gubo returned, accompanied by Dean Sin and Yi Lingling. At this moment, Dean Sin had reached level 63 and had just acquired his 6th spirit ring, while even Yi Lingling had attained her 3rd spirit ring, becoming a level 32 spirit elder. The reason for bringing them along was primarily Wu He's astute decision. Among those he had met, they were regarded as the most formidable healing spirit masters, akin to two resplendent stars illuminating the skies of the spirit master realm. Crucially, Du Guyan was to enter the ice and fire duality shortly for body refinement. Even though Du Gubo was her grandfather, he would not be able to assist her in any way upon her return from swimming. However, Wu He was not one to act recklessly. At that moment, Du Gubo, using the method imparted by Wu He, skillfully maneuvered two small blades with his soul power, one forged from pure iron resembling a mighty steel dragon, and the other crafted from pure jade akin to a resplendent white phoenix. Both blades simultaneously struck at two celestial-grade spirit herbs. In the instant the herbs were harvested, an explosive eruption occurred, akin to a volcanic eruption, unleashing extreme flames and piercing ice that collided with one another, generating powerful aftershocks akin to surging waves. Everyone remained vigilant, thus mitigating any substantial impact. Dugu Yin took a deep breath and gracefully descended like an ethereal fairy to perch upon a cliff directly above the conflux of fire and ice. Her left hand cradling the fire apricot blossom, resembling a burning flame, while her right held the octagonal mystic ice grass, akin to glistening frost. Utilizing the contrasting temperatures of the arena, she assisted in her consumption of the herbs. At this juncture, each individual performed their designated role. Dean Sin unleashed his world tree martial soul, his formidable soul skills enveloping Dugu Yin with the warmth of a gentle spring breeze. His protective soul abilities shielded all her bloodlines and, most crucially, her heart vein, erecting an impenetrable wall to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Yilingling also activated her soul-healing soul skill, the 9-star begonia, radiating brilliance like a dazzling pearl. Channeling the entirety of her soul power from 3 soul rings, she prepared to assist Dugu Yin with an overwhelming surge akin to a torrential river. Following Wu Heyi's guidance, Dugu Yin first placed the octagonal mystic ice grass in her mouth. In an instant, an immensely potent and tyrannical cold current surged within her, akin to a ferocious beast, rapidly invading her body. This icy torrent, with the force of a landslide, raced through her veins, bones, and muscles at lightning speed. Within mere seconds, her face was encrusted with frost, and her lips and teeth began to tremble uncontrollably, as though frozen by a biting wind. In that moment, she understood that she could not afford to halt. Any pause would result in her demise or incapacitation. Immediately, she retrieved the fire apricot blossom and, adhering to Wu Heyi's instructions, carefully consumed it. Instantly, the furious flames of her soul power swept through her, cleansing the frost from her body with the ferocity of an inferno. Yet, as the frost receded, the overwhelming flames surged forth, engulfing her entirely. The clash of ice and fire raged within Dugu Yin, wisps of white smoke emanating from her form, a tangible manifestation of the fierce struggle within her. Had it not been for Dean Sin's timely protection of her heart vein, she likely would have succumbed to the potent duality of toxins. Subsequently, Dugu Yin's visage oscillated between icy pallor and scorching heat, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. Fortunately, prior to absorbing the 2 types of spiritual herbs, she had consumed a considerable amount of the exquisite jade-like essence, which, although leaving Dugu Yin unable to fully harness the energies, had nonetheless elevated her comprehension, enabling her to initially master the flow of these 2 unique soul powers within her body. Chapter 57, The 9-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast. Chapter 58, Subsequent Plans. Although the 9-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast is expected to enter a new molting phase within the next few years, its hiding place remains enshrouded in mystery, known to none. Thus, Dugubo decisively activated his network of connections, diligently gathering pertinent information while also inquiring with Wu He about the existence of a secondary plan. Regardless of other considerations, the soul beast mentioned by Wu He is merely a mysterious entity recorded in obscure histories, its existence in the present uncertain. Should this soul beast have already fallen victim to others' treachery without leaving progeny, the second plan proposed by Wu He would become critical. However, Wu He unhesitatingly affirmed that the 9-headed dragon serpent beast is indeed the most optimal solution. Should they lose the soul beast, the effectiveness of seeking other soul beasts as materials for the evolution of their martial souls would undoubtedly diminish significantly. In truth, Wu He felt a profound uncertainty. He had stumbled upon references to this soul beast in the Academy's library. His vivid recollections stemmed from the striking resemblance of this soul beast to the Xiang Lu from the world he inhabited before his transmigration. Moreover, he had been an avid enthusiast of fantastical novels and films, as if every realm contained such colossal creatures with 8 or 9 heads. Akin to the legendary Yamata no Orochi, a gigantic serpent with 8 heads. When asked about alternative plans, the first image that flashed through Wu Heyi's mind was that of the 9-headed bat lurking beneath the city of slaughter. Regrettably, that creature had already possessed Tang Chun, unleashing a power akin to that of a demigod. Capturing it would undoubtedly prove more challenging than hunting the 9-headed dragon serpent beast. However, these are not the pressing matters that Wu He should contemplate at present. After resolving the formidable challenges of detoxification and body refinement for Dugu Yin, Wu He was meant to accompany Dean Sun back to the academy. Yet, what Wu He did not anticipate was that the path he had selected for Dugu Yin's body refinement would yield results beyond his wildest imaginings. Initially, he merely aimed to utilize a few rare celestial herbs to forge a relatively robust physique for Dugu Yin. With such a foundation, he intended to facilitate her martial soul's evolution, thereby preventing her body from exploding due to the absorption of excessively potent soul rings. To his astonishment, her martial soul was so uniquely exceptional that after absorbing those two rare celestial herbs, her body refinement outcomes differed vastly from those of Tang San. In the original narrative, Tang San's body refinement yielded the remarkable ability of dual immunity to ice and fire, along with the power of invulnerability to toxins. However, as Du Guyan's martial soul was inherently poison attribute, the invulnerability to toxins could never manifest within her. Consequently, her body underwent peculiar transformations. The fundamental dual immunity to ice and fire remained intact, yet due to the uniqueness of her martial soul, all toxin attributes would be immediately absorbed upon contact with her invulnerability. After a certain period of refinement, these toxins could be transmuted into treasures of her own. Nevertheless, one aspect aligned closely with Wu Hiyi's initial estimates. Her body had seemingly transformed into a vessel of poison. With the current enhancement of her physical strength, the capacity to store toxins within her body had increased significantly, albeit still subject to a limit. Should that limit be surpassed one day, Du Guyan would inevitably become a mobile toxic reservoir. The original solution was to halt her soul power cultivation and swiftly seek a suitable soul beast for her martial soul's evolution, thereby increasing her body's toxin storage capacity while also enhancing her poison attribute attacks. However, the pressing issue now was that Du Guyan realized that as her soul power increased, her body's toxin storage capacity would also elevate, seemingly contingent upon the level of her soul power. Moreover, if her soul power cultivation stagnated, the toxins within her would begin to erode her soul power, leading to an inevitable expulsion of her own soul power by the toxins, rendering her increasingly difficult to control. This situation starkly contrasted Wu Hiyi's initial assumptions, prompting Du Guyan to seek his counsel on the most suitable soul beast for her third soul ring. This dilemma truly perplexed Wu Hiyi. The plans he had previously devised were largely based on his general understanding of the situation, and the advice he offered was an amalgamation of his insights. While most of these could be substantiated within the realm's knowledge, some discrepancies were, of course, unavoidable. However, the sudden ability for her to cultivate was something Wu Hiyi had not foreseen. Yet, since the issue had surfaced, it inevitably required resolution. After much contemplation, Wu Yi sought out Dean Sin and Du Gubo for a selection of literature concerning soul beasts. Subsequently, he immersed himself in research at Du Gubo's medicinal valley for several days, ultimately arriving at a series of promising directions. Considering the likelihood of failing to locate the nine-headed dragon snake beast, Wu Yi recalibrated a hunting strategy for the future development of Du Guyan. Among the potential targets, one particular soul beast emerged as pivotal to this endeavor. However, those matters are for another time. At present, the most pressing concern remains determining the appropriate soul beast for Du Guyan's third soul ring. Wu Yi sketched the general outline of a soul beast on a blank sheet of paper. Due to the incomplete nature of the books provided by Dean Sun and Du Gubo, many pages contained only a solitary illustration of a soul beast, accompanied by a brief description of its characteristics. Some even lacked names entirely. This left Wu Yi unable to ascertain the identities of certain soul beasts, compelling him to merely replicate the images. Upon examining the drawing, Du Gubo suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the mirror shadow venomous python? The most distinctive feature of this soul beast is its body, which appears crystal clear and translucent. However, its venom is colorless and tasteless, with the most notable aspect being that its toxins are released in the form of poisonous mist from its tail. Once its prey inhales this toxin, they are plunged into a phantasmagorical realm, experiencing varying illusions, ultimately succumbing to a tragic demise in the abyss of despair that these illusions create. This particular soul beast is typically solitary. Although it is not an exceptionally rare species of snake, the danger it poses during hunting is undeniably formidable. Wu Hui chose this soul beast for two primary reasons. Firstly, Du Guyan has always presented herself as a control-type soul master, and it is certain that this soul beast possesses soul skills akin to illusions, which can prolong the duration of control. Secondly, based on the first reason, once she unleashes her illusions, in the absence of an offensive from the enemy, Du Guyan's physical resilience would be akin to an impregnable fortress, comparable to some formidable attack-type soul masters of the same rank. However, there is another aspect that Wu Hui has not disclosed. He yearns to discover the wondrous chemical reaction that occurs when fire poison and cold poison encounter illusion poison. Chapter 59. The Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Having determined their target, the group hastened towards the habitat of the mirror shadow illusion poison python. Naturally, they did not bring Yi Lingling along as her cultivation was far too inadequate. Her presence would not only slow their progress but also require them to expend energy caring for her. In truth, Douluo alone would have sufficed for this soul beast hunt. He could easily capture the soul beast, allowing Douluo to absorb the soul ring without difficulty. Nevertheless, the reason for the group's collective venture stemmed from several daunting challenges posed by this soul beast. Firstly, the creature's body is as translucent as crystal, and when it remains still, it blends seamlessly into its surroundings, nearly achieving invisibility. Secondly, should it enter a dormant state, even a tidal Douluo-level soul master standing within 10 meters would struggle to perceive its presence, as its aura is even fainter than that of ordinary serpents. Moreover, this soul beast is not carnivorous. Although it is a poison python, its venom is primarily utilized to eliminate or intimidate opponents stronger than itself. Due to its exceedingly timid nature, it could easily perish from fright at the slightest disturbance. If the soul beast were to die from fear, the resulting soul ring would be rendered unabsorbable. Thus, this is the reason Douluo refrained from personally capturing the soul beast. The decision to bring everyone along was primarily because strength lies in numbers, facilitating a swifter search. Although this spirit beast is not classified as a rare species, locating it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon realizing this characteristic of the spirit beast, Wu could not help but feel a sense of unease, concerned that his assessments might once again prove to be flawed. Such an error would be exceedingly embarrassing, especially considering that no titled Douluo would wish for their descendants to be treated like mere experimental subjects. A singular misjudgment might be excusable, yet if inaccuracies were to recur, it would inevitably raise suspicions of foul play. Under the guidance of Douluo, the group swiftly reached the territory of the mirror shadow illusory venom python. Given that the spirit beast experiences a geometric increase in appetite upon reaching a millennium of cultivation, finding one requires nearly an entire mountainside. Its territorial instincts are exceptionally strong, stemming from a fear of having its food usurped by its kin. Gazing at the verdant expanse, reminiscent of a green ocean, Wu was astonished to discover that the mountainside was blanketed with non-venomous, edible snake berries. These berries were significantly larger than any he had encountered prior to his journey, each nearly the size of a Chilean melon. Each one was plump and round, resembling meticulously crafted works of art, as if someone had diligently cultivated them in this very spot. Unable to contain his excitement, Wu reached out and plucked a luscious snake berry, carefully placing it in his mouth and savoring a gentle bite. The fruit, bursting with juice, flowed forth like a gushing spring, its sweetness providing an exquisitely satisfying sensation. After consuming one in just a few bites, Wu still felt a lingering desire for more. At that moment, he experienced a twinge of guilt. Stealthily glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to him, he noticed that the others were still occupied in their search for soul beasts, oblivious to his indulgence. He then spotted another fully ripened fruit among the myriad of snake berries, this one significantly larger than the previous, its vibrant crimson hue resembling a dazzling gem, utterly tempting. However, the fruit was perched rather high, and at less than 1.6 meters tall, Wu found it challenging to reach. Fortunately, a smooth rock nearby provided him with the necessary height. He climbed atop it just in time to grasp the fruit. After successfully plucking it, he sat contentedly on the stone, ready to relish this delightful treasure. Yet, at that very moment, a small snake's tongue flickered before his eyes like lightning. Wu was momentarily taken aback. After a full 2 seconds, he seemed to awaken from a dream, his entire being jolted with surprise. Before he could react, he found himself soaring through the air like a kite with a severed string. Oh, must fortune be so unkind? Wu was utterly terrified, and he let out a piercing scream. Although this serpent was not a carnivorous soul beast and usually subsisted on berries, it did not imply that it was entirely disinterested in flesh. Occasionally, a rodent soul beast would wander by, and when the serpent felt inclined, it would indulge in a meaty feast. At this moment, the mirror shadow illusory poison python, previously lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened, most likely due to Wu plucking away the fruit it cherished above all else. Anyone would be incensed if their most beloved food, tenderly cared for until it was ripe for consumption, was suddenly snatched away. Even more crucially, Wu had the audacity to stand atop its head, brazenly seizing the very fruit that the creature adored. Upon hearing Wu's call, the others were instantly jolted back to reality. Realizing that he had discovered the soul beast, However, they were puzzled as to why the ordinarily timid and gentle giant python had been provoked by him. The trio beheld a cloud of dust surging toward them at an astonishing speed, and soon, they caught sight of Wu He leading the charge. Hot on his heels was the mirror shadow phantom poison python, its once translucent body now ablaze with a vivid crimson hue, as if ignited by flames. "Stop chasing me." It was merely a fruit, perhaps due to the swirling dust. Although they could see Wu Yi's lips moving, no sound reached their ears. At that moment, Wu Yi tossed the fruit into the air, and the giant python's gaze shifted accordingly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi had evaded his pursuer. The fruit arched gracefully through the air, landing securely in the hand of Du Guyan. The once crimson serpent became even more enraged upon seeing Du Guyan and her companions, perceiving these three diminutive creatures, akin to mice, as audacious enough to provoke it repeatedly. It was as if the serpent was saying, "You think I'm a sickly snake just because I haven't shown my might?" Just as the mirror shadow phantom poison python opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash a fearsome hiss, Douluo Bo and Director Sun exchanged a knowing glance. In an instant, Douluo Bo unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a hammer, striking the python squarely on its massive head. The creature was rendered unconscious in an instant. Deprived even of the opportunity to release its venom or express fear, collapsing to the ground like a sack of mud. Wu He was filled with curiosity as to why the seemingly formidable punch from Douluo Bo had not vanquished the serpent. Soon after, he noticed the shimmering green light emanating from Dean Sen's hand, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. As the great serpent lay defeated, Du Guyan, akin to a seasoned hunter, deftly drew her dagger, poised to deliver the fatal blow. However, a stone hurtled through the air like a meteor, striking her dagger from her grasp. Accompanying this was a voice that boomed like thunder. "Wait." Chapter 60. The Boy with Issues. Chapter 61. The Escape. Firstly, what you have encountered is not a boy, but rather a young woman. Secondly, that soul beast is not one of his pets. He is merely a charlatan. Wu He succinctly articulated his thoughts. However, at that moment, Du Guyan found herself enveloped in a haze, her mouth agape in astonishment, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Let us first address the matter of his lack of a soul beast. As soon as this individual made his appearance, he swiftly disarmed you, deftly diverting our attention, and seizing the opportunity to abscond with the soul beast. Wu He resembled a shrewd detective, meticulously dissecting the entire incident with clarity and precision. Yet, one might ponder how such a seemingly insignificant soul master managed to relocate such a colossal soul beast. Could it be that he truly was a close companion of the soul beast, prompting it to willingly depart with him? However, it was evident that the soul beast had been rendered unconscious by your grandfather. At this juncture, Du Guyan began to experience a fleeting sense of realization. Judging by the fluctuations in soul power, the strength of the individual before her could not exceed that of a great soul master, likely capped at level 30. Unacquainted with the soul ring of a soul venerable, based on the soul techniques he had just demonstrated, it appeared he possessed a supplementary simulated soul technique, the two of which must work in harmony to manifest such an immense soul beast. Ultimately, this hinged upon the range of his attacks. If he truly commanded such a formidable soul beast, then each of its strikes should be devastatingly powerful. However, upon closer inspection, all of his attacks were bound by a certain distance. Why, then, was there such a limitation? As Wu He deftly evaded the onslaught, he maintained a calm composure, meticulously analyzing the situation. The rationale behind it was rather straightforward. His true form was not as colossal as it appeared. Based on his earlier descriptions of his martial spirit and his primary soul skill, he seemed to possess the extraordinary ability to delve into the fleeting memories of others, subsequently transforming himself in accordance with those recollections. Since the mirror shadow phantom python was rendered unconscious by a single punch from his grandfather, it must have conjured an image of its own mother in that brief moment, allowing the individual to assume the guise of the mirror shadow phantom python and attain such an impressive size. The crux of the matter lay in his secondary soul skill, which presumably enabled him to exist within the consciousness of others as a third party. Coupled with the passive capability of his martial spirit, he could likely compare his size to that of a figure from memory, thus creating a distinctive materialization effect. One soul skill birthed a tangible illusion, while the other prompted a physical transformation. Together, they would undoubtedly yield a significant combat advantage. However, for seasoned warriors, a modicum of attention would suffice to mitigate any considerable distress, much like when Douluo Bo unleashed his martial spirit's true form. The azure phosphor serpent king beneath him appeared even more colossal than that individual. It was only after enduring an intense battle that the individual realized Douluo was a title Douluo, leading to a pang of regret for having inadvertently entangled himself with such a formidable adversary. Initially, he had ventured here in search of a suitable soul beast. And midway through, he had set his sights on the mirror shadow phantom python, believing that absorbing its soul ring would grant him a terrifyingly potent soul skill. As Wu He articulated, the passive ability of his martial spirit could materialize creatures based on the memories of others, allowing these manifestations to either merge with him for transformation or exist as unique phantoms. Yet, upon their unification, ordinary soul masters below the rank of Soul King would not dare to treat him with any semblance of negligence. The mere sight of soul beasts within the narrative would instill a sense of dread in most, causing many to abandon their will to resist. Capitalizing on this psychological edge, he had relied on deception to navigate the soul beast forest. However, today was different. He too coveted the mirror shadow phantom python. Yet, his luck was abysmally poor, for he encountered a title Douluo with astonishing mental prowess and the shrewdness akin to spider silk of Wu He. Within the tapestry of his deceitful tail lay gaping wounds, easily exposed with the slightest provocation. Once the truth was discerned, it was inevitable that the soul beast would not be relinquished to him. Having grasped the situation, Douluo once again seized her dagger and resolutely approached the mirror shadow phantom python. In a flash, her dagger pierced the serpent's head like a bolt of lightning. And in an instant, the soul power within the great serpent coalesced slowly, forming a violet soul ring. With a mere flick of his hand, Douluo summoned his soul ring, which obediently descended upon him like a compliant child. The figure, a woman disguised as a man, witnessed the spectacle and yearned to intervene, yet found herself utterly powerless, for she was no match for a title Douluo. She uttered a fierce remark, "You are indeed formidable," before vanishing once more, utilizing the ethereal qualities of her mirror shadow venomous python to disappear like a wraith. However, to Douluo, her disappearance resembled nothing more than a child's trick. It was entirely transparent to him, for with sufficient mental fortitude, any color of soul beast could be easily discerned, especially one lacking complete skills like her. Not far from her departure, she encountered her parents. Her mother, a noble woman adorned with golden gloves that seemed to serve as her emblem of honor, stood beside her father, a humble man tending to trees, whose silver gloves resembled a guardian of the forest. Both had ascended to the realm of Soul Douluo, yet in recent years, they discovered that achieving the rank of title Douluo was an endeavor fraught with unimaginable difficulty. Their daughter, however, had fortuitously inherited their martial spirits, which, in a certain light, represented both an evolution and a mutation. The martial spirits of this couple were of the most ordinary kind, yet they had attained the level of Soul Douluo solely through their extraordinary luck. Once, they had been a king of gamblers, wielding influence in the underbelly of chance. Once, they had been a bandit, redistributing wealth among the needy. For reasons unknown, they shared an unspoken bond that culminated in the birth of this remarkable girl. Her soul techniques sparkled like the stars in the night sky, predominantly leaning towards the realms of mental and transformation abilities. Her abilities were akin to a sharp blade, capable of piercing the depths of another's soul, allowing her to metamorphose into the very embodiment of what her adversaries feared most, and to materialize the elusive fabric of their imaginations. However, her soul techniques bore significant limitations. Firstly, contact with the opponent's head was a prerequisite for the release of her abilities. Secondly, the more formidable the imagined entity or circumstance, the greater the consumption of soul power, extending the duration of its manifestation. This elucidated why, during her initial attempt to intimidate Wu He and his companions with her colossal head, a mere counterattack caused her to lose her corporeal state. Her fascination with that soul beast stemmed from her yearning to attain the extraordinary crystalline effect it possessed. This would enable her to approach her adversaries with a ghostly stealth, allowing her to unleash her soul skills with unparalleled finesse. In Chapter 62, the Inferno Dragon armor arrives. With no disturbances, Douluo finally had the tranquility to absorb her soul ring. Although Douluo was indeed an exceptional talent, advancing rapidly in her cultivation, the risks associated with absorbing a soul ring were universal. The agony endured was equally profound for all. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and after enduring for over 4 hours, Douluo's soul power fluctuations eventually stabilized. After yet another hour, she finally opened her eyes. "Grandfather, I have finally become a soul master." Yin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, calling out to Douluo. Douluo gazed at her with affectionate pride, sensing the surge of soul power emanating from her, and gently stroked her head, saying, "Excellent. You have already reached level 34. Indeed, for ordinary soul masters, their levels appeared nearly transparent in the presence of a title Douluo. In an instant, Douluo discerned her level completely. However, being a grandfather and granddaughter duo, such knowledge would not incite envy from others. Yin, do showcase your new soul skill." Upon hearing this, Yin nodded lightly, and a phosphorescent serpent, resembling a transparent crystalline form, materialized behind her. Observing the transformation of the phosphorescent serpent without any signs of evolution, He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Silently grateful that it aligned closely with his expectations, Yin scanned her surroundings, realizing there was nothing available to serve as the medium for her soul skill as release, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Young one, did you not just acquire your third soul ring? Why not spar here together?" Douluo remarked with a mischievous grin. Witnessing Yin's predicament, that might not be appropriate. Yi wore an expression of embarrassment, accompanying his smile with reluctance. He had no desire to be the target, nor did he wish to bully Yin. After all, regardless of the number of years he had amassed in soul rings or his current rank as a soul master, the techniques he wielded would inevitably achieve the prowess of a soul king, creating an impression of a larger figure preying upon a smaller one in contrast to Yin. Naturally, she was well aware of Yi's soul abilities, which could transform him within an instant into a competent soul king, whether in strength, speed, or the adeptness of weaponry, all reaching the caliber of a soul king. Nevertheless, she was filled with confidence in her newly acquired soul techniques, a slight smile gracing her lips as she regarded the helpless Yi with a teasing glint in her eyes. "No matter. Let this be merely an opportunity for me to practice my skills." As Yi encountered the main protagonist, he found it difficult to decline the challenge. In truth, he was also eager to test the efficacy of his third suit of armor. The two soon discovered a small clearing, where the unparalleled Douluo summoned his extraordinary soul power, swiftly clearing away the surrounding trees with remarkable efficiency. In an instant, the small clearing transformed into a circular arena with a radius of 25 meters. Once atop the arena, the two exchanged respectful gestures, and without hesitation, Yin initiated the offensive, calling forth her martial soul, the 34th level control type spirit, the Phosphor Serpent. Since Yin's enrollment in the Tiando Academy, she had trained alongside me, Air, and others. Remarkably, in less than a week, she had corrected Yin's habit of vocally announcing the name of her soul technique prior to its release. Now, within the core circle of the Yi team, all members executed their soul techniques silently, achieving an almost effortless instant release. However, this so-called instant release was merely an illusion. It stemmed from the elimination of the preliminary shout for the soul technique, having already charged or guided the technique beforehand, which created the semblance of immediacy upon release. Had it not been for Yi's prior encounters with Yin, wherein he had discerned the effects of her soul techniques, he might have unwittingly fallen prey to her strategy. As he observed the toxic mist drifting towards him, Yi made a swift decision to create distance, all the while maintaining his actions. A summoner, glowing like flames in a vibrant scarlet hue, resembling a radiant gem, materialized in his hand. Yi gazed at the familiar texture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fiery red focal point, enhanced by a 10,000-year soul ring, resembled a spark that had been ignited, instantly transforming into a blazing crimson crystal. Sunlight filtered through the crystal, seemingly allowing one to feel its searing heat, as though it might scorch the very skin of his hand. In this extraordinary moment, Yi did not indulge in trifling actions. His movements were decisive and resolute, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. He swiftly inserted the crystal into the summoner, then, akin to a classic cinematic scene, delivered two powerful punches towards the sky, accompanied by a thunderous exclamation, "Flame Dragon Armor! Fusion!" His voice reverberated like thunder, and a piercing dragon roar erupted forth, a torrent surging from the summoner. Gradually, onlookers beheld a resplendent crimson dragon, akin to a vibrant ribbon, transforming around Yi's waist into a fiery belt. Immediately, a beam of light, as dazzling as the sun, cascaded from above, enveloping Yi like a golden waterfall. In an instant, a suit of brilliant crimson armor, akin to an exquisite battle raiment, adorned his form. Simultaneously, the protective heart mirror, accompanied by the external soul bone within him, manifested like a phoenix poised for flight, adhering to the flame dragon armor in the form of a protective plate. The yellow crystal once embedded in his chest now appeared as if enchanted, morphing into a red-purple gem that radiated an alluring and mysterious glow. An overwhelming aura of dragon might erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, his presence towering like a mountain, profound as the ocean, exuding a formidable intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon the completion of the fusion, a surge of confidence enveloped him like a tidal wave. He clearly sensed that, although his strength remained at the Soul King level, it was perilously close to the late stages of that realm. It felt as though he could unleash a formidable power equivalent to level 56-57, akin to an indomitable sword. Yet, in that moment, he caught sight of Douluo, who stifled a laugh, her figure vanishing like smoke within the toxic mist. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi felt the poison fog thickening, transforming into a viscous substance akin to ink, multiplied several times over. When he opened his eyes again, he was astounded to find himself ensnared in a dense embrace of the toxic mist. This surreal sensation was unprecedented for Wu Yi. He never anticipated that Douluo's ability to envelop the area with poison would be executed with such swiftness, catching him utterly off guard. In reality, Douluo had dispelled the conventional effects of the poison mist, yet Wu Yi remained rooted in place, clad in armor, scanning his surroundings anxiously, evoking an impression of being engulfed by darkness. Chapter 63. Hallucination Toxin. Chapter 64. Mi-Er's disappearance. The group had gathered their belongings in Douluo's medicinal valley. Having accompanied him on his journey for several days, it was time to return to the academy. Douluo had pressing matters to attend to. Thus Wu Yi and Douluo had no choice but to follow Dean's son on their way back. The journey was long, akin to traversing a distant horizon, and after 2 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived. The bumpy ride had nearly left Wu Yi in disarray. In the depths of his mind, Wu Yi contemplated that if ever afforded leisure, he would certainly endeavor to enhance this mode of transportation. At this moment, he recalled a peculiar continent beyond a certain expanse of sea. The civilization upon that land, characterized by the mediocrity of its populace, had thus embarked upon a path of technological advancement. However, they possessed extraordinary talents in both science and alchemy. Should he have the opportunity to visit, he might uncover delightful surprises. Upon returning to the academy, Wu Yi was eager to retreat to the comfort of his soft bed for a restful slumber. Yet, before he could reach his dormitory, he was met with grave news. During his absence, Mi-Er had undertaken a task assigned by the academy, but had exceeded the time limit by 3 days without return. Being a prodigy of the academy, the institution dispatched instructors of Soul Master rank and above to form a search party. Alas, after 3 days of following the task's route, they had found not a trace, and Mi-Er was now classified as a missing person. This news struck Wu Yi like a bolt from the blue. In the original narrative, there was no mention of this girl, and it was only due to his own butterfly effect that such a talent had come to be. He pondered whether the laws of fate in this world possessed the power of self-repair, forcibly erasing her existence. Typically dismissive of theology, Wu Yi found it difficult to accept such an absurd notion. Surely, some extraordinary circumstance had transpired to account for Mi-Er's disappearance. Weary in both body and spirit, Wu Yi arrived at the task reception area of the Intermediate Academy to review the task Mi-Er had undertaken. In every reputable academy, as students crossed the threshold into the intermediate level, they were primarily focused on breaking through to level 20. Much like a brood of fledglings eagerly awaiting the day their wings would be fully formed. As Soul Masters ascended to levels 20 or 30, it was akin to finding a sturdy umbrella amidst a tempest, granting them a semblance of self-preservation. However, within this vast world, not every Soul Master could ascend to the realms of Soul Sect or Soul King as if climbing a celestial ladder. The majority often found themselves stymied at the Soul Respect stage, confronted by an insurmountable barrier. To ensure that society operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine, the Intermediate Academy bore a sacred duty to provide students with practical opportunities. Upon completion of these internships, students obtained keys to unlock the treasures of life, accumulating invaluable experiences that would enable them to navigate society with greater ease post-graduation. Naturally, the tasks within the task hall were not all overwhelmingly complex. They were stratified into various tiers, akin to a staircase. Those students who could not elevate their soul power beyond level 20 before the age of 30 were limited to intermediate tasks, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Only those who achieved level 30 soul power before the age of 25 were deemed worthy of engaging in advanced tasks, embarking on a broad path toward higher realms. Above the advanced tasks lay the S-rank tasks, shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril, yet brimming with enticing opportunities. These tasks predominantly arise from the serendipitous discoveries made by students and teachers during their excursions, or from their courageous explorations of potential crises. Only those students who have transcended to the rank of Soul Master level 35 before the age of 20 possess the capability to undertake such tasks. Moreover, they must be accompanied at all times by a mentor of at least Soul Master level 40, embarking on this uncertain journey. However, the recent disappearance of Mi-air is linked to the dreaded S-class task. Alongside her, 2 Soul Master teachers of level 40 or above also vanished, as if swept away by a mysterious whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the situation surrounding this task has become exceedingly precarious, resembling a ferocious beast that instills fear in all who encounter it. It has swiftly escalated from S-class to double S-class, with only students or teachers possessing the strength of a Soul King or higher qualifying to tame this formidable creature. Within the task hall, such assignments shimmer like brilliant stars in the night sky, numbering in the dozens, each akin to an arduous marathon requiring decades of perseverance to conquer. Although once these tasks reach a certain duration, they may elevate the achievers into advanced academies, where tasks are at most classified as A or S class. The individuals affected this time are none other than Wu Yi. After an exhaustive night of research on the mission, Wu Yi pounced upon the deans like a hungry tiger, eagerly requesting to undertake the task. The 2 deans were acutely aware of Wu Yi's prowess. However, due to the limitations imposed by his foundational soul power level, they recognized the potential challenges regarding his combat endurance, thus refraining from granting immediate approval. Yet, Wu Yi remained resolute, adamantly insisting on participating, which led to a stalemate. Both deans were reluctant to witness the demise of such a talented student, especially after already losing one. Just as the tension reached its peak, the door of the dean's office was thrust open as if swept by a tempest. The 3 individuals instinctively turned towards the entrance, and Wu Yi, filled with hope, anticipated the return of Mi-air unscathed. However, reality unfolded differently as several youths stormed in like intruders. Dean, we. Lin Bei stammered awkwardly, his words tumbling out like pearls from a broken string. We wish to team up with Wu Yi. The traditionally gentle Yi Ling suddenly spoke with the boldness of a valiant warrior. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison, astonishment evident on their faces. We want to join Wu Yi in taking on the mission and retrieving Mi-air, Du Guyan promptly added. Although both Du Guyan and Yi Ling had previously fallen to Wu Yi, the youth of their age possessed broad-mindedness, harboring no lingering grudges, and were teeming with camaraderie. Despite Yu Tianheng's silence and his aloof demeanor, it must be acknowledged that the 5 of them, when united, would present formidable opposition to any adversary of similar cultivation level. Upon seeing these individuals, a warm wave surged within Wu Yi, for this matter bore little connection to them. Dean's son covered his face with his hand, evading Wu Yi's gaze, yet ultimately consented to allow him to undertake the mission. After all, Wu Yi's actual capabilities undeniably met the criteria for task acceptance. Chapter 65. The quintet, the 5 companions, surged forth from the academy like arrows released from a bow, casting solemn glances back, reminiscent of warriors poised to enter the battlefield. Upon exiting, there was no trace of leisure associated with a mere outing. Instead, they exuded a spirit of gallantry and freedom akin to that found in martial arts novels. They summoned a carriage, racing towards the mission site with the swiftness of the wind. Truth be told, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over Wu Yi as they approached the mission location. The original task involved searching for 6 students from the junior academy who had mysteriously gone missing. These students were new enrollees who had diligently trained throughout the year, finally reaching the pivotal level of 10, prompting the school to organize an excursion for them to acquire soul rings. However, perplexingly, each time they gathered, 1 or 2 students would inexplicably vanish. The teachers leading the search were in a state of frantic anxiety, repeatedly calling out and searching, fearful that some mischievous student had intentionally concealed themselves. What was even more unsettling was the astonishing revelation that in the area of the Spirit Beast Forest, the number of spirit beasts within a nearly 1-kilometer radius had drastically diminished, as if that region had birthed ancient spirit beasts, an occurrence most peculiar. Consequently, The initial Class A task involved not only searching for the missing students but also investigating the reasons behind the decline in spirit beasts in that area and probing whether any unknown spirit beasts or mystical flora had emerged. At first, this task did not reside within the S-level region, prior to Mia accepting this S-level mission. Two groups of students had already undertaken it under the B and A classifications. However, they had exceeded the task deadline, and both groups had vanished without a trace. It was only after Mia accepted the mission that the school began to take it seriously. This is why, when the task was escalated to an SS-level mission, both deans were adamant about preventing Wu Hee from engaging in it again, as they believed that the missing students had practically been sentenced to death. After all, since the establishment of the school, such incidents had occurred countless times, and even if those students were ultimately found, they would often be nothing more than grotesquely mutilated remains, devoured by unknown spirit beasts. Therefore, in cases of disappearance like this, once a certain number of attempts yield no results, it is generally concluded that those students have met their untimely demise. To be frank, in a nation where spirit masters are as numerous as the stars in the sky, the likelihood of such occurrences is alarmingly high, and typically they do not attract much attention. Nor is there a concerted effort to inform specific students about the developments of the situation. However, this time was exceptional, as the academy had suffered the tragic loss of a gifted student, one whose excellence was validated by another core genius of the school. Hence the unprecedented nature of this situation. Upon learning the background of this task, the occupants of the vehicle couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. At that inopportune moment, Lin Bei posed a question. "Are we still in time to get off now?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Du Guyan delivered a sharp rap to the back of his head, causing him to promptly cease speaking. Rubbing the back of his head, Lin Bei murmured under his breath, "I was just joking. There's no need to take it so seriously." Although his sudden quip was meant in jest, the atmosphere within the vehicle became even more somber and oppressive. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng broke the silence first, introducing a relatively significant topic. "Everyone, I trust your cultivation has progressed over the past few days. If convenient, could we share our respective advancements?" As the words escaped his lips, Wu Hee suddenly realized that his understanding of everyone had remained stagnant since the visit from Du Gubo. Although only a few days had passed, each individual had devoted themselves to rigorous training, including both himself and Du Guyan, who had acquired new soul rings and soul skills. If teammates were oblivious to one another's current strength, the likelihood of coordination errors or diminished room for error would significantly increase. However, it remained uncertain whether it was the unfavorable feng shui of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan's seating arrangements, for their gazes were akin to two blazing flames, fixated intently on Lin Bei, who was awkwardly engaging in conversation. "Why are you two staring at me? I swear I will no longer utter such disheartening words," Lin Bei declared, scratching his head with earnest conviction. At this moment, Wu Hee finally realized that Lin Bei's soul power surged like a tumultuous tide, ascending steadily. Could it be that he, too, experienced a moment of enlightenment during the exchange competition, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his cultivation? Indeed, individuals in this world often attain invaluable insights through the trials of battle, akin to a sudden awakening that propels their growth. Although the extent of this improvement may be modest, it can prove to be crucial during pivotal moments. Lin Bei scratched his head, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "I just broke through to level 30 last night and hadn't yet reported it to the school. Had it not been for this incident, I would certainly have come here to acquire a new soul ring." At that moment, the previously unassuming Yi Ling Ling timidly raised her delicate hand. "Me." All eyes instinctively turned toward her. "My cultivation has also reached level 30 last night." Well, it was evident that they were not merely on a mission. They were clearly here to assist their teammates in obtaining soul rings. The significance of the SS-level task had become trivial. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng spoke up, "I have just acquired my third soul ring, and my cultivation has now reached level 36. The name of my third soul skill is Thunderous Fury. It is a self-augmentation technique that, when activated, plunges me into a berserk state for a limited duration, amplifying my lightning power by 100% and boosting my soul power by 50%. Unless I consciously cease the skill, it will continue unabated, like a runaway stallion, until my soul power is depleted." After listening, Wu Hee slightly nodded, contemplating inwardly that perhaps due to his influence, the battle had been exceedingly brutal, resulting in Yu Tianheng's cultivation progressing like a rebound from the depths, soaring to new heights. This young man, originally basking in the privilege of his affluent background, had been blindly confident in his cultivation speed, leading to his initial appearance at the age of 16 with merely a level 39. His martial soul potential was in no way inferior to Tang San's Haotian hammer. Yet his unwarranted self-assurance had rendered him somewhat negligent in his training. Following a fierce battle with Wu He, bolstered by his substantial resources, he not only recovered from his injuries, but also made significant strides in his cultivation, breaking through the formidable level 30 barrier in one fell swoop. Furthermore, given his current level 36, it was evident that the soul beast he had absorbed was of considerable age, possibly even one of greater antiquity. One must commend this young man for his tenacity. Subsequently, Wu He recounted to Dong Gu Yin the events surrounding his acquisition of the third soul ring. Upon hearing the effects of Dong Gu Yan's soul skill, the group could not help but gasp in astonishment, for this third soul skill was arguably the most formidable they had encountered thus far. However, the ultimate objective of their expedition remained unchanged despite the enhancement of everyone's abilities, and Wu He decisively retrieved his soul skill crystal. At this critical juncture, having an additional Soul King within the team was akin to an added layer of robust fortification. Chapter 66. Splitting the forces. Upon reaching the periphery of the Soul Beast forest, the terrain resembled an insurmountable chasm, beyond which their horses could not traverse. The group was compelled to proceed on foot, witnessing the location marked in their mission and drawing closer at an agonizingly slow pace. As they approached the area designated for the disappearance of personnel, Wu Yi abruptly awoke. Realizing that this place was indeed the very site where the traitor of the academy had once manifested, he vividly recalled the moment when he vanquished that traitor along with his abominable experiments. The traitor had sought to merge his own cells with those of a soul beast, aspiring to create an entirely new life form, one that boasted an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. However, the lifespan of such a being was notoriously unstable. At that time, the Soul Master was still in the experimental phase and had contemplated fusing with the cells of others, yet every attempt ended in failure. Now, this troubling issue had resurfaced in the same location. Wu Yi's swift realization of this fact implied that Mi-Er, who had undertaken this task, was undoubtedly aware of the implications as well. Yet, her mysterious disappearance suggested she had sensed something amiss, or perhaps the Soul Master had not truly failed. There may still be remnants of his experiments that recognized Mi-Er. Such chilling conjectures sent a shiver down Wu Yi's spine, prompting him to refrain from delving deeper into these thoughts. He could only assume that Mi-Er had discovered some troubling issue and had encountered insurmountable challenges during her pursuit. A predicament so formidable that even the Soul Master level expert accompanying her was rendered powerless. Wu Yi currently harbors no intention of disclosing past events to the other 4 members. Instead, he proposes to divide the 5-person team into 2 groups. After all, if everyone were to search together, it would prove excessively time-consuming. Their objective is to ascertain whether Mi-Er has left any traces behind. He pairs with Lin Bei, while the remaining 3 form another group. This arrangement ensures that, should any issues arise within either group, a formidable Soul King can swiftly lend assistance. When the other group identifies a situation, they will have ample time to come to aid. The 2 teams swiftly separated like arrows released from a bow, racing towards 2 distinctly different directions. They agreed that if they fail to discover the special mark left for Wu Yi by Mi-Er within an hour, they shall reconvene at their starting point. Should they uncover any clues or encounter an unexpected battle, they must promptly signal the sky with a flare. Of course, should either group remain absent after the hour without sending a flare, all would understand the implications of such silence. Within mere minutes of their separate ventures, Lin Bei, with a grave expression, posed a question. "Old Wu, did you perhaps withhold the truth just now?" Wu Yi's gaze fell upon Lin Bei, a person known for his unrestrained tongue and eccentric behavior, who, on this occasion, exhibited an unexpected sharpness of perception. However, upon further reflection, this revelation seemed to align with reason. After all, Lin Bei, as a support-type spirit master, was once regarded as one of the 3 prodigies, alongside Wu Yi and Mi-Er, during his time at the Junior Academy. "I am unsure of the subject you are discussing." Wu Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bei, uttering no further words as he continued to stride forward, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. However, Lin Bei remained resolute, standing still in his place. "Do you not trust me? I only brought it up after they had departed." As Wu Yi pressed deeper into the forest, he did not look back, ignoring him entirely. "Although I was not personally involved in the events that transpired at that time, upon my return, Other classmates recounted the situation to me. Thus, I possess a general understanding of the circumstances. You wish to avoid entangling them in this matter, do you not? Wu Yi suddenly turned, standing still like a statue, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Yet, Lin Bei continued, the direction you guided them towards. If you just proceed for another hour, you should be able to exit this soul beast forest, am I correct? Wu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Utterly astonished by the remarkable acumen displayed by this typically unruly individual. Your decision to include me stems from your anticipation of my awareness regarding this matter, coupled with your reluctance to disclose it to the other three, as well as your need for my soul skills to assist you. Wu Yi stood resolutely in place, his expression tranquil, as he spoke calmly. Thus, the choice before you now is whether to walk alongside me or to part ways. Perhaps due to the distance or the sudden silence from Lin Bei, his gaze appeared so dark that it seemed capable of dripping with water. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Bei swiftly caught up with Wu Yi like a gust of wind. He gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder and reassured him. We are brothers. Even if you harbor doubts about me, how could I ever doubt you? Should anything arise, do not hesitate to confide in me. Do not bear everything alone. Lin Bei's conjecture was spot on. The path Wu Yi tread was indeed the very direction from which he had previously taken down that soul master. However, with each step deeper into the woods, an unsettling sensation intensified. The time since the soul master's demise was still brief, and despite the dense soul energy in the soul beast forest, the growth rate of the flora here should not be so accelerated. He was startled to observe that several of the trees he had destroyed seemed to have been enchanted, recovering at an astonishing pace. Yet, after walking for a few more minutes, Wu Yi abruptly halted. Lin Bei, seemingly carefree, turned back in confusion and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you discovered something?" "We appear to have fallen into someone else's trap," Wu Yi replied succinctly. Lin Bei did not fully grasp the meaning of this statement. He had not perceived that they had entered a place of particular significance, as this was his first venture into such territory, and he felt no extraordinary sensations. Wu Yi was acutely aware of Lin Bei's confusion. He casually retrieved a half-moon-shaped dart from his pocket and launched it towards a large tree with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bough. Although Wu Yi was not particularly skilled in the use of concealed weapons, he found that, for reasons unknown, possessing armor had gradually bestowed upon him a certain proficiency with specific types of weaponry, seemingly dictated by the frequency and extent of the armor's usage. Consequently, he carried with him an assortment of dainty devices. The tree struck by the dart appeared to tear as if it were a piece of fabric, suddenly creating a gaping wound, after which Wu Yi led Lin Bei to continue their forward march. Though Lin Bei did not fully grasp Wu Yi's intentions, he had no choice but to follow suit. It was then that he witnessed a sight that left him utterly astounded. A large tree, with a chunk mysteriously cleaved from it, loomed before him like a colossal mountain. Such an extraordinary occurrence sent a chill of terror through Lin Bei. How could this tree, which had not been on their path, suddenly materialize before them as if summoned by a specter? "I told you we are trapped," Wu Yi exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation, resembling a frostbitten eggplant as he gazed at Lin Bei, pondering whether he had fallen victim to poison or entered an illusionary formation. If it were an illusion, he merely needed to locate the formation's core to dispel it. However, if he were poisoned, that would present a significant dilemma. After all, he had first-hand experience with the kind of phantasmal poison wielded by De Guyen, which could only be escaped by those whose mental fortitude reached a certain level or surpassed that of the caster. Most crucially, while Wu Yi acknowledged his entrapment, he felt as if he were engulfed in a thick fog, unaware of when he had been ensnared or how long he had been so. The only certainty was that his life was not in immediate jeopardy, for should he be ensnared in an illusion, he would still be in his corporeal form. And even if trapped, he firmly believed he would remain unscathed. Conversely, should he find himself in a mental illusion, any injury to his physical body would either impair his mental strength or provoke an overwhelming surge of madness. Yet under either circumstance, he ought to exhibit some abnormal reaction. Determining whether he had entered an illusion or an illusionary formation was, in fact, quite straightforward. Within an illusion, the experience was akin to dreaming. Even the most formidable of casters could not awaken those ensnared within, who would feel not a hint of pain, even if one could simulate the sensation of pain. An overwhelming agony would merely be perceived as a trivial discomfort. It is akin to a pregnant woman undergoing a cesarean section without anesthesia, where the pain felt is akin to receiving a forceful punch to the abdomen. Should one find oneself alone in a mirage, discerning reality from illusion would indeed pose significant challenges. However, at this moment, he is accompanied by a dear friend, akin to a brother, who, despite being in a frenzied state, is attempting to gnaw at this particular area, having already unleashed a torrent of frenzied bites upon a multitude of trees. Wu He glanced at this exceedingly agitated teammate, his irritation spreading within him like wild grass in a frenzy. Wu He wore a smile as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, beckoning Lin Bei with a subtle wave of his hand. "Old Lin, come over here. I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing Wu He's call, Lin Bei found himself chewing on tree bark, having long abandoned any hope of biting through the illusion. He promptly approached Wu He, but as he drew near, he was met with that sunlit smile, which, despite its outward warmth and kindness, instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. A chill ran down his spine, as if Wu He were not a mere man, but a lurking demon. Just as he turned to flee, it was too late. Wu He lunged forward with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, his arm clamping down on Lin Bei's shoulder like an iron vice. "What I want." Before Wu He could finish his words, Lin Bei instinctively pushed him away as if electrified, crossing his arms tightly across his chest and shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, exclaiming, "No, no, no. You mustn't." Wu He wore a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands together. His smile, though reminiscent of his usual kindness, exuded an unsettling aura. Had he not just insisted that his brother should not bear burdens alone? Had he not promised to assist at the first sign of trouble? Had he not just declared his unwavering commitment to accompany me through fire and water? As Wu He advanced step by step, Lin Bei felt like a startled rabbit, gradually retreating against a tree until he sank slowly to the ground. His lips trembled incessantly, and his head shook wildly, akin to rice stalks swaying in the wind. He murmured repeatedly, "No, no, no, it's not like this. Help me." It was as if a voice in the background taunted him, "Cry out. Shout until your throat is raw, yet no one will come to your rescue." Just as Wu He prepared to make his move, a faint sound, reminiscent of a mosquito, reached his ears, uttering 3 syllables: break, throat, scream. Although the sound was as delicate as a whisper, it momentarily distracted Wu He, who glanced towards its origin. In that fleeting instant, their eyes locked, and the entire forest seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. The space between them became an absolute vacuum, where even a single leaf dared not fall. An awkward tension enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius, yet one individual remained inexplicably exhilarated, exclaiming, "Go on. Go on. You're almost there." Wu He's reaction was as swift as a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he stood upright like a towering poplar and retreated rapidly. As he waved his arms, he muttered under his breath, "It's not what you think. I'm not that hungry yet." At this moment, Lin Bei, who had fallen to the ground, regained his composure and instinctively distanced himself from Wu He as if jolted by an electric shock. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurriedly exclaimed, "Ah, yes, 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 it's not what you think. Old Wu just asked me for a favor." "Oh, just a favor." Yi Lingling, who usually appeared as a delicate and fragile girl, surprised everyone with her true nature as a fervent enthusiast of romance. Witnessing the close interaction between the two boys filled her with excitement, as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. However, Wu He quickly regained his senses, glanced at his watch, and noticed that not much time had elapsed. He immediately inquired, "What are you 3 doing here? Were you not instructed to go over there?" Before Wu He could finish his words, he caught sight of Du Guyan's eyes, which were as crimson as a ripe apple, and the words that lingered on his lips were swallowed back. "It is indeed your trickery that has led us astray. Had it not been for my years of training on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, I would not be so familiar with this environment." Yu Tianhing's voice was as frigid as ice, capable of freezing anyone who heard it. "Having walked for less than 20 minutes, I sensed something amiss. Had we truly walked for an hour, we would have undoubtedly reached the exit by now. You do not trust the 3 of us," Du Guyan lamented, her mood plummeting to the lowest depths, expressing her discontent. "No, no, no, there is no need to involve you in this matter." Wu He was like an ant on a hot pan, utterly perplexed about how to explain the intricacies of the situation to them. He fervently hoped that not too many of his friends would be embroiled in this matter. Observing Wu He's helpless demeanor, the aloof Yu Tianheng gently patted his shoulder and earnestly said, "We are teammates. Some burdens should not be shouldered alone. Just keep me informed." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt as though he had been struck by a sudden revelation, abruptly lifting his head. The words resonated with a sense of familiarity, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as if something was lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, who had been stoking the flames of the situation, unexpectedly reverted to a frigid demeanor, her right hand holding a soul beast that resembled a rabbit with a lantern on its head. At that moment, the soul beast appeared as fragile as a candle in the wind, clearly in a state of poisoning. When they first encountered you, Yin Yan's third soul skill had ensnared the ancient illusion dream beast in a web of formidable power. It was likely that the beast had expended all its spiritual energy countering your abilities, leaving it vulnerable to Yan Yan's soul skill, resulting in its unfortunate predicament. Yi Lingling's intention in presenting the soul beast was unmistakable, being a support-type pure healing soul master. This soul beast held no value for her. Coincidentally, Lin Bei had just reached level 30, prompting her to inquire if he needed it. Chapter 68. Mental Amplification. Why would I refuse such a splendid opportunity? Lin Bei exclaimed, seizing the soul beast with the eagerness of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. In the next instant, he shocked everyone present. Grasping the soul beast by its large ears as one would a chick, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon its face with all the ferocity of a tempest. So, you little thief dared to ensnare me, did you? If it weren't for you, I might have lost my purity. Lin Bei's booming voice filled the air, leaving Wu Yi in an awkward predicament. How could this be? Just for you to absorb a soul ring. It somehow led to my affairs being dragged into this mess. Wu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with astonishment as he fixated intently on Lin Bei. Lin Bei, not one to be easily fooled, swiftly sensed Wu Yi's gaze and responded with a sycophantic smile, drawing forth the dagger bound to his calf. With a mere flick of his wrist, the recently roused dream beast fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, its body cleaved in two. The dream beast, bewildered and disoriented from the blows it had received, had just regained consciousness, still grappling with its surroundings when its life was abruptly extinguished by a single strike, as it felt its essence slipping away like grains of sand through an hourglass. Its soul energy began to converge, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, gradually manifesting as a violet soul ring that floated gently above its form. Without hesitation, Lin Bei seated himself upon the ground, channeling his soul energy with the grace of a skilled dancer, guiding the soul ring to ascend as if it were an obedient child, ultimately settling upon Lin Bei himself. Perhaps due to the dream beast's demise occurring in a state of confusion, its soul ring was devoid of any lingering resentment from the creature. The absorption process was remarkably effortless, though the soul energy was slightly less robust compared to that of typical soul beasts. Nonetheless, this soul beast primarily employed mental assaults to disturb or ensnare its foes. A dense wave of psychic energy, like a whispering specter, silently infiltrated Lin Bei's martial spirit. As Lin Bei commenced the absorption of the soul ring, all present halted their search, waiting patiently for him to complete the process. At this moment, Wu Yi finally found the time to recount the intricate details of the event to everyone. Time, akin to a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and 3 hours later, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes after absorbing the third soul ring. Above him, 3 soul rings shimmered like radiant stars, 2 yellow and 1 purple, constituting the most fundamental configuration. You mean to say that this task is a remnant left by the soul master we defeated? Du Guyan, as calm as an iceberg, deduced thoughtfully. Indeed. That is precisely my belief. The already psychologically distorted soul master must have been conducting some peculiar experiment. Regrettably, after vanquishing him, we mistakenly assumed that his experiment had come to an end. However, the reality may not be so. His experiment might have reached a critical juncture, and there could have been nearly completed materials within his laboratory. It is just unfortunate that we acted too hastily in his demise. Had we meticulously examined the extent of his laboratory, perhaps the incident concerning Mier would not have transpired. Wu Yi lamented, his distress evident. Just then, Lin Bei completed the absorption of his soul ring, akin to an exuberant meteor, leaping up with excitement. You all must know, my new soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. Without delay, Lin Bei dashed into the depths of the forest like a bird in flight, where the abundance of soul beasts increased as he ventured deeper. Soon, he encountered a 500-year-old blue bull soul beast. With a gentle flick of his left hand, a stone radiating blue light leapt forth like a sprite. His 3 soul rings, emblematic of a soul master, suddenly manifested, and the purple ring dove into the soul stone like a shooting star. Unbeknownst to the others, Lin Bei, like a wraith, swiftly struck the stone against Yu Tianheng. In that instant, Yu Tianheng felt his mental power surge dramatically, akin to a tumultuous tide, increasing by 80. Although his mental power experienced a considerable enhancement, the consumption of soul power surged like a flood. However, Everyone was astonished when they saw Lin Bei toss a minuscule crystal of only 110 at the wild boar from an unusual angle. In an instant, the boar appeared somewhat lethargic, while Yu Tianhing felt an overwhelming surge of mental power, exhibiting an unusual exuberance. Observing Yu Tianhing's demeanor, Wu Yi quickly deduced that Lin Bei's soul skill augmented mental power, and its effect was remarkably potent. Consequently, a question arose in his mind almost instantaneously. Old Lin, is your soul skill instantaneous or sustained? And how many individuals can it assist at once? Lin Bei pondered for a moment and then held up 3 fingers, stating that, without considering his own consumption, he could assist the mental power of up to 3 individuals simultaneously. Simultaneously, my first and second soul skills can assist 3 individuals. However, there are limitations. If the 3 soul skills are utilized on different people, the consumption on my part becomes significant. During simultaneous usage, I must maintain the normal operation of at least 18 bridges, and with my current capabilities, this mode of operation can last no longer than 30 seconds. Lin Bei conveyed this idea, and everyone instantly grasped it, exclaiming in astonishment at his extraordinary ability to assist so many individuals simultaneously, most notably sustaining it for 30 seconds. In typical battles, a victor is often determined within 3 to 5 seconds, making 30 seconds an incredibly daunting prospect. Nevertheless, the group did not dwell excessively on Lin Bei's capabilities. They remained focused on their objective. Wu Yi had clearly elucidated the reasons behind their journey, leading the 5 of them to share a common goal rather than blindly searching for the so-called marks left by Mier. Given that the individual had once been unrecognized by the Academy and lived alone in the forest of soul beasts, it was reasonable to conclude that his laboratory must not be far from a water source, as one requires a considerable amount of water. In an instant, the wild boar appeared as if struck by frost, becoming listless, while Yu Tianheng seemed to be infused with boundless mental energy, brimming with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Observing Yu Tianheng's state, Wu Yi quickly understood that Lin Bei's soul skill was indeed amplifying mental power, and the enhancement was remarkably potent. A question flashed through his mind like lightning. Old Lin, does this soul skill take effect immediately, or does it have a lasting effect? How many individuals can it assist at once? Lin Bei pondered briefly and raised 3 fingers, indicating that, without considering his own consumption, he could assist up to 3 individuals' mental power simultaneously. Moreover, my first and second soul skills can also support 3 people concurrently. However, this is not without its constraints, as applying the 3 soul skills to different individuals would impose a massive toll on me. Maintaining at least 18 bridges normal operation while utilizing these skills would be a formidable challenge, lasting no more than 30 seconds with my current abilities. Lin Bei's explanation was enlightening, leaving the others in awe of his capability to assist so many simultaneously for an extended duration. In conventional skirmishes, outcomes are typically decided within mere seconds, making 30 seconds a truly fearsome figure. Yet, the group remained resolute in their purpose, recalling their mission as Wu Yi had thoroughly clarified the situation. Chapter 69, Half-Beast Soul Master. Chapter 70, a fight over a disagreement. Wu Yi was left speechless, utterly astonished by the existence of orcs in this world, a notion he could scarcely have imagined. The mere presence of half-orc imbeciles had already rendered him incredulous. I can sense the formidable energy within you, the lizard man proclaimed, his gaze overflowing with avarice, reminiscent of a famished wolf that has laid eyes upon a plump lamb. Wu Yi suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The individual before him, despite having attained unparalleled mastery through a humanoid method of strength acquisition, seemed to possess an intellect that remained stunted at a childlike level. To draw a comparison, he resembled a product from the era of Homo sapiens, endowed with a somewhat advanced intelligence, a robust physique, and an insatiable desire for strength through consumption. Regrettably, he lacked the capacity for communication, entirely driven by instinct. Yet, gazing upon the depths of his formidable cultivation, Wu Yi could not help but feel a twinge of envy, his eyes glistening with a shade of red. It is said that the beast tribes possess a remarkable ability to inherit the memories of their esteemed predecessors, a mysterious force known as bloodline, akin to the shimmering stars in the night sky that inspire longing. While many families in the Douluo continent can transmit their martial spirit abilities to their descendants, such powers are the fruits of relentless effort and exploration by their ancestors. In contrast, the beast tribes possess certain knowledge and skills that require no formal learning. Upon reaching a certain age, they naturally acquire them as if by instinct. Nonetheless, the deficiencies of the beast tribes are glaringly apparent. Their intelligence is woefully low. with a mere handful among the hundreds of thousands of their kind potentially rising to the status of a king, barely capable of leading a tribe. However, the acquisition of such intelligence necessitates reaching a certain level of cultivation. The beast man before me embodies a fragment of the memories inherited from his parents. The higher his cultivation, the greater the inheritance he receives, leaving him with nothing but an endless desire and primal instincts. Thus, it comes as no surprise that this creature is undoubtedly the creation of that madman. At this moment, the Soul Master Wu He could no longer refer to him as a traitor of the academy. He was, without a doubt, an unmitigated lunatic. Although it is said that the line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin. A genius is a pioneer who bravely fights for the advancement of themselves or their nation, while a madman is a butcher who disregards the lives of others to satisfy his own desires. That individual may have acted on a mere whim, driven by curiosity and interest, yet he wholly committed this curiosity and interest to action, never once contemplating the consequences. In fact, to fulfill his own desires, he sacrificed the lives of numerous companions, culminating in the creation of such a terrifying existence. Just observe the grotesque and malformed half-beast creatures, and one can surmise that the lineage of this lizard man must inevitably trace back to that madman, while the nature of its maternal lineage remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the strength and talent of the lizard man before us rival those of any innate soul power prodigy. Indeed, one might argue he surpasses them. Since that incident occurred not long ago, had this lizard man existed at that time, the madman would surely have kept him close. Thus, it can be inferred that this lizard man emerged only after they vanquished the madman. In such a brief span, his cultivation has soared at an astonishing rate, nearing the realm of the Soul Emperor. However, given that they only require a certain amount of human soul master blood to enhance their abilities with such rapidity, it is clear that the human soul master blood he has absorbed is as vast as the ocean. In the face of such an incomprehensible existence, Wu Wei shows no signs of mercy, especially as the opponent lunges forward like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Wu Yi swiftly raised the summoner in his hand, invoking the fiery dragon armor with a speed akin to lightning. Just as the opponent's tongue shot towards him like a bolt from the blue, he executed a nimble roll to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. However, this evasion came at a cost. It inflicted harm upon a soul master, who had already been reduced to a mere relic upon the wall. This soul master, once flickering like a candle in the wind, was struck down by the blow, falling from this world like a shooting star. As Wu Hai beheld his lifeless comrade, a curse slipped from his lips. Damn it! He recognized that part of the fault lay with him, yet the greater transgression resided in his lack of strength. If only he possessed the power to summon the Emperor's armor at this moment, these adversaries would be naught but mere ants, trampled beneath foot. When he witnessed the lizardman's tongue, sharp as a blade, once again lashing towards him, Wu He nimbly rolled away, akin to a cunning rabbit evading capture. The distance was wholly unsuitable for a counterattack. As the adage goes, a pistol is swifter beyond 10 paces, while within that range, a mobile device strikes both quickly and accurately. The lizardman's tongue was akin to a bullet fired from a handgun, rapid and precise, rendering Wu Hei a headless fly, unable to find an opportunity for retaliation. He should not have summoned the flame dragon armor. For reasons unknown, he had foolishly called forth the dragon. While this armor boasted formidable combat prowess, akin to that of a war god, it was otherwise rather average in all other aspects. Notably, its defensive capabilities were lamentably flimsy, akin to paper. Even a moderately powerful strike could shatter it like fragile ice. With no chance for a counterstrike in sight, Wu Hai bellowed like a resounding bell. Yi Lingling, swiftly summon the Wind Eagle armor to aid me. Remember to use your soul skill to ensnare their lives as if they were candles flickering in the wind. The command of the 5-in-1 left nearly everyone bewildered, resembling a monk who could not grasp the essence of his own teachings, while they easily comprehended the latter part. The former eluded their understanding entirely. However, their confusion was of no consequence. Yi Lingling, upon hearing it, experienced an epiphany akin to an awakening. Without hesitation, she drew forth a wooden crystal and struck it against her chest. Having had prior experience, this extraordinary sensation had become second nature to her. Simultaneously, a pristine begonia flower erupted behind her in a dazzling display, akin to a firework, as healing energies, warm as sunlight, gently enveloped the captives before her. Perhaps due to the draining of their vital essence, they felt a soothing relief as their wounds healed rapidly, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. Yet they also sensed that their primal powers had not fully returned, leaving them akin to hollow shells devoid of their souls. While attending to their healing, Yi Lingling was momentarily immobilized. However, this did not imply that the Gale Eagle armor was similarly constrained. Two Gale Eagle rings shot forth like lightning, swiftly reaching Wu Yi's side. One struck the lizard man with the precision of a sword, while the other, like a hammer of severed gold, forcefully interrupted his assault. This provided Wu Yi a precious opportunity to catch his breath, akin to a parched land finally receiving much-needed rain. Wu Yi extracted two dragon horns from his chest, merging them into a single blazing dart. Accompanied by the ferocity of flames, it shot forth from his grasp, cleaving the air and sending several half-orc simpletons, eager to seize power amidst the chaos, sprawling in disarray. Come down and lend a hand, you three. Do not just stand idly by. Wu Yi bellowed, his voice echoing with urgency. Initially, he had surged forth like an arrow released from a bow out of sheer desperation, confident that his strength was as formidable as Mount Tai, capable of crushing these Orcish vermin with ease. After all, he had previously dealt with that maniac effortlessly, never anticipating the rapid evolution of the creature spawned from that madman's machinations. Believing he could tackle the foes single-handedly, he was now confronted with adversaries of unparalleled might. If his companions did not act swiftly, it was conceivable that within moments, the hostages, including Mi-Er, would be devoured by the mindless half-orcs, like famished tigers pouncing upon their prey. Witnessing his underlings being struck down, the lizard man swiftly regained his composure, resembling a bolt of lightning. His soul rings floated around him like ethereal sprites, and suddenly, his form expanded, akin to an inflated balloon, with his scales gleaming more lustrously and smoothly, radiating a captivating pearlescent glow. In that instant, all present were rendered speechless, astonished that this creature possessed soul techniques. It was evident that these techniques enhanced his physical prowess. A preliminary assessment of his original state revealed that the effects of the two soul techniques were a staggering increase of 100% in physical constitution and 100% in defense. Moreover, he had yet to summon his martial soul. It was likely that he was, in essence, a beast himself, embodying his own martial soul. His soul rings and techniques were derived from the ancestral memories of his lineage, absorbing characteristics from other soul beasts like a sponge soaking up water. If this were the case, it would indeed be a dire predicament. The flame boomerang of Wu Yi dances gracefully like a butterfly, a variant of the boomerang. After striking down the minor adversaries, it whirls around like a spinning top, poised for an intimate encounter with the lizard man. In the fleeting moment when the whirling boomerang connects, its immense force strikes the creature with the delicacy of a feather, stirring not a single ripple. Remarkably, the flame boomerang experiences a slight recoil. Had it not been for the guidance of the summoner's intent upon its armored equipment, Wu Yi would have found it difficult to retrieve the weapon with ease. As the weapon soared back to Wu Yi's hand like a bird returning to its nest, the lizard man regarded it with disdain, casually brushing off its shoulder armor as if merely wiping away an insignificant speck of dust acquired earlier that morning, displaying an air of utter indifference. Following this, it exhibited an almost human-like gesture, raising its right hand to offer a taunting signal to Wu Yi, while subtly bending its fingers back and forth, as if to say, "Come at me again." Wu Yi could not help but be amused by its antics. This creature, often deemed devoid of human spirit, exhibited gestures and expressions of provocation and disdain. Yet, while it bore a semblance to humanity, its heart was consumed by an insatiable hunger for devouring. With one hand grasping the blazing dart and the other hand pressing a knob, Wu Yi felt a slight tremor in the hand holding the fiery weapon, akin to the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. The armor on the blazing dart gently parted to reveal two slender blades, reminiscent of flowers blooming. Instantly, the weapon transformed from the blazing dart into a blazing sword, akin to a phoenix rising from its ashes. This formidable weapon could be wielded with either one or two hands, allowing for varied maneuvers that unleashed a plethora of techniques. Although it lacked the overwhelming power of the demon sealing tablet, Wu Yi discovered that as his strength continued to grow, he could still release some energy-based attacks, albeit their potency was vastly inferior to that of the demon sealing tablet. Observing the lizard man's arrogant demeanor, Wu Yi could no longer tolerate it. With a flourish of both hands, he unleashed two sweeping strikes like meteors streaking across the sky, releasing intersecting arcs of blade light that surged toward the lizard man with the swiftness of lightning. The lizard man, initially brimming with confidence and an air of invincibility, was abruptly jolted back to reality upon the impact of the first blade arc. It quickly pivoted, utilizing its formidable back armor to withstand the second strike with great difficulty. Despite Wu Yi's consecutive slashes, The arcs of light did not converge as if stacked upon one another. Had they done so, the lizard man would have had no chance to retaliate. The first strike, like a bolt of lightning, struck its chest, although it turned with the speed of a tempest. Wu Yi's precision was unwavering, and that blade cleaved through its chest armor, inflicting a wound deep enough to reach the bone. Remarkably, its back armor proved to be several times more resilient than the scales of its front. The wounded lizard man, consumed by rage at being injured by such a seemingly feeble foe, felt an immense sense of humiliation. Enraged, it let out a deafening roar, and simultaneously, the 3 soul rings beneath it ignited like flickering flames, ready to unleash their power. One of the white soul rings, resembling a miraculous healing spell, mended his grievous wounds to a pristine state. The 2 yellow soul rings acted as enhancers, infusing vitality into his vital organs. His tail grew robust and elongated, resembling a formidable dragon, while its tip transformed into a broad trident, shimmering with a chilling light. His limbs were adorned with layers of deep purple-black armor, akin to an indomitable fortress, showcasing his defense with remarkable clarity. Simultaneously, his claws became sharper, glinting with a terrifying brilliance. In a fit of rage, he struck a nearby tree with a mighty paw, causing it to crash to the ground like fragile grass ravaged by a tempest. The point of impact bore 3 shocking claw marks, evincing the terrifying level of his strength and penetrating power. Meanwhile, a pale soul ring materialized on the fallen tree, prompting an expression of disdain on the lizardman's face, soon replaced by an insatiable yearning. With a mere flick of his finger, the soul ring floated obediently above his head like a docile pup, and he opened his gaping maw, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, shattering the soul ring as if it were a crisp, delectable cookie, effortlessly devoured. In an instant, the soul power coursing through him surged like a mighty tide. This astonishing spectacle left Wu Yi startled, his heart tumultuous with fear. The creature had consumed the soul ring as if it were sustenance, enhancing its own prowess. Was this not a feat reserved for only the most advanced soul beasts? After the meal, the lizard man let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, and when he turned his gaze back to Wu Yi, his eyes seemed to convey a message. Little blood morsel, are you prepared? Chapter 72. Change if you cannot overcome heavens. Could this be the legendary miniature Godzilla? Wu Yi gazed at the lizard man, whose eyes flickered with a crimson glow, akin to burning flames, fixated upon him, instilling a profound sense of dread. The fiery blade clutched tightly in his hand seemed to sense its master's anxiety, quivering slightly in response. With a resolute heart and unwavering determination, Wu Yi stood poised like a ferocious tiger, half-crouched and exuding an aura of readiness for battle. Witnessing this, the lizard man let out a piercing howl, a sound reminiscent of derisive laughter from the depths of hell, reverberating painfully in the ears. In the blink of an eye, it lunged toward Wu Yi with the swiftness of a tempest. Just as it closed the distance, the lizard man abruptly halted. In that fleeting moment when Wu Yi was caught off guard, its thick, mutated tail struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Wu Yi's face. Fortunately, Yilingling's timely support arrived like a refreshing rain, as another wind eagle illusion materialized, shielding Wu Yi from the impending strike. In this fleeting moment, Wu Yi seized an opportunity to counterattack. The blazing knife in his grasp flashed like lightning, executing a swift upward slash that struck fiercely against his opponent's back. However, the resilience of his adversary proved to be astonishingly formidable, as Wu Yi's strike merely left a faint mark upon the surface of its back. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Yi immediately unleashed a powerful downward strike. This blow descended with the force of a mountain, astonishing in its potency. The once impenetrable shell of the lizardman's back revealed a fine crack under the relentless assault of Wu Yi's 2 strikes. The pain at the center of the fissure surged through the lizardman's entire being like a tidal wave. At the moment of the slash, a shower of sparks erupted from its back, resembling a splendid display of fireworks. Taken by surprise by this sudden onslaught, the lizardman stumbled forward, straining with all its might to regain its balance. As it turned to face Wu Yi, a burning fury blazed in its eyes, as if it wished to reduce Wu Yi to ashes. Were a gaze capable of manifesting as a blade, Wu Yi would surely have been torn asunder in that very moment. In the wake of his successful counterattack, Wu Yi raised his thumb behind him, his face illuminated with a confident smile, radiant as the rising sun. Simultaneously, he recognized that the flame blade strike was unlikely to achieve perfection in a real combat scenario. Thus, he decisively cast aside this weapon and summoned a longbow enveloped in flames. This bow resembled a blazing sun, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the very fabric of the world. Wu He firmly grasped the longbow in his hands, and soon after, a barrage of fiery projectiles shot forth like meteors towards the grotesque creatures. Each misshapen half-orc, upon being struck, erupted into flames, resembling a scarecrow ignited by a fierce blaze, reducing to ashes in less than a minute. After accomplishing this feat, Wu He felt his stamina and mental fortitude deplete as if swept away by a raging flood. At that moment, a familiar energy surged within him like a tumultuous tide, a boundless strength erupting forth like a volcano. He turned to see Lin Bei standing resolutely in a fortified position, and with his divine assistance. Wu He distinctly sensed a significant decline in the combat prowess of the lizardmen. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow and unleashed a tempest of arrows towards the lizardmen. Caught entirely off guard, the lizardmen could only watch in horror as the fireballs approached, enduring the full brunt of the fiery assault. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from their chests, enveloping the immediate vicinity around the lizardman in a dense shroud, plunging both sides into an impenetrable darkness. Retreat! Wu He and Lin Bei simultaneously heard a furious shout. Instantly, they shared a profound connection, retreating with the swiftness of the wind. A torrent of directed poison gas surged forth, resembling a tumultuous sea of fog, advancing relentlessly towards the location of the lizardmen. As the noxious vapors, akin to the fangs of a demon, enveloped him, the lizardman erupted forth like a wild stallion unleashed, charging with overwhelming force. In an instant, a spark of inspiration flashed through Wu He's mind, as he recalled that the breathing of a lizard was as languid as the crawl of a snail, resulting in the inhalation of poison gas being a mere trickle. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Bei's auxiliary soul skill had yet to be severed and remained within a controllable range. With unwavering resolve, Wu He decisively relinquished the flame dragon armor, seamlessly summoning the black rhinoceros armor in the blink of an eye. This transition, a delicate balance of subtraction and addition, left him, despite possessing 3 soul rings, still haunted by the lingering weakness that accompanied the removal of his armor. Fortunately, the toll of this depletion was deftly transferred onto his adversary, courtesy of Lin Bei's supportive soul abilities, akin to shifting a burden of debt. At the very moment Wu He switched armors, the lizard man's form visibly diminished. Akin to a deflated balloon, his once agile strides became staggered, unmistakably revealing the toll of Wu He's passive effects. After donning the black rhinoceros armor, Wu He hesitated not a moment, launching himself towards the lizard man with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. The rhino horns adorning his armor glimmered ominously, radiating a chilling light. As he vowed to ascertain whether the lizard man's defenses were as solid as rock or if the black rhinoceros armor offered an impregnable barrier. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable strike, akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon a mere egg, colliding violently with the lizard man. The impact left the creature dazed, causing it to stagger backward like a kite severed from its string. Wu He swiftly turned, adopting a bow stance, his head lowered, with the massive rhino horn atop his head resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at the lizard man's chest. In an instant, all the power within him surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, concentrating at the apex of the horn. The force erupted from his feet with the ferocity of a cataclysm, and in a mere heartbeat, it unleashed a violent thrust akin to a volcanic eruption. The ground beneath him, struck by this overwhelming force, spread out like a web spun by a spider, extending nearly 5 meters in all directions. This assault was executed with ruthless precision. If during the exchange competition Wu He had only utilized a mere 10% of his armor's power, now he unleashed a staggering 200%. In a competition, the objective was merely to determine a victor, yet in battle, the stakes were life and death. The lizard man's shell, as hard as steel, endured the assault, though he felt the pain as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. It merely resulted in cracks of varying severity across his armored body. The intense agony surged like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp sharply and unbeknownst to him. He inhaled a significant amount of toxic mist, akin to a whale consuming its prey. For a fleeting moment, the lizard man resembled a frenzied beast, howling and stomping in place, unleashing a barrage of attacks from every part of his body like a tempest. However, these strikes, akin to the last gasps of a spent bow, lacked the distance to inflict any harm upon Wu He. Chapter 73. A dreadful memory. Observing the lizard man struggling in vain, Wu He understood that his life flickered like a candle in the wind. After all, he had once experienced that very illusion himself. Regardless of one's might, within that realm of phantoms, an opponent's strength would always match your own. Moreover, Any damage you inflicted upon them would rebound upon you like a shadow, while their assaults would strike your body with varying degrees of venomous harm. Under this dual onslaught, the lizard man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose leaked a green fluid of varying consistency, and his body exhibited signs of bleeding, with the green blood tainted by purple toxins, as if cursed by a demon. Coupled with the skills of Douluo Yin, the poison within the lizard man erupted with increasing ferocity, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. In a final, tumultuous eruption, perhaps spurred by excruciating pain from an unknown organ within, the lizard man miraculously broke free from the confines of the illusion. His eyes burned crimson, as if on the verge of bursting, yet his body was spent, devoid of any capacity for resistance. I merely wish to grow stronger. What sin is there in that? The words once more escaped his lips in their entirety. In the past, Wu Yi might have felt a pang of pity for the birth of this monstrosity. However, at this moment, he would not allow this exceptional opportunity to vanquish his foe to slip away. For as he uttered those words, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Despite his extreme weakness, his gaze was fixed upon the one who had unleashed the venomous gas upon him, akin to a starving wolf. Driven by an animalistic instinct, he possessed an extraordinary awareness of his attacker, and thus, in the very instant he broke free from the hallucinogenic poison, he locked onto Douluo Yin's position with the precision of a hawk. The quintuple strike would undoubtedly deprive him of any opportunity for retaliation. As though endowed with prophetic foresight, the meteor gun was unexpectedly clasped in his hand like a bolt of lightning. With a single horizontal slash, it cleaved through its target as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Finally, a flicker of reluctance emerged in the creature's eyes. A fleeting unwillingness akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, his head was propelled like a ball shot from a fountain, soaring 3 to 4 meters away. His body, akin to a dog stripped of its spine, collapsed forward and then crumpled to the ground like a rag. As the venom of the solitary goose erupted within the adversary like a volcanic explosion, Yilingling unhesitatingly shed her armor, focusing entirely on employing her healing soul technique for the wounded. Since Miura's injuries were not severe, merely a result of 2 days of bloodletting, leaving her in a state of slight anemia. Under the miraculous influence of Yilingling's restorative soul technique, her condition gradually returned to normal. She became the sole individual among the numerous casualties who, despite being harmed in this incident, did not suffer lasting damage. In contrast, the other soul masters faced grave consequences. The least affected had seen their foundational levels plummet nearly 10 ranks, while those severely injured would find recovery in this lifetime as elusive as a dream. Their bodies tortured to the point of resembling desiccated corpses. No amount of Yilingling's benevolent healing energy could alleviate their physical suffering or soothe the abyssal anguish within their souls, were it not for humanitarian considerations. Granting them a swift end would indeed have been far more compassionate than merely prolonging their lives. After providing Mia with sustenance and water, she recounted an alternative version of events. When she initially undertook the task, doubts had already begun to ripple through her mind, as the situation bore an uncanny resemblance to the actions of that madman she had encountered. Anxious about the emergence of another such individual within the Soul Master community, she made the impulsive decision to accept the mission without consulting Wu Yi, who had yet to return. Upon arriving at the task location, she immediately recalled the potential scenarios Wu Yi had hypothesized. However, during the previous days of investigation, no trace of such a lunatic had been detected. Just as they prepared for another day of searching, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After all, Soul Masters are still human, requiring sleep to restore their strength. On the final night of their watch, it was Miura's turn to change shifts. Before she could step outside the tent, she heard the sounds of commotion and the struggle of a fellow instructor. Acting swiftly, she roused another teacher at once. However, by the time they emerged from the tent, they were already too late. The night watch instructor had been dragged away. Nevertheless, the signs of a struggle in the nighttime forest were stark, and the two followed the trail in pursuit. To their astonishment, the leader of their assailants turned out to be a soul beast adorned with a soul ring, boasting a formidable level of over 50. In just a few exchanges, the other teacher was captured while attempting to shield Miura's escape. Originally, Miura had the opportunity to flee back to the academy for help. However, the location where the two teachers were taken was not the enemy's tribe, making it uncertain whether she could return in time to locate the lizard men. Thus, Miura decided to take a calculated risk, trailing the half-beast group to their lair. Believing she had gone unnoticed, she stealthily infiltrated the core of their stronghold, only to discover that this entire scenario was a trap laid by the lizard man. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi marveled at the capabilities embedded within that lizard man's inherited memories, astonished by the presence of such cunning tactics. Just as Mir prepared to depart and seek assistance, the lizard man leader, like a specter, lay in wait at the entrance of the lair. It was precisely this circumstance that led to her unfortunate capture. Those seemingly devoid of intelligence orc-like beings each possess a soul ring as pure as freshly fallen snow. They have witnessed the lizard men enhance their own power by consuming the essence of human blood, and thus they covet this precious lifeblood. The lizard men are not only their creators, but also the entities whom they revere as their masters. Only those who excel may aspire to obtain a taste of that coveted human essence. Consequently, numerous soul masters have been confined by the lizard men, treated no differently than livestock in a pen. One particular lizard man seems to possess a unique ability, capable of discerning among a multitude which humans exhibit greater potential. Subsequently, it categorizes those with potential akin to that of Meyer for breeding. Individuals like Meyer are bled once every 2 to 3 days, while others are subjected to extraction as frequently as once every day, or even 2 to 3 times within a single day. This explains why several soul masters, upon their rescue, appeared not merely lethargic but rather emaciated, resembling mere husks of their former selves. The harrowing tales of such atrocities instilled a sense of dread in 2 of the girls among the 5. Wu Yi took a moment to alleviate his exhausted body and ultimately summoned the flame dragon armor with a final display of his soul abilities. He made his way deep into the heart of the tribal lair. Chapter 74, Suppression. Chapter 75, 3 years. Goodness, why must I be relentlessly pursued once more? A torrential rain of explosive arrows inundated the entire dueling arena, leaving Yu Tianheng in a state of utter disarray as he scurried for cover. It has been 3 long years since the last momentous event, during which the 6 individuals, each showcasing extraordinary talents, seamlessly entered the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy. Alongside them progressed the 2 original directors. At their current age, striving for further elevation seemed an insurmountable challenge. It could almost be asserted that achieving the rank of Soul Emperor would be the pinnacle of their lives. However, thanks to Wu Yi, who frequently visited Douluo's medicinal valley, he gathered various herbs he was well acquainted with and meticulously crafted delectable medicinal meals. From time to time, he would present a portion to the 2 directors. Over time, the directors' physical constitutions, once akin to withered trees, flourished with renewed vitality, as the deficiencies caused by their advanced age were revitalized. Surprisingly, within just 3 years, they broke through to the realm of Soul Sage, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Upon reaching this level, they also gained the qualification to teach at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Initially, Wu Yi had advised his mentors to remain as directors at the Junior Academy, arguing that it was far better than becoming an ordinary instructor at the Advanced Academy. After all, one would rather be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. Nevertheless, the director's reasoning was rather flimsy, as if they yearned to witness their grandson marry and have children, longing to see Wu Yi embark on a path of greater strength. Of course, during these 3 years, Wu Yi and his companions had not idled away their time. Mier spent over a year painstakingly overcoming the shadows of her past. Yet perhaps it was precisely due to those shadows that she successfully crossed the threshold of level 40 in less than 6 months. At this moment, the highest level among them was merely 37, and that individual was Lin Bei. The training pace of an auxiliary soul master surpassed that of several battle soul masters, which was utterly astonishing. However, Mier successfully secured her position as the leader, though her choice for her 4th soul ability was unexpectedly not in accordance with Wu Yi's advice. Perhaps due to the indelible mark left by her past experiences, she opted for a displacement-type skill. Arrow exchange. Within 1 minute, she can swap positions with any arrow she fires, moving like a ghost. Dragon Roar effect. Upon exchanging positions, her original spot retains an illusionary figure. If struck by an opponent, it inflicts a 3-second paralysis effect, akin to being struck by lightning, rendering the enemy immobile. The Phoenix Resonance effect. Upon exchanging positions, a phantom of the original character remains, capable of unleashing energy arrows within a 5-meter radius, potentially inducing a paralysis effect, akin to a tempest sweeping through, leaving foes with no avenue of escape. At first glance, this soul skill appears rather unremarkable, merely a displacement ability coupled with a control effect. However, once it harmoniously intertwines with her preceding 3 skills, its impact becomes nothing short of astounding. Particularly, she possesses a soul skill named Multiple Arrows, which enables her to release 5 to 10 arrows in rapid succession, akin to a torrential downpour. When synergized with her original third soul skill, Surrounding Hunt, her firing rate triples, as if the scope of her second soul skill had expanded threefold. Not only is the efficacy of the third soul skill magnified exponentially, but should she employ her fourth soul skill for mobility while her adversary is ensnared within her meticulously crafted encirclement. Even without activating the effects of Dragon's Roar or Phoenix Resonance, a typical soul master would find themselves nearly devoid of any means to retaliate. Even Wu Hei could not help but extol the brilliance of this exquisite maneuver. Although he did not heed Wu Hei's recommended approach to soul ring acquisition at the time, his prowess in soul hunting was indeed remarkable. They succeeded in capturing a phantom lightning leopard, nearing the end of its 9,000-year lifespan, a creature that shone like the most resplendent star in the night sky. Their daily training resembled a series of breathtaking competitions, engaging in 3-on-3 duels with ever-changing combinations, akin to pieces on a chessboard. To ensure fairness, Wu Hei refrained from utilizing his soul skills. Perhaps due to the infrequent use of soul skills, Wu Hei's cultivation progressed at a snail's pace. However, his physical strength and mastery of various weapons underwent a transformative metamorphosis akin to a phoenix's rebirth, evolving from an inexperienced youth into a master of exquisite skill. Over the course of 3 years, while others focused on refining their soul power, he dedicated himself to honing his physical form. Yet, having endured the trials of adversity, he was destined to shatter the protective umbrellas of others. Wu Hei was acutely aware of the frail constitution of soul masters, which rendered them highly susceptible to exploitation by adversaries who could easily identify their vulnerabilities. Their lack of robust physicality made it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a few soul techniques from others, and once they found themselves at a disadvantage, reversing the tide of battle became a daunting task. Thus, Wu Hei, under various pretexts, summoned the other 5 individuals to join him, compelling them to train alongside him daily. For every 100 push-ups he completed, the others were required to perform 50. He would run 10 kilometers. While they had to manage at least 5, he engaged in weight-laden cross-country running, and they became the weights he carried. Over the course of 3 continuous years, all of them experienced significant advancements akin to the rapid emergence of spring bamboo shoots, each blossoming in their own unique manner. Even Yu Tianheng mastered the combat style of entire-body dragon-scale transformation, and Wu Hei selflessly imparted the formidable combat skills he had once witnessed in an anime. Today, Yu Tianheng stood as an exceptional figure among his peers, exuding a power that instilled fear. Even when his own soul power was entirely depleted, he could assert with unwavering confidence that with just a breath of lightning attribute soul power, he could endure for another 3 minutes. Yu Tianheng watched helplessly as a barrage of arrows descended upon him like a locust swarm, severing all avenues of retreat. In that critical moment, he transformed entirely into his dragon-scale form with lightning speed. The electricity coursing through him danced like playful sprites among the dragon scales, weaving a defense as unyielding as rock and as steadfast as a mountain. In this form, even without utilizing soul techniques, his defensive capabilities surged dramatically, elevating several levels in an instant. As the arrows fell like rain, Yu Tianheng, well-versed in Mi-Er's soul techniques, knew he must escape this enveloping domain with the swiftness of a released arrow. Yet, Mi-Er was equally aware of the nature of his dragon scales. In that fleeting moment, she executed a remarkable maneuver, teleporting among the arrows embedded in the ground. Before Yu Tianheng could escape the encircled area, a chilling sensation slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent, followed by a glinting dagger, sharp and menacing, pressing against his throat. "You are out." Chapter 76. One more needed, is that so? Yu Tianheng remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor enigmatic. He then moved like a flash, retreating swiftly towards the clone created by Mi-Er's soul technique. In an instant, the clone erupted with thunder, releasing a stream of electricity as delicate as a strand of hair, striking towards Yu Tianheng, seemingly poised to paralyze him. However, he deftly summoned the currents within his body, magnetically attracting the feeble electricity emitted by each clone. In that moment, these weak currents coalesced into a sphere the size of an apple, reminiscent of countless rivers converging into the sea. Without hesitation, he consumed the sphere, savoring it as one would a delicacy, the sound of crunching resonating as he swallowed it down. Once ingested, power surged within him like a flood breaching a dam. In but a fleeting moment, It appeared as though the energy within Yu Tianheng surged forth like a volcanic eruption, amplifying by an astounding 30%. At this very instant, should he unleash his soul technique, its effects would undoubtedly manifest with the ferocity of a tempest. This remarkable feat was a product of the unique soul skill, Thunder Devour, honed through the invaluable advice of Wu He over the past 3 years. Thunder Devour, contingent upon one's own level. It allows the individual to absorb an elemental energy of the same kind, akin to infusing the body with a potent force, resulting in a proportional augmentation equivalent to one's level, or alternatively, temporarily restoring a corresponding percentage of soul power in a state of near depletion. Yet, regardless of the form it takes, this power is ephemeral, lasting but a fleeting minute. Now, with Yu Tianheng's soul power having reached level 36, the moment he absorbed the feeble current provided by Mir's soul technique, his thunderous soul power instantaneously surged by 36. Concurrently, his physical prowess flourished as if nourished by the gentle spring rain, his legs propelling him forward and his hands transforming into claws akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. His first soul technique erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. However, Mir, as if she had already discerned his intentions, wore a subtle smile as she vanished like a wraith. At that moment, Yu Tianheng charged forward like an arrow released from its bow, with no chance of retreat. Upon encountering the trap left by Mir, he was immediately subjected to a gravitational force 5 times greater, rendered motionless as if frozen in place. Meanwhile, Mir stood leisurely behind him, shaking her head in resignation, softly uttering, "I have already told you it is over. Why do you persist in your struggles?" With that, she turned and departed from the small arena. At that juncture, Wu Hui entered, holding a report as if it were a rare treasure. The new Continental Soul Master Elite competition is about to commence. In this year, we shall represent the second team of the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, everyone erupted into joyous celebration, akin to fireworks igniting in the night sky. Yet, Yu Tianheng remained like a forsaken shadow in a dark corner, ensnared in the gravity field, lost in his own sorrow. As the competition drew nearer, Yu Tianheng could not help but reflect on the formidable laws governing the world of Douluo continent, akin to a majestic mountain, invoking awe. Despite his utmost efforts to cultivate the teammates around him, their progress resembled a frozen lake, stagnant and sluggish as a snail's pace. With the competition looming, his cultivation level appeared scarcely improved since his debut years ago. However, it was fortunate that Wu Hai had keenly identified this issue 2 years prior, resembling a stern lion, compelling everyone to train alongside him relentlessly. Currently, although the overall strength of the team remains akin to that described in the original narrative, with each member being around level 30 spirit masters, their physical prowess is undeniably comparable to that of an average spirit king. Yet, with some time still remaining before the competition, Wu Yi has resolved to enhance their practical experience further. Despite the fact that the team frequently engages in tasks assigned by the academy and embarks on excursions that significantly bolster their combat experience, the nature of their outings primarily revolves around life and death struggles. Such a method of restraint is something these individuals have never contemplated. Wu Yi issued a command to Mir, akin to a sovereign decree, instructing him to lead the remaining 4 individuals to the soul fighting arena for their training. He mandated that all participants must secure a gold medal within a month, and in every battle, they were strictly forbidden from inflicting fatal harm upon their opponents. This directive weighed heavily upon Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, rendering them breathless. Their respective combat styles, one employing poison to incapacitate foes, the other utilizing paralysis, were inherently lethal, which necessitated the existence of a specific rule to restrain their methods. Meanwhile, Wu Yi had a crucial task to undertake: the meticulous selection and rigorous evaluation of the final team member. After all, the Elite Soul Master competition stipulated that each team must consist of no fewer than 7 participants. Should he refrain from assembling the team himself and instead await assignments from the academy, it was likely that another support-type Soul Master would be designated. Currently, the team already boasted 2 support Soul Masters. One served as a steadfast bulwark, ensuring the squad's stamina, soul power, and mental fortitude remained intact, while the other acted as a timely blessing, facilitating rapid recovery from physical injuries. Thus, it could be said that this team encompassed all facets of an individual's capabilities. Therefore, at this juncture, it was imperative to identify a candidate who would seamlessly align with the team's developmental needs. Wu Yi has meticulously considered his role as a formidable assault-type Soul Master, capable of seamlessly transitioning between defense and offense. Yu Tianheng epitomizes the essence of a strong attack soul master. Although his soul skills possess a measure of control, they cannot overshadow his formidable advantages as a powerhouse. The control-type members, namely Dong Gu Yen and Mi Er, serve as both ranged support and mobile firepower. However, the most scarce types within the entire team are undoubtedly assassins and tanks. During these 3 years, Wu Hei has not only honed his skills with the discipline of a hermit, but has also devoted considerable time to cultivating connections within the school. Initially, he paid little heed to the completeness of his team, primarily focusing on his own growth. Yet, as the eve of the competition approached, he awakened to the realization that participation required a full complement of 7 members. Reluctantly, he returned to his earlier endeavors, laboring late into the night to meticulously devise a plan that would integrate the diverse soul master classmates he had encountered over the years. Ultimately, only 2 individuals caught his discerning eye, one of whom was the junior he intended to visit today. This junior is notably unique. Throughout her 3 years at the academy, she has approached every task with the demeanor of a solitary swan, rarely mingling with others and appearing remarkably reclusive. However, anyone who has collaborated with her, even once, finds themselves profoundly intrigued, much like a magnet drawing Wu Hei closer to her essence. Chapter 77. Seizing the opportunity according to various inquiries. This junior is a frequent presence in the soul training chambers, akin to a cherished doll. Wu Hei suddenly realized that this was yet another individual, strikingly similar to his own team, on the path to madness. It is said that once this junior sister enters her training mode, she becomes utterly absorbed, oblivious to the passage of time. The frequent calls for her from the training room stem from the fact that her sessions often extend far beyond the established limits. And more crucially, the time spent beyond the allotted range incurs no cost. It appears that her character is indeed quite extraordinary. Before long, Wu Hei arrived at the training room of this junior sister, where an array of dismembered training dummies lay scattered about like remnants of a battlefield. The scene was shockingly grotesque and violent. Just as he was about to step into the room, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed behind him. Wu Hei swung his fist backward with all his might, only to strike nothing but air. At that moment, from the faint sound of breathing, Wu Hei discerned a hint of astonishment. Throughout his 3 years at the academy, each year saw the graduation of students and the arrival of fresh faces. It is safe to say that Wu Hei, in terms of both experience and reputation, is a household name, a prominent figure. While encountering him might evoke a sense of excitement, it should not be enough to render someone speechless in surprise. Wu Hei pondered silently. It is indeed you. The young woman slowly emerged from the shadows, her finger pointed directly at Wu Hei's nose as she spoke. At this moment, Wu Hei scrutinized the young lady before him, yet no matter how he examined her, he could discern no connection between them. However, he was utterly certain that there existed no emotional entanglement with this young woman. Nonetheless, observing her demeanor towards him, it felt as though he owed her a substantial sum. How about we step out for a drink? Wu Hei glanced at the fiercely determined girl, her slightly irate expression nearly pressing against him. Wu Hei, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly retreated, uttering words of surprise. Upon realizing that he had completely forgotten her, the girl felt an eruption of fury within her heart. Akin to a volcano, she indignantly thought to herself, how could he not remember someone as charming and delightful as me? However, after a deep sigh, she swiftly composed herself. Extending her delicate right hand, as white and tender as a lotus root, she sweetly introduced herself. Hello, I am Yao Miao, pleased to make your acquaintance. Captivated by her playful demeanor and the rosy shyness that adorned her expression, Wu Hei instinctively reached out his hand, just as their hands met in a handshake. The girl suddenly spoke up. I've heard that you are here to invite me to join your team for the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. Wu Hei nodded slightly, his tone resolute as he spoke. Indeed, our team is currently 1 member short. If we can recruit just 1 more individual, we will meet the minimum requirement for the competition. If you wish for me to join you, that can be arranged. I have always preferred challenges to flattery. As long as you can defeat me, I am willing to comply with any request. With that, a subtle smirk graced the corners of the girl's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. She struck her palm against Wu Hei's hand, using the rebound to soar gracefully back into the shadows of the training room. Much like a delicate butterfly, Wu Hei glanced at the bruise blossoming in his palm, when a girl's voice drifted into his ears. Are you ready? Wu Hei shook his hand and nodded slightly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and upon closer inspection, Wu Hei could not help but exclaim in surprise. Mi Er, how did you end up here? For the figure stepping out from the shadows was none other than Mier, the one he knew best. However, the Mier before him seemed to be shrouded in a veil of dark mist, evoking an aura that was both mysterious and unfamiliar. Before Wu Hui could react, Mier, swift as a cunning leopard, deftly drew her familiar bow and arrow, launching a fierce assault upon him. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, resolute as a mountain, as if she were an entirely different person. As Wu Yi beheld Mier charging towards him with the swiftness of a startled hare, an inexplicable sense of combativeness eluded him. Yet, Mier would not easily forfeit this rare opportunity to strike. A multitude of arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, enveloping Wu Yi in an instant. At that moment, he felt no desire to fight. For the Mier before him was clearly no longer the familiar figure he once knew. Although the essence of her soul techniques remained largely unchanged, it was evident that the person standing before him was not the one he held in his heart. Wu Yi could finally, without any reservations, showcase the fruits of his 3 years of arduous training. He drew forth a 3-section staff from his lower back, a weapon reminiscent of a transformer, capable of both disassembly and assembly. After a simple configuration, it could transform into a pair of nunchaku of varying lengths or a solid iron rod measuring up to 1.80 meters. Even when wielded as a 3-section staff, it felt as natural to him as an extension of his own limbs. Relying on the patterns of the soul skills he had observed from Mier, Wu Yi effortlessly evaded the traps laid before him. Upon witnessing his successful escape, the girl became frantic, resembling an enraged lioness. Activating a skill akin to Mier's 4th soul skill, preparing to launch a close-range assault on Wu Yi. However, this very thought was akin to walking into a snare, as she fell into the meticulously crafted trap set by Wu Yi. If Wu Yi were to be acknowledged for his meticulous planning, he would surely claim the title of the best, with no one daring to contest it. Just as the girl believed she was on the verge of closing the distance, Wu Yi moved like a gust of wind, striking her twice with such force that she was reverted from her transformed state, akin to an egg crushed under the weight of a mountain. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi experienced an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if encountering an old friend after a long separation, yet unable to articulate it precisely. Very well. You are impressive. The reverted Miao Miao retreated swiftly, resembling a startled rabbit. Once she had established sufficient distance, a pair of colorful gloves materialized in her hands. The right glove was adorned with a deep purple soul ring, twinkling like stars in the night sky. 4th soul skill, cease. With a delicate shout, Wu Yi suddenly felt as though something vital was being extracted from him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a green crystal had appeared in the girl's grasp, resembling a resplendent emerald. At that moment, the girl gazed at the crystal in her hand, her expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Her 4th soul skill, named Seize, had a straightforward effect. It could randomly snatch one skill from her opponent for 30 minutes. However, she never anticipated that she would acquire a stone the size of a human head, leaving her momentarily uncertain of its usage. The girl intended to stow the stone in her bag, but the instant it made contact with her skin, as if by magic, the crystal vanished without a trace, and a suit of armor enveloped her like a flash of lightning. Chapter 78, Shocked What in the World? Wu Yi's face was filled with skepticism as he glanced at himself and then at her, inwardly pondering whether his skill could indeed be passively activated. Would the passive draw from his own vitality or hers? He muttered to himself. However, the one most astonished was Miao Miao, whose soul skill allowed her to seize a skill not exceeding her own cultivation limit. Since Wu Yi's cultivation was just over 30 levels, she was capable of seizing any soul skill at her disposal. However, what took her by surprise was that after the theft, she was able to transcend the restrictions imposed by Wu Yi, directly triggering her passive ability and summoning the Wind Falcon armor. Yet, this summoning led to significant complications. The girl, Miao Miao, surprisingly managed to unleash the full potential of the armor. Her soul power, now at level 56, struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the inexperienced Miao Miao utterly astonished. In her mind, a colossal question mark loomed large. Wasn't I at level 42? How did I suddenly become level 56? She covered her face with her hands, as if the entire world had crumbled around her. However, she was not a foolish individual. After merely a brief moment of existential doubt, enlightenment dawned upon her. This soul skill belonged to Wu Yi, and its effects were indeed astonishing. Her initial thought was to question whether her abilities had always been so formidable, but then she reconsidered. A powerful soul skill must surely come with formidable limitations. and the words she intended to voice were swallowed back down. At that moment, she chose not to dwell on such matters any longer. What she had seized was rightfully hers, and as long as she could utilize the soul skill, there was no need for excessive contemplation. With a gust of wind at her feet, she surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward Wu He with breathtaking speed. Wu He had encountered others utilizing his Gale armor before, yet he remained composed, exuding an air of calmness without a trace of disarray. In an instant, the three-section staff in his hand transformed into a formidable steel rod, employing a fluid and graceful Tai Chi technique to effortlessly deflect the incoming fist aside. Wu He, much like a cunning rabbit, swiftly retreated to a place of safety, subsequently summoning the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner. At that moment, 3 soul rings stood like loyal guardians, capable of sustaining the armor for a remarkable 15 minutes, while the consumption of soul power was significantly reduced to 65. Even if the outcome were to end in a stalemate, he would still possess sufficient soul power. Unless the opponent's method of summoning armor through such predatory means also counted against Wu He would truly be at a loss. Witnessing her attacks effortlessly neutralized, Miao Miao was left in utter disbelief. She possessed the cultivation of a level 56 Soul King, while he was merely in his 30s. How could he so easily deflect her assaults? Her face was etched with incredulity. Nevertheless, the truth remained, and resolute to try once more, she suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. Wu He was acutely aware that the opponent had pushed the full power speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its utmost limits. When Wu He donned the Wind Eagle armor, he never contemplated pushing its speed to the utmost limits. To his astonishment, others have managed to harness this attribute, elevating it to an extraordinary pinnacle. Without a trace of hesitation, Wu He immediately summoned the Flame Dragon armor. At this moment, only the Flame Dragon armor could contend with the Wind Eagle armor in a decisive battle. Although the Black Rhinoceros armor boasts ample defensive capabilities, it would appear somewhat clumsy when faced with an opponent capable of utilizing their armor to its fullest potential. While it may succeed in passive defense, it could never hope to graze even the slightest edge of the Wind Eagle armor. Ultimately, there are but 2 possible outcomes. Either both armors will deplete their energy until the end of their duration, or the energy of the Black Rhinoceros armor will be exhausted before its adversary, for even passive defense requires energy consumption. Wu He has never been one to hide behind others. Thus, unless under extraordinary circumstances, he would never resort to absolute defense to shield himself. An ancient ancestor once proclaimed that offense is the best form of defense. Therefore, summoning the Flame Dragon armor is undoubtedly the most prudent choice in this moment. Upon the successful invocation of the Flame Dragon armor, Wu He's cultivation level instantly matched that of Miao Miao. Though his speed could not rival the Wind Eagle armor, his vision became remarkably acute. What was once merely a blurred shadow could now be discerned with clarity. In a flash, Miao Miao lunged at Wu He like a hungry tiger, delivering a left hook with ferocity. Wu He, with the grace of a leisurely stroll, adeptly executed the opening move of the wild horse separating mane, effortlessly intercepting her punch. He then skillfully transitioned into the Tai Chi technique of using softness to conquer hardness, performing a shoulder throw that sent Miao Miao soaring through the air, crashing into the training room wall. In an instant, a human shape then appeared on the wall, vividly resembling a person embedded within it. Miao Miao tumbled awkwardly from the wall-less recess to the ground. Despite the protection of her armor, she felt no significant pain. Yet a lingering shadow of unease settled in her heart. Realizing that her opponent had summoned armor as well, it was no surprise that their strengths were evenly matched. Yet, she could not fathom why the disparity felt so vast. Frustrated, Miao Miao pounded the ground with her fists, her face etched with unwavering determination. 3 years ago, she had been treated thus. Today, she would seek to avenge her past humiliation. The compound eyes of the Wind Eagle armor glimmered with a fierce light as she summoned the Wind Eagle sword. Her soul energy surged like a tidal wave into the blade. She keenly sensed an icy chill clinging to the sword, but at that moment, she had no time to dwell on it. All she needed was to unleash her power with full force. The armor would take care of the rest. Wu He could not help but lament the clumsiness he exhibited while donning his armor. While even the most casual bystander seemed capable of unleashing its formidable power with remarkable finesse, perhaps even surpassing it, though he was unable to employ the lethal skill known as wind-piercing strike. Harnessing his soul energy to release sword chi with the Wind Eagle sword was not beyond his grasp. Yet, this seemingly simple technique took him months of diligent practice to master. while others accomplished it effortlessly in an instant. Wu Yi could not help but harbor profound doubts regarding his own talent and understanding. As his opponent began to gather strength, Wu Yi resolved to engage him in a fierce contest. With a crisp sound, he summoned the signature weapon of the flame dragon armor, the fiery blade. Channeling his soul power into the blade like rivers converging into the sea, the twin edges shimmered with the essence of two fire dragons, generating an intense and rich wave of heat. Meow Meow, having completed her charge first, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged forward like a runaway stallion. The moisture in the air seemed enchanted, transforming into sharp, icy blades that rained down upon Wu Yi. Just as the assault approached him with the weight of a mountain, Wu Yi's own preparation reached its zenith. In a whirlwind of motion, he spun like a top, blade and body entwined, chanting incantations as if summoning ancient powers. Flame Crescent Slash? In a rather whimsical manner, Wu Yi bestowed upon his charging ability a name that reverberated with grandeur. Chapter 79. Surrender, Narrow Victory. Two skills collided instantaneously like meteors. One manifested as a searing flame, akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, while the other emerged as a frigid storm, reminiscent of primordial ice descending upon the world. The clash of these two extreme forces erupted violently, creating a gaping chasm in one wall of the training room, resembling an insurmountable abyss. The thunderous roar echoed as if a colossal stone had been cast into a lake, drawing the attention of nearby students who rushed to investigate like a tidal wave. As anticipated, the Academy's enforcement team, swift as the wind, would soon arrive at the scene. Such a cataclysmic explosion could easily lead the Academy to believe that an external threat was imminent. Indeed, it was not long before several formidable figures descended nearby like birds in flight. Meanwhile, the training room where the two battled resembled a place ravaged by a storm. In utter disarray, shrouded in swirling dust, as if enveloped by a thick fog, rendering its interior indistinguishable. Only powerful soul masters, with their acute sensitivity to soul energy, could discern the presence of two feeble life forms engaged in a confrontation within the training room. The outcome of the previous clash had been determined. Both their energy reserves had been depleted like a breached dam, and the duration of their armor fusion had reached its limit. In that moment of collision, they reacted like startled birds, simultaneously bracing for the aftermath of the explosion, thus unthinkingly relinquishing their armored states. The moment they were freed from their armors, Wu Yi was inundated by an all-too-familiar sensation of weakness, surging over him like a tidal wave. Over the past 3 years of training, he had summoned his armor on only a few occasions. Moreover, each time, Lin Bei had been at his side, alleviating his burdens. And it had been a considerable while since he had experienced such a sense of frailty. However, the physical training of the past 3 years had endowed him with a degree of resilience against this feeling of weakness, to the point that he might even say he relished it. Each bout of physical training culminated in utter exhaustion, where he would relinquish all control over his strength. Yet after every period of rest, he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his abilities. In stark contrast, the girl Meow Meow's internal experience was wholly different. She had not anticipated that the side effects of Wu Yi's soul skill would be so profound. In an instant, it had drained her of 65% of her soul energy, stamina, and mental fortitude. She felt as fragile as a candle flickering in a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was her first encounter with such an intense sense of helplessness, a fear that emanated from deep within. As if an invisible hand were magnifying her weakness infinitely, leading her to believe she was entirely spent. Presently, she had only utilized Wu Yi's soul skill for 5 minutes, theoretically still possessing 25 minutes of potential use. Her right hand once again coalesced a crystal. Yet this time, the crystal had lost its initial vibrant emerald hue, now resembling an ordinary stone, dull and devoid of vitality. She gently brought the crystal close to her body, yet the fleeting sensation of unity did not manifest, and the crystal remained tangible. In that moment, a possibility dawned upon her. The utilization of this skill required abundant physical strength, soul power, and mental fortitude. Otherwise, it could not be executed. At that moment, Mew Meow felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. She had seized another's ability, rendering it unusable for the original owner, only to find that she herself could only employ it once, leaving the remainder of her time seemingly futile. Through the wall pierced by the explosion, sunlight pierced the haze like a sharp arrow, and she beheld a figure slowly rising, while she herself could only slump to the ground like a wounded kitten, utterly powerless. With a woeful smile, She raised her right hand and weakly proclaimed, "I concede. I shall join your team." Perhaps unable to see Miao Miao's appearance at that moment. Only her voice resonated in the air, prompting Wu He to experience an oddly familiar sensation. Yet, he felt that her voice lacked a certain firmness. It could benefit from a touch more assertiveness. As Wu He contemplated, a look of utter astonishment suddenly overtook his countenance. "You are that little boy from 3 years ago, the one who sought to deceive the mirror shadow venomous python?" "Huh." Miao Miao let out a soft chuckle, her voice laced with an indescribable indifference. She neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. At this moment, Wu He experienced a profound revelation. Suddenly comprehending the source of the overwhelming hostility emanating from the girl named Miao Miao. Was it not simply due to the fact that he did not willingly offer the soul beast at that time? Was it not merely because he had inadvertently collided with her chest? Wu He murmured softly, but suddenly he was struck dumb as if by a bolt of lightning. "Soft, so very soft. Ah, I apologize, I had no idea you were a girl at that moment." Wu Hai's face instantly swelled to the hue of a ripe apple, and he promptly bent over to apologize like a wayward child. Upon hearing Wu Hai's contrition, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Miao Miao's cheeks blushed like the evening sky. At that moment, a cough erupted, loud and sudden, akin to thunder on a tranquil day. Ahem. 3 elderly figures entered with an otherworldly presence, their formidable spiritual energy swirling like a tempest, dispersing all remnants of dust between the two. It was then that they realized the once pristine training room had been utterly transformed, resembling a battlefield that had endured unimaginable horrors. With every wall riddled with a multitude of bullet holes, varying in size and depth, the entire training facility lay in ruins, akin to a landscape ravaged by artillery fire. "Can either of you elucidate what transpired here?" Although the inquiry bore no hint of reproach, the speaker's tone was unmistakably akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing a fierce, seething fury. At this moment, Wu He finally discerned the 3 individuals before him, one of whom was indeed the elderly Liang. However, the old man had shed the simple attire of a junior college president and donned the imposing robes of a senior elder, exuding an air of authority. He now presided over the academy's judicial court, where all wayward students were summoned to face judgment under his watchful gaze. Wu He couldn't help but chuckle, while the old man Liang remained stern and unsmiling. "Grandfather!" Miao Miao exclaimed. "Grandfather?" Wu He emitted a sound of disbelief, as though he had just encountered the most astonishing revelation in existence. Following this, 3 piercing voices of skepticism echoed, I summon my grandfather. What business do you have interrupting?" Miao Miao's face flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripened apple, as she playfully retorted. Despite her nearly exhausted spiritual energy, she hurriedly approached an elder with the swiftness of the wind. There, she observed the elder's martial soul was also a glove, yet it was distinctively unique, shimmering a verdant green akin to jade, appearing as delicate as a cicada's wing. The elder adeptly retrieved various materials from his portable soul guide, and with the augmentation of his soul rings, he concocted a bottle of azure potion at a remarkable speed. Without further inquiry, Miao Miao tilted her head back and consumed it in one gulp. "Sweet. I feel a surge of progress." No sooner had Miao Miao spoken than a wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, akin to a torrent, and in that instant, one could distinctly perceive her soul power rejuvenating like a withered tree in spring, with her physical and mental vigor significantly enhanced. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 80. An Embarrassing Compensation. Chapter 81. The astonished Wu He, her first soul skill, named Fear, functioned like an invisible sword, penetrating deep into the opponent's psyche, serving as a disconcerting psychological suggestion. It had the capacity to amplify the opponent's inner fears to an infinite degree in the blink of an eye, even compelling them to manifest their fears tangibly. Her second soul skill, Intimidation, also fell within the realm of psychological suggestion. It is no exaggeration to state that once one comprehends the principles underlying her soul skills, these 2 abilities pose little threat to her adversaries. The effect of the intimidation skill resonates like a thunderous bell, enhancing her own presence and amplifying the opponent's state of fear by approximately 200, thus creating an overwhelming pressure. Under such duress, an opponent's overall strength would plummet by 20. These 2 soul skills serve as the gambler's tokens, if wielded wisely. A gambler may transform into a formidable deity of chance, in the heat of battle, leveraging the innate passive abilities of her martial soul. She could instantaneously simulate the object of her opponent's fears, skillfully employing her first two soul skills to manipulate the minds of those with fragile psyches. At this moment, Wu Yi was still contemplating how to optimize Wu Miao Miao's martial soul for peak performance in team combat when he heard her begin to elaborate on her third soul skill. This skill, aptly named imitation, was terrifyingly potent. Functioning like a magical mirror that could discern the soul skills once wielded by figures from the opponent's memories and directly replicate them, achieving approximately 10% of the original skill's effectiveness. What? Your soul skill can actually read memories and present them at 10% of the intended effect as envisioned by the caster? Wu Yi exclaimed, his voice resonating through the air in astonishment. Witnessing such a profound reaction from Wu Yi, Wu Miao Miao was left utterly speechless. Wu Yi murmured softly, as if engaged in a private conversation with herself. It is no wonder that she was able to seamlessly transform into Mi-Air, effortlessly wielding Mi-Air's soul technique with grace and fluidity. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Yi made a new discovery and sought to confirm it by asking, have you ever utilized this soul technique on a teammate? Furthermore, does your soul technique read memories, or does it discern the thoughts of the one being targeted? The answer to the first question came easily. Yet the response to the second left Wu Miao Miao deep in thought for quite some time. As for the first question, to be honest, I have never attempted such a thing, as I have always been a solitary individual, with only my grandfather or my parents accompanying me for extended periods. Regarding the second inquiry, due to my lack of friends and the absence of interest from others, it was only upon your prompting that I pondered it briefly. It seems your second interpretation resonates more closely with my experience. Wu Miao Miao stroked her chin, her face etched with contemplation and concern. If your third soul technique indeed pertains to reading the immediate thoughts of the target, then the possibilities are truly vast. Wu Yi's contemplations are not merely whimsical musings. If she could perceive the thoughts of the subject at hand, and combine this with the unique attributes of her martial spirit, the opponent would instinctively conjure vivid images corresponding to the familiar visage they see before them. In such a scenario, she would effortlessly replicate a mere 10% of the opponent's soul abilities. However, should the subject be an ally, and their thoughts dwell upon a towering figure, a title Douluo of immense stature, coupled with a profound trepidation regarding this title Douluo's abilities, then, depending on the potency of her soul power, she might directly achieve or even surpass the original might of that title Douluo's skills. This soul ability's efficacy is akin to a projection of the subject's imagination, entirely contingent upon its richness. If this holds true, her soul ability could be deemed a stroke of genius. Furthermore, your fourth soul ability must directly inherit the characteristics of your mother's martial spirit, Wu Yi surmised based on her observations. Indeed, my fourth soul ability is aptly named Seize. Its effects mirror precisely what you have witnessed and imagined. Should I maintain eye contact with an adversary for over 5 seconds, I can effortlessly extract a soul ability from their martial spirit that does not exceed my own level of power. This ability can linger within me for approximately 30 minutes. Once I claim this soul ability as my own, the opponent will find themselves bereft of memory and unable to utilize their abilities for the duration. As Wu Miao Miao spoke of this power, her countenance radiated confidence and pride. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wu Yi's insatiable expression, her smile ebbed away like a receding tide. Yet for you, this soul ability may prove to be of little consequence. While your powers are formidable, their consumption is equally vast, and in the end, it may only serve to restrict your transformations. Should you manage to recuperate your energy before the expiration of my Seize ability, it would render this skill virtually meaningless to you. Despite the weight of her words, Wu Miao Miao's expression bore a melancholic shadow, yet Wu Yi's focus lay elsewhere. Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul ability pierced through Wu Yi's established understanding of her own soul ability's passive rules like a finely honed blade. The effects of Wu Yi's martial spirit are burdened by several disconcerting passive rules. One such rule dictates that when soul skills are bestowed upon others, the recipient must possess the corresponding attribute of that skill, otherwise it cannot be utilized. Another stipulation is that whether he employs the skill himself or imparts it to another, it instantaneously depletes his own stamina, mental fortitude, and soul power. Without Lin Bei's targeted assistance over the past few years, Wu Yi's combat prowess would likely fall short even of an average soul respect. However, Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill emerges like an indomitable sword, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of Wu Yi's martial spirit's regulations. Miao Miao, Is it true that as long as your cultivation surpasses mine, you can freely seize any of my soul skills? Upon hearing Wu He's inquiry, Wu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with a radiant, kaleidoscopic glow, reminiscent of the vibrant hues of a rainbow gracing the horizon. In a swift motion, she donned her gloves, and that colorful aura enveloped them like a playful spirit. 5 seconds later, a fiery red crystal materialized in her hand, glimmering like a resplendent gem. "See, I told you I wasn't lying," exclaimed Wu Miao Miao, clutching the crystal as if it were a priceless treasure. In that ephemeral moment of her eyes being shrouded in that colorful haze, Wu He became utterly convinced. He distinctly sensed his martial spirit and soul rings being gently stirred by an unseen breeze. He had never anticipated that there existed someone capable of so effortlessly transcending the rules of his martial spirit. Yet, he felt fortunate that this individual was a friend rather than an adversary. Chapter 82. The Butterfly Effect meets Shrek. With laughter and camaraderie, the two entered the dormitory building, with Wu He resembling a sturdy ox, assisting Wu Miao Miao in transporting her luggage into the lobby on the ground floor. In Wu He's heart, a vibrant flower blossomed, filled with joy at having recruited an exceptional team member today. He could hardly contain his excitement as he swung open the door on the first floor, eager to introduce this new addition to everyone. "Brothers, I have returned. Just look who I brought back with me." The face of Wu He was illuminated with excitement and joy, reminiscent of a dazzling starry sky. Yet, before he could savor this fleeting moment of happiness, he was abruptly assailed by a chilling gust, enveloped instantly by a suffocating atmosphere of despair. In the common room of the dormitory, every visage appeared as though drenched in bitter rain. Some leaned against the stage. Others lay on the sofa with books shielding their faces. Some wept openly, while others remained as silent as statues. Wu He found himself utterly bewildered, akin to a monk unable to grasp the essence of a conundrum. What on earth had transpired? Logically, he had meticulously orchestrated a task for this group today. Given their prowess, venturing there would be akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Effortlessly dominating the competition and acclimatizing to the atmosphere of the contest would be a mere trifle. Therefore, one would expect that upon returning late at night, they would be a jubilant assembly, if not bursting with joy, at least animatedly discussing their experiences at the Seoul Duel Arena. After all, this locale bore resemblance to the underground fighting arenas Wu He had heard of in his past life. Albeit in this world, the operations were legitimate, while in that former existence, they were illicit. Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Could it be that they have encountered a challenge more formidable than steel? Wu He supported his head, lost in deep contemplation, as if he were unearthing a treasure buried deep beneath the earth. This should not be the case. With Mier's cultivation exceeding the 40th level, she alone ought to be able to crush the majority of societal figures with the ease of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Wu He suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He approached Lin Bei and gently poked his shoulder, as if attempting to rouse a slumbering giant, and said, "Old Lin, have you all gambled away your fortunes, only to be deceived by the venue? Is there no addiction to gambling?" Lin Bei lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Wu He, his eyes resembling a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He shook his head and turned away, as if Wu He were merely an inconsequential passerby. Consequently, Wu He became as mute as a firecracker that had failed to ignite, enveloped in complete silence. The once blooming joy, akin to spring flowers, evaporated in an instant upon witnessing the lifeless faces that surrounded him, akin to dead fish. For reasons unknown, a nameless fury simmered within him, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, ready to unleash its pent-up force. Wu He suddenly roared like an enraged lion, demanding to know what was transpiring today. Why does everyone appear as though they have lost their parents? Witnessing Wu He's fury, the Shi brothers, who had previously seemed out of place in the surroundings, spoke up like startled birds. They were not members of Wu He's team, rather. They had become subordinate to the Yu Tianheng family due to their close ties. They often found themselves summoned for practice sessions, which, under the guise of training, served more as an opportunity to function as punching bags. Nevertheless, these two were diligent and willing, frequently visiting the dormitory, and Wu He had grown accustomed to their presence. "Brother Wu, hear us what happened." The Shi brothers recounted the events of the day in a rapid exchange, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing this, Wu He could not help but feel utterly perplexed, akin to a monk who has lost his way. He began to ponder quietly. Based on their descriptions, it appeared they had encountered Shrek. Yet, there seemed to be a contradiction in the timeline. According to this sequence, Shrek Academy should have been preparing to visit our side, only to be turned away at the threshold. Subsequently, they would have been compelled to join Liu Erlong's academy. However, considering the curvature of the timeline, they ought not to have encountered Shrek Academy at this juncture. Wu He, in a state of perplexity, could only attribute the situation to the butterfly effect. After all, the emergence of two time travelers from different dimensions in a single world is indeed a curious phenomenon. It seems only reasonable that such an occurrence would incite certain butterfly effects within this Douluo realm. Wu He helplessly waved his hand and remarked, "Is this all? You few, just because of a single duel loss, have all turned as despondent as frostbitten eggplants, utterly lifeless." Wu He spread his hands in resignation and remarked, "After all, everyone present is a seasoned elite, having faced numerous battles within the academy. Their win rate hovers around a mere 65%. For them, defeat in a duel is as commonplace as the rising sun." While Wu He continued his lamentations, Mi Air interjected. "In the opposing team, there are two individuals who are merely great soul masters. Their average combat prowess scarcely exceeds that of a soul sovereign. Yet, we still suffered defeat, which is utterly humiliating. Alas, the only one aware of Tang San's unfair advantage is myself. It is unwise to offer excessive consolation, so I merely shifted the topic and clapped my hands, saying, all right, a loss is a loss. Another day, I shall accompany you to redeem our honor. For now, let us extend a warm welcome to our new member, Wu Miao Miao." Although the preceding matters have reached a temporary conclusion, and the atmosphere among this group remains as stagnant as a lifeless pond, the arrival of a newcomer still elicits forced smiles, more grotesque than tears. However, the expressions of a few individuals transformed instantly into rapturous delight. Hey, you four. Do refrain from drooling. It is utterly repulsive." Wu Yi pointed towards the Shijiao brothers, Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei. At that moment, Wu Miao Miao had already placed her luggage in her room and gracefully emerged from behind Wu Yi. She appeared gentle and poised, exuding an air of elegance, particularly accentuated by her tall stature, which imparted a sense of a knowledgeable older sister. Upon hearing Wu Yi introduce her, she promptly stepped forward to present herself to everyone. When she spoke of her cultivation and soul skills, the previously despondent crowd, who had suffered recent defeats, suddenly radiated an unusual brilliance in their eyes. Having followed Wu Yi for 3 to 5 years, their perspectives had undergone varying degrees of transformation. Upon hearing Wu Miao Miao's introduction, they experienced a momentary cognitive resonance reminiscent of Wu Yi's. However, this epiphany was fleeting, as several young women joyfully led Wu Miao Miao aside, while the gazes of the 4 elderly men simultaneously trailed after her. Wu Huwei struck both Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei on the head simultaneously, then gestured for them to follow him. The two, understanding his intention, accompanied Wu Huwei into the conference room on the first floor. Chapter 83. Preparing for Battle. Chapter 84. Confrontation at the arena as the appointed time approached. Everyone anxiously awaited Wu Huwei's emergence from his seclusion, their anticipation akin to ants on a hot pan, for this moment marked the official debut of the Huangdo team. To ensure their opponent's attendance, they had thoughtfully dispatched several junior students, akin to scouts, to the Duhan Arena to confirm the arrival of their adversaries. Upon receiving the news that the opposing team had indeed arrived, they could only remain calm and patiently await Wu Huwei's exit. In the days leading up to this moment, they had deeply appreciated the remarkable qualities of the training grounds meticulously prepared by Wu Huwei. This place not only exerted an overwhelming gravitational pressure akin to Mount Tai bearing down on an egg, but also imposed a suffocating mental strain, enveloping them in a comprehensive suppression from all angles, leaving one feeling as though all strength had been drained from their body. Yet, after persevering in such a grueling environment for a few days, everyone was pleasantly surprised to discover the immense benefits derived from this rigorous training. In this setting, the enhancement of spirit, physique, and soul power accelerated at a phenomenal rate, 3 times that of normal conditions. Even those who had been struggling to break through their cultivation barriers experienced sudden enlightenment, achieving breakthroughs as if a veil had been lifted from their minds. As the group anxiously awaited, feeling as restless as ants on a hot pan, with an unhurried demeanor, Wu He descended the stairs, and upon witnessing a group of his anxious companions, he could only manage an awkward smile. With a grand gesture, reminiscent of a general commanding an army, he declared, "Let us embark and strike back." A number of individuals followed him in an orderly fashion to the entrance of the Seoul Duel Arena. Upon their arrival, the arena's manager, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, hastily approached them, bowing deeply. The beads of sweat glistening on his forehead revealed the considerable effort he had expended in preparation for the evening's events. Esteemed guests, you have finally arrived. The opposing team has been eagerly awaiting your presence. Hearing the manager's words, Wu Hi's lips curved into a subtle, confident smile, and he followed the manager into the lounge of the arena. Given that both teams had previously engaged in battle, the arena provided comprehensive information about each side without reservation or concealment. However, the data pertaining to Wu Hi and Wu Miao Miao appeared remarkably pristine, shining with brilliance. By an intriguing twist of fate, both were distinguished as gold medal players, having secured their accolades a year prior. The excuse of Wu Hi is simple and unadorned. Lacking both father and mother, if he does not seek a means to earn money soon. It would indeed be quite embarrassing to extend his hand to Dean Liang for financial assistance tomorrow. His reasoning, however, is quite justifiable. Wu Hi regarded even the Shrek squad with disdain, for to him, there was no need for reconnaissance. He could simply enter the fray and engage in combat, as his understanding of himself far surpassed that of his opponents. In preparation for battle, Wu Hi executed but a few succinct actions. Firstly, he conjured the wood attribute crystal of wind eagle hero with the finesse of a magician, gently placing it in Yi Lingling's palm. As a mere support, Yi Lingling possessed only a single soul skill, that being a wide-area healing technique, leaving her defenseless. Secondly, the primary offensive strategy was clear at the onset. All members lunged towards Tang San like famished tigers, for Shrek's tactics essentially revolved around two approaches, the most formidable and central of which was to eliminate Tang San first, after which the remainder would be child's play. Lastly, and of utmost importance, was the fact that there were no team members capable of flight. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly deal with Oscar. His soul skill enabled the team to soar through the skies, and if he were to be vanquished, the ground would belong to them. The tactical layout of the 5-in-1 strategy is succinct and clear, akin to dispelling clouds to reveal the sun, upon hearing it. Everyone comprehends it intuitively. Wu Yi assigned a task to Wu Miao Miao. From the onset of battle, his gaze was fixated solely on one adversary, the secondary support, Ning Rongrong. After all, she was the cherished princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and her auxiliary martial soul was as insidious as a malignant growth. If he could seize it, not only would it weaken the opponent with devastating efficiency, but it would also bolster his own strength exponentially. In the resting area, time for tactical arrangements slipped away like a fleeting shadow. The opposing team had been waiting for over an hour, and it was certain that they were as ravenous for battle as hungry wolves. Wu Hi and his team shared this fervor. The referee's commanding voice rang out. Let the members of both teams enter the arena. On either side of the stage lay two dimly lit passageways, reminiscent of lurking black dragons. The two teams emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the platform. Upon ascending, Wu Yi found himself overwhelmed with excitement. For the 7 individuals before him were achingly familiar. At long last, he was face to face with them, and soon they would engage in a spirited clash. His heart surged like a tempestuous sea, brimming with exhilaration, yet his countenance remained composed and indifferent, as if he were unfazed by the impending confrontation. As the signal for the match to commence echoed through the arena, both teams unleashed their soul rings and martial souls in unison, akin to a volcanic eruption. The display of 5 rings, while comically melodramatic, was breathtakingly impressive. Once all participants had revealed their martial souls and soul rings in a dazzling array, Wu Hi, awakening from his reverie, leisurely unfurled his own martial soul and rings. The members of Shrek Academy gasped in astonishment, particularly Tang San, whose eyes involuntarily darted to Yu Shao Gang upon seeing Wu Hi's soul rings. Unbelievable. A soul ring configuration of 1 purple and 2 black was nothing short of unprecedented, a revelation that had never been witnessed or heard before. In contrast, the Shrek team appeared rather unassuming, comprising 2 soul emperors at level 37, Tang San and Dai Mubai. Within their formation, Dai Mubai led the charge, while Tang San commanded from the center. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flanked the sides, with Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun positioned behind them. This arrangement was necessitated by the fact that Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun had only attained the status of great soul masters, thus being shielded at the rear of the formation. Conversely, Wu Hi, a formidable presence with a level exceeding 40, stood resplendent at the core of his team like a brilliant jewel. In the front lines were Wu Hi and Yu Tianheng, both having reached the pinnacle of level 30, while the back was held by Wu Miao Miao and Yi Lingling, with Douluo stationed behind me air. The impending clash was palpable, as all participants unleashed their martial spirits and soul rings with the ferocity of ravenous tigers, poised to strike at the slightest opening presented by their adversaries. A critical element of Shrek's formation was Tang San, whose blue-silver grass had already ensnared the waists of all his comrades from the outset, ensuring immediate support during combat. Chapter 85. Dusty Heart. Consequently, Wu He, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly retrieved a gleaming greatsword from his storage space. Dai Mubai, understanding Tang San's unspoken signal, recognized that Tang San was prepared. Without hesitation, he unleashed his soul skill, the White Tiger's Vajra transformation, causing his body to swell to twice its size, thereby significantly enhancing his strength and speed. He then pounced towards Wu He with the ferocity of a descending tiger. However, Wu He was far from naive. He discerned that this movement was merely a feint. At the last moment, he pivoted slightly and launched a swift kick, landing squarely in Dai Mubai's abdomen. Tang San barely had time to react as Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backwards, as though struck by a speeding armored truck. Nevertheless, Wu He had not anticipated a swift elimination of any adversary at this early stage, so Dai Mubai only sustained minor injuries, stabilizing himself at the edge of the arena, just as Tang San intended to retrieve his ally. He was astounded to discover that his blue-silver grass had been severed without his notice. This revelation left him incredulous, for at this juncture, the blue-silver grass was incredibly resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. The ease with which it had been cut was shocking. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai regained his composure and was about to unleash another soul skill against Wu He when Yu Tianheng darted in like a specter, shielding Dai Mubai from the attack. After this intervention, Yu Tianheng nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his chest and remarked nonchalantly, "Your silver spear is as brittle as wax. It bears no harm." This phrase struck like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Dai Mubai's frail soul. It is worth noting that Dai Mubai is a master of romance, reveling in nightly escapades and assuming the role of the groom day after day. Yet, when those words were uttered by another, he felt as though they were a callous mockery directed at him. Essentially, those 5 words were akin to his Achilles heel, an inviolable taboo. In an instant, fury erupted from Dai Mubai like a volcanic explosion. Radiant white light coalesced rapidly within his mouth, and he unleashed it with a fierce roar. A soul skill, resembling a ferocious beast, lunged towards Yu Tianheng with claws bared and a thunderous growl. Yu Tianheng, discerning the genuine fury radiating from Dai Mubai, resolved to confront the soul skill head-on. In a heartbeat, his body became enveloped by dragon scales, resembling an impenetrable armor, while his dragon claws clamped down on Dai Mubai's soul skill with the tenacity of iron pincers. With a powerful tug, he tore through Dai Mubai's attack as if it were mere parchment. This breathtaking spectacle unfolded in a matter of seconds, leaving Tang San in awe and speechless, while his blue-silver grass surged forth like a serpent emerging from its lair. However, this battleground was no child's play. No one would foolishly wait for their comrades to resolve their duels before taking action. In the blink of an eye, half the arena became engulfed in the soul poison unleashed by Douluo Yin, while all teammates seized the opportunity amidst the swirling toxic smoke to dart away like cunning hares. Before long, the one-on-one duels among the members had reached their conclusion within mere moments. At this juncture, Tang San found himself in confrontation with a being akin to a meteor traversing through time and space, igniting a dazzling spark in their encounter. This was undoubtedly the first formal meeting between 2 travelers from different realms. Although Tang San wore a mask, shrouding him in an air of mystery, it did not hinder Wu He from recognizing him at first glance, as if an unspoken understanding existed between them. "Look, they have already begun. Shouldn't we also?" Wu He said, rubbing his hands before Tang San, resembling a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, exuding an eagerness to engage. Tang San, however, never anticipated that a momentary lapse in focus would lead to a cataclysmic shift in the battlefield. Nonetheless, as a fellow 3-ring soul master, he faced his opponent without a trace of fear. His gaze burned with the fervor of a blazing flame, brimming with determination. With the exquisite technique of the Xian Yu hand at his disposal, the remarkable steps of the ghost shadow phantom, and the formidable external soul bone on his back, his skills sparkled like stars in the night sky, so numerous they could be likened to the fine hairs of an ox. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Entwine!" Before Wu He, a myriad of blue-silver grass roots and vines surged forth from the ground with the rapidity of bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Though not a single one struck its target, This sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard. However, Wu Heyi's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He even had the opportunity to observe the other members of the team, just as he prepared to advance with his blade to confront Tang Sen head-on. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Ning Rongrong had caught sight of a person she had longed for, yet at that moment, she wished for him not to be among her adversaries. Simultaneously, due to a disparity in cultivation, Ma Hongjun was unexpectedly eliminated by Mi-Er in the blink of an eye, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, vanishing instantaneously from the battlefield. In a moment of distraction, Ning Rongrong was also ousted by Wu Miaomiao, who, in that instant, seemed to perform a sleight of hand, replacing her original position with that of a man. This man, wielding a long sword, appeared as if he had stepped forth from the realm of martial heroes, emanating an air of solemnity and grandeur. His emergence was akin to a thunderclap, causing Yu Xiaojiang outside the arena to exclaim in shock, "The sword Douluo Chun Xin." Upon hearing this, Wu Heyi couldn't help but tremble, as he had been hoping for Wu Miaomiao to transform into Ning Fengji, which would have granted them an extraordinarily powerful support. Little did he expect that, in that fleeting moment, Ning Rongrong's thoughts aligned with the sword Douluo Chun Xin. Thus, Wu Miaomiao transformed into the unexpectedly formidable sword Douluo Chun Xin, and even more astonishingly, she was capable of unleashing all of the sword Douluo's soul skills. Albeit at only 10% efficacy, yet the consumption of these skills was tremendously vast. Just as everyone was taken aback, Tang Sen suddenly sensed someone hurling stones at him. He swiftly turned his head, only to see Lin Bei winking at him, and in the next moment, he vanished into the poisonous mist. However, before Tang Sen could muster his anger, he felt his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy deplete like a flood breaking through a dam, leaving him utterly drained. Confusion enveloped him as he was bewildered by the unfolding events, especially since Lin Bei's released soul skill bore no specific luminous effects. At this moment, the dynamics of the arena shifted subtly. Chapter 86. Only 3 remain active. Wu Miaomiao deftly manipulated the illusory sword Douluo as if it were an extension of her own will. In an instant, all of her opponent's soul rings were rendered with remarkable precision. The strength of the illusory sword Douluo, transformed by Wu Miaomiao, was entirely contingent upon Ning Rongrong. At this moment, the aura and energy she could unleash stemmed from Ning Rongrong's perception of the sword Douluo as an invincible deity of warfare. Each movement was imbued with an overwhelming pressure, such that even if Wu Miaomiao only achieved 10% of the original effect, the overall sensation she projected was nearly indistinguishable from the true entity. However, this astonishing presence was primarily due to Wu Miaomiao's second soul skill. It functioned as a miraculous amplifier, doubling the original momentum while simultaneously acting like a razor-sharp scythe, mercilessly diminishing the overall strength of all opponents within a 5-meter radius by 20%. Those who drew nearer to her could feel the terror she exuded, as if she were a colossal beast risen from the depths of an abyss. It was indeed unfathomable that such a martial soul could morph into the likeness of another. In the lounge of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang stared in astonishment, having immersed himself in the study of martial souls for decades. He was witnessing such an extraordinary manifestation for the first time. Yet, he quickly discerned the essence of Wu Miaomiao's soul skill. Being an outsider, the effects of her other skills did not affect him, allowing him to perceive the truth of the matter. Similarly, both Flinder and Zhao Wujin were equally bewildered, though they swiftly regained their composure. After all, their profound cultivation allowed them to maintain a steady control over a student of about level 30. At first glance, one might assume a tidal Douluo had descended, yet a brief attunement revealed that the core had not undergone any substantive change. Confusion filled their minds, pondering whether this was an illusion or a genuine phenomenon. Soon enough, Wu Miaomiao provided the answers they sought. Fourth soul skill, unleashing killing intent. In an instant, the fourth soul skill of the sword Douluo erupted like a volcanic explosion. Centered around the 7-killing sword in his hand, it unleashed a vortex of intertwined sword energy, akin to a tornado, ensnaring Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing with relentless force. This maneuver had been previously communicated by Wu Hai to all involved. Whenever an opportunity arose, they were to sever these two from their main force. Although one was a support and the other a swift attack-type soul master, seemingly devoid of intimidation. The reality was that Oscar could create sausages capable of soaring through the skies, while Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had the chance to attempt the fearsome martial soul fusion technique. Once the two of them are isolated from the others, it becomes evident that none can soar high, remaining grounded instead, which undoubtedly provides an advantage among their own. In truth, these two are not incapable of unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. However, doing so would significantly diminish their strength. Time has passed swiftly, and the moments when they mastered this technique have long faded from Wu He's memory. Coupled with the enigmatic butterfly effect, it is conceivable that they might have inadvertently grasped this extraordinary skill earlier than anticipated. Nevertheless, when Wu Miaomiao attempted to unleash the skills of a titled Douluo, she was astonished to discover that even with a mere 10% of her power, she could only utilize the first 4 spirit abilities. As for the subsequent 5, regardless of which one she dared to employ, the moment she did, it would deplete her stamina, mental energy, and spirit power in an instant. Her subconscious cautioned her that even with Lin Bei's assistance, both he and she would likely lose consciousness in a heartbeat. This may well explain the disparity in strength when selecting targets. To minimize her energy expenditure, she only sealed the 2 individuals closest to her. Of course, continuously releasing this spirit ability still required a considerable amount of spirit power. However, for her, it was not entirely without merit. At the moment she restrained the 2. She also cast her second spirit ability, Spirit Sword Guardian, thus making it exceedingly difficult for anyone from the Shrek team to breach her defenses in the short term. At this juncture, Tang San felt a twinge of panic. He had been pondering how to transform their disadvantage into an advantage, yet action had yet to be taken, leaving only 3 individuals active on the arena: himself, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Although Oscar and Zhu Zhiqing were exerting their utmost efforts to break free from the binding spirit ability, they realized that should they attempt to force their way through, the cunning sword Qi would only recoil upon themselves. They had even tried consuming mushroom sausages in a desperate bid to escape the control zone, only to find that the swirling area of control shifted seamlessly with their ascent. Now, they could only hope for external intervention to shatter this confinement or for the spirit master maintaining it to exhaust their spirit power. Sensing the dire situation, Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old beast with immense combat experience, quickly recognized the necessity of rescuing her teammates. Without their assistance, they would face an overwhelming 6-3 predicament. If ensnared by the enemy, victory would be unattainable. The battle on the arena was unpredictable, akin to the capricious nature of the wind and clouds, leaving spectators breathless. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing the crashing of waves against the shore. The Imperial battle team was indeed formidable, having swiftly shattered the opponent's defenses in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to many, a week prior, they engaged in a match that ended in utter defeat. Their opponents consisted exclusively of soul masters above level 30, bolstered by 3 formidable great soul masters, a challenge they struggled to withstand. Indeed, I was present that day. It appears that the 2 tortoise-like soul masters are absent today. The audience, engrossed in discussion, scanned the arena with the precision of a hawk, swiftly identifying that the 2 replaced tortoise soul masters were Wu He and Wu Miaomiao. They marveled, noting that merely substituting 2 team members had exponentially amplified their strength. With a flourish, Xiao Wu unleashed her 3rd soul skill, teleportation, darting towards the foe, Sword Douluo, her figure vanishing in an instant. However, Mi-Er, with her elevated cultivation exceeding level 40, adeptly tracked Xiao Wu's trajectory. After all, Xiao Wu was merely a novice, having just crossed the threshold into level 30. Observing her speed and movements, Xiao Wu resembled a mouse ensnared beneath a cat's paw, utterly unable to elude Mi-Er's gaze. In a heartbeat, Mi-Er pinpointed her landing, akin to a hunter identifying her prey, and released an arrow, simultaneously invoking her 3rd soul skill, encirclement, accompanied by an ear-splitting dragon-esque roar. Chapter 87. Shamelessness. A Soul King preys on the weak as Xiao Wu materialized. A veil of rosy haze shrouded her autumn-like eyes. Her 2nd soul skill, enchantment, struck like a bolt of mental lightning, piercing through the foe's Sword Douluo's 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, and striking Wu Miaomiao's eyes like a sharp arrow. Being a mental-type skill, upon impact, it doused the fervent flames of Wu Miaomiao's 3rd soul skill in frigid water, forcing her to retreat from the foe's Sword Douluo's state in disarray, revealing her true form. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu found herself under the brunt of Mi-Er's fierce assault, since soaring like a leaf caught in a tempest, propelled tenfold by anti-gravity. Mi-Er had already accurately anticipated Xiao Wu's ascent half a second prior. In that aerial expanse, arrows filled the air like a dense web. Then, her 4th soul skill activated, allowing her to flit ghost-like among the arrows, leaving behind a multitude of illusory clones. Countless electric shocks and energy arrows cascaded like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing the airborne Xiaowu. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiaowu, lacking a foothold, found herself unable to unleash any of her soul skills. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, Tang Xin felt a surge of urgency, unable to suppress his cry, Xiaowu. In the air, Xiaowu spun like a free-falling feather, her enchanting gaze meeting Tang San's, filled with desolation and helplessness, as if conveying an endless sorrow. In that fleeting moment, a fierce desire to protect surged within Tang San like a volcano erupting. At that instant, in his eyes, the lives of all his teammates could be sacrificed, but Xiaowu must not suffer the slightest harm. To threaten her, one would have to tread over my lifeless body first. Just as he prepared to unleash his blue-silver grass martial spirit to rescue Xiaowu, a colossal fist struck his face with the force of a hammer before he could even channel his soul power. Do you look down on me? How dare you remain distracted while engaging with me? Wu Yi was also left utterly astonished by the frenetic pace of the battle. He had always suspected that, given the prowess of this group, there was no way they could be bested by the 7 seemingly feeble members of Shrek Academy. It was evident that his absence had allowed Tang San, the so-called child of destiny, to experience a meteoric rise in fortune, akin to a volcanic eruption. The forces of this world, in an effort to realign the narrative to its original trajectory, orchestrated a dramatic turn of events that appeared almost spectral. Upon his arrival, it was as if he had infused a refreshing current into Tang San's fate, restoring equilibrium to the latter's soaring fortunes. After all, being fellow traversers, the consciousness of the world remained remarkably just, refraining from further suppressing the strength of his comrades. Thus, when he observed Tang San becoming distracted, he pounced with the ferocity of a famished tiger, especially since Lin Bei had already unleashed his soul abilities upon the two of them. At that moment, he resembled a voracious leech, incessantly draining Tang San of his physical strength, soul power, and mental fortitude. Following his successful strike, Wu Yi instinctively delivered a cutting remark. And in an instant, Tang San transformed, akin to an enraged lion, as the 8 spider spirit bones behind him erupted forth like lightning. Wu Yi is not foolish. He is acutely aware that being pricked by that object, while a mere triviality, could lead to poisoning. The paramount concern lies in its exquisitely sharp spikes, which, with the slightest miscalculation, could result in a fatal piercing. Wu Yi was averse to experiencing the torment of a living hell. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the 8 spider spirit bone, he instinctively recoiled like a startled hare. Yet at that moment, Tang San was too preoccupied to rescue his beloved Xiaowu. Suspended in midair, she was besieged by a tempest of ferocious blows, and as she fell, her breath was fleeting, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. Tang San's heart raced with urgency as he soared upwards like a bird, skillfully catching the descending Xiaowu. The sight of her battered form filled his visage with anguish and sorrow. However, Xiaowu had not entirely succumbed to unconsciousness. She merely endured the excruciating pain and softly whispered in Tang San's ear, "Xiao San, the opponent is formidable, exercise caution." After uttering those words, she resembled a leaf caught in a gale, weakly closing her eyes. Yet, in truth, Xiaowu was not as fragile as she seemed. Had it been a battle for survival, she would still rise like a phoenix from the ashes, ready to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, Mier, utilizing the displacement effect of her arrows, glided to Wu Yi's side with an ethereal grace. That girl truly possessed an extraordinary talent for pretense. Wu Yi forced a smile that betrayed his discomfort. "Did I not warn you beforehand?" Before defeating Tang San, refrain from using excessive force against Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Mier puffed up like an indignant frog, hands on her hips. Her cute yet furious demeanor was quite endearing. They say she tends to overact, but I assure you, I did not hold back my strength. Tang San cautiously set Xiaowu aside, treating her as if she were a rare treasure, and then requested Ning Rongrong to assist in her care from below the arena. When he turned back, his eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, leaving only boundless rage in their depths. See what I mean? The moment we prioritize Xiaowu, this fellow is bound to erupt. Wu Yi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of steely determination graced his countenance, signifying his resolve to engage wholeheartedly and treat this battle with the utmost seriousness. However, despite the impending conflict, he understood that they would cross paths again in the future, and it was essential not to offend too deeply. Wu Yi cast a glance at Yi Ling, who immediately understood, for some matters had been prearranged prior to the competition. Although Yi Lingling merely rolled her eyes at Wu Yi, her movements were swift and decisive. A dazzling beam of light shot from her martial spirit, streaking like lightning towards Xiao Wu below the stage. The incident occurred so suddenly that even Tang San was unable to intervene in time. As he hurriedly turned to look back, he realized that Xiao Wu's injuries had already healed. It dawned on him that Yi Lingling was indeed the unparalleled healer within the royal combat team. Her martial spirit was the 9-star begonia, possessing but a single healing soul skill, the effects of which became increasingly pronounced with the augmentation of soul rings. Seeing Xiao Wu unharmed somewhat quelled the raging fury that had ignited within him, yet even with her safety assured, he had no intention of letting the one who had injured her escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Oscar and Zhu Shiqing had also broken free from their restraints and rushed to join Tang San. Dai Bai, having been pushed back repeatedly by Yu Tianheng, found himself encircled by Wu He and his 6 companions. The 4 of them formed a tight circle, their backs pressed together like an impenetrable fortress. Yet the most significant vulnerability lay with Oscar, who, as a support, possessed virtually no combat prowess. Before him, the toxic mist advanced ominously, within which lurked Du Guian and Lin Bei. Dai Bai faced the formidable Yu Tianheng and Yi Lingling, while Zhu Zhuqing contended with the aggressive Wu Miaomiao and Mi Er. At that moment, despair engulfed Tang San as he confronted the formidable black rhinoceros armor infused with the strength of a Soul King. Chapter 88. Overwhelming Pressure. Chapter 89. First complete victory. Upon witnessing the concealed weapons Tang San displayed, Wu Yi felt an immediate disinterest, finding them utterly unremarkable. Throughout his understanding, the renowned Tang sect's hidden weapons were expected to possess immense power or be conveniently portable mechanical devices. Even if they could not harness gunpowder like a firearm to unleash formidable force, they should at least be capable of penetrating metal or shattering stone. However, to his utter disappointment, the concealed weapons Tang San employed for self-preservation appeared woefully weak and lacked any lethality. This revelation extinguished Wu Hiyi's fleeting curiosity, leaving him with no inclination to regard the hidden weapons further. Yet, being on the arena, a victor must be determined regardless. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Wu Hiyi struck with lightning speed, his hand as firm and unyielding as an iron claw, tightly gripping Tang San's throat. With effortless ease, he lifted Tang San high above his head, akin to lifting a mere chick. Then, turning to face the other opponents, a smirk of disdain played upon his lips as he boisterously declared, "Are you still not considering surrendering?" Wu Yi's audacious and tyrannical actions undoubtedly constitute an egregious affront. In an instant, the atmosphere within the arena grew tense and charged, as all opponents yet to be defeated felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and provocation. Their eyes widened in fury, fixated on Wu Yi, their inner flames of rage burning fiercely. Meanwhile, those already eliminated and spectating from the sidelines, the members of Shrek Academy, were equally incensed, seething at Wu Yi's brazen disregard for others. Tang San found himself ensnared by a hand as unyielding as an iron claw, tightening around his throat, his complexion rapidly transforming to a hue reminiscent of a ripe apple. Despite his valiant efforts to escape this lethal grip, all was in vain. His fists, which had once triumphed over countless formidable foes, now struck futilely against the adversary's impenetrable armor, resembling a frail scholar futilely resisting, evoking a profound sense of helplessness and regret. At that moment, the instructors from Shrek Academy, initially seated in the audience, could no longer remain passive observers. One by one, they rose, their expressions wrought with tension. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang was particularly agitated, his eyes bulging and fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale as snow, devoid of any color. Yet, despite their intense anxiety, they could only watch helplessly as Tang San struggled on the stage, constrained by the tournament rules which forbade any outside intervention unless a competitor voluntarily conceded. As the crowd's concern deepened, the captain, Dai Bai, understood that it was his undeniable duty to protect his teammates. In an instant, his soul power surged forth, unleashing 3 formidable soul skills simultaneously. First came the White Tiger Barrier, a dazzling white light materializing to envelop Dai Bai, forming an impregnable shield of defense. Next was the White Tiger Transformation, where his muscles swelled with immense power, radiating an aura of formidable dominance. Finally, with a powerful roar, the devastating White Tiger light wave erupted, a thick beam of light akin to a torrent of wrath, surging forth from Dai Bai. aimed directly at Wu He with earth-shattering force. Wu He, clad in formidable black rhinoceros armor, merely turned his head slightly upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's thunderous roar, which echoed through the heavens. With an expression bordering on indifference, he cast a fleeting glance at him. He then liberated one of his hands, moving it with an air of casual grace that belied the boundless power and skill it contained. When Dai Mu Bai unleashed his soul technique with all his might, Wu He effortlessly caught it with that hand, as though it were not a formidable attack, but merely a delicate feather. Subsequently, with a gentle grip, he dismantled the once menacing soul technique projectile, reducing it to countless tiny fragments that scattered like wisps of dust in the air. Witnessing his most powerful strike rendered utterly ineffectual in the eyes of another, akin to an ant rendered powerless, Dai Mu Bai's inner defenses crumbled in an instant. He felt as if all his strength had dissipated, collapsing into a half-kneeling position on the ground, his visage a portrait of despair and disbelief. At that moment, he painfully lifted his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was herself in dire straits. Her fitted attire was riddled with numerous gashes from the arrows shot by Mier, fluttering in the wind, revealing glimpses of her vulnerability. Coupled with her weakened state, swaying and ultimately collapsing to the ground, she appeared exceptionally pitiful, as if a mere gust could topple her, evoking profound sympathy. Zhu Zhuqing's tragic demeanor left the male spectators in a state of stunned silence, inciting a frenzy of chaotic shouts that enveloped the arena. Their fervent cries reverberated, creating a cacophony that flushed faces and quickened hearts, leaving them awash with a sense of bashfulness. Tang Sen observed the situation spiraling beyond recovery, feeling as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, rendering him breathless. Ultimately, he surrendered all resistance. Though Dai Mu Bai's heart brimmed with reluctance, he slowly raised his right hand, his face a mask of shame, and uttered the words, "We surrender." This declaration seemed to serve as a decree of mercy. Upon hearing this, Wu He instantly released his grip, which had clamped down on Tang San's throat like a vice. In that moment, Tang San plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, Wu He relinquished his formidable armor state. The backlash of his soul technique surged through Tang San like a relentless tide, leaving him feeling as if his soul power and physical strength had been consumed by an unseen beast, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. However, due to his early mastery of the purple extreme magic eye, his mental prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus he remained untouched by the afflictions that accompany the deterioration of mental strength. Once the adversary surrendered, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd as everyone relinquished their martial souls and soul skills. Quickly, Dong Guiyin extracted the illusory poison from Oscar's body. Although Oscar awoke instantaneously, he appeared utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and drenched in sweat, akin to being pulled from the depths of an unfathomable abyss. Even with the assistance of a Shrek Academy teacher, none of the individuals exhibited a state of normalcy. All bore ashen faces, resembling flickering candles in the wind. With a subtle glance, Wu He signaled, and Yi Ling Ling's soul technique gracefully unfurled like a fluttering butterfly, swiftly mending the wounds of the 7 prodigies from Shrek Academy present in the vicinity. Chapter 90, Taunt. Chapter 91, The Ultimate Weapon. Wu He wore a faint smile upon his face, his hands gently gesturing in the air as he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Oh dear. Please don't be like that, my friends. I did not come here specifically to quarrel with you." After a brief pause, he continued with an air of nonchalance. "It is only natural that we emerge victorious this time, nothing extraordinary about it." However, this seemingly simple statement, casually uttered by Wu He, pierced like a sharp dagger into the hearts of his opponents, igniting their simmering anger to a greater intensity. They instinctively clenched their fists tighter, appearing ready to charge at Wu He and show him their true colors. Yet, Wu He seemed utterly oblivious to their fury, continuing to speak unabated. "I am merely speaking the truth. Why do you not appreciate it? Just reflect on your team's strength configuration," he urged. "You possess only 4 soul lords of level 30, and 2 of them have only just crossed that threshold. The remaining 3 are merely at the stage of great soul masters in their 20s. At this point, Wu He helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, continuing to expound. "A team like yours might achieve some success with surprise tactics, but against a team like ours, whose overall combat strength is relatively stable, the probability of losing the match stands at least above 80%. Among this group, the calmest and most composed was Tang San. Though he felt a profound indignation after hearing Wu He's words, he could not deny the validity of his assertions. Thus, suppressing his fury, Tang San glared fiercely at Wu He and questioned him word by word. So, you are here today merely to mock and humiliate us? I have already stated that I did not come to argue with you. It is you who have incessantly prattled on, with a face full of grievance and innocence. Wu He vigorously waved his hand, as if he were the one who had been grievously wronged. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and declared, "The reason I am here today is primarily to address two significant matters." With that, he reached into his bosom and produced a hefty bag of golden soul coins, which he unhesitatingly tossed onto the table before Flander. The bag landed with a resounding thud, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Within this bag, there are a staggering 10,000 golden soul coins. You may use this money as your fare home or invest it further in the soul fighting arena. In any case, consider it a small token of my apology for the inconveniences caused after having triumphed over you. Wu Yi wore a seemingly sincere smile as he began to explain. However, at that moment, all eyes were drawn to the resounding thud of a bag of golden coins hitting the table. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the slightly heavy breaths of the astonished onlookers. Although everyone sensed that such an act could be perceived as somewhat insulting, the pressing matters at hand necessitated acceptance of the money. Otherwise, it could severely disrupt their meticulously laid plans. Just as the atmosphere lingered in a brief silence, Wu unexpectedly produced another bag from his bosom, swiftly approached Tang San, and without uttering a word, thrust it into his hands. Tang San instinctively accepted the bag, not even taking a moment to glance at it, intending to refuse. Yet, Wu He seemed to have anticipated this reaction, hastily interjecting with urgency, "Please, do not rush to decline." Wu He gazed intently at his counterpart, his tone sincere and resolute as he spoke. "Upon your return, I encourage you to meticulously review the pertinent materials and requirements. I firmly believe that with your talent and capability, you will undoubtedly succeed in crafting this object. Once completed, you may certainly come to the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy of Tian-Do to seek me out." With that, a subtle smile of confidence graced the corners of Wu He's mouth. He gracefully turned away, striding forward with a steady and powerful gait, his silhouette emanating an unparalleled confidence that was impossible to overlook. The sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining his figure in a golden hue, rendering him even more radiant and striking. As they watched Wu He gradually disappear from view, every individual present wore expressions of perplexity, their minds swirling with confusion. Concurrently, their curiosity was thoroughly piqued as they speculated about the nature of the item Wu He had entrusted to Tang San, particularly why it required such a substantial bag, which appeared rather enigmatic. Under the watchful and inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Tang San exhibited an unusual level of caution. He slowly extended his hands, gently untying the rope securing the bag's opening, as if apprehensive that something perilous might lurk within, ready to endanger all present at the slightest misstep. At last, when the bag lay fully open, the onlookers eagerly craned their necks to peer inside, only to discover a mere 2 or 3 sheets of blueprints lying quietly, accompanied by some measuring tools and an array of peculiar implements whose specific purposes remained a mystery. "What a grand display for such a meager collection of items! How cryptic!" exclaimed the impatient Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his frustration. Nonetheless, Tang San paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's complaints, his expression relaxed as he swiftly unfurled the blueprints. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the illustrations depicted therein, Tang San abruptly froze as if struck by lightning, his breath momentarily suspended. The others, confronted with the seemingly chaotic array of components on the blueprints, wore expressions of utter bewilderment, utterly incapable of deciphering their complexities. However, for Tang San, the situation was profoundly different. The components that appeared incoherent to the others now vibrated with life in his eyes, seamlessly assembling themselves at an astonishing pace, gradually revealing their intended complete forms. Immediately, Tang San swiftly examined the other blueprints with astonishing speed. As his gaze swept across the intricate lines and complex patterns, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Suddenly, a wave of intense shock surged within him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, in the next moment, his pallid visage regained a hint of color, as if touched by a gentle spring breeze, revealing an unusual flush. Observing this, Xiao Wu felt a surge of anxiety, her heart leaping into her throat as she tightly grasped Tang San's arm, her face etched with concern. "What is wrong, Xiao San? Have you discovered something troubling?" Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, and gently patted Xiao Wu's head, feigning composure as he reassured her. It's nothing to worry about. Despite his words, a tempest of unease roiled within him as he pondered, should such a terrifying weapon come to fruition, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the existing hierarchy of soul masters. The impact it would have might surpass our wildest imaginations. With this thought, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 92. The feast. A day prior, Wu Yi slowly placed the designed blueprint of the revolver on the table, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and pride. This blueprint encapsulated his profound love for firearms and the countless days and nights he had dedicated to its creation. Recalling the past, Wu Yi had been utterly captivated by firearms, voraciously poring over an extensive array of literature on the subject. Through his exceptional intellect and relentless effort, he ultimately succeeded in constructing the prototype of this revolver. Furthermore, to bring this firearm from paper to reality, Wu Yi sought the expertise of a friend proficient in printing and modeling technology, humbly consulting him for an extended period. Consequently, he had become thoroughly acquainted with every parameter and detail of the revolver, committing them to memory. In the past, Wu Yi had attempted to use a 3D printer to manufacture the components of the firearm. However, due to the restrictive laws of the Dragon Country, he was unable to produce ammunition and conduct live-fire tests. Nevertheless, based on the analysis of various data, once fully assembled, this weapon would undoubtedly be a formidable tool ready for practical combat. Yet, the choice of plastic as the material meant that, for now, it could only exist as a model. But at this moment, standing before the blueprint was none other than the master of hidden weapons, Tang San. Setting aside the actual complexity involved in the crafting of a revolver, one cannot overlook Tang San's indomitable spirit and relentless curiosity. It is evident that he would strive tirelessly to surmount the numerous challenges before him, and perhaps even innovate upon the existing designs to create something far more formidable. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as Wu Yi had anticipated. Astonishingly, in the briefest of moments, Tang San comprehended the intricacies of the revolver's manufacturing process in its entirety, grasping even the intricate and exquisite workings that lay within. At that moment, in Tang San's mind, Wu Yi was undoubtedly a prodigy in the realm of concealed weaponry. In that fleeting instant, Tang San found himself unable to contain his admiration, considering Wu Yi as a kindred spirit. Upon departing from the lounge of Shrek Academy, Wu Yi swiftly made his way out of the Soul Arena, as if propelled by a gust of wind. It is worth mentioning that his participation in today's competition was driven by two primary objectives. The first, of course, was to witness in person those individuals he had previously only encountered through the glow of a computer screen. He yearned to engage with these vivid characters, while simultaneously seeking to ascertain the true extent of his own capabilities. The second objective was to acquire that revolver. After all, Wu Yi found himself lacking the ample time necessary to delve into the intricate craft of assembling the components. Thus, he was determined to find someone sufficiently skilled to assist him in this endeavor. With both of these crucial matters now successfully resolved, Wu Yi felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, as though he had shed a burdensome weight from his heart. As he walked along, a radiant smile graced his face, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Observing Wu Yi's beaming demeanor, Mier couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, Wu Yi, what has brought you such joy?" She gradually slowed her pace, curiosity piqued, eager to uncover the source of his exuberance. With this question in mind, she approached him step by step. However, just as she was about to reach him, Wu Yi's eyes sparkled, his smile broadening as he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Today, I have finally avenged a great grievance. This is truly delightful. Moreover, it is getting late, and night has fallen. How about this? Allow me to treat everyone to a late-night snack." Upon hearing the term midnight snack, expressions of both bewilderment and delight spontaneously graced the faces of everyone present. These individuals, devoted entirely to their cultivation practices, seemed to regard nothing as significant beyond their training. Their daily existence revolved around a trifecta of locations: the dormitory, the training grounds, and the classroom, forming an unchanging linear path. For an extended period, they had not genuinely relaxed or indulged in the pleasures of life. Even Wu Yi found this phenomenon perplexing. After all, these individuals had no monumental family legacies to inherit, nor did they harbor lofty ambitions, yet each possessed an obsessive dedication to cultivation. A mere day of negligence in their training would leave them feeling utterly out of sorts, distressed beyond measure. However, this was a reality they had long since acclimated to. and Wu He understood this implicitly, hence he refrained from explicitly addressing the matter. Wu He casually strolled into a bustling eatery. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a young, radiant waitress with a beaming smile greeted him warmly and ushered Wu He and his companions into the establishment. Before long, they were comfortably seated at a round table offering a picturesque view of the river. The table was adorned with a dozen chairs, and as everyone settled in, Wu He casually tossed the menu onto the table and exclaimed, "Come on, don't be polite. Feel free to order." Although Wu He and Mi-er had been orphans since childhood, their years of undertaking various tasks had indeed garnered them a considerable fortune. Thus, a meal of this nature posed no burden for them. Yet, at that moment, the others appeared somewhat reserved. They exchanged glances, each hesitating to take the initiative to order. The menu circulated around the table, but ultimately, only Yu Tianheng and Wu Miaomiao ventured to select a few ordinary homestyle dishes. Observing the indecision of the rest, Wu He couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Oh, come now, don't be shy. Order whatever you like. Today, we feast to our heart's content. As your captain, surely I can afford this." Nonetheless, even his encouragement failed to sway the others. With a sigh of resignation, Wu Yi picked up the menu to peruse it himself. To his surprise, while the prices were indeed reasonable, the variety of dishes offered was woefully limited. It wasn't that the dishes were particularly unappealing. Rather, most were so commonplace that they lacked any sense of novelty. It was at this moment that Wu He experienced a sudden epiphany, as if struck by a bolt of enlightenment. He initially believed that these individuals were merely unfamiliar with their new surroundings, which resulted in their somewhat reserved and curious demeanor. However, it has now become evident that the situation is far more complex. The expressions and gazes of this group unmistakably betray a profound disdain, as if they perceive this bustling and vibrant street as nothing more than a mere rural marketplace, utterly unworthy of mention. The corners of their mouths curl slightly upward, revealing a hint of derisive amusement, seemingly mocking the naivety of those who entertain the illusion that culinary delights might be found along this thoroughfare. Wu watched everything unfold before his eyes, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. He began to reassess the people and events surrounding him, realizing that he had perhaps been too subjective in his perception of the world. To his astonishment, he discovered the scarcity of exquisite culinary delights in this realm. Chapter 93, Gastronomy with a Furrowed Brow. Wu Yi perused the thin cookbook back and forth twice, a look of profound embarrassment crossing his face. He helplessly shook his head, then slowly raised his right hand, gently beckoning to a nearby busy waitress. A young and lovely server swiftly approached, smiling as she inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wu Yi turned to the side, lowering his voice to murmur a few words in the ear of the waitress. After speaking, he cautiously retrieved 2 gleaming silver coins from his pocket, gently tucking them into her own. The waitress was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation, nodding in acknowledgement before hastily turning to leave. Before long, she returned to the table accompanied by a robust, portly middle-aged man, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. The man's chef hat sat slightly askew, and his apron was marred by numerous grease stains, suggesting extensive use over time. His imposing physique was particularly accentuated by his bulging belly, evoking the adage that those with large bellies and thick necks are either wealthy patrons or cooks. Indeed, this man was the head chef and proprietor of the establishment. Upon receiving a report from the young waitress that a customer expressed dissatisfaction with the current menu and wished to utilize the kitchen and ingredients to prepare their own meal, a flicker of displeasure surged within him. As a sole master possessing a level 21 culinary spirit, he had always prided himself on his culinary prowess, believing that his restaurant's offerings were unparalleled on this street. In this bustling thoroughfare, teeming with a mix of individuals, any soul master who crossed his path would surely show him respect. The ordinary non-soul masters regarded him with reverence, daring not to voice any criticism or complaint. However, on this day, the audacity of Wu He and his companions to boldly request the use of his kitchen felt like a blatant challenge to his patience. To him, this was not merely a request to borrow the kitchen, it was a blatant provocation, akin to an open challenge to his authority. Wu Yi cast a discreet glance at the chef, whose countenance was as dark and unappealing as the bottom of a pot. Unfazed, he calmly retrieved 5 gleaming gold coins from his pocket and placed them firmly into the chef's rough and sturdy palms. "I merely wish to borrow your esteemed kitchen, for I intend to personally prepare a few of my signature dishes to savor. This modest sum shall serve as a token for the ingredients required for my culinary endeavors." With a calm demeanor, Wu Yi casually remarked, The proprietor, initially feeling the heavy weight in his hand, contemplated indignantly, "Humph, merely 5 silver coins. And he dares to use them to dismiss me?" Just as he was about to angrily hurl the coins to the ground and unleash his wrath. A long-standing habit of caution compelled him to steal a glance at the object in his hand. To his astonishment, he gasped. For what he held was not silver coins at all, but rather 5 genuine and exceedingly valuable golden soul coins. In an instant, the proprietor, who had moments ago raised his arm in fury, appeared as if frozen in place, his face transforming from a menacing glare to one of insincere flattery. "Oh dear esteemed guest, your presence graces our humble establishment. Today, we are indeed blessed by the fortune of having such a distinguished patron as yourself. Whatever delectable dishes you wish to prepare, I assure you that our kitchen staff will wholeheartedly comply. Furthermore, I, along with 6 other proficient soul masters in the establishment, am entirely at your service, eager to assist you in any way." The proprietor nodded and bowed, showering compliments. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi was genuinely taken aback. Wu Yi widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily rendered speechless. However, he remained unaware that the establishment run by the gentleman before him, though adorned with exquisite decor and frequented by a considerable number of patrons, operated on a modest pricing strategy. After accounting for the indispensable labor costs and various expenses, the net profit each month amounted to a meager 7 or 8 silver coins. Yet, to his astonishment, Wu Yi unhesitatingly flicked his wrist, producing 5 gleaming gold coins. It is worth noting that a single gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. This signifies that Wu Yi had just bestowed a staggering sum of 500 silver coins, a fortune that nearly equaled the gentleman's total net profit over the past 5 years. Faced with such lavish generosity from a wealthy patron, how could the proprietor not regard Wu Yi as an esteemed and revered guest, treating him with the utmost deference? At that moment, his face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, bowing and scraping in welcome, secretly grateful for having encountered such a prosperous benefactor that day. As Wu Yi stepped into the kitchen, the sight that greeted him left him utterly astounded. The entire kitchen was immaculate and spotless, as if it had just undergone a meticulous cleaning. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, surveying his surroundings once more to confirm he was not mistaken. However, in sharp contrast to this pristine environment stood the somewhat greasy-looking owner. Wu Yi's gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, was fixed intently upon the proprietor, who seemed to sense the unusual scrutiny and felt a twinge of embarrassment, his complexion slightly reddening. However, Wu Yi did not dwell on this peculiar contrast. He swiftly redirected his attention to the dazzling array of kitchen utensils in the culinary space. With his keen observational skills and exceptional capacity for learning, it was not long before he grasped the general usage of these implements. To his delight, he discovered that there were also 7 adept sous chefs present. Through careful observation and interaction, he realized that although their skills were somewhat inferior to those of the owner, their prowess was nonetheless formidable. More importantly, he found that each of them possessed a weapon spirit intimately connected to kitchen tools. Among them was a seasoned veteran whose weapon spirit manifested as a remarkably powerful oven. This spirit not only significantly reduced cooking times, but also preserved the original flavors and textures of the food, earning it the title of a culinary marvel. Elated, Wu Yi eagerly began selecting ingredients for the kitchen. After careful consideration, he chose the raw materials for several dishes. First, he opted for Kung Pao chicken, specifically selecting fresh chicken thighs from a 10-year-old beast, renowned for their tenderness and juiciness. Next, he selected premium cuts for fried chicken fillets and wings, again sourced from the corresponding parts of a 10-year-old beast. Additionally, he procured fragrant rice for Yangzhou fried rice, tender tofu for sizzling tofu, fresh squid essential for grilled squid, specially marinated stinky tofu indispensable for fried stinky tofu, lively shrimp for stir-fried shrimp, and the succulent crucian carp and fresh clams required for the crucian carp and clam soup, among others. Wu Yi stood contentedly before the kitchen countertop, having toiled for quite some time, ultimately succeeding in preparing an impressive array of over a dozen dishes. These culinary creations were no ordinary fare. They represented novel delicacies that had never graced this otherworldly realm. Yet, for Wu Yi, each dish was a cherished favorite from his distant homeland, the Dragon Kingdom. Every plate embodied his dedication and emotion, seemingly infused with his yearning and affection for his native land. Chapter 94, A Midnight Indulgence. With a flourish, Wu Yi cast aside his apron, gesturing grandly as he led a cadre of chefs behind him, presenting their meticulously crafted dishes like treasures on display. each dish being arranged with impeccable order upon the dining table. The array of culinary delights was nothing short of dazzling, a kaleidoscope of colors and forms. Each dish boasting its own unique presentation that captivated the eye. Whether sourced from the skies, the land, or the depths of the water, every ingredient, under the skilled hands of the chefs, was transformed into a stunning gastronomic masterpiece. Even from a distance, the enticing aroma wafted through the air like an invisible enchantment, instantly captivating the senses. Upon closer inspection, the fragrance revealed itself in layers, intricately intertwined and irresistibly alluring. The vibrant hues of the dishes were striking, with reds as fiery as flames, greens resembling jade, and yellows that rivaled gold, as if they were not mere sustenance, but exquisite works of art, painstakingly crafted. Wu He gracefully settled into the main seat, smiling as he signaled to everyone that they could commence their delightful feast. However, in the face of such a sumptuous banquet, not a single soul dared to make the first move. Yet, from the eager glances fixated on the table, and the sight of saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths, Wu He understood their sentiments as if illuminated by a clear mirror. He was acutely aware that each individual had been famished throughout the night, their stomachs grumbling incessantly. At this moment, although they were filled with anticipation to indulge in the culinary delights before them, their sense of decorum and respect for Wu He held them back from being the first to lift their chopsticks. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu He offered a gentle smile and resolved to break the awkward silence by setting an example. He first served himself a generous bowl of steaming Yangzhou fried rice, each grain glistening and distinct, exuding an enchanting aroma. Following this, he ladled a bowl of creamy white clam soup, rich and savory, which was simply irresistible at first glance. Just as Wu Hai raised his chopsticks in preparation to indulge, the others could no longer suppress their inner cravings. Particularly Lin Bei, who, with lightning reflexes, seized a piece of golden, crispy fried chicken. This piece of fried chicken was utterly alluring, its golden hue radiant like sunlight, seemingly proclaiming its deliciousness and crunchiness. It is noteworthy that in any realm, gold is a color reserved for the nobility, and its presence on this culinary delight only enhances its regal quality. Surrounding the enticingly fragrant fried chicken were 4 distinct condiments, each arranged neatly. They included the vibrant, drool-inducing chili powder, the golden, creamy cheese mustard sauce, the sweet and tangy, enticing red ketchup, and the smooth, pale yellow mayonnaise. These 4 condiments resembled 4 uniquely talented dancers, poised to join the star of the dish, the delectable fried chicken. In a gastronomic performance, Lin Bei, however, was a man unconcerned with niceties. He boldly grasped a piece of plain fried chicken and unhesitatingly devoured it. In an instant, the crispy exterior and the tender, juicy chicken melded together, delivering an unprecedented explosion of flavor to his palate. The delicate juices burst forth like a mountain spring in his mouth, delighting every taste bud. The firm yet elastic chicken was remarkably satisfying, as if a lively chick were joyfully dancing between his teeth. Lin Bei devoured the piece with fervor, finishing it in mere moments. Still craving more, he quickly reached for another piece, skillfully sprinkling a generous layer of chili powder atop it. As the spicy, chili-coated fried chicken once again graced his palate, a surge of intense stimulation erupted within his mouth, akin to a raging inferno igniting in an instant. The fiery sensation, reminiscent of a formidable fire-based soul technique, swept over him with overwhelming force, causing every cell in his body to tremble with exhilaration. Yet, despite the ferocity of the spice, Lin Bei showed no sign of retreat. Rather, he found himself consumed by an unparalleled delight, unable to seize his indulgence. He then boldly ventured into the delightful realm of the other 3 sauces, each offering a unique and enchanting flavor. Upon dipping into ketchup, a harmonious balance of sweet and tangy burst forth on his tongue, akin to a sugary confection melting in his mouth, intoxicating him completely. When paired with cheese mustard sauce, the rich creaminess harmonized perfectly with a hint of spice, creating a uniquely decadent experience, as if uttering an enchanting magical incantation that lingered in his memory. Lastly, the mayonnaise made its appearance, its silky texture and subtle saltiness enriching the entire flavor profile, akin to embarking on a fresh adventure, brimming with surprises and anticipation. Thus, Lin Bei savored each sauce, each flavor presenting him with distinct, yet equally astonishing experiences. These rich tastes resembled magical soul techniques, relentlessly assaulting his sense of taste, ensnaring him in their delicious grasp. It was in this moment that Lin Bei resolutely declared fried chicken as one of his lifelong favorites. Du Guyan, an adept in the art of toxins, possessed an extraordinary ability to discern poisonous substances. With a mere glance across the table, she could accurately assess that none of the dishes before her held any danger. Each a delightful feast for the senses. Nonetheless, even a woman as worldly and decisive as Du Guyan retained a whisper of gentleness and caution inherent to her femininity when faced with food. Thus, she meticulously selected dishes that appeared rather mild. One dish, in particular, captured her attention, a plate of tofu. This was no ordinary tofu. It contained both black and white cubes, all quietly soaking in a slightly viscous red liquid. Du Guyan delicately picked up a few pieces with her chopsticks and placed them in her mouth. As her delicate teeth gently bit into the white tofu, an intense aroma of soybeans instantly enveloped her palate. Soon after, the black tofu filled her mouth with its unique, rich flavor. Remarkably, both types of tofu were delightfully chilled, imparting a refreshing sensation. However, when combined and chewed together with the thick red liquid, something extraordinary occurred. The initial coolness was swiftly replaced by an eruption of fiery, spicy, and fragrant sensations akin to molten lava. In that fleeting moment, Du Guyan felt as if she were ensconced within the legendary eye of ice and fire, simultaneously experiencing the bone-chilling cold and the searing heat. The exhilarating and intense contrast of sensations could perhaps only be truly comprehended by her alone. Chapter 95, Midnight Poisoning Part 2. Within any collective, there often exists an individual who stands out distinctly, a person of unique character. This individual, in both actions and speech, deliberately emphasizes their singularity, as if to elevate their own status above that of the crowd, existing on an entirely different plane. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's gaze was instantly captivated by a black square. To be candid, upon first seeing this piece of food emanating a foul stench, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why would Wu Hei present such a repulsive item on the dining table? However, with his understanding of the 5-in-1, he was acutely aware that the other party would never present something unfamiliar without reason. Thus, this seemingly unremarkable black square must possess its own unique merits. Before the dish containing the black square, a note lay quietly. Yu Tianheng picked up the note and read it carefully. It clearly instructed that the food should be wrapped with accompaniments and sauce before consumption. Consequently, he meticulously followed the instructions. First, he selected some pickled radish, pickled green beans, small chili rings, and minced garlic from the nearby bowls and arranged them evenly and delicately atop the black tofu block. He then patiently awaited as the black tofu absorbed the delicious broth, ensuring that every inch was infused with rich flavor. Once all preparations were complete, despite the pungent odor continuously assaulting his nostrils, Yu Tianheng mustered his courage, pinched his nose tightly, and opened his mouth wide to swiftly ingest the meticulously wrapped black tofu along with its accompaniments and sauce. In that fleeting moment, a nauseating stench unexpectedly wafted around him, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a wondrous sensation erupted in his mouth. First, a crisp texture, reminiscent of the crackling sound made when biting into a thin, crunchy biscuit. Next, a smooth, silky feel glided across his tongue like fine silk. These two contrasting sensations intertwined, creating a sensory feast. As he savored the experience, the unique flavors of the carefully paired accompaniments began to bloom within him, competing for attention. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, fearing that if he loosened his grip, these delightful flavors would slip away like mischievous sprites. At that moment, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a treasure trove, harboring endless delicacies that he must fiercely protect. Observing this scene, those around him eagerly began selecting their preferred dishes. After tasting, each person's face lit up with satisfaction, singing praises for the culinary delights before them. They indulged heartily, sharing their impressions, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Wu Yi demonstrated exceptional care for Mi-er, first serving her a bowl of fragrant Yangzhou fried rice, meticulously placed before her. He then gently ladled a steaming bowl of crucian carp and clam soup alongside it. Throughout their years of companionship, Mi-er was astonished to discover today that Wu Yi possessed such remarkable culinary skills. As she took a spoonful of the Yangzhou fried rice, she was struck by its exquisite texture. Each grain of rice was enveloped in egg, seemingly imbued with life. With each gentle chew, she could distinctly savor the unique flavors of the ingredients, the tender shrimp, the crispy diced ham, and the soft, glutinous corn kernels, all harmoniously intertwined, creating a symphony of taste. Particularly, the rich aroma of the egg acted like an invisible hand, irresistibly guiding her to take bite after bite. After Mier contentedly finished the entire bowl of rice, she elegantly picked up the delicate, teacup-sized bowl in her hand. With a petite, exquisite spoon, she gently scooped a small spoonful of the milky white soup. This soup, meticulously brewed from fresh crucian carp, boasted a color as pure as milk. Coupled with the unique sweetness of the clams, the soup's texture became exceptionally rich and multi-layered. Wu Yi sat quietly to one side, observing everything before him. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. The sight of the delectable dishes laid out on the table truly brought immense joy. At that moment, Wu Yi recalled an intriguing tale. He thought of a remarkable figure who, 10,000 years hence in the Douluo continent, captivated countless palates with what appeared to be an ordinary grilled fish. This vividly illustrated how little the people of the present world truly understood about exquisite cuisine. They seemed to be ensnared in a rudimentary stage of culinary awareness, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary flavors hidden beneath the facade of simplicity. At this juncture, the slightly portly owner of the food stall stood nearby, a broad smile plastered across his face, eagerly awaiting any opportunity to engage with the mysterious diner. He frequently rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on Wu Yi, clearly anxious for a chance to converse. In fact, over 10 minutes prior, Wu Yi had already noticed the owner's presence. With his keen observational skills, it was easy to surmise that the chefs in the kitchen had likely devoured every morsel of the exquisite dishes served to him, leaving not a scrap behind. One could imagine that having tasted the generously portioned delicacies, they would be utterly enchanted by their unique flavors, becoming deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Thus, it seemed evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the owner's intent in approaching him was likely to discuss potential collaboration. Amused by this thought, Wu Yi continued to leisurely savor the culinary delights before him. Once he felt sufficiently satiated, he finally set down his chopsticks, lightly waving his hand to beckon the ever-watchful owner to come forward. Upon witnessing this gesture, the owner's face instantly blossomed into a relieved smile, and he hurriedly approached the table with great haste. At that moment, he resembled a devoted servant, standing with utmost respect, bowing slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if waiting for his master to issue the final command. After all, the array of unprecedented dishes that Wu Yi had personally crafted was nothing short of astonishing for this world. Their emergence undoubtedly shattered conventional perceptions of traditional cuisine, ushering everyone into an entirely new realm of taste. The integration methods employed by Wu Yi for certain ingredients are extraordinarily unique and enigmatic, as he skillfully incorporates highly confidential techniques. These special processing steps and skills are closely guarded by him, for outsiders attempting to decipher and study them. It would require no less than 3 to 5 years, an endeavor akin to chasing a mirage. Faced with such intricate and elusive technical barriers, it became apparent to all that overcoming this challenge solely through their own efforts would be a formidable task. Consequently, after careful deliberation, they ultimately resolved to explore alternative avenues by seeking external collaboration. In the ensuing half-hour, both parties engaged in a tense and fervent negotiation. Wu Yi began by elaborating on the core technologies he had mastered and their potential value, clearly articulating his expectations for future profit distribution. After a spirited exchange of words, a satisfactory agreement was finally reached. Wu Yi would receive a 70 share of the pure profits from each subsequent dish. Despite relinquishing such a substantial portion of the profits, the owner departed with a heart full of joy. After all, starting from that very night, with Wu Yi's unparalleled culinary skills and innovative concepts, this restaurant was destined to gain widespread acclaim, swiftly becoming the premier gastronomic destination in the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 96. Misunderstanding. Once the business negotiations concluded successfully, Wu Yi felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and ease, as if he had been rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. It was worth noting that he had never anticipated such an outcome. Merely enjoying a simple late-night snack had effortlessly led to a considerable financial gain. How could such serendipitous fortune not elevate one's spirits? With a heart brimming with joy, Wu Yi merrily twirled the heavy purse in his hand, taking light, buoyant steps as he gradually exited the bustling food stall. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the stall stood at the entrance, tears glistening in his eyes, gazing longingly at Wu Yi's hurried retreat. Although he had successfully obtained all the invaluable recipes from Wu Yi, the price he paid was rather steep, for he had to surrender all the profits he had painstakingly earned that month to this astute entrepreneur without reservation. Observing the group of 7 or 8 individuals, each sporting round, plump bellies reminiscent of months of gestation, they waddled towards the academy in a manner akin to a congregation of sluggish penguins, swaying left and right with every step. As they ambled along, they emitted contented hums, clearly overwhelmed by the sumptuous feast they had just indulged in. At that moment, the gatekeeper of the academy stood idly at the entrance, enveloped in boredom. Suddenly, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he discerned several peculiar, rounded shapes approaching from a distance outside the school gates, moving at a pace that was not too slow. This unexpected sight startled him considerably, leading him to fear that a fearsome creature was upon them. Without hesitation, he activated the highest level alert, sounding a third-level alarm. Simultaneously, 2 luminous soul rings manifested around him, signifying his readiness to confront any imminent danger. As the shrill alarm echoed throughout the campus, the security department swiftly responded. Within mere minutes, a third of the security personnel rushed to the school gates as if facing a formidable foe, quickly establishing a robust defensive line, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. They stood at the entrance, peering through the slightly weathered iron gates, where moonlight cascaded onto the ground like delicate silk. Amidst this silvery luminescence, several figures gradually approached the school's entrance. These silhouettes appeared both rotund and enigmatic, as if hailing from an uncharted realm. They moved silently, yet exuded an ineffable sense of pressure that was palpable. Wu Hei exhibited remarkable restraint during tonight's late-night feast. Having long been accustomed to an array of culinary delights in his previous life, to the point of experiencing a tinge of ennui, he now faced a table laden with sumptuous dishes. As each plate was presented, he merely picked up a small morsel with his chopsticks, delicately savoring the flavors and quietly comparing them to the delicacies of his former world. Consequently, among all those present, he alone refrained from overindulging, maintaining a relatively slender physique. Wu Hei inadvertently lifted his gaze towards the distant entrance of the school, utterly astonished by the sight before him. A group of younger students stood in neat formation, seemingly awaiting his return. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Had he merely led a team to a victorious outing? Why were these individuals making such a grand display, even gathering in formation at this late hour to welcome him? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Hei couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Though he feigned modesty with polite words, his heart blossomed with joy, akin to a flower unfurling in full bloom. As the crowd approached the school entrance with buoyant steps, now merely 10 meters away, a sudden roar erupted from within the gates. It was the guard on duty, bellowing, "Who do you think you are? Daring to intrude upon the Royal Academy of Soul Masters of the Tiando Empire?" This thunderous shout shattered the serene night, causing every nerve to tighten in response. In an instant, students surged like a tidal wave, creating a flurry of movement around him. Brilliant beams of light erupted, as vibrant and varied soul rings ascended from their bodies, swirling gracefully. Concurrently, an array of extraordinary martial souls manifested, some resembling fierce beasts with bared fangs, others akin to soaring birds ready for flight, and still others resembling ethereal plants, swaying with elegance. They assumed a poised stance, ready for an imminent assault, as if prepared to unleash a formidable onslaught at any moment. Wu Hei initially felt a surge of joy, believing that the enthusiastic figures before him were the eager juniors welcoming them back to campus. However, upon closer inspection, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he realized that this group was, in fact, members of the school's rotating security team. Faced with this unexpected situation, Wu Hei found himself in a rather absurd predicament, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Reluctantly, he retrieved his school ID from his pocket, raised it high, and waved it to signal that he was not an outsider. By this time, the night had deepened, with only a dim, yellowish moon casting a faint glow across the sky. Squinting in the hazy moonlight, the gatekeeper strained to discern the school ID held by Wu Hei. After a considerable wait and several rounds of scrutiny, he finally managed to confirm that it was indeed the ID of their institution, and that standing at the gate was none other than Wu Hei himself. "Oh, so it's you, little Wu. What brings you back to school at such a late hour? And are those intriguing spirit beasts following you your latest acquisitions?" The gatekeeper inquired, eyeing the 6 or 7 spirit beasts behind Wu Hei with curiosity. Meanwhile, the other junior members of the security team, upon realizing that the person outside was their familiar senior Wu Hei, relaxed their guard and sheathed their martial spirits. Nevertheless, they remained fascinated by the mysterious spirit beasts he had brought back, gathering around him to whisper and speculate. They pondered why these spirit beasts appeared so well-behaved and obedient, while also expressing curiosity about why Wu Hei had returned to school at such a late hour. Upon hearing the inquiry from the gatekeeper, Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment once more. "Dear sir, might I suggest you don your reading glasses?" Wu He shouted at the top of his lungs. "They are all elite students from our school. They are not the soul beast you mentioned." This left the gatekeeper feeling rather awkward. He hastily turned on the old, poorly maintained light in the guardroom, and in the dim glow, he finally discerned the individuals behind Wu He. It was the first time he had seen someone with such a round belly from a distance. It was hard to tell if the figure was human or beast. The younger members of the security department also poked their heads out to take a look. Once they recognized the figures, they all wore embarrassed expressions, silently wishing that the senior students behind Wu He would not remember their faces. After all, they would need the support of these seniors for future missions. Chapter 97. Surviving through food. Mi-air gradually awoke, instinctively touching her belly. The roundness from the previous night had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly got out of bed and stepped out of her dorm room, her footsteps somewhat unsteady. She made her way down the stairs to the first floor of the dormitory. There, she encountered a spacious and bright dining hall, specifically catering to the residents of her dormitory building. This dining hall was quite remarkable. In addition to offering delicious meals, it featured a dedicated training room, a relaxing area for unwinding, and a library filled with various books. As Mi-air entered the dining hall, she was taken aback by the scene before her. A long dining table was lined with individuals, each seemingly devoid of strength, slumped over the table as if their bones had been extracted. Mi-air looked around, bewildered and utterly confused about what had transpired. Yet instinctively, she followed her hazy memories and headed toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, an array of food was laid out, emanating tantalizing aromas. However, Mi-air merely cast a fleeting glance at the delectable dishes before naturally turning away and heading to an empty seat at a dining table. Almost the moment she sat down, her body seemed to lose all support, collapsing like a puddle of mud onto the table. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Before Wu He finally stirred from his slumber, he stretched luxuriously, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort throughout his body. This was the most restful night he had enjoyed in months. Recalling the experiences of the previous night, Wu He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It turned out that due to a minor issue at the gatekeeper's post, this group of individuals, after indulging in a hearty meal, ended up dozing off by the roadside. Their appearance quite disheveled. The slight weariness evident on their faces clearly indicated that they had exhausted their spiritual energy. Moreover, the exquisite feast they had just savored had provided immense satisfaction and relaxation for everyone. Perhaps realizing that they could not enter the academy for the time being, they gradually settled down on the ground to rest. However, who could have anticipated that just a few minutes later, as Wu He contentedly finished his meal, he would be astonished to witness these fellows slipping into a deep slumber, one after another. Ultimately, thanks to the enthusiastic assistance of the diligent younger students from the security department, this slumbering horde was carefully lifted and returned to their respective dormitories. It must be said, the weight of these gentlemen was indeed quite formidable. Meanwhile, Wu He, clad in refreshing attire, strolled lightly towards the dormitory building. As he walked, he remained immersed in the delightful sensations brought forth by the previous night's culinary pleasures. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the independent dining hall. As he gently pushed open the door, the sight that greeted him was truly astonishing. 7 or 8 individuals were sprawled across the dining table, their eyes fixated on him, as if in the throes of withdrawal. Had he not distinctly remembered that these individuals had eaten their fill the night before, he might have genuinely believed they had been starving for 10 days or more. Wu He's face flushed crimson, his limbs awkwardly unsure of where to rest, exuding an air of profound embarrassment. With great trepidation, he raised his hand and gently waved it forward, stammering a greeting. "Hi. Why is everyone up so early?" As his slightly trembling voice faded, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a flurry of activity. Initially, they exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly incredulous at what they had just heard, before bursting into a chorus of ecstatic exclamations. "It's really him. We didn't hear wrong," someone shouted in excitement. In an instant, everyone sprang from their seats. As if imbued with an overwhelming surge of energy, each person brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Their expressions resembled that of addicts who had suddenly encountered their long-desired substance, entirely losing their composure. They rushed towards Wu He, disregarding all else, fervently exclaiming, "Oh, ancestor, you've finally risen. Yes, yes, we've been waiting for you," echoed others, their voices rising and falling in a harmonious cacophony that resonated throughout the room. Wu He stood there in utter bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend the situation. The reactions of those around him were astonishingly intense, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He could only perceive the figures before him swaying, with countless hands reaching out to grasp him in a frantic manner. Initially, he managed to maintain his footing, but as time progressed, a growing dizziness enveloped him, as if the very world were spinning. If this continued, he feared he might be utterly disassembled by the relentless swaying. Stop, stop, please stop. Wu Hei could no longer endure the torment. He summoned all his strength to push aside the crowd surrounding him, swiftly extending his hands in a gesture of cessation. What on earth is happening? Have you all fallen under some kind of illusion? He inquired loudly, panting heavily. Oh, my dear ancestors, you truly are the venerable forebear of us all. Quickly, hurry to the kitchen and see what sort of swill they have prepared. Lin Bei bellowed, his voice hoarse as he furiously emerged from the kitchen, dragging out the meticulously prepared meals from the academy. With a perplexed expression, Wu Hei glanced over, casually picking up a pair of chopsticks to lift a morsel of food to his mouth. After savoring the taste, he shook his head, indicating that he found nothing particularly amiss. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he inquired, "Isn't this essentially the same as before? There is nothing different here. How could it possibly be the same?" Lin Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead, as he shouted hoarsely at Wu Hei, seemingly intent on venting all his pent-up dissatisfaction and frustration. "Have you not considered what delectable dishes you brought us last night? As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet arduous to descend from luxury to simplicity. To return to consuming these offerings is nothing short of a Herculean task." As he spoke, Lin Bei, overwhelmed with emotion, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing before Wu Hei. Even Yu Tianheng, who usually exuded pride and arrogance, was compelled to set aside his haughty demeanor, beseeching Wu Hei with a look of desperation. "Hei, I implore you, please, grant us a breakfast. Otherwise, we may very well perish from hunger here." Wu Hei was utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that cuisine from another world could be so terrifying. With no other option, he felt a pang of guilt as he gazed upon the group of sons before him and promptly contacted the academy's cafeteria to send over some ingredients. Half an hour later, these fellows appeared to be invigorated, as if they had been infused with adrenaline. One must admit, should he decide to forego cultivation in the future and merely run a shop, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Wu Hei casually grabbed a baguette from the nearby basket and swiftly tossed it towards Lin Bei, who caught it in his mouth. "If you can't speak, then be silent. Xiaoyi, I have made a discovery." Wu Hei was suddenly captivated by Mi Er's words. "I discovered that after enjoying the late-night meal you prepared last night, my soul power increased by half a level." Upon hearing Mi Er's declaration, Wu Hei considered it merely a coincidence. However, the others exchanged glances, and in unison, exclaimed, "Me too." Chapter 98. The experiment. Are you saying that after consuming the dishes I prepared, your soul power has indeed elevated by half a level? Wu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity as he once more posed his query to the assembled crowd. Upon hearing his words, everyone present nodded in unison, affirming his inquiry. An immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere, with the only sound discernible being the gentle rhythm of their breaths. At that moment, Wu Yi found himself at a loss. It is worth noting that in the original narrative he was familiar with, there was no mention of elevating soul power levels through the consumption of meals. If only one or two individuals had experienced such an occurrence, it might have been attributed to their diligent training finally reaping rewards. Yet here, an entire group had simultaneously achieved breakthroughs, each at remarkably similar levels, a phenomenon that surely harbored some significant, undisclosed reason. Contemplating this, Wu Yi felt a surge of intrigue. If he could uncover the true cause behind these individuals' enhancements, it would signify the discovery of a shortcut to rapidly augment one's strength. Once this thought ignited in his mind, it spread like wildfire, igniting within him a fervent desire for exploration. Thus, without further hesitation, Wu Yi swiftly returned to his quarters to devise a comprehensive investigative plan. Time flowed relentlessly like a babbling brook, and in the blink of an eye, a mere half-month had swiftly elapsed. Within the elite dormitory, Mi Er and her companions had indulged in Wu Yi's culinary creations for an uninterrupted stretch of 2 weeks. Initially, the novelty and joy of savoring an array of exquisite dishes filled them with excitement. However, as days turned into weeks, the increasing volume of food began to diminish their delight. It must be acknowledged that Wu Yi did not regard them as ordinary humans. Rather, He viewed them entirely as subjects in his culinary experiment. Throughout the span of those 2 weeks, although each individual's soul power level had seen some degree of enhancement, some even rising by 1 or 2 levels, the experience during mealtimes was akin to enduring a trial by fire. Opting out of Wu Hei's meticulously prepared meals in favor of the academy's cafeteria resulted in tasteless fare that failed to entice their palates. Conversely, choosing to partake in Wu Hei's dishes mandated strict adherence to his instructions, requiring them to consume every morsel before they could leave the table. Otherwise, the consequences could be quite severe. It has merely been a fortnight. Yet the expressions of despair and hopelessness etched upon the faces of the residents of this building become palpable as mealtime approaches. However, among this assembly, Mi-Er exhibits the least resistance to such an ordeal. After all, she and Wu Hei hail from the same village, having grown up in similar circumstances. Both are unfortunate souls, having lost their parents at a tender age, deprived of the tender care and affection that only a parent can provide. Thus, whenever Wu Hei displays a modicum of concern for her, such as preparing a delectable dish for her to savor, Mi-Er feels a genuine joy. Even when she suspects that Wu Hei may merely regard her as a test subject for new culinary endeavors, the sentiment still brings her delight. On this day, she entered the dining hall on the first floor as usual. Upon stepping inside, her gaze fell upon a group of individuals, their faces devoid of hope, resembling forlorn little creatures. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she confidently approached an empty seat and settled down, seamlessly integrating into this peculiar collective. However, today, as circumstances were decidedly unusual. As the minutes ticked by, the crowd waited for over an hour, yet Wu Hei's presence remained elusive. Were it not for the growling of their stomachs, they might have continued to languish in the atmosphere of anticipation. At last, an impatient voice broke the silence. What on earth is going on? Why has Ti arrived yet? Has he suddenly decided to show us mercy? Another chimed in. Even if he intends to spare us, he should at least prepare some food to satiate our hunger. What is the point of this endless waiting? No sooner had the words left their lips than a chorus of grumbling stomachs resounded throughout the dining hall. It became evident that another group could no longer endure the pangs of hunger and had slumped over the table. In that moment, they were indeed tormented by their hunger. While others secretly pondered, even if we are to serve as test subjects for these peculiar dishes, one would think we ought to be fed first. At that moment, a faint sound of rolling wheels approached, drawing the attention of all. They turned to see Wu Hei slowly entering the room, pushing a small cart. This cart was adorned with several steamers of varying sizes, some as large as basins, others dainty and exquisite, akin to delicate artworks, stacked atop one another. The steamers emitted a tantalizing aroma, wafting through the air. My apologies for the wait, everyone. With a beaming smile, Wu Hei exuberantly announced, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Today, I have some truly magnificent news to share with all of you. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled as they scanned each individual present. However, in response to Wu Hei's fervent enthusiasm, Lin Bei appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. He hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, no, no. Brother Wu, please do not look at us with that smile. Our fragile hearts simply cannot bear it, and we feel utterly unsettled. Lin Bei was not exaggerating. It had been a full fortnight since their arrival. During this period, whenever Wu Hei displayed that spine-chilling, maternal grin, it invariably heralded misfortune. They would either be conscripted into performing an array of bizarre and arduous tasks or compelled to sample unpalatable culinary concoctions that could only be described as culinary nightmares. Consequently, at this moment, Lin Bei and his companions were gripped by a profound sense of dread towards Wu Hei's smile. Their singular thought was to escape this place, even if it meant dining at the school's notoriously bland cafeteria. At least there, despite the unremarkable fare, they could still preserve their lives. Alas, Wu Hei was not one to easily release them from his grasp. In an instant, he deftly materialized behind Lin Bei, his robust hand effortlessly pinning the fleeing Lin Bei back into his seat. Chapter 99. The empty, cannot be nourished before Lin Bei lay a steaming bamboo steamer, as large as 3 adult fists combined. It emanated waves of heat, accompanied by an alluring aroma that made one's mouth water. Simultaneously, Wu Hei laboriously maneuvered a quaint little cart towards them. Similar to the previous steamer, he placed one before each individual, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that while their appearances were alike, their sizes varied slightly. Some were a tad larger, while others were comparatively smaller. Thank you all for your enthusiastic cooperation over the past fortnight. With a beaming smile illuminating his face and excitement and pride glimmering in his eyes, Wu He proclaimed, "After relentless days of diligent research, I have successfully deciphered the optimal ratio and the principles underlying it. Before you lies a selection of culinary delights meticulously tailored to suit your body's absorption needs. My preliminary estimates suggest that once everyone has savored every morsel, each individual present should be able to elevate their soul power by a full level." He paused momentarily before elaborating, "The unique method I have developed, which enhances cultivation through dietary intake, has been aptly named food supplementation. It is essential to understand that this is not an endeavor for just anyone. Each person's physical constitution varies, necessitating different types of ingredients for consumption. Typically, this method allows for an enhancement of 1 to 2 levels in one's cultivation per instance. However, it is crucial to note that such a sumptuous feast should only be indulged in once every 90 days, lest it adversely affect one's health. Through meticulous and precise calculations, it has been observed that while the consumption of these special ingredients may yield a short-term boost in cultivation, this is merely superficial. In truth, these ingredients harbor an astonishing quantity of soul power. It is precisely this soul power that will significantly propel the rapid growth of one's cultivation, potentially accelerating the training process by approximately 180 days. Should there be a skilled chef possessing a food-based martial soul who meticulously follows my unique cooking techniques, the resulting effects could be at least doubled. However, it is precisely because the ingested food is rich in abundant soul power that individuals find it impossible to continuously derive energy through rapid absorption. Typically, after a meal, one can only directly elevate their cultivation level by 1 or 2 tiers at a time, after which they must gradually digest the excess soul power within their bodies. At this juncture, Wu He slightly nodded to the crowd, signaling them to lift the lids of the food containers before them. Upon receiving his directive, several individuals obediently complied, eagerly unveiling the covers. In an instant, a myriad of unique and delightful aromas wafted forth from the variously shaped lunchboxes. The exquisite and tantalizing flavors instantly captivated the already ravenous appetites of the group, making their mouths water and their fingers twitch in anticipation. Like hungry wolves pouncing on prey, they began to voraciously consume the mountains of food laid before them. Their eagerness resembled that of famished spirits reborn, as the delectable dishes were swiftly devoured, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just as they indulged in their feast, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The cultivation levels of each individual began to rhythmically pulsate, as if they possessed a life of their own. With each swallow, this pulsation became increasingly pronounced, seemingly resonating with their act of eating. Yet, before they could fully consume all the ingredients in a mere moment, every participant experienced a remarkable elevation of their soul power level by a whole tier. This astonishing transformation left those present both surprised and elated. However, upon clearing their plates, they discovered that only a select few had managed to advance by 2 tiers. After some contemplation and discussion, they speculated that perhaps due to their frequent consumption of such potent soul-infused foods over the past fortnight, the unabsorbed soul power within their bodies had accumulated to a considerable extent. Consequently, despite ingesting a significant amount of soul power this time, most individuals were unable to assimilate these energies effectively in a short span, resulting in only a handful achieving the remarkable feat of advancing 2 tiers. At this very moment, Mi-Er, through relentless dedication to her cultivation, had successfully elevated her level to 49. She stood but a step away from the coveted realm of Soul King. With just a bit more effort, she could break through this barrier and become a true powerhouse of the Soul King. In addition to Mi-Er, the others also experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. United in their efforts, they all ascended into the ranks of the Soul Sect. Even Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, originally at lower levels, made substantial leaps in strength after several days of continuous cultivation support, successfully reaching level 39. Wu He stood before the crowd, gently closing his eyes, attuning himself to the soul power emanating from each individual. Through this profound connection, he could distinctly discern the current cultivation levels and latent abilities of everyone present. Once he comprehended the circumstances of all, he couldn't help but ponder, with the Soul Master Elite competition approaching, it is imperative to find soul rings that align with the abilities of this like-minded group. After all, the right soul rings are crucial for enhancing a Soul Master's strength. At this moment, everyone had experienced a degree of augmentation in their soul power due to the nourishment they had received. Observing this, Wu Hui mused to himself. Since everyone's soul power has progressed, should I seize this opportunity to strive for an additional soul ring? Although he could temporarily wield formidable power through the armor fusion technique, he possessed merely 3 soul rings. Consequently, the duration for which he could maintain combat effectiveness was limited to around 15 minutes. A slip in judgment against a formidable foe, especially in the absence of Lin Bei's support, could very well lead to defeat. Moreover, it was rumored that among the contestants dispatched by the Spirit Hall for this competition, 3 exceptionally gifted talents had already reached the Soul King level. If he continued to stagnate, the likelihood of concluding the competition in failure was high. As Wu Hui furrowed his brow in deep contemplation on how to effectively elevate his soul power, Lin Bei, indulging in his meal, suddenly voiced his bewilderment. "Old Wu, why is it that while I'm enjoying this food, I inexplicably start to bleed from my nose?" Hearing this, Wu He abruptly lifted his head and, upon closer inspection, found Lin Bei's face flushed and blood seeping from his nostrils. "It's nothing. You're merely experiencing an overflow of soul power that your body cannot accommodate." Chapter 100, Bottleneck and Pressure. After days of nourishment, Wu He locked himself in his room, dedicating himself to arduous training. However, despite the overwhelming and abundant soul power coursing through him, no matter how diligently he attempted to refine it, he could not achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. This was the first time in his life that he felt so lost and helpless regarding the concept of advancement. He felt a sense of discontent, as if an invisible barrier had firmly restrained him, leaving him stuck at level 38, unable to surpass it. Gradually, self-doubt crept in. Could it truly be a flaw in his physical constitution? It is crucial to recognize that both his soul and martial spirit originate from the same realm. Setting aside the true quality of that soul, the caliber of this martial spirit undoubtedly ranks among the finest in the present world. However, it is worth noting that his corporeal form is undeniably birthed from this very world. Thus, could it be that the rather inadequate physical constitution of the original owner is the very reason for the current awkward predicament? After much contemplation and introspection, Wu He found himself besieged by a flurry of thoughts, each intertwining and colliding, yet ultimately failing to yield a definitive answer or solution. Time slipped away silently. And at last, the final day of the month arrived. On this day, the sun shone as brilliantly as ever, yet for this team, it held profound significance. Lin Bei and Du Guyan approached side by side, their gazes resolutely fixed upon Wu He. They harbored great expectations that we would lead the entire team to secure the next spirit ring, thereby enhancing the collective strength of their group. It was only on this day that Wu He realized that, thanks to his meticulous preparation of nutritional supplements, the team members had accumulated a significant amount of spirit power within them. After more than 10 days of relentless refining, each individual's cultivation had remarkably approached a critical juncture. Among them, Mier and Wu Miao Miao had each, through their own efforts and innate talents, broken through to level 50. Just a soul ring away from truly becoming soul kings. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and Yu Lingling had successfully ascended to level 40, thereby entering the ranks of Soul Zone. At this moment, all 6 team members faced the same pressing dilemma. Each was lacking a brand new soul ring. Moreover, with less than a month remaining until the highly anticipated Continental Soul Master Elite competition commenced, time was of the essence. Anxiety gripped their hearts as they yearned to venture forth and hunt for that crucial soul ring. They understood that once everyone successfully obtained their new soul rings and subsequently enhanced their strengths, their small team would undoubtedly become an unstoppable force, representing the epitome of a formidable battle squad. After all, possessing 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Zones in their lineup positioned them as a top-tier presence among the many participating teams. In the eyes of each team member, Wu Yi had never been regarded as merely an ordinary Soul Zone, for whenever he unleashed his soul skills, the immense power he displayed was sufficient to affirm that he indeed possessed the genuine strength of a Soul King, beyond any doubt or contention. Especially in the heat of fierce competition, if the team could perform at their utmost potential, they would rightfully be considered a super squad composed of 4 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Zones. Even a renowned and powerful elite team from the Spirit Hall, known to Wu He, would likely find it challenging to contend with them. However, upon learning that all team members had reached the pinnacle of their current cultivation, Wu He, who had always sailed smoothly through challenges, experienced for the first time an overwhelming surge of anxiety and unease. For a long time, whether through the fierce battles of the past or the relentless dedication to his training, Wu He had navigated his path with remarkable ease and without any hindrance. It seemed as though he had never encountered any bottlenecks in his cultivation journey, and his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. However, at this moment, as he witnessed his close companions, with whom he had shared the rigors of training and growth, achieving monumental breakthroughs, Wu Yi felt an unprecedented sense of tension deep within his heart. Particularly, his longtime friend Mi Er was on the verge of ascending to the rank of Soul King, while Lin Bei and Yu Tianheng, who had recently joined their collective, were also poised to enter the ranks of true Soul Sect members. Yet, despite possessing the strength to rival that of a Soul King, Wu Yi remained, in reality, at the Soul Sovereign stage. This fact was indeed perplexing and bewildering. Throughout the night, he sat alone in his room, engaged in deep contemplation, weighing various possibilities and choices. As dawn's light streamed through the window, he finally arrived at a difficult, yet resolute decision. What? With a gasp, a chorus of exclamations followed in rapid succession. In an instant, the entire conference room on the first floor seemed to erupt, as everyone stared in disbelief, collectively voicing their astonishment. In fact, even Dean Liang himself was greatly puzzled. To him, Wu Yi had always been an exceedingly confident, even somewhat arrogant individual. Who could have anticipated that he would voluntarily bow his head to seek out a path for himself, leaving behind only a letter and a 1-month leave of absence? Faced with the astonished gazes and puzzled expressions of the crowd, Dean Liang slowly began to explain. Indeed, as you have observed, last night Wu Yi came to see me and requested a month's leave. According to him, this absence is necessary for personal matters. But he assured me he would return before the competition begins. At this point, Dean Liang could not help but shake his head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. When you unfold this letter, my figure may have already vanished beyond the solemn gates of the academy. Indeed, it is as incredible as it sounds. Throughout my journey, I have encountered an unprecedented bottleneck in my cultivation path. Presently, my progress resembles a formidable invisible shackle, rendering me stagnant at the awkward juncture of level 38. However, dear comrades, I implore you not to fret excessively on my behalf. I am not the sort to be easily vanquished by adversity or succumb to despair. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, I firmly believe in my ability to surmount this obstacle. Therefore, trust in me. A month hence, I shall return with enhanced strength, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you once more, embarking on a journey filled with challenges and glory. As the undoubted captain of our small team, even in my absence, the weight of responsibility remains upon my shoulders. Thus, I hereby issue the following crucial directives. First and foremost, I appoint the exceptional partners, Mir and Miao Miao, as temporary captains, each tasked with selecting 2 members to form subteams. Over the ensuing 14 days, you must exert every effort to acquire your own new soul rings, thereby augmenting our collective combat prowess. Furthermore, for those substitute members who are temporarily unable to partake in this mission, their cultivation must not wane in the slightest. I have meticulously planned and detailed the methods of cultivation for the substitutes, as well as the various tactical scenarios they may encounter in the future. I earnestly hope that everyone adheres strictly to these directives, for it is through the continuous progress of each individual that we shall forge an indomitable and glorious future for our team. Chapter 101. A visit to Shrek as the first golden rays of dawn broke through the horizon. Wu Yi slowly emerged from the solemn and ancient gates of the academy. He gently raised his hand, gazing intently at the somewhat weathered map in his possession, his eyes ultimately settling on a specific direction. Without hesitation, he stepped forward with unwavering determination toward his goal. At that moment, the streets lay desolate and tranquil, enveloped in silence. The morning light had just begun to illuminate the world, and the majority of pedestrians remained immersed in their sweet slumber. Even the drivers who typically ventured out early for work were still nestled in their beds, lost in dreams. After all, who could foresee that someone would embark on an impromptu journey so early in the day? Yet, Wu Yi had become the protagonist of this unlikely tale. As a soul master, he possessed extraordinary strength and endurance, a boon derived from the unique mechanism of soul power circulating within him. By maintaining his soul power in a state of continuous flux, his body could ceaselessly draw energy from the surrounding environment and swiftly convert it into physical vitality. This enabled him to sustain a state of remarkable vigor at all times. Indeed, during the days of uncertainty that had preceded this moment, Wu Yi had not squandered his time. On the contrary, he had engaged in meticulous exploration and research of the soul power within him. Through repeated experimentation and practice, he gradually came to understand that soul power is an extraordinarily unique and enigmatic form of energy, akin to a ceaseless river flowing through his being. When soul power accumulates to a certain threshold, reaching a pivotal critical point, it can break through the myriad restrictions concealed within, leading to a significant elevation in one's cultivation level. From the original narrative, we observe that Tang San cultivated his unique technique, with his soul power surging forth like a wild stallion, advancing in tandem. This suggests that soul power may merely be a somewhat rudimentary method of application. Thus, when viewed from the perspective of cultivation and utilization, the form of soul power resembles the vast and tumultuous ocean, perpetually surging and expansive, embodying an awe-inspiring grandeur in its application. Consequently, Wu He contemplated emulating the Taoist approach, perceiving soul power as a vibrant essence, allowing it to flow within him while gradually compressing it, transforming its gaseous state into a liquid form. In doing so, while the volume contained within his body remained unchanged, the quality of the soul power would undergo a remarkable transformation. Wu Yi once endeavored to transcend the constraints of his cultivation through this method, yet fate was unkind, and he met with failure. Subsequently, he likened his soul power to the chi within the Dragon Ball universe's cultivation system, attempting to achieve a breakthrough through mastery of this energy. Although he did not attain complete success this time, he at least learned how to conceal his cultivation level, which could be regarded as a modest gain. Despite his cultivation being akin to an expansive and unfathomable ocean, even when he exerted himself to the fullest, others found it exceedingly difficult to glimpse even a fragment of its iceberg when he did not reveal his soul rings. As time quietly flowed by, he embarked on a protracted journey. Approaching midday, the sun hung in the sky like a blazing fireball, seemingly aspiring to reach its zenith. At long last, Wu He arrived at a quaint village that appeared dilapidated yet possessed an unmistakable charm. At the entrance of the village hung a sign. The characters inscribed upon it danced like dragons and phoenixes, boldly proclaiming the name Shrek Academy. However, fate seemed intent on playing tricks on humanity at that moment. The academy was devoid of all but an elderly janitor, hunched over and etched with the lines of time. After a series of inquiries, Wu Yi experienced a sudden epiphany, as if awakened from a deep slumber. It turned out that, on the eve of the grand competition, Shrek Academy was merely a mid-level institution unrecognized by the nation, akin to a solitary goose abandoned in the wilderness, rendering its students ineligible to register for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. To participate, the academy would either need to elevate its status to that of a senior institution, akin to a rocket soaring skyward, and gain imperial accreditation, or the students would have to attach themselves parasitically to a senior academy. Only then would Shrek's students have the opportunity to enroll in the competition. Subsequently, it seemed they had encountered a setback at the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy, leading them to seek refuge at Blue Tyrant Academy, which ultimately resulted in the latter being renamed the New Shrek Academy. Wu Yi cast a glance at the map, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, feeling utterly speechless. In truth, 2 hours prior, he had fortuitously passed by the vicinity of Lanba Academy. Had he recalled this then, he would not have had to traverse such a long and arduous journey. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings and could not help but lament the desolation of Shrek. There was not even a shadow of a carriage in sight. With no other recourse, Wu Yi was compelled to rely on his own 2 legs, laboriously making his way towards Nanba Academy. After enduring countless hardships, he finally arrived at the entrance of the New Shrek Academy just before the sun dipped below the horizon. At that time, the academy's name still hung as Lanba Academy, and despite several construction workers endeavoring to refurbish the entrance, it still exuded an inexplicable absurdity. As Wu Yi strolled leisurely to the entrance of the academy, he gently presented his student identification card, beneath which lay a gleaming gold soul coin. The gatekeeper, upon receiving the identification, scrutinized it with the reverence one might afford a precious treasure, meticulously comparing it against Wu Yi. Simultaneously, his lightning-fast hand swiftly tucked the gold soul coin into his pocket. "Dear student, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our esteemed institution?" The gatekeeper inquired, his expression rife with skepticism. Wu Yi spoke with a light and carefree demeanor. "Hearing that your esteemed institution has recently recruited several prodigious students, akin to Douluo selecting fine horses, among whom is my dear friend, I have come specifically to pay a visit." Wu Yi's words resonated like a celestial melody. Were Xiao to hear them at that moment, she would undoubtedly be incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at him and unleashing a torrent of invective. Who are your friends? You are clearly here to disrupt. The gatekeeper, acutely aware of his responsibilities, would never easily permit entry based solely on Wu Hiyi's fleeting remarks. Yet, observing Wu Hiyi clad in the distinguished uniform of the Royal Soul Master Academy of Tiando, albeit with a hint of fatigue suggesting a long journey, he appeared devoid of any ill intent. Most crucially, he had already received a gold soul coin from him. Having inquired and responded to all pertinent questions, it seemed both unreasonable and unjust to deny him entry. After a moment's contemplation, the gatekeeper summoned his martial spirit, inscribing a few characters in an elegant script upon it. Subsequently, his martial spirit soared into the courtyard like a majestic eagle taking flight. Witnessing this scene, Wu He involuntarily gasped in astonishment. My heavens! Could this be the legendary carrier pigeon delivering messages? Chapter 102, A Farewell to the Shrek Team. Wu He stood quietly before the imposing gates of Douluo Academy. Arms crossed, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the interior of the institution. As moments ticked by, his patience began to wane, when suddenly he noticed a vivid crimson dot appearing in the sky above the academy. As time elapsed, this minuscule point gradually enlarged, becoming increasingly distinct. Wu Yi squinted his eyes to take a closer look and quickly recognized that it was Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun approached the academy's entrance like a great bird ablaze with flames, racing forward. Hey, Chubby! Chubby! Wu Yi shouted without hesitation, his voice resonating like a bell through the air. The gatekeeper, upon hearing Wu Yi's call, instinctively turned his head. As he saw Ma Hongjun drawing nearer, he couldn't help but silently lament the boy's audacity. In the eyes of the gatekeepers, Ma Hongjun was no trivial matter. Despite his youth, he held a rather unimpressive level of cultivation and was notorious for frequenting disreputable places. More importantly, he despised being called chubby. Anyone who dared to utter that name would surely face severe consequences. There was an unfortunate fellow who had made the mistake of calling him chubby just last time, and he ended up severely injured, still bedridden to this day. At that moment, as Ma Hongjun flew towards them, his face turned crimson with rage upon hearing someone daringly address him as chubby. The nickname was reserved solely for his closest friends, like Tang San. Others had no right to use it. Even Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang, could only call him Hongjun at most. However, when Ma Hongjun finally approached and recognized that it was Wu He calling out to him, his expression darkened even further. This was the very person who had mercilessly dominated their Shrek team just a month prior, the captain of that academy team. Reflecting on that encounter, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile bitterly. The prowess of this formidable opponent was far beyond his current capabilities. Looking at Wu He, who appeared so at ease, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of frustration and longed to unleash a few harsh words to vent his anger. Standing firmly at the school gate, Ma Hongjun showed no inclination to allow Wu He entry and coldly inquired from across the threshold, "What brings you here?" Wu He appeared utterly unconcerned, responding with a cheerful laugh. "Well, with the competition just a month away, I happened to be passing by, so I thought I would take the opportunity to visit your school." Yet, only he was aware that this so-called serendipitous passing was merely a fabricated excuse. Having spent an entire day navigating to finally arrive at the gates of Shrek Academy, he continued to jest. "Oh, why are you taking so long to let me in? Standing here chatting is rather awkward, and I wouldn't want your little third brother and the others to grow impatient." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's face flushed crimson, his body temperature seemingly rising. Though seething with anger, he understood that acting impulsively at this moment was utterly unwise. After all, fighting at the school gate would be far from dignified. Winning would be one thing, but losing would bring shame upon him. With this thought, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, feeling as if his rage was about to erupt, yet reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He could only suppress his fury and let out a resigned sigh. Reluctantly, he extended his hand and slowly pulled open the heavy school gate. As it creaked open, the sound echoed his inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. Outside the gate, Wu He wore a faint smile, seemingly having anticipated this very scenario. Although Ma Hongjun was most unwilling, he nonetheless stepped aside with a gesture of invitation, signaling for Wu He to enter the campus. Wu He nodded slightly and stepped into the campus, following closely behind Ma Hongjun. As the two proceeded together, a thought abruptly flashed through Ma Hongjun's mind. I merely promised to bring him into the school. I never stated that I must personally escort him to find Sango. Now that he has entered, Whether he can successfully locate Good depends entirely on his own capabilities, and it is no longer my concern. Once this notion took root, it spread like wild grass, swiftly consuming Ma Hongjun's entire consciousness. Consequently, without any forewarning, Ma Hongjun abruptly halted, and with a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the enormous wings on his back unfurled instantaneously, tracing a graceful arc through the air before racing toward the horizon. Observing Ma Hongjun's sudden flight, Wu immediately grasped his intentions without a moment's thought. He merely smiled gently, exuding an air of calm and composure. Unhurriedly, he set down his backpack and retrieved a sleek, dragon-shaped skateboard from within. Wu Yi gently stepped onto the skateboard, exerting a slight force while skillfully swaying his hips. In an instant, the skateboard seemed to come alive, gliding forward with the grace of a nimble serpent. The speed of the skateboard was incomparable to that of walking. Wu Yi merely needed to occasionally lift his gaze to glance in the direction where Ma Hongjun had departed, allowing him to accurately discern where to turn and where to proceed. Thus, he maneuvered the skateboard with remarkable agility, pursuing Ma Hongjun's figure through the campus at breathtaking speed. Ma Hongjun, confident in his cleverness and quick-wittedness, believed he had effortlessly outsmarted Wu Yi. However, he was oblivious to the fact that, at that moment, he appeared to others as a conspicuous weather vane. After a brief journey of approximately 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the core area of the new Shrek Academy. It is important to note that the students who study and hone their skills here are truly gifted individuals, regarded as the elite of this generation. The majority of students have already reached the late stages of the Great Soul Master realm, and with a bit more time, many will successfully break through to the Soul Sovereign level. In this regard, even Tang San and his companions, amidst this gathering of elites, could only be considered slightly more distinguished than the ordinary geniuses. Their access to richer cultivation resources was primarily due to the special relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Before long, Wu Yi calmly approached the group of Shrek, exuding an air of tranquility. It must be acknowledged that facing 7 individuals simultaneously imposes considerable pressure. The invisible aura emanating from them felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 103, Compulsory Confrontation. How did you end up at our school? Speak honestly to Sister Xiaowu. Xiaowu exclaimed, hands on her hips, her brows furrowing, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Her cheeks, flushed with anger, resembled ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible desire to pinch them. She was undeniably adorable. With Xiaowu leading the charge, the others were not about to let the matter rest. Ning Rongrong, the young lady, also placed her hands on her hips, chin raised, and questioned with a haughty demeanor. Indeed, a month ago, you fortuitously won a match against us. Do you intend to come and ridicule us again today? Observing the situation, Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. I don't think he looks like someone here just to mock us. He might be looking to challenge our academy. He assumed a deliberately vigilant expression, scrutinizing Wu Yi from head to toe. In the face of the group's fierce onslaught, Wu Yi remained unfazed, cheerfully waving his hand and saying, "Oh dear, everyone, please don't be so angry. Everyone is a friend. Why must we be so tense and confrontational?" Then, he shifted his tone and continued, "Moreover, I merely triumphed over you once last time. Remember, before I emerged victorious against you, did you not utterly vanquish my teammates, leaving them defenseless and in a pitiful state? Thus, victory and defeat are merely the ebb and flow of competition. There is no need for us to take it so seriously." Upon the conclusion of Wu Yi's remarks, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. The attendees exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss for words to counter his assertions. Upon reflection, his statements appeared to possess a certain validity, as they had indeed triumphed over Wu Yi's subordinates with a clear advantage in their previous encounters. With this realization, the previously tense atmosphere eased somewhat. "Pray tell, what is your true purpose here?" Dai Mu Bai retorted with evident impatience, extending his right hand and forcefully pushing forward, propelling Wu Yi backward. At this juncture, the two individuals were nearly equal in their martial prowess, yet Dai Mu Bai unmistakably held a physical advantage, towering over Wu Yi by a substantial margin. His physique was as robust and formidable as a mountain. When Dai Mu Bai exerted such force, Wu Yi instantly felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward several paces. A sharp pain radiated through his shoulder, as if his bones were on the verge of fracturing. "What am I here for? Humph, does your little third party not comprehend?" After stabilizing his stance, Wu Yi grimaced as he rubbed his painfully sore shoulder. casting a fierce glare at Dai Bai. His gaze swiftly shifted to Tang San, who had been standing silently nearby. As the focus unexpectedly turned to him, Tang San inwardly lamented his misfortune, yet he realized that he could no longer remain silent. Taking a deep breath, he slowly responded, "The item you requested is not yet complete." Upon hearing Tang San's answer, Wu Yi furrowed his brow, revealing a fleeting expression of confusion and dissatisfaction. In his recollection, Tang San was exceptionally gifted, particularly in the crafting of concealed weaponry, and it was illogical for him to take such an extended period of time. Contemplating this, Wu Yi let out a prolonged sound of contemplation, laden with unspoken implications, especially within the pristine and elite environment of the newly established Shrek Academy. Every meticulously crafted component and the precise assembly of those components should have made the manufacturing process for Tang San as effortless as a tiger soaring with newfound wings. However, unexpectedly, time had flown by, and after more than half a month, the eagerly anticipated item remained elusive. At that moment, Wu Yi's once piercing gaze abruptly leapt to Tang San like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as an invisible yet formidable pressure surged toward Tang San with the force of an overwhelming tide. Wu Yi fixed his gaze intensely upon Tang San's eyes, as if he possessed the ability to unravel all hidden secrets. Under such a piercing scrutiny, Tang San felt an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him, instinctively wishing to evade the other's penetrating stare. At this moment, he harbored certain undisclosed matters within his heart. Enough of this relentless gaze. The weapon you seek has long since been completed. However, I pondered whether it could be further optimized and refined to enhance its performance, Tang San explained, his face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. It is essential to recognize that individuals like Tang San hold precious secret texts in the highest regard, akin to rare treasures. Recalling the past, he had once surreptitiously pilfered a manual from within a sect, at that time perhaps finding some justification for his actions, as he was still considered a member of the clan. After all, his ultimate aim in acquiring those secrets was to contribute to the growth and prosperity of his sect. Yet, in this instance, the manuscript was not rightfully his, despite having meticulously crafted this item with his own hands. The thought of claiming it as his own and altering it without the consent of others clashed with the moral threshold within his conscience. Wu Yi said nothing further. He slowly extended his right arm, gently opened his palm, and with a meaningful gaze, signaled to the other party, "Please hand that item over to me." This time, Tang San showed no hesitation whatsoever. He swiftly retrieved a revolver from his bosom and placed it steadily upon Wu Yi's broad palm. Simultaneously, he presented an entire set of 6 glimmering bullets, each reflecting a cold light. Wu Yi firmly grasped the revolver, instantly feeling a chilling yet soothing sensation coursing through his palm. This distinctive texture sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Once the bullets were deftly loaded, he effortlessly rotated the chamber. Without hesitation, he raised the revolver, aiming at a tall, robust tree in the distance, and pulled the trigger in rapid succession, unleashing 6 rounds. The resounding gunfire erupted with a thunderous bang, echoing through the heavens. Although the cacophony was somewhat disconcerting, it was undeniable that the impact of the shots was remarkably effective. Wu Yi glanced at the revolver in his hand, a look of undeniable satisfaction gracing his face. He turned to Tang San, smiling and filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Such a remarkable creation is truly a rarity. Indeed, it is you who was destined to accomplish this task. Just look at this astonishing effect. It has already reached the caliber of a soul master. If you could craft a projectile with a sharper design, the power and impact it would generate might surpass what we see now." Wu Yi glanced at the fruits of his labor, his eyes shimmering with a spark of inspiration, and could not help but utter a profound reflection. Though he spoke spontaneously, that simple phrase struck like a lightning bolt across the night sky, igniting a tidal wave of thoughts in Tang San's mind, bestowing upon him an unprecedented surge of unique inspiration. Chapter 104, The Frenzied Experiment Indeed. We can certainly fashion the projectile to be more pointed, Tang San exclaimed with exhilaration. For days, he had been grappling with the challenge of further amplifying the power of his handgun. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered that excessive gunpowder could lead to catastrophic explosions. Yet, increasing the bullet's dimensions would necessitate a larger launcher. Despite Tang San's exceptional craftsmanship, he found himself somewhat constrained in the realm of innovation. After all, the concealed weapons he could create were merely meticulous reproductions of the traditional armaments documented within his previous sect. These weapons were the crystallization of ancestral wisdom, painstakingly crafted, while he merely replicated the original designs. Even if the fabrication of a particular concealed weapon was exceedingly intricate, his remarkable manual skills allowed him to succeed in its construction. Yet, this only underscored his unparalleled craftsmanship, failing to disguise his glaring deficiency in creativity. In stark contrast, Wu He was a person of vividly active thought, relishing the freedom of boundless imagination, undoubtedly a paragon of creativity. Alas, it seemed that fate was ever so equitable. While he was endowed with remarkable creative prowess, he was not similarly blessed with outstanding manual skills. Even in his past life, in an era of advanced technology, he often found himself at a loss despite the convenience of 3D printing technology, struggling to assemble various compatible components with precision. Yet, at that very moment, as the two stood together, the aura and influence they radiated were nothing short of astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. It was as if an invisible force emanated from them, compelling everything around to take notice. At this juncture, Tang San was entirely oblivious to whether Wu He was facing any opposition from their teammates. His singular focus was to whisk Wu He away to his exclusive laboratory without delay. This laboratory, more accurately described as a workshop for refining, prominently features a colossal forge that occupies a full third of the space. Following the innovative concepts proposed by Wu He, Tang San remarkably succeeded in developing dozens of distinct types of ammunition within a mere 3 days, including armor-piercing shells, high-explosive rounds, freezing projectiles, signal flares, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, and demolition charges. These achievements are undeniably awe-inspiring, yet they are tinged with a sense of regret. The reason for this melancholy lies in the fact that the intricate craftsmanship of soul-guiding devices has nearly been lost to the sands of time, preventing them from imbuing these weapons or the ammunition itself with additional extraordinary attributes. Had they been able to accomplish this, the utility and overall performance of such weaponry would have experienced a remarkable enhancement, potentially increasing efficacy by several or even dozens of times. Consequently, the influence wielded by these weapons could become immensely formidable, possibly altering the very course of warfare. Nevertheless, in this moment, the diverse array of ammunition at their disposal has already propelled the combat capabilities of this weapon to an astonishing level, akin to a rocket's rapid ascent. Merely considering the unique characteristic of operating without the need for soul power, the efficiency in conserving such energy and the potency of its application have reached an exceptionally high standard. Should one confront a soul master who is utterly unprepared, this weapon could effortlessly eliminate them with a single bullet. Even if the soul master were to exhibit caution and adopt defensive measures, the wielder would still possess immense confidence in inflicting severe injury or even death within 3 shots. Significantly, under the meticulous guidance of Wu He, Tang San has implemented a series of succinct yet effective optimizations on this weapon. For instance, the original revolver required the laborious process of loading bullets one by one, which undoubtedly detracted from the overall pace of combat. To address this, Tang San boldly innovated, successfully developing a one-time loading device. Furthermore, to ensure the firearm's capacity for ammunition, he meticulously crafted a specialized magazine that could be conveniently affixed to the weapon, thereby guaranteeing that whenever a bullet was expended, a fresh one would swiftly occupy the vacant chamber. Even more astonishingly, components as intricate as the silencer and muzzle brake were collaboratively researched and developed by the two. After 3 consecutive days and nights of tireless communication and meticulous creation, Tang San showcased remarkable talent and ingenuity. He not only optimized the performance of the bullets and the revolver but also, with exceptional craftsmanship, produced a breathtaking anti-material sniper rifle. The emergence of this weapon undoubtedly represents the most formidable concealed armament wielded by Tang San to date. It is essential to understand that the term concealed weapon transcends the traditional notion of small and discreet items. Any weapon capable of being stealthily deployed without detection and possessing lethal capabilities falls under this category. This anti-material sniper rifle perfectly embodies the definition of a concealed weapon. Its range is astonishingly vast, enabling attacks from a staggering 5 kilometers away. Even more astonishing is its capacity to inflict significant damage, even against defense-oriented soul masters of the Soul King rank. With a stroke of fortune, a single shot could indeed result in a kill. Naturally, should it be equipped with specialized ammunition, even more formidable soul masters would find themselves wary of its power. As Tang San and Wu He bore witness to the astonishing potential of these weapons, their excitement surged, as if a door to uncharted territories had swung open before them. Immersed in this euphoria, they had no intention of pausing their endeavors. their hearts brimming with anticipation for the myriad possibilities that lay ahead. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's concern for Tang San's well-being, which forcibly interrupted their intensive research on the new weapon, the two, caught in a state of exuberance, might have remained in that small laboratory for an entire 2 months, or even longer, as if enchanted. As Tang San's remarkably dexterous hands conjured forth one cherished weapon after another before Wu Yi's eager gaze, it felt as if he were performing an enchanting magic trick. Wu Hai was completely immersed in an indescribable sense of astonishment and shock, with excitement bubbling within him to the point of nearly overwhelming his senses. For a fleeting moment, he almost cast aside the primary purpose of his visit. Time slipped away swiftly, and before he knew it, Wu Hai had spent 5 days and nights at Shrek Academy. It was not until the 5th day, after experiencing the initial days of extraordinary exhilaration, that he gradually extricated himself from that near-manic state, slowly returning to his inherent calm and composure. Chapter 105. A private conversation with Xiao Wu as time passed. Wu Hai had been at Shrek Academy for a full 6 days. On this particular morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his somewhat fatigued face as he slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. In the past few days, he had scarcely rested, tirelessly immersed in research and meticulously crafting weapons that belonged to them. His hard work bore fruit through the collaborative efforts with Tang San. They had successfully fashioned weapons that met their satisfaction. The relationship between Tang San and Wu Hai had advanced remarkably during this time. Tang San was on the verge of integrating Wu Hai into the Tang sect as one of their own. Moreover, he generously shared some of the non-core secrets pertaining to the crafting of hidden weapons with Wu Hai. Yet, at this moment, despite his overwhelming fatigue, the first thing Wu Hai did upon rising was eagerly seek out Xiao Wu. He swiftly organized his belongings and hurried towards the new Shrek Academy's training grounds. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Wu Hai discovered the Shrek 7 were gathered there, enthusiastically experimenting with the new weapons they had just acquired. Among them, Ning Rongrong exhibited the greatest interest and concern for these weapons, as half of the intellectual property rights belonged to Wu Hai himself. Wise as she is, she undoubtedly comprehends the immense strategic significance that such weaponry holds for the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Despite the thunderous cacophony it produces upon discharge, the range and power of this weapon starkly contrast with the concealed projectiles they are accustomed to employing. Even if the enemy were to rise in desperate defiance at the very moment the gunfire erupts, attempting to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the handgun would be a mere folly. Consequently, Ning Rongrong's attitude towards Wu Yi underwent a complete transformation. However, this abrupt shift in demeanor ignited a fierce jealousy within Oscar, positioned at the rear of the group, fostering profound animosity towards Wu Yi. Simultaneously, Oscar found himself captivated by the meticulously crafted series of weapons that Wu Yi had developed. After all, weapons capable of unleashing substantial lethality without consuming soul power are undeniably invaluable to him as a support-type soul master. Nevertheless, none of these circumstances represented the crux of the matter for Wu Yi at this moment. Even the prospect of amassing considerable wealth through the trade of such arms did not capture his attention. He strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, unwavering in his focus. "Oh, Xiao San, I have a matter to discuss with Xiao Wu. Might I trouble you to lend her to me for a few minutes?" Wu Yi spoke candidly and directly to Tang San, his tone resembling that of someone merely borrowing an ordinary tool, devoid of any hint of circumlocution. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing this request, Tang San nodded in acquiescence as if enchanted, surrendering to an impulse beyond his control. Perhaps it was the bond forged over 5 days of shared meals and lodging that cultivated a sense of mutual admiration and a regret for not having met sooner between the two. Consequently, Tang San found himself enveloped in an extraordinary trust towards Wu Yi at that moment. Standing nearby, Xiao Wu wore a face of skepticism. Pondering silently, what could Wu Yi possibly need my assistance with? Just as her mind was awash with questions, she heard Wu Yi softly propose, "Xiao Wu, would you accompany me to the quiet room over there for a discussion?" As he gestured towards a serene chamber not far away, she slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon Tang San. He stood casually with his hands in his pockets, radiating an air of ease, as if to convey that the decision lay entirely in her hands. Xiao Wu mused inwardly. This is our academy. He wouldn't dare act recklessly here. If he were to engage in any outrageous behavior, Tang San would undoubtedly intervene. Following this thought, they maintained a respectful distance, proceeding slowly into the rather desolate lounge. Despite the presence of only the two of them, the atmosphere was devoid of any suggestive undertones. As the door gently closed behind them, Wu Yi suddenly made a sweeping motion with his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power from his palm. This energy swiftly coalesced into a transparent membrane, enveloping the entire room in a tight embrace. This was, in fact, an elementary soundproof barrier that Wu He had constructed using his own soul power. This skill, discovered by serendipity while he was investigating the composition of soul power, had undergone numerous trials and refinements, allowing the soundproof barrier to perfectly prevent any noise from escaping the room, no matter how subtle. Witnessing Wu Yi's meticulous and almost defensive demeanor, Xiao Wu, who had initially felt relaxed, suddenly tensed, entering a heightened state of vigilance. "Now, you may speak. What is it that you need from me, Xiao Wu?" she asked, arms crossed, tilting her chin slightly in a haughty manner as she regarded Wu Yi before her. Wu Yi's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Wu, and he took a deep breath, as if he had made a momentous decision. Witnessing Wu Yi's solemn demeanor, Xiao Wu's heart raced with unease. Her delicate face flushing a deep crimson, she shyly lowered her head, secretly speculating, could it be that this fellow is about to confess his feelings to me? With this thought, her heart began to pound wildly, akin to a startled fawn. However, at that moment, Wu Yi slowly parted his lips, his voice clear and resolute as he declared, "Should I address you as Spirit Master Xiao Wu, or the 10,000-year soul beast, Softbone Rabbit Xiao Wu?" This statement struck Xiao Wu like a bolt from the blue, landing heavily upon her heart. Her face, once flushed with shyness, turned pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth from her petite frame, a powerful presence that swept outward like a tumultuous wave. With her brows furrowed and her beautiful eyes wide open, she demanded in a delicate yet firm voice, "Speak. How did you come to know my true identity?" Internally astonished, she pondered how this individual, Wu Yi, whose cultivation level was at most that of a soul sovereign, could possibly discern her true nature. Logically, only someone of the strength of a title Douluo would possess the ability to uncover such truths, despite Xiao Wu currently being at the soul sovereign level due to her reformed human form. The formidable aura emanating from her as a 10,000-year soul beast remained unchanged. That invisible pressure surged toward Wu Yi like a roaring tide, as if it could engulf him at any moment. Chapter 106, Negotiation. Xiao Wu's overwhelming presence surged like a colossal wave, instantly sweeping over Wu Yi with an unstoppable force. The formidable pressure emanates from the singular and crucial secret possessed by Xiao Wu. She is an embodiment of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. It is widely acknowledged that, even within the depths of their being, soul beasts harbor an ardent desire and aspiration for divinity. However, it is undeniable that the path to godhood is far more arduous for soul beasts than for humans, fraught with innumerable obstacles. Nonetheless, there exists a seemingly feasible shortcut that many soul beasts aspiring to ascend to divinity regard as the key to the realm of gods. This shortcut entails that once a soul beast successfully transcends to the 100,000-year level, it may voluntarily choose to transform into a humanoid form. Yet, upon completing this transformation, the soul rings that the soul beast possesses undergo a unique alteration. The form of the soul rings, originally belonging to a soul beast of 100,000 years, does not change. But the profound cultivation amassed over this extensive period is directly converted into the price and sacrifice required for the transformation. This does not imply that this invaluable cultivation dissipates entirely. In truth, it remains sealed within the body of the transformed soul beast, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. This moment arises when the soul beast's cultivation ascends again, progressively reaching the various levels corresponding to its original 100,000 years of cultivation. At that point, the cultivation once consumed as a sacrifice will rejuvenate, transforming into new soul rings that align with its current level of power. It is imperative to note that, although these soul beasts have successfully taken on human forms, they fundamentally remain soul beasts rather than true humans. Consequently, if those with ulterior motives among humanity were to uncover this secret, they would undoubtedly seek to imprison the transformed soul beasts, biding their time to strike and seize the extraordinarily valuable 100,000-year soul rings and bones. As time unfolds, those soul beasts willingly choosing to embody humanity gradually come to realize the necessity of guarding their true identities with utmost secrecy. For them, this secret is as vital as a dragon's reverse scale. To touch it could invoke catastrophic consequences. While it is true that human experts of the title Douluo level possess the profound cultivation and insight to discern the transformed soul beasts, the individual standing before the crowd, known as Wu Yi, evidently has not yet attained such an exalted state. Thus, only two possibilities remain: Either he is concealing an unparalleled powerhouse as his backing, or he has discerned some unusual details through subtle clues. Upon meticulous examination of the first scenario, it becomes evident that numerous ambiguities abound. It is crucial to recognize that any soul master of the Douluo rank, when confronted with such a rare and immensely valuable shape-shifting soul beast, would find it nearly impossible to suppress the overwhelming desire to claim it for themselves. After all, successfully domesticating such a soul beast would undoubtedly yield immeasurable positive ramifications for the future development of their family or sect. Thus, considering various factors, the first possibility can largely be dismissed. Consequently, the second possibility appears increasingly plausible and credible. It suggests that Wu Yi may have inadvertently uncovered some clues regarding the identity of these shape-shifting soul beasts through a unique method or channel. Who exactly are you? How do you know my secret? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Wu Yi. Her voice trembled, betraying an unmistakable blend of anxiety and indignation, laced with a profound sense of helplessness. At this moment, Xiao Wu was engulfed in fear, terrified that Wu Yi might turn and leave, subsequently exposing the secret she had concealed for so long. It is worth noting that had she possessed the cultivation of 100,000 years, she would have faced such a situation with composure, untroubled by the notion that Wu Yi might act recklessly. However, times have changed. She was acutely aware that, in terms of both talent and strength, she was significantly inferior to the young man before her. Wu Yi, maintaining his composure, gently placed his index finger before his lips, signaling Xiao Wu to remain calm and silent. Yet, in such a tense situation, who could genuinely achieve a state of tranquility? Especially for Xiao Wu. This matter pertained to her very existence and the multitude of secrets lurking in the shadows. Observing Xiao Wu's inability to regain her composure, Wu Yi shook his head in resignation. After taking a deep breath, he resolved to be direct about his intentions. Firstly, regarding your identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. I have never mentioned this to anyone. Had I done so, it is likely that your life would have been in grave danger long ago. Therefore, you need not worry on that front. Secondly, in truth, Tang Sen has long been aware of your status as a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet he too has chosen to bury this secret deep within his heart, revealing not a word to anyone. Upon hearing this news, Xiao was rendered utterly speechless. Her heart shaken to its core, akin to tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly against the fortifications of her spirit. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the person before her, her lips quivering yet unable to utter a single sound. She could scarcely fathom that the individual she had always regarded as her closest and most trusted family member, Tang San, had already discerned the secret she had concealed deep within her heart. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning. One of the most terrifying being, could it be that Tang San had betrayed her? However, as soon as that notion emerged, she swiftly dismissed it. Given her understanding of Tang San, he would never stoop to such treachery. Thus, Xiao Wu composed herself, striving to recover from her profound astonishment. Drawing a deep breath, her gaze firmly fixed on Wu Yi, who wore a smug expression and bore a faint, enigmatic smile at the corners of his lips. Xiao Wu let out a cold snort, her face mirroring a disdainful countenance, signaling her utter disbelief in the words being spoken. Humph. Do you think I would easily fall for your deceitful rhetoric? Even if you weave your tales with grandiloquence, I shall not be swayed, Xiao Wu asserted through gritted teeth. Wu Yi seemed to have anticipated Xiao Wu's reaction, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowly spoke. It matters not whether you believe me or not. I can assure you that my intentions do not revolve around you, and I shall guard your secret with utmost discretion. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so agitated. After this pronouncement, Wu Yi deliberately paused before continuing. In truth, my real objective pertains to your homeland. At the utterance of the word homeland, Xiao Wu's expression shifted abruptly, her previously calm demeanor twisting into one of tumultuous emotion. For as soon as Wu Yi mentioned her homeland, two familiar and cherished figures, Deming and Erming, surfaced vividly in her mind. An unbridled fury surged within her, her eyes widening to an almost fiery intensity, and her teeth clenched tightly, producing a resonant grinding sound. What? Your aim is actually Deming and Erming, Xiao Wu bellowed, her voice reverberating with deafening force. Concurrently, her soul rings flared uncontrollably, luminous beams encircling her, coalescing into a formidable aura. With fists clenched tightly, her nails dug painfully into her palms, blood cascading from her fingertips and pooling on the ground. In that moment, should Wu Yi dare to acknowledge that his purpose was indeed Deming and Erming, Xiao Wu would unhesitatingly unleash her most potent soul skills, fully aware that such an act might reveal her identity and that she was outmatched. Nevertheless, she would fight with every ounce of her being against her adversary, prepared to pay the ultimate price of her life, if necessary. Chapter 107. The accord reached. Hey, what on earth are you thinking? Snap out of it. Open your eyes and take a good look at my cultivation level. Consider this carefully. With my strength, do you truly believe I can contend with those two? Unbeknownst to her, Wu He had stealthily positioned himself before Xiao Wu, akin to a specter. This sudden occurrence sent a tremor through her, a chill racing up her spine and enveloping her entire being. In a swift motion, Wu He struck her forehead lightly, delivering a sharp blow. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through her, akin to lightning cleaving through her mind. Xiao Wu had no time to react, instinctively cradling her head and crouching low. In that moment, her once clear eyes brimmed with tears, each droplet glistening like pearls, and amidst that shimmer lay a flicker of vengeful fire. Enough with the tears. Listen to me. My true target is this very lake before us, and it possesses a rather melodious name, the Lake of Life. What do you think? Is it not wondrous? Wu He continued nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about his recent actions. The Lake of Life? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Xiao Wu could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Though she had grown up by the shores of this very lake, her mother had never mentioned that it bore such a magnificent title. At this moment, Xiao Wu was filled with doubt and curiosity, temporarily forgetting the pain from the earlier blow to her forehead. Indeed, it is the Lake of Life. This body of water harbors a profound reservoir of life energy, a force that is immensely beneficial to all living beings. And its remarkable advantages for spirit beasts are beyond imagination. Wu He gazed intently and remarked, those soul beasts, when they immerse themselves in the waters of the lake, can elevate their cultivation speed to an astonishing 5 to 10 times their usual rate. Of course, the specific enhancement is contingent upon the particular species of the soul beast, as there exist subtle variances among the different races. For instance, if your esteemed Ming were to soak and nourish itself in this lake, its rate of advancement would undoubtedly surpass that of Ming, even if both possess identical training durations and innate talents. The disparity in their species would result in Ming's cultivation being elevated by a staggering 20 to 30,000 years. Wu He spoke eloquently about the wondrous aspects of the Lake of Life. Wu He's vivid and imaginative description instantly resonated with Xiao Wu, alleviating much of her inner wariness. Nevertheless, she remained perplexed about the true purpose of Wu He's visit. Observing the bewildered expression on her face, Wu He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Internally, he mused, I have articulated my intentions so clearly. It is evident that I wish to cultivate by the lakeside. How is it that this girl remains so oblivious? With a resigned shake of his head, he gently pressed his hand to his forehead, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I intend to cultivate over there, Wu He declared with unwavering conviction, as if he had resolved his determination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately grasped his intention, yet her dissatisfaction surged forth. With a huff of indignation, she retorted, If you wish to go, then go. But why must you suddenly expose my identity? Her words brimmed with resentment and ire. Faced with her inquiry, Wu Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head in explanation. It was unavoidable. I genuinely did not know the specific route. Besides, if I were to recklessly proceed, my strength would surely be no match for Ming and Ming. At this moment, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, internally murmuring, This girl appears quite astute under normal circumstances, yet how does she become so slow-witted at a critical juncture? However, Xiao Wu seemingly had no intention of letting him off easily. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and her thoughts took an unusually clever turn as she retorted, Since you are so well acquainted with the circumstances of the three of us, how could you possibly be unaware of the way to proceed? I must admit, her statement held a certain degree of validity. It was only at that moment that Wu He awakened to the realization of his prior oversight. Indeed, the reason he could articulate Xiao Wu's situation so thoroughly was solely due to his prior knowledge of the entire narrative's progression. In truth, he was utterly ignorant regarding how to reach their destination. All right, fine, you may assume I am incapable of navigating, he conceded. Nevertheless, at this moment, I require two things from you. First, provide me with a route that allows us to circumvent the majority of high-level soul beasts. Second, grant me a token that belongs to you. This way, when I encounter your two rather foolish younger brothers, they will at least refrain from killing me on the spot. After taking a deep breath, Wu Yi unhesitatingly expressed his innermost desires with unreserved candor. Little Wu, standing nearby, furrowed her brow slightly. Pausing for a moment to gather her thoughts before slowly speaking, "Very well, I can accommodate your request, but I must clarify one point beforehand. I shall not provide you with any items. However, I will personally guide you to your destination. It is essential to note that I can only take you alone." Little Wu's gaze remained firmly fixed on Wu Yi, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. In truth, she did not harbor significant concerns regarding any potential schemes he might devise along the way. As long as he harbored no intentions of bringing harm to Deming or Erming, everything would remain within her control. Moreover, it had been quite some time since she had left home, and it was indeed time to return and pay a visit. Upon reaching her territory, whether Wu Yi was clever or foolish, plump or slender, would ultimately be determined by her own judgment. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu was willing to guide him, Wu Yi's face instantly blossomed with an exuberant smile, eagerly nodding in response, "Absolutely, that would be splendid. Having you personally lead the way is nothing short of delightful." Shortly thereafter, the two stepped out of the lounge together. However, as they exited, they found themselves surrounded by the remaining 7 peculiar individuals, all wearing expressions of curiosity, eagerly bombarding them with questions. "Why did you two take so long inside? What important matters did you discuss? Please share with us." Xiao Wu parted her lips, succinctly relaying to the group Wu Yi's intention to journey to her hometown for training. It turned out that her hometown possessed unique qualities, which prompted Xiao Wu to decide to accompany Wu Yi personally. However, just as she began to elaborate, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he voiced his opposition. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and significance, and the thought of her accompanying Wu Yi left him deeply unsettled. In Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu was as precious as a rare gem, and any potential risks were enough to fill him with anxiety and restlessness. At that moment, his furrowed brow and anxious gaze spoke volumes of his profound concern for Xiao Wu's safety. Chapter 108. Fracture. "Xiao Wu cannot accompany you." Tang San's voice erupted like thunder. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide with tension and unease. He leaned forward, his hands flailing in the air, his gestures exaggerated, as if he sought to tear apart the surrounding atmosphere. In that instant, Tang San was devoid of his usual composure, replaced instead by a near uncontrollable state. This sudden transformation left everyone present in astonishment, particularly Xiao Wu, who stood frozen in shock. Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she stared intently at Tang San, her expression filled with disbelief and confusion. She could not fathom why her typically gentle, considerate, and understanding brother had transformed into this state. Was it truly as Wu Yi suggested, that she did not know Tang San well enough? Or had something else transpired that remained shrouded in mystery? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. "I am merely returning home, Sengu. Why do you not allow me to go?" At long last, Xiao Wu regained her composure and questioned him with a tone laden with incredulity. Yet, such a seemingly ordinary remark ignited a long-suppressed tempest within Tang San's heart, akin to lighting the fuse of a powder keg. In an impulsive motion, Tang San stepped forward, grasping Xiao Wu's delicate arm with a grip so fierce it elicited a sharp pain. His eyes widened with fury as he bellowed at her. "I have stated unequivocally that you cannot return with him. This matter is non-negotiable, and I vehemently oppose it." Had this been a time past, such a domineering declaration from Tang San would have stirred a sweet affection within Xiao Wu. However, in this moment, she felt only a profound sense of grievance and confusion, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. At that instant, a deep-seated dread enveloped her, causing her to become increasingly flustered. She began to fret over the ominous words spoken by Wu Yi earlier, fearful that events might indeed unfold in the direction she dreaded most. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Wu Yi, the instigator of this turmoil, realized the necessity of intervening to alleviate the situation. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with an unexpected and simultaneous barrage of reprimands from both parties. "Silence." Tang San's voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the air. "Leave." Concurrently, Xiao Wu, with equal ferocity, shouted the word, her tone as sharp as Tang San's. Thus, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, as if they sought to uncover some hidden truth within each other's eyes. They remained steadfast in their stares, neither willing to avert their gaze, the atmosphere thick with tension, nearly suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San slowly shook his head. Speaking in a tone of chilling indifference, Xiaowu, you have changed. You no longer heed my words. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu maintained a calm facade. Yet her response was tinged with an unmistakable undercurrent of disappointment and sorrow. Tang-san, do you not perceive that you too have transformed? In your eyes, I can no longer see the genuine care that once was. Thus, they exchanged words, each utterance like a barbed arrow, piercing through the fragile fabric of their connection. I am merely concerned for your safety, which is why I resolutely forbid you from accompanying that man. Tang-san glared with wide eyes, extending his finger directly at Wu He, as if he intended to devour him whole. At that moment, Wu He bore an expression of utter innocence, tremblingly pointing a finger at himself. His face was extravagantly exaggerated, mouth agape and eyes round as if he were chewing on a repugnant morsel. Just then, those who had initially been mere spectators, relishing the unfolding drama, began to mimic Tang-san, each one aiming their fingers at Wu He while muttering incantations. The spectacle made it seem as though Wu He were the orchestrator of this farce. Yet, despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness that engulfed him, Wu He understood that this was certainly not the moment to offer an explanation. He longed to gently advise Tang-san, my dear fellow, as the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Look at yourself now, you have unequivocally laid bare your affections for that young lady. Regrettably, such words remained unspoken, lingering on the tip of his tongue.